The girl came home to find a stranger playing games in her room. Frightened, she immediately ran outside to call the police. Meanwhile, I was completely bewildered when taken to the interrogation room. All I did was make my teammate cry while gaming. Is that really a crime? The police officer in front of me asked, "Why did you break into someone's home?" He suspected I had ulterior motives, understandable, since that girl was stunningly beautiful. Break into someone's home? That's my place. Seeing my reaction, the officer pulled out his records. "Young man, the owner of Unit 614 is a professor at Jiangchang University. He rented the room to a female student, not you." Hearing this, I was speechless. How could my cousin rent out the apartment without even telling me? Since my cousin had gone abroad 2 days earlier to pursue his 4th PhD, and with just 1 day left before the semester started, I decided to stay overnight at the faculty apartment assigned to him by the university. But when the female tenant returned and noticed movement in her home, she quietly slipped out and called the police. After the misunderstanding was cleared up, I left the police station feeling particularly frustrated. There was no way I could go back to the apartment that night, so I ended up staying at a cheap hotel. The next day, I arrived at my cousin's faculty apartment. When I opened the door, my suitcase from last night was still in the living room, with a note on top. "Sorry, I just recently rented this place myself because the landlord had already gone abroad." When I heard movement in the apartment, I thought it was a burglar. Helplessly, I stuffed the note into my bag and headed to the university. After completing registration and tidying up my bed, I decided to go out and familiarize myself with the campus. Just then, the phone rang. It was my cousin, Gu Mingxian, calling. I answered the phone, and he said, "Xiaoyang, don't go to the faculty apartment anymore. I've rented it out." After I recounted what happened last night, he couldn't help but laugh. The most magnificent building at Jiang University is naturally the library. At this moment, staring at the library's facial recognition automatic door, I fell into deep thought. At that moment, a tall girl walked past me. Her clothes were slightly damp, and the white laptop bag she carried had some water stains, clearly indicating she had just come in from the rain. I quickly called out to her, "Senior, could you help me with the facial recognition?" The girl paused for a moment, then stood in front of the facial recognition system. The next moment, the electronic gate opened. After thanking him, I shyly entered the library. The girl gave me a surprised look, never expecting that stopping her was genuinely just to ask for help with a face scan. I was the 5th freshman to approach her today. The previous 4 had all asked for her contact information. "Zhou, why are you walking so fast?" Another girl jogged over at that moment. Her name was Su Xiaowen, the belle of the School of Economics and Management. The person before me is her best friend, named by Wanzhou, the president of the student union at Jiangcheng University, and also the only campus belle of Jiangda. She is known as an ice beauty and a workaholic, a rare beauty in the computer science department, unmatched in a decade. Speaking of which, what was the follow-up to yesterday's incident? Was the thief brought to justice? "It was all a misunderstanding," Bai Wanzhou replied with an unchanged expression. "The police have already explained the whole situation to her." I don't know how much time had passed, but when I checked the clock, I realized I had already been in the library for 2.5 hours. As I stepped out of the library, a light rain had started again. Fortunately, I had brought an umbrella. At that moment, the pretty senior who had helped me with the facial recognition also walked out. "Zhou, should we wait until the rain stops before leaving?" "No, there are still things to handle with the freshmen." Just then, as I had already stepped out of the library, I suddenly sensed movement behind me. I turned around and saw that senior walking hurriedly. The light drizzle had now turned into a downpour. Bai Wanzhou shielded her head with both hands, but the rain was too heavy for her hands to block. The water poured over her, leaving her figure completely exposed. "This figure is way too unfair, isn't it?" "No, that's not the point." I quickly caught up and held the umbrella over her head. "Thank you." Bai Wanzhou had a somewhat aloof personality. She didn't even glance at the boy's face. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap rang out, and Bai Wanzhou, who had been in a hurry, froze on the spot. "Senior." I noticed the senior had frozen. Looking at her in confusion, this pretty senior was actually afraid of thunder. "Sorry," Bai Wanzhou said expressionlessly. Another clap of thunder rang out, and Bai Wanzhou froze again. My umbrella wasn't very big, and since the senior was keeping her distance, half of her body was getting drenched. I glanced at the nearest teaching building and asked, "Senior, shall we take shelter from the rain over there?" Bai Wanzhou nodded silently and followed me under the umbrella. Soon we reached the corridor on the first floor of the teaching building. After a long silence, I wanted to say something to lighten the mood. What year are you in? Junior year. Senior. What's your major? Computer science. Senior. That tree looks so sturdy, haha. An awkward silence filled the air. Luo Yi was really bad at dealing with girls. He had lived for 18 years and hadn't been in a single relationship. Luo Yi stole a glance at the schoolmate next to him. The schoolteacher had a cold face. Su Baikanji also felt embarrassed, so she chose not to speak. As for the work of the student council and all that, what a time it was, she didn't have time to think about those things. If she had known, she should have stayed in the library with Qin Yuan and waited for the rain to stop. She was afraid of thunder, but she didn't think it would thunder this time when it rained after all. The weather forecast didn't call for a thunderstorm. Luo Yi habitually picked up his cell phone. He looked at the chat interface with the goddess, and after hesitating for a moment, he backed out and tapped on another person's chat interface. Love hot pot. This person, one of the two friends Gu Mingxian pulled in when he used to play games with his brother Gu Mingxian, said he was very good at playing games. Later Luo Yi found that he played really good. He took the initiative to add contact information, nothing to play the game together, talk about daily life, can be said to be a game hitchhiker. But since Gu Mingxian had pulled them in, they were most likely his friends. Anyway, it's just an online relationship. Luo Yi doesn't care about the identity or anything, the name doesn't matter, it's good to chat and relieve boredom in general, and he doesn't plan to meet. Luo Yi opened the input method. Let me tell you, I'm currently hiding from the rain with a fairy-looking schoolmate. Next moment, Su Baijiao's cell phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it. Falling leaves. Let me tell you, I'm currently hiding from the rain with a fairy-looking schoolmate. Su White Kanji. She turned her head to Lono, then silently turned on mute mode and replied, How good does it look? Shoot it to me. Ding dong. Lono's cell phone rang and he looked at the message. Falling leaves. It's not very nice to sneak a peek. Love hot pot. You find a chance? Just don't let her find out. Lono didn't reply. Su Baikanji cooperated and turned her head, pretending to be looking at the eye one half scapy eye one half outside. Soon. Falling leaves. Image. Falling leaves. Very pretty blah animated expression. Su Baikanji looked at this photo and fell into deep thought. Anything really can happen in this world. The boy who often played games with her, she knew was Professor Gu's younger brother, and the latter had explained to her before he left the country that it was okay to help him take care of his younger brother. But she really didn't expect that her first meeting with Professor Gu's brother would be like this. She wasn't ready. Su Baichou felt that things were a bit tricky. The rain, it keeps falling. The thunder continued and the weather grew more overcast. A cold mist blew by, and Luo Yi shivered. Suddenly, as if he realized something, he turned his head to look at his schoolmate. The senior sister was still moving the same way as before, only her body was shaking slightly. Such a beautiful woman, the sky is still a good place to be. Luo Nuo wanted to slap himself when he got back. It was so cold, and the schoolmate had gotten caught in the rain, so I can't believe I just let her freeze. Without thinking, Luo Yi took off his jacket and draped it over his schoolmate. Thanks. I don't know how long it took, but the thunder faded away. The falling rain was slight, and it was drizzling outside. The downpour lasted only 20 minutes, and heavy rain in Jiangcheng comes and goes quickly. Flesh and hair danced with the wind. Even going out is not much of a problem. Su Baikanji didn't say anything and left the place with a flat face. Looking at his schoolmate's back, Luo Yi couldn't help but become infatuated. The schoolmate's height was about 1.67 meters, but Luo Yi was also 1.78 meters, and his jacket was only slightly too big for the schoolmate, and it fit quite well on her. The schoolmate has a good figure and is pretty, but her personality is a bit cold. Such a good-looking schoolmate should have had a boyfriend a long time ago. Lono sighed. He's never been in love. He's had a crush on someone else for 3 years, and in those 3 years he's rarely had a verbal exchange with a girl other than his goddess. Thinking back to his schoolmate's face in his mind, Luo Ye's heart moved slightly, but he quickly shook his head. It's just a matter of seeing color. If you really like the other person just because you think they are pretty because of an encounter, then isn't that just being a hooligan? Luo Yi walked out of the school building carrying his umbrella. Back to the dormitory. It was surprising to find the dormitory coming to life. A boy of about 175, with an inch hair, a strong body and slightly dark skin, immediately sat up when he saw the person coming from the dormitory. Is it a roommate? Hello. My name is Li Haoyang, a native of Jiangcheng. Hello. My name is Luo Yi, from the capital. Capital city? Bro, from the big city. The two added each other's contact information and started chatting. Doesn't school start tomorrow for you locals? Why are you here today? Harm, my house is nearby, and with nothing to do, I sought to move my luggage to my dormitory first, not realizing that it was raining. Lono looked at his somewhat wet clothes with a strange expression. Is wet seduction all the rage over here? Noticing Luo Ye's gaze, Li Haoyang laughed. I brought an umbrella, but when I saw a little sister getting wet at the school's exit, I lent her my umbrella. After saying that, Li Haoyang added, guess what? I thought that was a little sister, only 1.5 meters tall, but it turned out that she even carried her luggage into our school, and I helped her carry her bags all the way. Ha 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 ha. You can't tell the difference between people. I've always thought that Southerners are petite, but I didn't expect Brother Haoyang to be so robust. Li Haoyang stretched out his arms and showed off his muscles. I work out every day. The two of them talked and laughed, and with a companion in the dormitory, Lono's mood was pleasant. Early the next morning, there was a knock. Lono gets up and starts writing. Hello! A man about Luo Ye's height and extremely handsome appeared at the door. This man. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Lono even got the feeling that he was as handsome as he was. An illusion, it must be an illusion. Are you a star? Luo Yi subconsciously asked. The man laughed. He's been in this situation a lot. I'm not a star. I'm your roommate. My name is Shen Xiao. Behind Shen Xiao, a 1.7 meters tall, lewd-looking boy followed him in. Hello guys. My name is Wang Sledgehammer. It's a name that is instantly recognizable. Luo Yi directly wrapped his arm around Wang Dehammer's shoulders and pulled him in. And at this moment, Li Haoyang was still huffing and puffing, and a big 44-size foot was exposed on the edge of the bed, emitting a charming smell. When Li Haoyang woke up, Luo Ye's 4 went to the store and purchased a trash can broom and so on, and then went to Sanjian Hall. There are 3 halls in Kangxiang University, and the first hall is the closest to the male dormitory, so why go to the 3rd hall? The reason is that Sanjian Hall is the closest to the women's dormitory, and there are a lot of girls, so it's good for the eyes. Military training is tomorrow. Wang Sledgehammer was bitter. What are you afraid of? What's wrong with military training? Li Haoyang showed off his muscles, causing the other 3 to be speechless, and the 4 of them sat in the corner of the Sanjian Hall. Chapter 3 Men's Jacket. Nonetheless, Shen Xiao's heaven-defying face value still caused many girls to look sideways, and one girl walked over with a red face and coyly said, Classmate, can I have one of your green bubbles? Sorry, I have a girlfriend. Shen Xiao smiled and refused. This type of thing he was obviously familiar with. The girl left with regret. Holy! Wang Sledgehammer said enviously, how come no girl has ever approached me for WeChat? Want a girl to ask you for a tweet? Then you have to work out, having perfect muscles and being liked by girls is a given. The person who said this was Li Haoyang. Say, Brother Shen Xiao, do you really have a girlfriend? Wang Dehammer's thieving eyebrows and eyes, looking around, lewd to the extreme, still not forgetting to ask Shen Xiao. I have a girlfriend. Shen Xiao stated a sentence. The tone was heavy, without the slightest hint of a joke. Luo Yi gave him a silent look and said nothing. After dinner, a few people went into small talk mode. Do you guys know the ranking of our beautiful women in JNU? Wang Dehammer threw a brick to attract Jade, but it was obvious that the 3 people present, except for him, all seemed as if they had no interest in women. I don't know. Lono took his words innocently enough. At once, Wang Dehammer's eyes lit up. Young man, you know your stuff. Every college in our Jiang University has a house flower, for example. The house flower of economics and management is our junior sister, called Qin Yuan, ranked 4th in the list of beautiful women in Jiang University. The language of the Qin? Luo Yi was puzzled. Why is it called language? Why isn't it called math? Isn't that a bit of a sketchy name? It's just a harmonic. Why are you so serious? Wang Sledgehammer gave him a blank look. There's a picture of senior sister Qin in the posting bar of Jiangnan University. That's really pretty. Wang Sledgehammer took out his cell phone and put out Qin Yuan's picture. The first to enter the purpose is a set of campus portraits. The female growth is really pure and lovely. Even Li Haoyang, this muscle man's eyes are attracted over. The photo flipped to the last one, and it was Qin Yuan walking through the school being secretly photographed. But the photo accidentally captured another girl. The girl only showed a side face but can vaguely see its beautiful face, She is tall, the body of the formal uniform cannot hide her concave and convex body. Even compared to the side of the Qin Yuan is not bad at all, and even have too much and not as good as. This seems to be the same schoolmate from yesterday. Seeing Luo Ye's eyes straighten, Wang de Hammer took his cell phone back and stared at him with a puppy-like expression. Brother Luo Yi, let's make it clear first. The Qin Dehua is mine, so don't think about it. Che, you deserve it? What did you say? Brother Sledgehammer is a perfect match, tops. Luo Yi said in a masculine manner, but he was still curious and asked, who was the girl next to Qin Dehua in the last photo? Words. Wang Sledgehammer gave Luo Yi a rather disdainful look. That one is the star character of Jiangda nowadays. Her name is Su Baijiu, but I advise you to ask less about it. She's a talented computer science major. The countless times she's been captured in photos alone will earn her the status of Jiang University's school flower. Even Qin Yuan standing next to her will be set off as a green leaf. She also won a lot of awards, led the computer science department to achieve its present glory, and not only logically became a member of the Jiangshi University Student Union, but also gained the qualification for graduate school. I heard that her character is so high and cold that none of the countless warriors who have confessed their love to her have succeeded in getting close. So don't even think about it. We really don't deserve such a heavenly pride's daughter. Hearing this, Shen Qiao and Li Haoyang both revealed surprised expressions. This schoolteacher is awesome. Excellent indeed. Lono was deep in thought. I can't believe how good the sister who arrived the other day was. She doesn't have a boyfriend, though. Lono couldn't stop echoing these words in his head. Among our freshmen, there's also a big beauty It's said to be the freshman school flower. Her name is Tang Enki, although it's not as good as Subai porridge, but it's only a little bit worse. Wang de Hammer said, but realized that Luo Ye's expression became a bit gloomy, and immediately comforted. Wild child, don't be discouraged. Wait for me to take down these goddesses one by one, and then share one of them with you. You, Lono said breathlessly. After the meal, a few people strolled around the campus and the playground before returning to their dorm rooms. After receiving their military uniforms in the evening, several people came to sit side by side in the classroom. Department of Computer Science, Computer Networks I. All 4 Lonos are in this specialty. A young-faced man stepped up to the podium. Hello, students. I am your counselor for the next 4 years, Chun Xiongjian. I know you're all in college for the first time, and coincidentally, I'm also a first-time counselor, and you're the first students I've had. The teacher has also just graduated from graduate school. I'm not talented. I'm barely able to become everyone's counselor, and for the next 4 years, we'll study together. Today is mainly for us to introduce ourselves to each other. Starting tomorrow, everyone will begin a half-month military training. Those who can't train due to physical problems will talk to me in a while, and I'll keep a tally. Also, after the military training is over, there will be an election for the class council. But right now we need to elect an acting class counselor for the time being. Have any of you volunteered? There was a lot of talk among the students. There you go. Luo Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Wang Sledgehammer. You're making me acting banjo? Brother Sledgehammer, I didn't realize that you a talented person, but behind your back you are actually such a person. Half a minute had passed and still no one in the class wanted to raise their hand. Knowing that the acting class secretary may not necessarily become the class president later, but also have to deal with some tedious things during the military training period, which is not pleasing to the eye, naturally no one is willing to take on this position. When Chun Xiongjian's eyes looked, he didn't know what kind of tendon his head had drawn. He saw the muscular, a little bit dark-skinned, inch-haired Li Haoyang at a glance. 4th row, first student on the left, you're a veteran, aren't you? Li Haoyang, who was named, was filled with confusion as he stood up, the eyes of the class following him. Muscle man. I'm not. Oh, you're so strong the teacher thought you were a veteran. Then, if there's no problem, you'll be the acting class monitor. After saying that, Chun Xiongjian did not give Li Haoyang a chance to react. Everyone has just gotten a good look at this student. You can reflect on small and large matters during military training with him first, and anything he can't solve can come to me. Oh yeah. What's your name, this student? Teacher, his name is Li Haoyang. Wang Sledgehammer shouted, with a look of incomparable exuberance as he dug his sword for his brother. Everyone scan the QR code of the class group, then you can go back if you don't have anything to do, and Li Haoyang will count the list of students who can't have military training in the class group. Okay. Li Haoyang expressed his helplessness, and the entire time he didn't even have the time to refuse. Of course, he wouldn't dare reject the counselor in front of the class. Let's just say the counselor played this one high. Back to the dormitory? Go back, my ass. To the playground to see your sister. Encouraged by Wang's sledgehammer, several people came to the playground. Shen Xiao is refusing. Because of his star-like appearance, he is too attractive to the bees and butterflies. The moment he appeared in the playground, he caught the eyes of all the playground girls. Wave after wave of girls asking for contact information. This? A bit of an exaggeration. After strolling around the playground twice, after Shen Xiao refused a dozen or so girls who wanted contact information, Wang's sledgehammer finally couldn't help himself. Can't any of the girls on the playground see the handsome sledgehammer? The three were speechless for a moment. Where do you get the confidence to say you're handsome when our fresh meat Lono and the fitness trainer haven't even spoken yet? Shen Xiao retorted without mercy. When Wang the Hammer heard this, he immediately turned his head and prepared to counterattack. But when he met Shen Xiao's handsome and compelling face, he gradually became infatuated. Gouge, what's with the eyes off? Shen Xiao had a wicked chill. I'm just kidding. You don't really think I like men, do you? Wang the Hammer's smile was incomparably treacherous. Women's betting. Qin Yuan put on a mask and swiped her cell phone. Suddenly I saw a picture of a boy on the confession wall at JNU, with the text, "The boy I met today at noon in Sanwan Hall was too handsome." Qin Yuan fixed her eyes on the beautiful man in the photo, which she double-clicked to enlarge and looked at carefully. Then her eyes lit up. All around deathless god. In the photo, naturally, is fellow male celebrity Shen Xiao. Porridge, come and see. When did our school have such a handsome guy? The girl off to the side was wearing a halter-top dress and big black glasses and was watching the Sherlock Holmes mysteries. High and cold face, imperial sister's body, with a pair of cute black glasses, cannot say the contrast of beauty, but also have a special rhyme. Su Bai Kanji didn't bother with Qin Yuan. She wasn't interested in men. Not at all. Porridge, come and take a look. He's really handsome. What if you fall in love with him? We can't really be single for the rest of our lives and not find a boyfriend. Qin Yuan placed her cell phone in front of Su Baijiao, who glanced at it with a perfunctory gaze. Suddenly, she froze, her eyes staring straight at Shen Xiao's picture. But her gaze did not fall on Shen Xiao. There was a silence. Qin Yuan looked as if she had seen something incredible and looked at Su Bai Kanji incredulously. Although she had the idea of sharing a good man with her best friend, she hadn't even thought that Su Baijiao would be interested. Su White Porridge? Watching men? No way. Absolutely not. Su Bai Kanji's gaze was fleeting, and soon refocused on the Sherlock Holmes mystery book, as if nothing had just happened. Porridge, don't you pretend. Qin Yuan grabbed Su Bai Kanji's arm and said excitedly, "Are you interested in men?" "No. Pretend. Keep pretending. Weren't you the one looking at men just now?" It was as if Qin Yuan had discovered a shocking secret. "Is it finally time for spring to iceberg beauty?" "What?" Su Bai Kanji asked with a bashful face. "What man?" "Qin Yuan. You just pretend you are. But that boy sure is handsome." Qin Yuan looked at Shen Xiao on her cell phone again. In the photo, Shen Xiao was eating her meal and didn't even notice that she was being photographed. Maybe it was because he was too dazzling, causing many people to fail to notice that in the photo Luo Yi, who was sitting next to Shen Xiao, was equally handsome. After applying the mask, Qin Yuan went to wash her face. Suddenly I realized that there was a man's jacket in the laundry bin beside me. What's wrong with men's jackets appearing in women's bedrooms? No. But Qin Yuan was shocked, because this laundry tub is Su White Porridge. Although Su Bai Kanji has already rented a house outside, she has not yet moved over to Dodong. Porridge. A voice several cents higher than a moment ago came from the bathroom. Su Bai Kanji's hand slightly lurched. She suddenly remembered that the dress had not been washed. But it's not a big problem. Qin Yuan is silly and stupid. It's very easy to perfume. Qin Yuan walked out and questioned. Porridge? Whose coat is that man's? You guess. Qin Yuan was bursting with curiosity, but Su Bai Porridge's attitude drove her beyond mad. Come on. I bought it myself. I don't believe it. Don't believe me. Ah. Qin Yuan said that this was hard, but she had no choice. The other side, Luo Yi and the others returned to the dormitory. Show me the strength of my 3 sons. Wang's sledgehammer made an instant decision to carry out the first hacking activity in the dormitory. A few people turned on their cell phones. LOL. A rooster crows. Brother Luo Yi, you're all that's left. I'll pull you into the team. Click on invite. Lono agreed. In the next moment, A burst of golden light emerged from the trio's cell phones, almost blinding a few people's dog eyes. Dig in, dig in, dig in. Wang Dehammer, Shen Xiao and Li Haoyang looked at Luo Yi in shock. You're the first on the elimination list? The invincible god of war returning to his roots. Aha! The big man begs for a belt. I want to be on Warlord too. Fourth platoon walks up. Military base begs to be addition. Holy golden legend. Wang Sledgehammer drooled with envy as he looked at the golden Martha in Luo Ye's game. Go on, brother Shen Xiao, you old gooby. What do you know? If you educate people, you get the world. Brother Haoyang, what are you doing? Hold me up. Help me. As for Li Haoyang, he was still licking the bag, and he didn't even notice when Wang Sledgehammer had climbed to his feet. The next moment, a grenade flew in, ending his and Wang Sledgehammer's lives. Luo Yi looked at these three people speechlessly. You guys, no sense at all, watch me. Luo Yi Operation Fierce as flash gun, advanced gun, instantaneous explosion of thunder, second squatting, a variety of fancy operations like. In the end, the team was successfully exterminated. Look, Brother Lono calls this skill. Wang Sledgehammer was incomparably proud, as if he was the one who exterminated the team. Trenching. Luo Yi suddenly burst into foul language, and in the screen, a man took him away with a barrage of AK bursts from several hundred meters away. Hang the wall. Even the strongest players eventually succumbed to technology. The enjoyable evening ended with a few excited hacking sessions. Late at night, Luo Yi turned on the computer and began to code. Chapter 4 Military Training. At ease. Attention. 30 minutes in military posture. Let me see one person move plus 5 minutes. The crowd is suffering. And the 4 Lonos were fast asleep. Yesterday, I hacked and played games until 4 a.m., then got up at 6:30 a.m. to meet up. Their entire being was in a trance at this point. The instructor walked in formation, a pair of sharp eyes looking around. Suddenly, he frowned. One boy had his eyes closed and looked as if he was sleeping. You can fall asleep standing up? The instructor came to the boy. A few people next to him stifled their laughter. This student. The boy woke up instantly and locked eyes with the instructor. Here. Wang Sledgehammer subconsciously shouted up, and when his eyes opened, he saw the instructor's national face. What's going on? Am I not in bed? How come I'm in the military position? Ha 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 ha. The people around them finally couldn't help but laugh. But the instructor didn't laugh. This means serious consequences. The instructor was silent, and slowly the laughter died away. The instructor, however, laughed. It's so funny. Why isn't everyone laughing? Laughing? Huh? Not even laughing anymore, are you? Military posture plus half an hour of standing. After saying that, the instructor added to Wang Dehammer, this student doesn't seem to be quite sober. Go. 10 laps of the playground and I'll clear your head. Instructor, 15 laps. Yes. Wang Sledgehammer bitterly ended his arm and ran to the playground. Poor brother Hammer. The 3 Luo Yi prayed for him in their hearts. All rest in place for 10 minutes. Lono sat straight up paralyzed. Staying up all night plus an hour in military position is too much of a top to suffer. Wang Sledgehammer sat on the ground in disbelief. 15 laps in, he felt like his whole body was floating. Brother Hammer, are you okay? Lono asked. Wang Sledgehammer raised his head in confusion and looked at Luo Yi with an expressionless look of being played out. Seeing this, Luo Yi became anxious and he shook Wang Dehammer's body. Brother Hammer, hold on. Wang Sledgehammer didn't react in the slightest. His head was lowered and his mouth quirked. What did you say, Brother Hammer? Thirsty or hungry? Luo Yi put his ear close to Wang Dehammer's mouth and listened carefully to what he was saying. To sister. Paper. Lono? Suddenly, Wang Sledgehammer didn't know what he saw and his eyes went straight. Lono followed his gaze, only to see that not far away, a girl handed Li Haoyang a bottle of pulsation. Dig in. Wang Sledgehammer's jaw dropped to the ground, and he was instantly energized. The son of a dog went behind my back to pick up a girl. Wang Sledgehammer made a move to get up and was about to rush up. Brother Hammer rest his anger. Don't ruin Brother Haoyang's lifelong affair. Luo Yi pulled Wang Dehammer, but realized that the other direction was even more exaggerated. A group of girls surrounded Shen Xiao. Man, drink mine. I got the peach-flavored pulse. I love you, man. Boy God, I'm going to give you a monkey. The military training squad seemed like a star-struck scene. Looking at the audience, the commander-in-chief of the military training froze. At the critical moment, the instructor yelled, "All rise!" The squares lined up and everyone stood back up. Luo Yi was in the first row of the square, and he realized that the girl who had sent Li Haoyang a pulse was in the opposite square, also in the first row. She was wearing a military uniform, had a lowly face, a youthful look, very sweet, about 170 in height, and a good figure. Long-legged Lori. That's probably what the image of this girl means. From time to time, the girl would also look at their squad's position, presumably looking at Li Haoyang. Surely there are still girls who like muscular men, worthy of being brother Haoyang. There are girls caring on the first day of military training. In the evening, it was time to move on to the program. After singing Unity is Strength a few times, the instructor started asking if there were any fresh talent shows. "We want to see a one-on-one." Wang Sledgehammer pointed at Li Haoyang and said, "Is it the instructor's military boxing or our fitness trainer who is great?" Upon hearing this, the crowd also became curious and started to raise a ruckus. "Singles! Singles!" The instructor looked at Li Haoyang and shook his head helplessly. "Since everyone wants to see a one-on-one, this student, you stand up." Again, Li Haoyang got up with incomparable difficulty. From the class to the military training squad, he was either on his way to being named or on his way to being named. He felt like his college life was hopeless. Would he keep getting called out by the teacher in class from now on as well? Both players are in position. It was said to be a muscular man, but in fact, Li Haoyang's body was just a little bit stronger than the instructor, plus the instructor's military boxing had long been out of this world. 3 or 2 times, Li Haoyang's classmates were sadly taken down by the instructor, and then sat back with a sad face. "Are you okay?" The girl who had given Li Haoyang a pulsation in the morning sat next to him and asked with some worry. "It's okay." Li Haoyang waved his hand. This girl was called Lu Bingxin, and the training location of their girl squad was relatively close to the boys' squad that Luo Yi was in, so they were together during the evening break. With the girls around, everyone performs the show with more passion. Both instructors couldn't help but smile as they watched the freshly minted college students display their youth. Luo Yi and Wang De Hammer also sat next to Li Haoyang. As for Shin Chao, he was surrounded by girls and wanted to escape but couldn't. "Coach," Wang Sledgehammer said with a smile. "Tell me, how do you know this beauty?" Li Haoyang looked at Wang De Han naively. Not knowing what to say, on the contrary, Lu Bingxin greatly said, "In the morning, I went to buy water for my roommates, but it turned out that one of my roommates didn't like to drink pulsation, and seeing that Li Haoyang's student seemed to be a little bit thirsty, so I sold it to him." "Oh, so it's selling water. I thought my son was getting off the hook." Wang Sledgehammer's mood instantly improved. "Miss which major?" "My humble self, Wang Sledgehammer. Nice to meet you. My name is Lu Bingxin, Multimedia Class 2, from Luqing. Leking. I've heard of the Leking Buddha in your area." Wang Sledgehammer and Lu Bingxin were talking and laughing, separated by a naive Li Haoyang. Li Haoyang may have ordered his emotional intelligence all on his muscles. With a naive face, he looked left and right and couldn't insert his mouth, so he could only watch the two chatting with bated breath. Lono propped his chin on the side and watched intently the boy who was performing a song. Honestly, the singing was average, not nearly as good as his singing. He loved to sing and was a karaoke king in high school anyways. In his mind, he flashed back to that day when he was hiding from the rain with that fairy schoolmate. Lono unconsciously stood up, took over the microphone after the boy finished his song. Wang Sledgehammer, who was chatting furiously, was stunned. "You kids can sing? A song called Rainy Day? And since I don't have a backing track at the moment, I'm just going to clean it up a bit, so bear with me. Take a deep breath." Luo Yi spoke softly. "Suddenly 2 rains are waiting for you. How much have you suffered from sudden tears? I waited and I waited and I thought and I thought and I couldn't wait for you. If the heavens will open their eyes and not favor you, take you through the hustle and bustle of the crowd." Listening to Luo Ye's gentle singing voice, although it was clear singing, it mesmerized the crowd present. Chapter 5, The Fairy Sister. Porridge Ah. This year's freshmen are simply crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Qin Yuan took her cell phone and placed it in front of Su Baijiao. Still the confession wall. Wall to wall. "Confess this boy who sings, he sings so well." Followed by a 10-second video. The video shows a boy in military uniform singing. Listening to this magnetic voice, Su Baijiao's gaze swept over Luo Yi in the screen. Seeing that Su Bai Kanji really listened, Qin Yuan said smugly, I told you, Kanji. Even if you're an iceberg goddess, there's no way you don't like singing. And the boy who sings is a little bit of a hottie. But only Su by Porridge knew what the song Luo Yi was singing meant. When it rains, Su by Kanji also slowly remembered the events of that day. Military training is finally over. Dormitory 515, Building 8. Luo Ye's four were extremely excited. After the military training, their wonderful college life can be said to have truly begun. Potluck. The four of them hammered it out, and with that, the first potluck of Dormitory 515 began. Brother Hao Yang. Wang's sledgehammer pulled Li Haoyang's shoulder and asked, "This place in Jiangcheng, you're a local? Do you have any recommendations?" "Of course I have. I'll take you to the restaurant downstairs from the gym for a nutritious meal." King Sledgehammer. He turned his head to Lono. "Wild child, the three of us are all from this province. Only you are from out of town. You decide what to eat for this meal." Luo Yi thought about it and said, "Let's have hot pot then." "Okay." It's happily decided. Fondue away. The four of them took a cab to one of the highest-rated hot pot restaurants near the school. "Are there any that don't drink?" Xin Xiao asked. "No alcohol?" Wang's sledgehammer said angrily. "They're all brothers. It's their first get-together. I'll see who dares to say no. How can the 515th's first get-together be without alcohol? Come on, boss boy. Serve us 2 beers each. 2 bottles. Luo Ye's gaze grew disdainful. "Heh. A mere 2 bottles are nothing more than an appetizer to my titular northern man. In half an hour. Ha 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 ha. We are brothers. Starting today, you and I will be sworn brothers. Big brother. Second brother. Sandy. Ergo. Daddy." Xin Xiao looked at the 3 people who were hooking up and was very helpless. Where's the promised northern drinking? Not even a dozen bottles? At Xin Xiao's feet, countless bottles of wine were placed all around. He, Xin Xiao, is the one who can drink the most. Suddenly, Wang de Hammer looked at Xin Xiao, who had a bland face, and walked over with a red face. "Brother Shen Xiao, I'm the face of 515. Shen Xiao. Here, blow this bottle, and whoever can't drink it is a son." After saying that, Wang's sledgehammer poured into his mouth at a bottle of Brave Heaven. After 2 sips, he couldn't drink anymore. "I, Wang's sledgehammer, am willing to gamble." Seeing this, Xin Xiao had a premonition and silently opened the video. "Dad." Xin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "I didn't hear you." "Dad." Wang's sledgehammer was full of sincerity. "Hey, good boy." Saying that, Xin Xiao realized that Wang de Hammer lowered his head. He had a sudden bad feeling in his heart. With an early warning of danger, Xin Xiao retreated 2 steps back. In the next moment, Wang's sledgehammer spat out a bunch of flowery things directly in place. "Ein yet. Unbearable." Xin Xiao held back her nausea and called for the waiter to come over. A cab then took the 3 back to their dorm rooms. In the cab, Wang de Hammer suddenly lowered his head again. Seeing this, Xin Xiao exclaimed, "Don't spit on the car." It's a good thing that Wang's sledgehammer still has some sense. He quickly rolled open the window to reveal a head. Driver of the rear car, #X. The 4 of them returned to the school at about 8 o'clock in the evening. Xin Xiao held Li Haoyang with his left hand and Wang de Hammer with his right hand, and walked towards the direction of the dormitory with difficulty. Being a better drinker of the north, Luo Yi had sobered up a bit and followed the trio with his ass. Suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. "Wants to go to the bathroom." This was the only thought in Luo Ye's head at this moment. He looked left and right and could not find the restroom at all. After thinking about it, I thought there must be a restroom in the school building. Luo Yi walked in the direction of the teaching building. He hadn't been to class yet, he wasn't familiar with the building, and he wasn't sure exactly where the restrooms were. Xin Xiao didn't notice Luo Yi, who had already left. At the entrance of the teaching building, Su by Porridge carried her bag, wore a crystal blue dress with a white jacket over it, and stepped on crystal-colored high-heeled shoes under her feet as she walked out of the building alone. Today's Su by Kanji wore stunning makeup, adding to her already stunning appearance. "Hokage." There was a hint of a familiar voice ringing in Su Baijiao's ears, and she turned her head to look. Luo Yi was standing naively, looking a little silly. "You're calling me?" When Luo Yi saw the girl's looks, he realized that it was the fairy schoolmate from that day. "I burp. I want to go to the restroom. Don't know where in the..." "Hehehe." Su by Kanji pointed in a direction and said with a flat face, "Turn right after you go in and keep going is the restroom." Thank you, sister. Looking at Luo Ye's staggering back, Subai Kanji tilted her head and murmured, this phrase thank you senior sister, but you won't stutter. Lono came out of the restroom with a puzzled expression. I think I just saw and talked to a fairy schoolgirl? Lono was confused. He wasn't fully awake yet. Illusion, I guess. Shaking his head, Luo Yi walked out of the school building. Just as he came out, he found a stunningly beautiful figure standing at the entrance of the school building. It's really a fairy schoolgirl. Lono froze at the door of the school building at a loss for words. Seeing him, Subai Porridge thought that this little boy was quite cute. Drinking? Aha! Upon hearing this, Subai Kanji took off her white jacket and draped it over Luo Yi. Shedding her jacket, Subai Jiao revealed the crystal blue dress inside, which was studded with rows and rows of crystals, matched with a made-up Subai Jiao and a pair of high-heeled shoes, in addition to a blue necklace on her delicate collarbone. When it was truly a fairy descending to the earth, Luo Ye's entire body was dumbfounded. He swore that the fairy schoolmate in front of him was definitely the most beautiful girl he had ever seen in his life. I didn't bring that black jacket of yours, so this one doesn't need to be returned to me as compensation, Subai Kanji said blandly. She had just finished her evening study and was changing into her dress in the restroom of the school building. I just didn't realize that the first person to see her in a dress was this junior. It's cheap for the kid. After saying that, Subai Kanji turned around and left, only leaving Luo Yi with a sinister back. Welcome party rehearsal. Subai Gue came here. President Su, you're here just in time. The rehearsal just started. Aha! I didn't expect President Su to not only be proficient in computers, but also sing. The host laughed. For this matter, Subai Porridge was also helpless. For the orientation night, they had to put on a show for each major. They are the only ones in the computer science department that not only have fewer girls, but all of them only know how to play the keyboard. There was no choice but to let Subai Porridge come and support the scene. Chapter 6. Freshman's Party. Day 2. Lono woke up from his bed in his dorm room and looked around with dead fish eyes that were not fully open. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Question mark trifecta. Wake up. Shin Xiao, who was playing the game, said. Shin Xiao was the only one awake in the entire dormitory, leaving 2 people still sleeping. It was a good thing there were no classes this morning or they would have missed their first class of the school year. It's a mistake to drink. Brother Shen Xiao. Luo Yi admired. It's me who underestimated the Southerners. I didn't realize that you are the hidden big brother. Drinking well may not be a good thing sometimes. Shin Xiao said silently. No, in our capital city, to be able to drink is to be a bigot. Lono exclaimed in admiration. He was about to get out of bed when he noticed a white jacket that didn't belong to him in the pile of clothes on the bed. Aha, where'd you get the clothes? Lono picked up the clothes and scrutinized them. A light scent comes out of the dress and it smells great with a fresh strawberry creamy scent. Girls' clothes? Lono seemed to remember something, and then he seemed to think of nothing. He remembers something happened last night, but he forgets exactly what. Yesterday when I went back to my dorm room I realized you were gone. And not long after you came back with an extra shirt on, and you were giggling. Oh yeah. Last night you were talking in your sleep, muttering something about a fairy schoolgirl, and it almost scared me silly. Listening to Shin Xiao's explanation dawned on Lono. The one yesterday turned out not to be a dream. That? Lono was pleasantly surprised. The clothes he's holding, were they given to him by the fairy schoolmistress? Excited, elated, surprised, honored. Luo Yi does not know what words to use to describe his mood at this time. He held this white jacket, as if honored with the most precious. Shen Xiao saw him like this and revealed an extremely disdainful expression. Oh, still young. Brother Luono, by the looks of you, you've never been in love. How do you know? One look and you'll know. How about it? Do you want brother to teach you a few moves? Luo Yi sniffed, put on his clothes and leapt up, sitting directly on the stool, looking at Shin Xiao with bated breath. Please teach me, Mr. Shin. The children are teachable. Shin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then said, but wait until I finish this game. How much longer? I just drove. Half an hour later, Shin Xiao put on an inscrutable look. Brother Luo Yi, let me teach you how to pursue girls. 1. Get to know each other better. Understanding is the main process to carry out the next step. Only to understand a person will know this person and their own in the end is not suitable. If the relationship does not understand her, later understanding will regret. After understanding her temperament and personality, what she loves to play and so on, it will be very bottom line to find out the topic from it, and it is also a process to match with herself, and the final result will be able to see whether the two of them are suitable for each other or not. After saying that, Shin Xiao glanced at his cell phone and continued. 2. Money and material things to give. Now this society wants to empty gloves is simply impossible thing. Now the girls are rich, girls are now economically independent, a lot of girls are not bad at all, but as a man, chasing girls should behave decently, buy some girls like things or buy some snacks she loves to eat, these are very necessary. Luo Yi nodded his head vigorously one by one, obviously convinced. Shin Xiao stifled a laugh, glanced down at her cell phone again, and continued talking. Wait, Lono interrupted. Why are you looking at your cell phone? Because you're on ING Baidu? As smart as Luo Yi, he could tell at a glance that this person didn't have good intentions. Sure enough, Luo Yi used his cell phone to Baidu how to pursue girls. The pop-up content and just Shen Xiao said exactly the same thing. Ahem, you caught me. Luo Yi stared at Shen Xiao with a scrutinizing gaze, making the latter uncomfortable. Brother Luo Yi, I'll show you a fun one. Shin Xiao made a snap decision and decided to change the topic, sharing the clip that she had taken with her cell phone yesterday with Luo Yi. Seeing Wang de Hammer drunk and shouting loudly for his father, Luo Yi couldn't help but laugh. But it has to be said that Shin Xiao is a talented person on the surface, but in reality, he is a batch of darkness. Good-looking people have more or less some personality problems. Lono's mind began to conjure up images of the fairy schoolmistress. Except for the fairy schoolmarms. It was not until noon that Li Haoyang and Wang de Hammer woke up quietly. As soon as Wang's sledgehammer opened his eyes, he shouted, "What time is it?" The sudden voice scared Li Haoyang next to him. "Why are you so startled?" "Scared me. What do you know? It's orientation at 6:30 tonight. There will definitely be a lot of sophomore and junior sisters performing programs. And I heard that Sister Qin Yuan is a very good dancer, so I'm going to see Goddess Qin dance." After saying that, Wang de Hammer glanced at the time and realized that it was only noon. "Che, it's early, go back to sleep." Luo Yi became speechless. "Brother Hammer, you may not know that we have a class in the first period of the afternoon." "So what?" "Civics, the class is taught by the department chair, and he said that if you miss 3 classes, you'll just fail the course." Upon hearing this, Wang's sledgehammer scurried up and dressed as fast as he could. "Actually, I like classes the best, especially civics. Come on, let's go eat and have class afterwards." Lono. 6. Shen Qiao. Does 6. Li Haoyang. In the middle of a snore, the bastard fell asleep again. Civics class, an incomparably boring and tedious class, but Shin Qiao stared at the podium with a serious face. "Male star, you really listen?" Wang's sledgehammer got curious. Shin Qiao didn't respond. "A male star? You called me? What did you say?" "I just got sidetracked." King's sledgehammer. It was getting late, and Wang's sledgehammer dragged Luo Yi to the welcome party. As for the other two, Shin Xiao was afraid of being surrounded by girls and didn't dare to come over. And Li Haoyang said he had something to do and didn't know what he was doing. Only Luo Yi was idle and was dragged over by Wang's sledgehammer. "Brother Hammer, is the orientation party really that much fun? I don't read much, so don't lie to me." "Wild child, how could your hammer brother lie to you?" "Don't worry. The program of the welcome party will definitely interest you." Lono sat expressionless in the audience. "This is the program you said would interest me?" Watching the stage, where several seniors were performing an extremely boring skit, Luo Yi was tormented. "Why don't you go lie down in the dormitory when you have the time?" Wang's sledgehammer also didn't expect this welcome party to be so boring. It seems that his goddess Qin Yuan didn't even sign up for the program. "Never mind, we've come all this way. There's one last program before the welcome party ends, so let's watch it all." Chapter 7 Hammer's Shocking Remarks. The last program was still somewhat interesting. It was a hot dance performance by a few sophomore sisters, and it was exciting to see Wang de Hammer for a while. When it was over, the orientation party was complete and many people were ready to get up and leave, when the host was slow to say his closing remarks. "Fellow freshmen, wait." The crowd that was getting up looked at the host quizzically. "You've finished your program and you're still waiting? You don't think we'd really like to hear your closing remarks, do you?" Only the host smiled mysteriously. "In fact, there is a hidden program in our welcome party, left at the end of the last. This is also the arrangement of the university art troupe. We put this surprise at the end of the last and did not publish it in the program list. Here, on behalf of the art troupe, I would like to say sorry to all of you, and I hope that you will like the surprise we prepared. When you mention JNU, all you can think of is our JNU Computer Science Department, and when you mention the Computer Science Department, we can think of her. As for who she is, allow me to sell the idea that you may venture a guess. Next, let's invite our special guests to sing a song called You on the Other Side as the closing program of this welcome party. The audience on stage froze. A portion of the freshmen seemed to guess what was going on, and they honestly sat back down while another portion of the audience was bewildered, but when they saw the others sit back down, they followed suit. When Luo Yi heard this, it was as if he thought of something, and there was some anticipation in his heart. Wang Sledgehammer doubted. No way, mention the computer department, the first thought that is certainly Su by Porridge Goddess, but it is said that Goddess Su's character is as cold as ice. How can it be to participate in what the welcome party? But the computer science department, other than Goddess Su, are there any other celebrities? Could it be Li Mang who majored in artificial intelligence? Wang Sledgehammer fell into deep contemplation, and of course, he hoped that the special guest would be Su Baijiao. Although Su Baijiao was usually known as an iceberg goddess and was difficult to approach, she was really eye-catching looking. Royalty general body, skin-white appearance, has a pair of slender jade legs, coupled with its frost-like stunning face, can be seen from afar but cannot be played with the temperament. If she appeared in the scene of the welcome party, it is Zhangda explosive news. The hosts recede into the background and soon, the lights go out. The welcome party was dark. Suddenly, the crisp clattering sound of clattering hovers in the silence of the orientation venue. The sound of high heels. A girl? Somehow, Luo Yi suddenly remembered how fairy school sister looked last night in her crystal blue gown and high heels. Is it really a fairy schoolgirl? Soon, the sound of high heels faded. The figure on the stage stopped in the middle, and the welcome party was silent. This wave of maneuvering by the university art troupe really created anticipation in their hearts, and all of them watched the stage intently. Then a pleasant accompaniment sounded and a light hit the center of the stage. Only in the middle of the stage, a fairy-like girl was standing there holding a microphone. The girl's long hair flowed, and she wore a crystal blue luxurious dress, which was girded at the waist, outlining her figure in tantalizing curves, beautiful to the extreme. Surprisingly, it's really Su Baijiao from the computer science department. The Su Baijiao without makeup was still an absolute beauty, and now that her makeup is absolute, she is simply the only candidate for Zhang University's school flower. When the surrounding people heard this, they nodded their heads in unison, and no one denied this sentence, because the Su by Porridge on the stage at this time was really too beautiful, as if she was a fairy on earth with a fresh and unassuming temperament. The thunderous applause went on, even overshadowing the accompaniment of the song. Looking at the fairy schoolmistresses on the stage who were like stars, Luo Yi was also very surprised. But an unspeakably hard feeling welled up in him. He couldn't be happy. Until now, he didn't realize what kind of popularity his fairy sister had in this university. Such a person was not something that he, a freshman, could get his hands on, and the fact that he was able to have two not-so-gentle encounters with the fairy sisters was already a blessing that other people couldn't cultivate in 8 lifetimes. It was assumed that the jacket left to him by the fairy school sister was just to compensate him for the help he had given to the fairy school sister before. After all, with the fairy school sister's character, she was definitely not willing to owe favors. Wild child. It's Su Baizhu ah. It's Su Baizhu who's even more beautiful than Goddess Qin. Wang Sledgehammer shouted excitedly, but realized that Luo Yi was sitting next to himself with a lost soul and a silent face. What's wrong with you, wild child? Wang de Hammer was puzzled. Suddenly, he seemed to realize something, strangely glanced at Luo Yi, lowered his voice and asked, "Wild child, your expression is like you ate. Are you out of love?" "You," Lono said with a black face. But Wang de Hammer guessed pretty much the same thing, except that Luo Yi had already finished without even starting. A person like Su by Kanji, he was destined to only watch its dazzling figure from afar. Slowly, the voices in the audience faded away as Su Baijiao had already begun to sing. The melodious voice spread to every corner. The audience was silent, and every eye stared blankly at the fairy-like figure on the stage. She is not only as beautiful as heaven. Even the voice is pleasant and mesmerizing. Perhaps after tonight, the choice of the only school beauty of Jiangxing University would be uncontested. What a freshman schoolgirl, what a goddess of ancient Chinese. The audience present all agreed that no one could beat the Su Baijiao at this moment in terms of temperament and face value. She was too beautiful to be of this world. Some people took out their cell phones and photographed Su Baijiao on the stage, and a picture of Su Baijiao was frantically reposted in the posting bar, Douyin, and other platforms. At this very moment, Subai Porja's personal account rose hundreds of fans, and this number is growing every minute and every second. While the content of her account is only some computer tips to share, she wants to be an internet sensation. It's just a matter of wanting to versus not wanting to. The more she shone, the more clearly Lono could feel his distance from her. But Luo Yi also didn't know what kind of feeling he had towards the fairy schoolmistress. From the first encounter in the rain, he had developed a crush on her until they met again last night. The fairy schoolmistress, in Luo Ye's heart, was like a white moonlight. Whether that was a favorite or not, Lono wasn't sure. Liking someone can be hard or easy. It may be that a certain feeling in a certain moment is firmly grasped and fitted into the heart without any knowledge of it, and the heart is destined to belong to someone else. Just like the girl he'd had a crush on for 3 years, he'd liked without realizing it. But is liking without having spent time together really liking? That's just unrequited love. Thinking of the fairy school sister's stunning face, Luo Yi silently looked at Su Baijiao on the stage. She's beautiful. He could only admire her beauty silently from the corner of the crowd. He, like the others, could only look at the earthly fairy from afar. Maybe this is a crush. Wang Sledgehammer looked at Luo Yi, who had a strange look on his face, and then refocused his gaze on the stage. After the performance, Su Baijiao turned around and was ready to leave when the host walked on stage and took the microphone in Su Baijiao's hand. Just this moment, audience, a different voice rang out. Goddess Su. Luo Yi looked at Wang de Hammer next to him with wide eyes. This wave of operation had truly shocked him. Why is this guy standing up all of a sudden? What does he want? Wang Sledgehammer gave Luo Yi an inexplicable smile. That smile was like the expression of an old father who wanted to give a peace of mind to his indisputable son. Afterward, Wang Sledgehammer shouted out to the stage, "Senior sister, what do you think of the song Rainy Day, sung by a freshman 2 days ago?" The host froze. What the hell? The script wasn't written? Subai Kanji looked in Wang de Hammer's direction, and almost at the same time, he noticed Luo Yi sitting beside the ladder. She silently retrieved the microphone from the host. Nice. 2 short words were the biggest affirmation of Luo Yi from her mouth today. Wang's Sledgehammer laughed and shouted in a louder voice, "He's right next to me. We want to see Hokage sing with him." Chapter 8. Singing on the same stage. Lono was stunned. The audience was stunned. The hosts were also stunned. Su Baijiao stood on the stage with an expressionless face. This is an orientation party, an invitation from a new student. By definition, it is possible to agree to it, and refusing it instead will not have a good impact. But this is Su Baikanji. Asking her to agree to something like this, what a joke. Just when the host thought Su Baijiao would refuse, she said faintly, "Yes." The host was a little surprised to hear this. He had thought about how to round it off, but he didn't expect Su Bai Porridge to agree. Wang's Sledgehammer nudged Lono. The Luo savages were dumbfounded. "Are you serious, Brother Hammer? Why are you so old-fashioned? Wild child? You've had your chance. Get on with it." Luo Yi was stiffly pulled to his feet by Wang's Sledgehammer. Then stiffly he walked onto the stage. Looking into the audience, a pair of puzzled eyes were staring at him. Luo Yi couldn't help but be a little nervous, looking very shy and a little green throughout. The host passed the other microphone into Lono's hands. "What songs can you sing?" Su Bai Kanji asked in a cool voice. "The aura is strong. Su Bai Porridge on the stage is very oppressive. Luo Yi has a feeling that he is not worthy of it, and he is weak and does not dare to speak. All, whatever. Oh." Little stutter. Su Bai Kanji laughed in her heart, then said, "Since it's a male-female chorus, let's sing a simpler version of A Little Bit Sweet." A little sweet? Lono froze slightly. Luo Yi was still silent, while Wang de Hammer in the audience was going crazy, desperately signaling him with his eyes to hurry up and agree. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi suddenly felt a bit funny. Even the tension in his heart faded quite a bit. Yes. In the audience, Wang's Sledgehammer took the lead in shouting and applauding, and under his impetus, countless audience members hesitantly applauded. Many of them hadn't heard anything about who sang Rainy Day during military training. Although that video of Luo Yi singing, it was posted on the confession wall and was a minor hit. But the amount of publicity wasn't great, and even Wang de Hammer was betting on whether Su Bai Porridge had heard of it. But he was right. The audience thought no one could sing on the same stage with Su Baijiao after hearing her heavenly voice. The gaze that looked at Luo Yi at this moment also carried some skepticism. The accompaniment of A Little Bit Sweet plays as the host arranges it. The first verse was a male voice, and Lono let out a deep breath. The next moment he closed his eyes. The encounter with the fairy school sister floated in his mind, and Luo Ye's mood gradually relaxed. Opening his eyes again, his eyes had filled with tenderness. Since it's a love song, it's only right to sing it in an immersive way. He turned to look at Su Baijiao and slowly opened his mouth. Pick an apple and wait for you to pass through the door. Delivered to you to quench your thirst. Looking at Luo Ye's tender eyes at this moment, Su Baikanji's heart moved slightly. This kid, he does have a knack for singing. Like summer coke, like winter cocoa. You're the right character at the right time. Both sides sang to each other, and although Su Baiporridge's face remained unchanged, his eyes were no longer so cold compared to before. The opportunity to perform on the same stage as the fairy schoolmistress, Luo Yi would not let go. This time, he was going to use all his strength and bring out his full power. The audience, on the other hand, has long since gone from initially skeptical to enjoying it. At a closer look, Luo Yi is a little handsome and has a shy character, typical of an innocent young boy. Every single person listened attentively to the songs sung by the two on stage. I don't know why, the wound hasn't healed yet. You just broke into my heart with the most romantic chorus, and you gently seconded it. Eyes firm up our choices. Singing over, the audience erupted into an even more boisterous applause than before. The host walked onto the stage, took the microphone in Luo Ye's hand, and said excitedly, I never thought I would hear such singing in the welcome party. Thanks to student Su Baijiao and the schoolmate for making this welcome party more meaningful. I hope you all have a rich and colorful college experience, and I wish you success in your studies. This is the end of this orientation party. Please leave in an orderly fashion. Walking out of the welcome party site, Wang Sledgehammer put his arm around Luo Ye's shoulder. How about it, wild child? What's it like to sing on the same stage as Goddess Su? Lono didn't hesitate. It would be an honor. Then, Wang Sledgehammer smiled wryly. This opportunity is given to you by your hammer brother. You have nothing to show. Week's breakfast okay. 1 month. No, 2 weeks at the most. Deal. Seeing Wang de Hammer's treacherous look, Luo Ye's face darkened. Pitted. But think of the scene at the orientation party when Wang Sledgehammer stood up. Luo Ye's heart warmed again. Don't look at Wang Sledgehammer, usually lewd to the extreme, but when it comes to the critical moment, it is time to take action, and will not fall off the chain in the slightest. National good roommate Wang Sledgehammer. When he returned to his dorm room, Shin Xiao was still playing games on his bed. Not bad, you too. Shin Xiao marveled. The video of brother Luo Yi and Su Baijiao's chorus is spreading like crazy in the school group and the confession wall. They say it's a match made in heaven. Wang de Hammer got close to Luo Yi with a sly smile. Wild child, are you really interested in Su Baiporridge? No. Luo Ye's face changed and he denied it without hesitation. Seeing him like this, Shin Xiao and Wang de Hammer looked at each other and smiled at each other. This kid, he can't lie. Nua-chan, if you like it, just go for it. Dad supports you. Wang Sledgehammer said. However, if you really get together with Su Baijiao, I think all the boys in the school will want to kill you. And of course, I don't think Su Baijiao will be able to look at you. It's not that I'm looking down on you, brother, no matter what. There's some reason why people are called iceberg goddesses. She's probably not even interested in males. Say what? Li Haoyang walked in, his face full of spring. Dig it. Why are you boys face rosy? Are you going on a date? Li Haoyang laughed nervously and said, Classmate Lu Bingxin invited me to the cafeteria. What? Lu Bingxin? Wang Sledgehammer looked at Li Haoyang with eyes like he had sunk a dog. Why would Iceheart ask you out when she obviously likes me? At those words, Luo Yi and Shin Xiao were speechless to the extreme. Lu Bingxin, a long-legged loli, has a height of 170, the same height under the girl is even taller. Wang Daham, if he and Lu Bingxin walk together, it is estimated that the latter are higher than him. Look at our brother Hao Yang, a muscular man with a long-legged lolicon. Isn't that what it's all about? I didn't realize that coach usually looks a bit naive, but playing friends is beyond my reach. Luo Yi sighed. Don't be ridiculous. I was on my way to the office to run an errand for the counselor, and Ryu just happened to be there, so I just stopped by for dinner. Oh, just stopped by for dinner. The three men were shifty and skeptical. Go, hack away. Come. Is brother Luo Yi coming? That has to come. Opening his cell phone, Luo Yi suddenly remembered that he hadn't looked at Green Bubble for a long time, so he glanced at it in passing and found several unread messages. From Xiao Jiasu. Is that muscular guy pretending to be a senior in the same dorm room as you? He was there the last time I saw you in the cafeteria. He's acting class president now. Muscle man is so handsome. Yes, you can Lono. I heard you sang in military training. Lono, what are you doing? Really just don't read the messages? I don't believe it, you just don't reply on purpose. Really doesn't get back to me. I'm convinced. Lono was puzzled for a moment. Who's this again? He hadn't memorized all the people in his class. But soon, the corners of Luo Ye's mouth twitched as he finally remembered. How could he have forgotten about this talkative young lady? Chapter 9. Don't talk. There's a girl. Luo Yi was from the capital, and among his classmates there was another hometown in the capital, so the two quickly connected. After all, it was nice to have a caretaker between their old folks when they were far away. But after adding the contact information, Luo Yi regretted it. Because this Su Xiaojia is a chatterbox. I forgot to look at the green bubble. 7 words. Not yet waiting for Luo Yi to send out. Wang Sledgehammer will urge. Grind what Luo Yi brother. Hurry up on the number. Good. Closing the green bubble, Luo Yi logged into King of Glory. Luo Yi is also a good hand at playing this game, although it is not the top kind, but among the road users it is also the kind of wild king brother who can take flight. Old man see up. Wang Sledgehammer's Marco Polo dumped a big move into the group battle, hitting a huge wave of bloodshed before being gloriously killed by the perfect jobber. Then Lono Kai father violently into the group, a knife a little friend, easy to harvest the head. Hammer, how many times have I said that I'll start the group and you'll be in charge of collecting heads so that neither of us will die, but it turns out that you have to start the group by yourself. Luo Yi said. Heh, don't talk, I'm Marco Detail to open a group. Detail to die in battle, it's all detail you can't learn. Lono? With a big question mark over his head, Lono led the crowd in preparation for the second drive. During that half-month of military training, Luo Yi led the crowd to have rushed to the peerless segment of King's 30-odd stars. After playing the game he had to spend another 3 hours or so coding and updating, so much so that he didn't get much rest and wore a pair of dark circles under his eyes every day. Today, Dormitory 515 is ready to play games again. Don't open it first. There are no girls, it's no fun. I'll see if there are any girls among the people in the neighborhood. Wang Sledgehammer said. With your skills, you're still leading a sister? Don't think that you think you're great just because you've hit Wushuang. We're all in this segment because brother Luo Yi brought us flying. Suddenly, a request for an invitation appeared in Luo Ye's game interface. Love hot pot. Does she play King too? Lono agreed to the application. Seeing the girl's avatar that suddenly appeared, Wang de Hammer excitedly said, Hold your tongue. There's a girl. He thought he'd invited them in from the lobby after all. He'd just invited a bunch of girls. Love the hot pot to get into the lineup. Hello, is there a mic? Wang Sledgehammer opened his voice and asked directly. Yes. Love of hot pot was only one word, but Wang de Hammer was unusually excited. It's a high-pitched imperial voice that makes you surly when you hear it. Holy, you hammer this handful. One pull is a royal lady. Luo Yi was speechless to the extreme. Can't you see this is my game, buddy? Open. Wang Sledgehammer couldn't wait. For 30-something starless, with a King 48-starred love of hot pot, entered the game. But soon Wang de Hammer realized that this girl only said one word in the group interface the whole time. The game, however, is typed throughout. Choose the hero interface. Love to eat hot pot, very understanding of the choice of the auxiliary position. After all, the girl to understand the human condition, around the 4 fierce man which has her play place. She chose Yao Mei, the fielder who followed Lono from the start. Originally, she was thinking of taking the time to help the shooter, but as a result, she realized that this Marco Polo pulled a batch. Vegetable chicken. How did this kind of rookie get on the no-show? That's why Yogi chose to follow the field the entire time. Polo alone stayed on the lower road, dealing with enemy shooters and assistants, and occasionally had to face sneak attacks from the middle road and the field, and even Guan Yu from the enemy's confrontation road often came around the back. Help! After 0-6, Wang de Hammer once again opened his voice and complained bitterly. Yao Yao, come quickly. Princess Yo-Yo was unmoved. If the shooter is not effective, the auxiliary following the shooter is a buy one get one free, giving 2 heads to the opposite side at once. In the end, this set was unsurprisingly lost even though Luo Yi had gotten a quad kill once, but it was too resistant to his teammates being too pitiful, and it looked like Love Eat Hot Pot, who had some strength, had taken a Yao Mei that didn't have much killing power. No more fights, no more fights. It's been a day of gaming, and it's stupid to fight anyone else. Xin Chao exited the game. Seeing this, 0-11 Marco Polo, Wang's Sledgehammer finally realized the problem. He bit her face. said, I'm not going to play either. I'm going to go play the man machine to practice my skills. Li Haoyang scratched his head, hesitated for a moment and then also quit the game. Then his fingers kept typing on the screen and didn't know who he was chatting with. Only Lono and the love of fondue remain. No more fighting. Lono typed those 3 words out and then exited the game. Next moment. Love Hot Pot invites you into the group. Lono was once again pulled in. 3 stars short of glory. In the typing field, the other typed this. No problem. I'll take you. No, you assist. Love Eat Hot Pot dropped this comment, leaving Lono in a daze. Before he could react, the other party had already started matching. Let him assist? Lono was filled with confusion, but he didn't care about location. Choose Master Lupin for the opening round. It's a solid inning. 3rd floor teammate. Can Master Luban play? If you don't know how to play, change, don't pit. Love Hot Pot. Shut up. 3rd floor teammate. Heh. Chick is pretty protective. Is this your man? Love Hot Pot. The enemy has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. Lono followed the Hot Pot loving operative shooter all the way to put Master Lupin's skills to good use. All the way down, Luo Yi, the auxiliary, had more heads than his 3rd floor teammates. Soon after, 3 consecutive games were won, and Luo Yi and Love Eat Hot Pot joined forces to bring Love Eat Hot Pot segment to King of Glory. Nice assist. Love the Hot Pot typing out these words. You're pretty showy too. The 2 were polite to each other, and then Luo Yi typed, Do you play King too? I thought you only played chicken. Love Hot Pot. Play them all. She just logged into the game out of habit to take a look and happened to see Luo Yi online as well. After all, she plays games either solo or with other girls. It's also just Inside Chicken where a game hitchhiker will join her. Luo Yi opened the information interface of Love Eating Hot Pot and found that the other party is actually Jiangcheng City, the 7th son Shangxiang. That's nothing, the important thing is that she is also in Jiangcheng. Lono, are you in Jiangcheng too? Love Hot Pot. River City University. Seeing this, Luo Yi was slightly surprised in his heart. Could it be that the person Gu Mingxian pulled in at first was his colleague? Lono, hello teacher. Love Hot Pot. Su Bai Kanji almost couldn't hold back her laughter when she saw the sentence good teacher. To be able to make an iceberg goddess laugh, this elementary school brother is also considered capable. Love Hot Pot. I'm a student. Seeing those 4 words, Luo Yi was stunned. Gu Mingxian even dragged his students to play the game with him in the first place. He then found it troublesome to type and simply turned on the microphone. Hi there. Didn't realize we were alumni eh? Lono hadn't even mic'd her when he played chicken with her. But since he was an alumnus, there was a good chance that Hot Pot would be his real-life friend soon. Love to Eat Hot Pot did not open the mic, but directly withdrew from the group interface so fast that Luo Yi did not even react. On the other side, the girls' dormitory. Su Bai Kanji was startled by Luo Ye's voice and hurriedly quit the game. She's never open-mic'd in the game and usually blocks people who do. She is very social fear in the network, so it has been so long only to recognize Luo Yi a game friend, where Gu Mingxian took the line. But internet friends become real friends, it's exciting but kind of fun. I don't know how. Su Bai Kanji's mind flashed back to the rain that day, and the youth's tender face. The iceberg goddess's face gave a slight lurch, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 10 Talking late into the night. At night, Lono tossed and turned in his bunk, unable to sleep. The dormitory echoed with Li Haoyang's clear snoring. Although it was noisy, he had heard it for half a month and had long gotten used to the sound. In his mind, recalling what just happened in the game, he couldn't help but open the chat interface and send a message to Love Hot Pot. Lono, are you a schoolmate? Su Bai Kanji, who was organizing her room in the teacher's apartment, heard the message beep, saw the message, and replied to the other party. Love Hot Pot. Seeing this, Luo Yi then realized that the 2 girls he pulled in when he was playing the game with Gu Mingxian were mostly his students. This guy even pulled his own students in to play games, so as a teacher his conscience does not hurt. But Gu Mingxian taught computer science. Could it be that this schoolmate was also a computer science major? With that thought, Lono sent another message. Lono, so you know Sister Su Baijiao? Seeing this message, Su Bai Porridge sat down on the sofa, and a hint of bad taste suddenly surfaced in his heart. Professor Gu's younger brother, the little boy who killed it all in the game, was such a shy and simple person in reality. Love of Hot Pot. Recognize it and know it well. Lono froze slightly. He had only asked casually, not realizing that the other party not only knew him, but but also knew him well. Having gotten this answer, Luo Yi instead didn't know what to say, and even had some nervousness in his heart. His delay in replying made Su by porridge cross his legs, and a few moments later he took the initiative to ask, "Love hot pot. Fancy her?" Seeing these 4 words, Luo Yi couldn't help but make a big red face even though he was lying on the bed in the boys' dormitory. With his looks and grades, there were a lot of girls who liked him even when he was growing up. But because of the goddess he's had a crush on for 3 years, he's turned down all the advances from other girls. Also, his parents met in college, so Lono didn't want to fall in love until college. He's still an innocent schoolboy to this day, hasn't had a single relationship, and is even worse at dealing with girls. After a long silence, Lono replied with a no. The corners of Su by Kanji's mouth hooked up slightly. 2 words and a 3-minute hesitation. With a face like hers, there are suitors for any look. But it was the first time she had met a primary schoolmate as innocent as this. "Lono, what's your name, sister?" Su by Kanji thought about it and sent a name over. "Love hot pot. Qin Yuan." The 2 girls that Gu Mingxian had pulled into the game in the first place were her and Qin Yuan, so it made sense to report Qin Yuan's name at this time. Lono, what a coincidence. The name Qin Yuan was not unfamiliar to Luo Yi. This is Hammer's dream girl. Thinking, Luo Yi sent another message. "My roommate likes you. King Sledgehammer?" Seeing this, Su by Kanji couldn't help but smile slightly, only feeling somewhat amused. What kind of person talks to a girl like that? Without realizing it, the 2 had talked late into the night. Su by Kanji talking to Luo Yi always felt as if she was conversing with a small child. She loved the feeling that the other woman's words revealed a clear stupidity. But this night, Luo Yi had been asking about Su Baijiao. It's just that, by the end of the conversation, Lono couldn't even say the words he wanted. Green bubbles. After all, he and his love of fondue had always played games on Snap. And Su by porridge green bubble, almost only relatives and some better relations with female friends. Su by Kanji smiled slightly and typed in Qin Yuan's name. "I'll push it to you. I'm familiar with her. Love hot pot. Green bubble QR code." It's just that Luo Yi was really sleepy and fell asleep without realizing it. Su by Kanji frowned when she realized that there was a delay in adding her green bubble, and there was no reply to the message on her button. Is this little stutterer asleep? Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow, looking at the hundreds of chats with Luo Yi on her phone and the still unpacked room around her, revealing a contemplative expression. What has she done this one night? Then, her frown spread again and she murmured, "It's nothing to add a green bubble to help Professor Gu take care of his brother." When Luo Yi woke up, he opened his cell phone and saw the last 2 messages sent by Qin Yuan yesterday. He then saw a green bubble QR code. Qin Yuan says it's Su Baigo's. Lanaroi couldn't sleep at all. Fairy schoolgirls green bubbles? Luo Yi directly clicked in and saw Fairy School Sisters' green bubble personal homepage. They don't have friends yet, so they can't see the circle of friends, and they can only see the nickname of the Fairy School Sister. Just call Su by porridge, plain and simple, and use their own name as a green bubble name. Speaking of which, Lono's name is Falling Leaves, and the game is called Falling Leaves Returning to the Roots, which is a direct use of his name, albeit in a harmonic way. What to do, to add or not to add. But I don't think the fairy schoolmistress knows herself yet, right? Did he claim to be the boy you sang with at the freshman party? Or is it about dodging the rain together on the first day of school? With Su by Kanji's character, how could these reasons not be passed by her? And once rejected, he shouldn't get a second chance. Lono sat on the bed and hesitated. The first class was at 8:30, and he woke up at 7 o'clock and froze until 8:10. Brother Luo Yi, what are you doing sitting there foolishly? You're going to be late if you don't get up. Li Haoyang reminded. Huh? Oh, right away. Lono turned off his cell phone and hurriedly began to get dressed. In first period, Lono looked at a green bubble QR code and gawked. The heads of the 3 roommates next to him looked at him in unison. You've been looking at it for half a day? To add or not to add? Shin Chao laughed from the side. Tried to add, didn't dare. Luo Yi said weakly. After all, this was the green bubble of Jiangda's schoolgirl. What can he do? And what if you add it if it's rejected? Shin Chao scanned the QR code business card, saw the words, Su by porridge on it. Slightly stunned. The corners of his mouth then hooked up slightly as he reminded, Brother Luo Yi, let me ask you, what is your relationship with her now? Stranger. So what are you afraid of? Shin Chao asked again. At those words, Luo Yi came to his senses. Yeah, what's he afraid of? He had never had the chance to get to know the fairy schoolmistress in the first place, so the worst that could happen now was just to keep the status quo. Thinking of this, Luo Yi directly typed his name in the friend request, without saying any other reason, and directly applied to become a friend. Finally, he turned his cell phone off. Xin Xiao was surprised. Why did you turn off your cell phone? Lono looked back at him with difficulty. His movements slowed by nervousness. I'm afraid to look for fear of rejection. Xin Xiao. How can a college student have such a simple man? Oh no, this one looks like a boy. Chapter 11. Sister Chin. I'm finished. Classes in the third year of college, in fact, has been very little, coupled with Su by Porridge has now bailed out of graduate school, so recently have been busy with part-time work. Her family wasn't very rich, but as a talented computer science student, she had a lot of ways to make money. At this time, however, Su Baijiao, who stayed up late on a rare occasion yesterday, slept until noon the next day before opening her eyes. Her imperial-like figure was curled up on the bed, a pair of tantalizingly slender white jade legs clamped to the quilt, and the neckline of her nightgown exposed a large swath of snowy whiteness, which looked like a kitten-like lethargy. It was hard to imagine that the iceberg goddess of Jianyu would be this cute when she was sleeping. As for her reasons for staying up late, she herself is not very clear. Just somehow stay up late. Every time she was about to fall asleep, the slightest movement of her cell phone would make her sleepy. She didn't know what she was expecting. When she woke up, she opened her phone and saw a friend request. Falling leaves return to their roots. Sent a friend request. Remarks, Luo Yi. Seeing these two words, Su by Porridge became speechless. Who would agree with this elementary school brother? Adding girls like this? She didn't hesitate and simply agreed to the friend request. Her button posted a lot of photos of the activities of Jiangxing University, which she had to post as the student president. So she buttoned up her space to block Luo Yi. After all, just playing the game to know the netizens, she did not want her work to disturb her best friend outside of her college classmates. I wonder how this little boy, knowing that his game hitchhiker is the president of the JNU students, will react. On the other hand, after Luo Ye's 4 people finished their morning classes, the 4 of them exhaustedly arrived at the small restaurant across the street from the school. Even though the classes are seated, it's especially distracting to go all morning long in a row. What's more, they have an afternoon class and even an evening study session. It's Monday and the class schedule is filled, which means Hell Monday. 3 tails of beef noodles. Black pepper grilled pork over rice. 2 tails of chicken noodle. Afterward, the boss looked at Luo Yi and asked, "How about you, handsome?" Seeing Luo Yi absent-mindedly, Wang DeHammer pushed him and asked, "Wild child. Not active in eating. There is something wrong with your thoughts." "Huh? Oh, give me 2 tails of cassoulet with rice noodles." Hearing this, the surrounding people were collectively dumbfounded, and the corner of Wang's sledgehammer's mouth twitched. "Do you want to hear what you're saying? This kid is designated to be stupid in class. Give him the same beef noodles as me, eat beef, have strength." By the time the boss brought the noodles to Lono, he was still fuming. Xin Xiao sighed and said, "Brother Luo Yi, you have written unrequited love on your face?" "No!" Luo Yi exploded like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "And you?" Xin Xiao glanced at Li Haoyang again and said with a smile, "With the military training that Lu Bingxin good? Silly happy what?" Luo Yi and Li Haoyang, purely one upset and one clueless. Trenching. Wang's sledgehammer was shocked. "You've taken up with Bing Xian's sister?" Hey, not yet. But she asked me to go to the mall tonight." Looking at Li Haoyang's limbs developed and simple-minded appearance, Xin Xiao reminded, "Progressing too fast. Be careful of being cheated by the high-segment green TO. I forbid you to talk about Sister Bing Xian like that." Before Li Haoyang could react, Wang DeHammer was anxious first. Seeing this, the corner of Xin Xiao's mouth twitched, secretly saying, "You are the real licking dog." After this meal was over, Luo Yi looked at his cell phone, which had been turned off, with a torn face. If he's going to pay, he's got to turn it on. More than 3 hours had passed since he had added Fairy Sister's green bubble. He didn't just turn on the computer and see the rejection, did he? Wild child, what's the holdup? Make it quick. Listening to his roommate's urging, Luo Yi turned his cell phone on with a hard look on his face. Reboot requires you to re-enter your password. 362,589. The moment you enter the main interface, a message popped up. Su Baicho agreed to your friend request. The next moment, The word surprise was written all over Luo Ye's face. He paid as fast as he could and sprinted toward his roommates. After noticing the expression on his face, Shun Xiao laughed. It looks like he's agreed, but this is just the beginning. I know. Lono nodded. For him, being able to add to the green bubble of the fairy schoolmistress was already something to be very happy about. After a day of classes, the crowd was so physically exhausted that they didn't even have time to eat dinner. Except for Li Haoyang, this one has a date with a beautiful woman and a lot of energy. It's almost 8 o'clock, but the mall doesn't close until 10, so there's nothing wrong with a little stroll. Seeing Wang's sledgehammer and the three of them preparing to go back to their dormitory, Li Haoyang was puzzled. Aren't you guys going to join me? What? The originally exhausted Wang's sledgehammer instantly regained his vigor and said, We can be together? Yeah. Iceheart said one of her roommates was coming along, so she told me to call my roommate too. Good buddy. Wang's sledgehammer wrapped his arm around Li Haoyang's shoulder, with the look of being 2 for his brother. I'll pass. Xin Xiao wasn't interested in these things and prepared to go back to her dorm room alone. Me too. Luo Yi was just about to speak when Wang the Hammer pulled him over and said thievishly, Wild child, you have to come and follow your brother Hammer. Watch how your brother Hammer flirts with girls and learn. These words tickled Lono's interest. The other side. Su Baikanji returned to the women's dormitory to get her daily necessities that she didn't bring to the family building. Nowadays, there are only 2 people in the female dormitory, her and Qin Yuan, and the remaining 2, one entrepreneurial and one internship, do not live on campus. Qin Yuan belongs to the kind of family that has minds, so she's still swinging for the fences. After cleaning up, Su Baikanji sat on a chair with her hands propped up on her chin. Surprisingly, she was in a daze. Speaking of which, that little stutterer plus her hasn't sent a message until now. You obviously added me and you want me to initiate a message? Su Baikanji opened the chat interface with Luo Yi and sent the first message. You are? Luo Ye's cell phone was in his pocket and was in the middle of the mall, watching intently as Wang's sledgehammer flirted with the girls. The long-legged lowly Lu Bingxin's face value was naturally needless to say, and her roommate was even more astonishing, surprisingly, the freshman school beauty of their academy, Tang Enki. It was also the goddess Lono had crushed on for 3 years in high school. So embarrassing. I should have known better than to come. The 2 were obviously well-dressed, one with long legs in denim shorts and the other a delicate long dress fairy. Walking down the street, the turnaround rate is very high. However, the 2 women walked in the center, and beside the 2 women, on one side, there was the muscle-bound Li Haoyang, and on the other side, there was the somewhat thieving-looking Wang the Hammer. Luo Yi was at the side of Wang's sledgehammer. His head lowered and he didn't say a word. The combination of 2 women and 3 men kept a group of men trying to strike up a conversation at bay. After hearing the message tone, Luo Yi pulled out his cell phone and saw Su Baijiao's message. The fairy school sister asked who he was. Also right, the school sister does not know him yet. The first time he communicated with his fairy schoolmate online, Luo Ye's little heart fluttered, and he reached out his hand and replied in the chat interface. I'm Lono. He then seemed to think it was too official to return the message. Thinking that today he had paid attention to fairy sister's popularity in Jiangnan University, Luo Yi added another sentence. I'm a fan of yours. Receiving the message, the corner of Su Baijiao's mouth curled slightly, and her slender fingers started typing on the cell phone screen. Su Baikanji. I'm not a star. I don't need fans. Seeing this passage, Luo Ye's heart snapped. Don't need a fan. Means don't need him? He's not going to be deleted, is he? Lono got tangled up, not knowing what to say back next. Su Baikanji saw the other party delayed reply, thinking that it would not scare this little stuttering, right? Next moment, she received a message on her button. Lono. Screenshot of chat. Luo Yi. Sister Qin. I'm finished. Seeing this, Su Baikanji couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Chapter 12. Shopping at the mall. What? Qin Yuan, who was playing a game, heard the sound and looked over. What's wrong with you, porridge? How dare you giggle at your cell phone screen? You've been very off lately. Qin Yuan stood behind Su Bai Porridge and couldn't even play the game. It's your junior year. Porridge, you're not going to blossom this time of year, are you? You guess. Su Baikanji smiled mysteriously. Looking at her roommate's expression, Qin Yuan put down her cell phone and exclaimed, There's a problem, a big problem. With no place to vent her intense gossip, Qin Yuan was going crazy. Su Baikanji ignored her and instead messaged Luo Yi on the button. Loves hot pot. She's like that as a person, and by agreeing to your friend request, she's willing to get to know you. Lono, really? Loves fondue. Really? I'm her roommate and know her very well. In a word, all sincerity, no lies. Soon, her green bubble came back with news of Lono. This elementary school brother is really simple. Looking at Luo Yi, who had been looking down at his cell phone, with his fingers still poking and prodding at it, Lu Bingxin curiously asked, "Chatting with your girlfriend?" "Huh? No." In the face of other girls, Luo Yi behaved not so childishly, and even had a vaguely masculine demeanor. Little brother is so handsome. Surprisingly, he doesn't have a girlfriend. Lu Bingxin said playfully. Afterwards, Lu Bingxin pulled Tang Enki over and said, "Classmate Luo Yi, I think, no one doesn't want to fall in love. They just haven't met one they like. Look at my Kiki. She has a good body. She's pretty. Her grades are good. You really won't be impressed?" Suddenly pulled over. Tang Enki seemed a bit shy as she blinked her eyes, her pretty eyelashes moving, and somewhat coyly lowered her head as she said, "Luo Yi-san, it's been a long time." Those who didn't know thought that she was shy, but in reality, only Luo Yi knew that she should be as embarrassed as herself at this moment. Wild child. How? Wang de Hammer's eyes were glazed over, and Lu Bingxin blinked. Obviously, she knew that Tang Enki and Luo Yi knew each other. When she was in the women's dormitory, she had heard from Tang Enki that a boy had confessed to her after the high school entrance exam. Speaking of which, Tang Enki actually had a crush on this boy, but she just didn't know how to reply to each other. After all, she'd heard that Luo Yi was an orphan and probably didn't have a very good family, so she'd agonized over it all summer without an answer. But if Lono showed potential in college, she could give the other woman a chance to woo her. At this moment, Luo Yi looked at her eyelashes, which seemed to have a strange thing, and couldn't help but ask, "What's this?" "Huh? What?" Tang Enki was surprised. At this time, Wang de Hammer pulled Luo Yi aside and whispered, "Wild child, don't you know about double eyelid stickers?" "What? This thing can be posted." Luo Yi was astonished. "Don't you have a female around you to tell you this common sense?" Looking at Luo Ye's bewildered face, Wang Sledgehammer sighed. "Forget it, wild child. In a while you don't say anything. I see that Bingxin Beauty is trying to set you up with Tang Dame. Let's see how your hammer brother can help you know the beauty." "Don't." Luo Yi quickly shook his head. "Don't set it up." "What? Are you blind? That's Tang Enki, the freshman school flower. Such a good-looking beauty you say you don't want to know." Wang Sledgehammer was going crazy, itching to break open Luo Ye's head to see what was inside, to think that he wasn't even interested in beautiful women. In Luo Ye's cell phone, it was the last message Su by Kanji sent him, saying that she was arranging the student council's work log, so she would talk to him later. It's really hard for a senior to be doing homework this late at night. Luo Yi sent a message over, telling his schoolmate that he could take her to play games when she was tired from work. The packaged win kind. Luo Yi had no hope, but the older sister actually returned a good. In other words, schoolmates like to play games too. Common threads, this is important. As for why Lono would know this, Sister Qin Yuan told him. Sister Qin said that if you want to get to know a girl, you first need to find a common topic, and as Su by Kanji's roommate, she usually often sees Su by Kanji playing games inside the dormitory. It also said that Su by Kanji has always been solo and has always lost, and no one plays with her. That's when Lono said he could win with a flying bag. "Thank you, Ms. Qin Yuan, for giving him so many hard goods." In the female dormitory, Qin Yuan, who was playing a game, suddenly sneezed and wondered, "Strange, who's been thinking about me lately? Why are you always sneezing?" Soon, on the cell phone interface, there were two big words, "failed." Lost again. Qin Yuan wanted to smash her cell phone, and Subai Kanji looked at her exasperated appearance and said, "1-1, will you play the game later? You're going to take me flying?" Qin Yuan looked at her with glowing eyes. "No, my number is blocked. If you're not going to fight, lend me your number." "Of course you can. My invincible Tonto generation." Qin Yuan has been kneeling for a day straight. Free reps, don't take them for nothing. On Luo Ye's side, several people walked out of the mall with large bags. Wang de Hammer and Li Haoyang were filled with meat pain. "I spent $500 on dinner at the mall tonight alone, and then another 500 shopping with two girls. Of course they were paid for by the two boys, and of their own accord. Accompanying a beautiful woman out, there's no way they're going to let her pay." As for Luo Yi, he just paid for the meal, The rest of the things he went to the mall to buy had nothing to do with him. After all, it's not like he wanted to please these two girls. It was just that he was a little puzzled as to why Wang Dehammer and Li Haoyang's expressions were as if they had eaten. Isn't it just a couple $100? Although he grew up in his sister-in-law's house, his sister-in-law and her husband owned a company in the capital. With this heritage, they were able to produce Gu Mingxian, a multi-degree doctorate at a young age. Lono's parents died young, or died heroically as police officers, and have always been a source of pride for the family. Luo Yi, who stayed behind, was treated like a baby by his grandfather, and his sister-in-law's family treated him like their own son. So although Lono lost his parents when he was a child, he was not loved any less, and he was not from a poor family. What's more, he makes money from the novels he writes himself, so he hardly ever asks his family for living expenses. A few people returned to the school. The three of them sent the two girls back to the women's dormitory. During this time, Tang Enki walked beside Luo Yi intentionally or unintentionally, and kept peeking at Luo Ye's cell phone screen, seemingly curious about who he was chatting with. At the entrance to the women's dormitory, Tang Enki and Lu Bingxin enthusiastically said goodbye to them, with the latter even shouting, "Remember to bring that handsome guy left in your dorm room next time." "No problem. Wrap it up." Li Haoyang and Wang Dehammer swore like chicken blood. "Look at Lono for a moment. Sledgehammer, is this what you want to teach me about emotional intelligence? We don't know much about it, but we can see that you're being led around by the nose." The silhouettes of the two women drifted away and eventually disappeared completely. Wang Sledgehammer put his arm around Luo Ye's shoulders and laughed. "How was it? Did you learn anything?" "Sorry." Luo Ye pushed him away and said with a cold face, "I won't learn. I won't be a licking dog." "What did you say? Have you drifted away? Wild child." Wang Sledgehammer said angrily, "How can you get true love without the courage to become a licking dog?" At those words, Li Haoyang looked at him in shock. What's with the dog licking? Chapter 13. First date. In any case, today this time to accompany the two girls shopping, Wang Dehammer and Li Haoyang quarter of the cost of living light. At the end of this month, it's probably going to be dirt. Thinking about it, they went back to the dormitory and got bummed out. And Li Haoyang opened his cell phone when he lay on the bed and started chatting with Lu Bingxin. Money can't be spent in vain, and girls must be flirted with. Strike while the iron is hot and improve the relationship. And Wang Sledgehammer added Tang Enki's contact information and said hello on his cell phone. But the other guy simply won't get back to him. Wang Sledgehammer was very strange. Is Un Ji busy? In the dormitory, Xin Xiao looked at them and silently shook her head. No good can come of licking a dog. Then his gaze went to Luo Yi. He thought Luo Yi and Su Bai Porridge were more in play. It's intuition. Su Baizhou is a high-cool schoolgirl, but by mistake, she sings on the same stage with Luo Yi. Usually, this is a deliberate marriage arranged by God. King Sledgehammer. Hehehehe. And today he witnessed Luo Yi adding Su by kanji screen bubbles, and by the looks of things, the latter even agreed. This is clearly a play. Thinking of this, Xin Qiao sat on the bed and laughed out loud. Xin Qiao is really the highest emotional intelligence, a guess, unrivaled, famous detective, the man with the script in hand. The three people in the dormitory looked at Xin Qiao, who suddenly started laughing, as if they were looking at a fool. Wang Sledgehammer. Stupid B. Li Haoyang. Crazy. Lono. What happened? At that moment, Luo Ye's cell phone rang. It was Fairy Sister who sent him a message. Lono opened the chat interface, only to see the fairy schoolmate say that she was already busy and asked when he had time to take her to play the game. That must have been immediately. Subsequently, Su by Kanji sent over her game ID. The name is, I'm a big bear, feel free to do as you please. Luo Yi looked at the name and fell into deep thought. That fairy schoolgirl is a real contrast in the game to have a name like that. Maybe Fairy Sister is the type that's high-strung in reality and cheerful online. In the female dormitory, Su by Porridge looked at the name with a red face and couldn't help but say to Qin Yuan, shameless. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was confused. Then she straightened her full breasts and said suspiciously, Why are you scolding me? I've always had this name. Why didn't you have a problem with it before? She then noticed that Su by Kanji's group interface was two people, but didn't care. After all, Su by Kanji, besides her roommate who had a better relationship, also had a best friend who studied medicine at Jiangqing Medical University. I think she's playing a game in double team with her bestie. And Su by Porridge also put on the headset and opened the microphone to command on. Qin Yuan was basically sure that she was just playing a game with her best friend. After all, it must be a familiar face if it can make the network's social terror speak. However, although Subai Porridge turned on the microphone, he rarely spoke, belonging to that very cool style. But it was enough for Luo Yi. He could hear the fairy school sister's voice. His heart was so satisfied that he even had a very happy feeling. Boys who like girls are probably all like Luo Yi, easily satisfied. Luo Yi played as a support, and although he was better at playing the field, fairy schoolgirl asked him to support. Speaking of which, the style of the fairy sister playing the game is very similar to the Qin Yuan sister, worthy of being roommates, really have a tacit understanding. Played 5 games tonight and only lost 1. Luo Yi sighed. Sister doesn't play games like a vegetable. Unlike what Sister Qin said. Hearing the voice in the headset, Subai Kanji said softly, "It's not a dish. It's much better than Qin Yuan." Qin Yuan, who was brushing the video next to her, was suddenly named. She sat up and said with her teeth and claws open, "Porridge, I feel like you're cursing me." Her voice was so loud that it reached Luo Ye's side even though Su Baijiao was wearing headphones. Listening to Qin Yuan's lively voice, he laughed and said, "School sister Qin's personality isn't too different from the internet either. Do all girls have 2 faces? You can feel that way," Su Bai Kanji said faintly. Although the fairy schoolmate spoke coldly, she was replying to him seriously with every word. This meant that he was already a friend of the fairy school sister. Otherwise, with the fairy school sister's rumored character, she would definitely ignore him. It's all come to this. Luo Nguyen wants to ask fairy school sister to have a meal or not. What would be a better reason to use? Thinking of this, Luo Yi opened the button with Qin Yuan chat interface. Asked, "Qin, do you think Su will agree if I ask her out to dinner?" Seeing the message, Su Bai Kanji fell into deep thought and replied, "After knowing me for so long, you asked her out first, didn't you?" Seeing this, Luo Ye's expression froze. Righto, he and Qin's senior sister have known each other online for quite some time, and have played the game so many times, and now they're also in the same university by such a coincidence. But right now, he hadn't even met senior sister Qin, so in all reason, he should ask senior sister Qin to meet him first. Lono. But wouldn't it be bad for a guy to meet a girl alone? Seeing this, Su Bai Kanji replied, "Will not meet alone? You do not want to see Kanji? I will call on Kanji, but you cannot bring friends, Kanji social fear." Lono, yes. He added 3 exclamation points to express his excitement, then asked, "Do you have time tomorrow night? I know a great restaurant." It was the same restaurant that Wang Sledgehammer and Li Haoyang took the 2 girls to today. Love fondue, no time tomorrow. Lono, huh? Love hot pot. Kanji is usually busy, but has time on weekends. Lono, no problem. Roger that. Love to eat hot pot. You just came to Jiangcheng, you are not familiar with this place. I will treat you to dinner just as the cost of taking me to share with Kanji Porridge on the score, right? Lono, how is that a good idea? Love hot pot. That's it. Ending the chat, Lono was in a very happy mood. It turned out to be such a pleasure to play games and chat with your favorite people. But the internet keeps saying that being in love makes you stupid. He didn't think so, he thought he was smart as hell now. With anticipation, Luo Yi gradually fell asleep. In the dormitory, the sound of Li Haoyang's snoring echoed, as well as Wang Dehammer's dreamy words. Soon, the weekend. Lono went behind his roommates' backs and ran off alone to the barbershop across the street from the school to get a blowout. Because he can't blow it himself. As for why he hid it from his roommate, because he didn't want to make it known until there were results. After all, the person he was asking out was the high-flying schoolgirl of Jiang University. So he couldn't afford to be the slightest bit sloppy. What's more, after his observation, the whole dormitory, except for Shinchao, the remaining 2 is simply a hit face. Pressure simply will not flirt with girls. It's better to let them advise than to do it yourself. They'll just add to the confusion. Luo Yi let the barber comb a bangs 3-7, so that Luo Yi already handsome face is more plus sunshine. It just looks like a big sunny boy. Luo Yi was also fooled into getting a card by the barber, and left the tiny barbershop under the barber's enthusiastic cheer. Today is the first official weekend of classes after military training. Know it all. The hormones that sprouted in men and women during the freshmen's military training, as well as the schoolmates who had long been waiting for an opportunity to ask out their younger siblings, were almost all concentrated at the entrance of the school today. Men and women, visible to the naked eye, appeared in pairs at the school gates, as well as 7 or 8 people in a couple of small groups, both men and women talking and laughing. Lono was suddenly a little nervous. It wasn't that he hadn't gone out with girls, but in the case of just him being a boy, he'd only ever gone shopping with his sister-in-law. Chapter 14, My Treat. Luo Yi sent a message to the Qin Yuan on the button and found that the other party did not reply to him. He sent another message to Su by Porridge on Green Bubble, and the other party still didn't reply. What's the situation? Is this the legendary pigeonholing? Luo Yi crouched on the ground, looking at the chat interface that was delayed in replying, with a frustrated expression on his face. However, he wouldn't blame Qin Yuan and Su by Porridge. They were both juniors and the latter was still the president of the student union. It was normal for them to be delayed by other things. He's just sad. But suddenly, there was a tick in my ear. Luo Yi looked up, only to see a pink four-wheeled chopped fish head pull up in front of him, with double blinkers on. Just when he was wondering, Love the Hot Pot returned the message. Get in the car. 2 words popped up, and Luo Yi looked at the pink chopped fish head in front of him in surprise. Is this Sister Qin's car? No wonder you don't answer messages. You're driving. Luo Ye's heart was a little excited, and he opened the door to the passenger side of Chopperhead with a sense of trepidation. And there was only one person in the car, and that was Su by Porridge sitting in the driver's seat. Luo Yi began to get nervous and stammered. Where is Xian? Su's senior sister. Qin. Qin's senior sister? She had something to do, but didn't want to stand someone up, so she entrusted me with it. At those words, Luo Yi couldn't help but give Qin Yuan a thumbs up in his heart. I thank you, Sister Qin. My Lono's life is extraordinarily wonderful because of you. A certain Qin woman sneezes in the women's dormitory. Because he was so nervous, Luo Yi didn't even realize one of the most crucial things. That is, obviously Qin Yuan is not even in the car. Why just send him a message is love to eat hot pot. Once again having such a close proximity to the fairy schoolmistress, Luo Yi was already nervous and his brain went blank. He took back what he'd said last night. Falling in love really does make you stupid. Not to mention the fact that he's only monogamous right now. If this is really in love, then in the future, in front of the fairy schoolmistress, wouldn't he only be ABA all day long? Su by Kanji is wearing a khaki-colored vintage long dress today, and her face is wearing light makeup, mainly a little lipstick. You should know that Su Baijiao usually never wore makeup. In the car, no one said anything, just like that day under the eaves to hide from the rain. Still Luo Yi took the initiative to open his mouth. Su school sister? Is this your car? Well, just bought it. It wasn't expensive. She worked part-time for 2 years in college and saved up to buy a $40,000-ish chopper. Well, at least being a talented computer girl from a prestigious university, it wasn't a difficult task for her to make so much money in 2 years while she was in school. Su by Kanji's car skills are very stable, that high-cool schoolgirl who is known as an iceberg goddess in Jiangnan University. When she drives, she is also not much different from an ordinary girl. She drove carefully, her eyes moving back and forth between the front of the car and the left and right mirrors. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi was a bit nervous and said, School. Sister, are you? Well, I picked up my license last week and this is my first time on the road. At those words, the corner of Luo Ye's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for the fact that the one driving was a fairy schoolmate, he would have hated to shout to get out of the car right away. He used to ride in his sister-in-law's car and the follow-up was a crash. Nothing happened to him, but his sister-in-law was laid up in the hospital for half a month, and it scared him so much that he never dared to ride in a car driven by his sister-in-law again. Su. Sister Su. Should you? Or should I come? At that, the car stopped at the side of the road. Su by Porridge opened the door and went around the front of the car, already standing in front of the passenger door. Lono hesitantly opened the door and stepped out of the car, only to see Su by Kanji quickly sit on the passenger side of the car and fasten the seatbelt. There was no delay in her movements, and almost as soon as she heard Luo Ye's words, she sat in the passenger seat as if she had fled. After Luo Yi sat in the driver's seat, Su by Porridge asked as if she were nothing, You have a driver's license? There. Took the test over the summer. Su by Kanji sat next to her, emitting a scent that mesmerized Luo Yi. And on the steering wheel, there were some slightly wet handprints. Not surprisingly, this would be nervous sweat. The fairy sister drove the car from the classroom apartment to the school entrance. I guess she was nervous all the way, so it was no wonder she was so dry in the passenger seat. Luo Ye's car skills are very good, and because Su by Kanji is right next to him, his car skills are invariably on a higher level. Following the navigation, Lono drove to a park. River City Park. After parking the car, Luo Yi was puzzled. School. Sister, what are we doing here? Subai Kanji glanced at him and said, It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Don't you want to find a place to kill time and let's go straight to dinner? Lono was stunned. Also right. Subai Jiao then asked, Do you usually stutter too? Nope. Lono then realized that he had been stuttering from the start. Finally coming back to his senses at this point, he stroked his tongue and said, No. A little nervous about being out alone with a girl for the first time. Upon hearing this, Subai Kanji didn't say anything. The fact that he was able to adjust once he realized it meant that he really wasn't a stutterer, just subconsciously nervous upon seeing himself. Heh, still a little boy who hasn't had much contact with girls. The two were walking side by side through the park. The combination of their young and beautiful women created an ornamental picture in an already cozy atmosphere. There was a distance, if any, between the two. This was not something Subai Kanji intentionally spaced out. Quite the opposite, this was Luo Ye's doing. The first time he went out for a walk with a girl, and since they weren't familiar with each other yet, it seemed to him that keeping his distance was the way to go. And last time, Wang Sledgehammer, Li Haoyang and the others, they fought the first time they met. Luo Yi didn't like that. Of course, this doesn't mean that what Wang de Hammer did with Li Haoyang was wrong. It's just that everyone has different personalities and different ways of getting along. Lono just likes to take it a little at a time. The more the process, the more the relationship becomes indestructible. But in this age of fast food, few people will take their time with him. But he's not going to change himself just because of that. After all, it's only rarely, it's not like there aren't any. Wait and see. There will always be someone willing to accompany him little by little. It was a beautiful day, unlike the first meeting between the two, when it rained heavily. Being able to stroll in the park with a fairy schoolmate was something that the Luo Yi of a few days ago wouldn't have dared to even think about. Mainly thanks to Sister Qin Yuan, everything was due to her. In the park, the two passed a small charter bus selling ice cream. Luo Yi asked, Sister Su, do you want to eat ice cream? After asking, he regretted it. Last night, he had looked up a lot of tips so that he could behave a little better in his first official meeting today. One of them is a top priority. When you buy something for a girl, don't ask her if she wants it, but just buy it for him. But Subai porridge is a little out of the ordinary. When she heard this question, she immediately raised her eyebrows and said, You want to eat? Yes, I'll treat you. In one sentence, directly Lono will not be whole. And without looking back, Subai Kanji walked directly to the ice cream cart. It also looked like she didn't have much experience with boys, and her behavior was a little stiff. Chapter 15. The little things are interesting. Without giving Luo Yi a chance to refuse, Subai porridge had already bought the ice cream over. I didn't know what flavor you like, so I bought original and chocolate. Which one do you want? Lono wavered between the two hands of the fairy schoolmistress, seemingly very hesitant. He likes chocolate, but the original flavor feels good too. Seeing this, Subai porridge asked, What's your sign? Scales. Hardly. What about you, schoolteacher? Scorpion. Hardly. Though the schoolteacher was cold, the two had an almost constant stream of conversation during their first official meeting. Seeing Luo Yi still hesitating, Subai Kanji directly shoved the chocolate-flavored ice cream into his hands because she liked the original flavor. As he walked, Luo Yi unconsciously slowed down his pace and followed behind the fairy schoolmate. He pulled out his cell phone and took a quick picture of Subai Jiao's back. Then, with a happy heart, he quickened his pace and walked back to his schoolmate. Subai Kanji glanced at him and didn't say anything. She had just used the black screen mapping of her phone to realize that Luo Yi was sneaking off to take pictures behind herself. It was just a back shot, so she didn't think anything of it. The fact that Luo Yi was so careful to even take a picture of his back shows that he never even took a picture of his front face. He just wanted a picture of his back. Looking at him, it seemed like he still wanted to secretly treasure it, like a small animal that finds some treasure and hides it. She didn't understand what was the point of taking pictures of a back that you couldn't even see the face of. She's wearing a long dress today that doesn't even show her legs. So what's a back shot? But looking at Luo Ye's snickering expression, Subai porridge unconsciously began to get curious. Why can he be so happy with a picture of his back? Would he be so happy he'd take off if he was photographed face to face, or even in a group photo? Associated with the second sentence he posted on Green Bubble last time, saying he was a fan. That's pretty much like being a competent little fan then. Suddenly, Luo Ye's cell phone rang. 5:15 dormitory group. Wang Sledgehammer at Luo Yi. Wild child, where's your boy? Wang Sledgehammer. You're an outsider who's not familiar with the area. And you don't go out alone in your dormitory on weekends? Shen Xiao. There is a situation. Oh. Li Hao Yang. Picture. Wang Sledgehammer. Crouching birth, pure birth. You even went on a date with the great beauty Bing Xian. Listening to the lively commotion in the group, Lono closed his cell phone. These things, he might as well pretend he didn't see them. After all, he couldn't really explain the current situation. But for now, it looks like their dormitory fitness instructor is being taken by the long-legged loli yet. This every other day to eat a meal together, and the weekend to play together, say cannot become the first he did not believe. But they've only known each other for less than a month. Maybe Lono is too simple. He had first met his fairy schoolmate on the first day of school, and had only just added the green bubble by now. Of course, the first time Subai Kanji saw him was the day before the freshman started, and sent him to the station, only the latter didn't know about it. There was no way the two could just skate around the park for an afternoon. After they had walked almost all over the place, Subai Kanji brought Luo Yi to an afternoon tea. To be honest, Lanaroi didn't know what afternoon tea was for. 3 meals a day, why do you need an extra afternoon tea? But at this moment, looking at the fairy school sister sitting in front of herself, with a cup of coffee in front of the table, Luo Ye's heart stirred and he couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Fairy schoolgirls are so classy. Drink. Su Baigui put on his black eyeglass frames, took out a copy of the Sherlock Holmes mysteries from his bag, and began to read it. Drink. Can't get used to coffee, Lono said weakly. There was also a plate of cupcakes on the table and some nuts. Lono has been looking at the menu for half a day now. But the fairy sister wearing glasses look also good beautiful. Simply cannot move eyes. In the end, Lono decided to drink the same as his fairy sister. Seeing this, Subai Kanji said lightly, "It's bitter. I didn't add sugar. Doesn't matter." Luo Yi said confidently, "I just love suffering." Is schoolteacher a fan of Sherlock Holmes? Lono wondered. No. Su Baijiao looked at the book and denied it. Luo Yi glanced at Su Baijiao's black eyeglass frames without a trace. This appears to be just the frame with no lenses inside. After noticing this, Lono asked again, "Then schoolteacher should be a fan of the Shinigami pupils, right?" "Oh? What makes you think that?" Subai Kanji got curious. Seeing Fairy Sister's reaction, Luo Yi knew that he had guessed correctly. So he said, "Shinigami elementary school students, same type of glasses, coupled with the fact that you don't like Sherlock Holmes yet you're reading this book. I'm guessing that you're reading it because Shinigami elementary school student likes Sherlock Holmes." Subai Kanji nodded silently. That's true enough. Lono was able to guess because he used to be a veteran Shinigami elementary fan. After all, both his parents were police officers. He had also gone through all the Sherlock Holmes novels because the deaf elementary student was a veteran Sherlock Holmes fan. New one word, wow, chair touching your stomach. Luo Ye's eyes suddenly glazed over as he feigned a deep voice. Subai Kanji froze. The waitress who was bringing the coffee over tried to stifle her laughter. Luo Yi awkwardly withdrew his hand and rubbed the back of his head. Didn't hold back. He. Didn't hold back. This guy is kinda cute. Subai Kanji laughed in his heart and continued to focus on the book. Lono took a shallow sip of coffee. Then the brows knit together. So bitter. Subai Kanji said to the waiter next to her, "Take 2 packs of candy." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi hurriedly shook his head and said, "Senior sister, no need. I can do it." Subai Kanji looked at him expressionlessly and said, "If you can't drink the bitter, then drink the sweet. It's not something to be ashamed of. Just be yourself." Hearing this, Luo Yi looked at Su Baijiao dumbfounded. Fairy school marms have long, beautiful-looking eyelashes. Though it seems cold, it's a gentle person yet. After putting in the 2 packets of sugar, Lono stirred a few times and took another taste. Coffee is bitter, but it can be sweet when you put sugar in it. It's delicious. Lono gulped it down. Subai Kanji didn't say anything either, just continued to read the book. The afternoon slipped away. As dusk was approaching, Subai Porridge closed the book. And Lono had fallen asleep on the table. This little stutterer, obviously bored out of his mind, froze and didn't say a word, but then he ended up laying down on the table and started to sleep. Subaijo didn't wake him up. A bad idea popped into her mind. She pulled out her cell phone and snapped a picture of Lono's sleeping face. Luo Ye's eyes were slightly closed, his eyelashes fluttering gently as he immersed himself in a sea of dreams, as if he were a carefree teenager hidden among the flowers. Looking at Luo Ye's appearance in the photo, Su Baijiao murmured, "Not bad looking." She then sent the photo to Gu Mingxian, who was far away. Soon the latter replied with a question mark. Gu Mingxian? Then he replied, No, love disciple. Why is my brother asleep in front of you? I asked you to take care of my brother, you don't want to pick him up. Do you? Looking at this reply, Su Baikanji fell silent and then closed the chat interface. She looked at the simple elementary school student in front of her with a thoughtful expression. Pick him up? This little thing, it should be very fun to soak, right? Chapter 16. The first dinner together. It didn't take long for Luo Yi to open his eyes in a daze. Seeing this, Su Baikanji said faintly, Awake! At those words, Luo Yi wiped his eyes, somewhat unresponsive. He then fixed his eyes and realized that there was a fairy schoolmate sitting in front of him. He then tensed up again and stammered, Sorry, senior sister. I fell asleep. That's okay. Su Baikanji stood up and said, Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Yeah. Luo Yi was a bit shy as he followed behind Su Baijiao, like a younger brother. Returning to his schoolmate's pink chopped fish head, Lono started the engine. The second time I drove this car, I was obviously already much more familiar with it than the first time. After driving a few blocks, the car stopped in front of a barbecue restaurant. As we all know, college students eat either hot pot or barbecue. Luo Yi had already eaten hot pot with his roommate last time, and this time he was brought by his schoolmates to eat barbecue. The store may look small from the outside, but the inside is beautifully decorated and the environment is quiet and not too crowded. Sort of an untapped treasure of a barbecue restaurant, and it's perfect for a girl like Su Baijiao who doesn't like to be bothered. The owner was a chubby aunt, and upon seeing Su Baikanji, she warmly greeted her and smiled. Kanji, you haven't been here for a long time. School just started. I've been busy with the new students lately. Su Baikanji wasn't high and mighty about this aunt, and it wasn't hard to tell that she was a regular customer here. The barbecue restaurant called Sister Chow's Barbecue. When Sister Zhou saw Luo Yi, her eyes lit up and she said in surprise, Is this little brother with Kanji? Aye. Right. Lono nodded with some embarrassment. Sister Zhou laughed. Kanji used to come to eat alone all the time, occasionally bringing another girl. This is the first time she's brought a boy over. Oh. Hearing this, Luo Ye's face flushed and he smiled somewhat embarrassedly. Seeing Luo Yi in this simple and lovely manner, Sister Zhou couldn't help but feel twice as good. Luo Yi sat across from Su Baijiao, somewhat constrained. He was now really afraid that something he did would make his senior sister dislike him. But Su Baijiao obviously hadn't been out with boys either, much less know how to get along. After Sister Zhou served Su Baikanji's favorite food, the latter baked it silently. Luo Yi watched his senior sister's movements and started roasting himself in style. Noticing the other party's less skillful movements, not even brushing the oil, Su Bai Porridge faintly asked, You've never eaten barbecued meat? Had it. Lono said weakly, but all the barbecues he'd had waiters helping him, and he rarely did it himself. It wasn't hard though, he could learn it in 2 looks at his schoolmates. Want a drink? Su Baikanji thought of Luo Ye's drunken appearance the last time they met and couldn't help but ask. No. Lono refused. The first time he saw eating with his senior sister, how could he dare to drink? Not to mention that if he drank, it would be his senior sister driving. He really doesn't dare. Then I'll drink some. Su Baikanji asked Sister Zhou for a bottle of green plum wine. Sister Zhou explained, Kanji, every time you come to drink some of it. This is my family's own brew. It's very good. Oh. Really? Then I'll buy a bottle too. Hearing this, Su Baijiao frowned and said, Who's driving? Luo Yi quickly shook his head and said, I won't drink it. I'll bring it back to the dormitory and drink it. He simply wanted to know what flavor of wine his senior sister loved to drink. Green plum wine, he really hadn't had much of it. Su Baikanji ate slowly, chewing and swallowing. But watching Luo Yi grill a slice of pancetta, Su Baikanji still couldn't help but help him grill it. From the beginning until now, Luo Yi hadn't grilled a single piece of meat. Seeing his senior sister helping him roast, Lono gave a coy expression. He was usually all around, but the only thing that had anything to do with cooking turned him into a wreck. Whether it was the simplest egg fried rice or at this very moment grilled meat, it was as if he couldn't learn how to do it. Grilling, though, was easier than soaking noodles, and he'd probably be able to do it a few more times. Soon, Su Baikanji placed a few slices of pancetta in Luo Ye's bowl. Lono ate a slice and brightened up. The meat grilled by the schoolteacher is no longer any different from the waiters in those high-end Japanese yakitori restaurants. Fatty but not greasy, evenly cooked. On top of that, the dips at this restaurant are also delicious, so it's no wonder why schoolmates like to come. Lono started to eat it with one vigor. In front of the food, even the schoolmates were forgotten by him for a while. Precisely because he couldn't conquer cooking, he had no resistance to food at all. It was something he wanted but couldn't have. Subai Kanji watched the older boy in front of him quickly empty his plate of meat, revealing a hint of surprise. What's it like? Why is there a sense of feeding fulfillment? Subai Kanji baked another round. She didn't even eat it herself and put it all on Luo Ye's plate. Watching Luo Ye come and go, finishing the things she baked beautifully, a hint of satisfaction unexpectedly appeared on her high cool face. The idea of cooking for Lono sometime even sprang up in his mind. Something's not right. Why is that thought coming up? But he really seems like a little kid when he eats, his attention is all in the rice, and the oil is on the sides of his mouth. Seeing Luo Ye's current appearance, Subai Kanji took another picture of him without a trace and sent it to her teacher. Gu Mingxian replied almost in seconds. What? How could Ono have dinner with you? Seeing this, Subai Porridge revealed a cold expression and replied. What do you mean? She's a high school girl. Isn't that backwards? Shouldn't it seem surprising that she would have dinner with Rano? Gu Mingxian then replied. You're not really trying to pick up my brother, are you? Then you're in trouble. To pick up my brother, you have to cross a hurdle. Ono had a 3-year crush on a goddess in high school, but for whatever reason, they didn't get together in college. Subai Kanji's face cooled for a minute. She looked at Luo Yi in front of her, and for some reason, her mood was a little bad as she said coldly, Let's go. Ha! Luo Yi had food stuffed in his mouth and was staring blankly at Subai Jiao like a hamster. With this look, the temper in Subai Kanji's heart was gone. How can she be angry with that look? And why is she angry? At that moment, another message from Gu Mingxian came from her cell phone. However, since Ono is willing to come out to dinner with you, it means that he has drawn a line in the sand with that girl he had a crush on, and without any surprises it should be cool, and I can still assure you of Ono's character on this point. After Subai Kanji finished reading the message, she suddenly raised her head and looked toward Luo Yi, who had already stood up and was preparing to leave, and said softly, Going for what? Luo Yi was puzzled. Sister, isn't it time to go? Sit down and eat. Ha! Sit down. Oh! Lono obediently sat back down again, but he was already almost full. Su White Kanji roasted another round. Watching the bowl being stuffed again by his schoolmate, Luo Yi mentally sighed. Eat it. It's all you can do. Chapter 17. Good night. After finishing the meal, Subai Kanji said goodbye to the boss's wife, Sister Zhou, and then returned to her chopped pepper fish head. Luo Yi sat in the driver's seat, a little nervous. Today's date is kind of over. I wonder if schoolteacher has some good feelings for him. Go back to the teacher's apartment. Subai Kanji said indifferently. She wasn't a great drinker, but she wasn't going to drink too much the first time she went out with a guy. A bottle of plum wine had no effect on her, just a slight blush on her face. Lanaroi could see what his schoolmate looked like now. Her face was still high and cold. Only her pretty face was slightly red. Lono's afterglow just glanced at it, and his heart pounded. Hokage is worthy of being a fairy. This is too beautiful. It was past the evening rush hour, so there weren't too many cars on the road. And with a big internship sticker on the back of Chopperhead's car, plus the fact that it's pink and looks like a girl's car, I don't think any car would dare to mess with it. Soon, the car drove back to the teacher's apartment and parked in the parking lot. After getting out of the car, Subai Kanji picked up her bag and said to Luo Yi, Since just now, your cell phone has been ringing non-stop. At that, Luo Yi pulled out his cell phone. He couldn't look at his cell phone just driving, and that's when he saw that his roommates were all going crazy when they realized he hadn't been back all night. They suspect Luo Yi has a new love outside and doesn't want them. The empty nesters. My roommate, rushing me home. Saying that, Luo Yi looked around and said in surprise, Sister, you also live in the family building. Upon hearing this, Subai Kanji hesitated for a moment, nodded, and said faintly, Well, this building's 614, the room number 614. Luo Yi just felt a little familiar and didn't feel anything wrong for a while. After all, he had only been there once and did not memorize Gu Mingxuan's home address. Plus, after half a month of military training, he had long since forgotten it. Even when he went to Gu Mingxuan's house again, he had to go through the address that the other party had sent him in order to remember it. Afterwards, Luo Yi waved to Subai Kanji and bid farewell to the other party. However, he didn't leave, but watched Su by Porridge go upstairs before he left. Luo Yi returned to the door of the dormitory and didn't go in. He looked at the plum wine in his hand. Once inside, Wang's sledgehammer would definitely grab a drink from him. Lono took a drink straight from the doorway. Sweet, with a hint of tartness, it was delicious, but it didn't make him feel the slightest bit tipsy. Throwing the bottle of green plum wine into the trash can next to him, then Luo Yi stepped into the dormitory. In that instant, he was surrounded by several of his roommates. Wang's sledgehammer stood at the front, staring with wide eyes and questioning. "What's going on? You'd better explain it to your three fathers." Xin Xiao also smiled and said, "A child is not a child." Luo Yi pushed Wang's sledgehammer away and quickly returned to his table, saying, "Still want to score? Go, must go." Wang's sledgehammer was full of excitement. However, today's novel hadn't been updated yet, so Lono decided to go ahead and update today's post. Not far away, Wang the Hammer saw Luo Yi knocking on the keyboard and said suspiciously, "Wild child, I've been meaning to ask, you've been knocking on the keyboard since the first day of school. Do you have some kind of ulterior motive?" "I'm an online author." Luo Yi wiped his nose and said with a handsome face. "But that's another thing to hear in someone else's ears." "What? You're a little yellow author." Wang's sledgehammer rushed over and stared at the draft Luo Yi was writing. "Don't talk nonsense. It's against the law to write that stuff." "It's fine, you write it to me alone." Wang's sledgehammer's expression was obscene. "Oh, roll." Lono began to code. By the time he finished writing, his roommates had already gone to bed, leaving only Xin Xiao still looking at his cell phone, seemingly reading a novel. Lono got into bed and was about to take off his pants when he noticed what appeared to be in his pocket. Taking it out, Lono froze. The keys to Fairy Schoolgirl Chopper's car? It was over, and when he got out of the car, he pulled out his keys and subconsciously stuffed them in his pocket. And the schoolmarm was unfamiliar with the car and didn't remember the incident. Thinking of this, Luo Yi was ready to send a message to Fairy School Sister, but suddenly realized that it was already 2 in the morning. "I don't know what time it is, but staying up late is perfectly normal for fiction writers. It's not a good time to send a message, is it?" Luo Yi realized that he hadn't messaged his fairy schoolmate since he returned to his dorm room. Thinking of this, Luo Yi knocked his head and complained to himself, "You elm brain, you don't know what to greet a girl when she comes home." He hadn't chased a girl, had a 3-year high school crush, and it was just a crush. Then he graduated and confessed, and then there was no more. And Fairy Sister Lono felt sure he liked her. Although, heartbeat on the first meeting may have been a case of seeing color. But seeing color doesn't have to be a pejorative, it can be a new beginning. After all, liking appearances doesn't have to be all about appearances. The moment liking appears, the other person's words and actions, strengths and weaknesses, are all within the scope of liking. After Lono messaged the other, he got ready for bed. But I didn't expect the other side to reply in seconds. "Su by kanji. Let's put it at your place first. I don't drive it often." In the teacher's apartment, the corner of Su Baijiao's mouth hooked up slightly. "It's kind of like whoring out a driver for nothing, isn't it?" She looked back as the set finally packed up. 3 rooms and 1 hall. The master bedroom is where Gu Mingxian lived before he left. He put the room's things in the second bedroom and rented the house to Su Baijiao, letting Su Baijiao live in the master bedroom. For girls, a bigger room looks more relaxing. The other empty house, unoccupied, Gu Mingxuan's intention was to leave it to Luo Yi. But since Su Baikanji is already living in, it depends on Su Baikanji's willingness whether Luo Yi can live in it or not. A goddess schoolgirl who is realistically high-strung and cyber-socially terrified. A Lono who is shy in reality and the internet can be described as a whirling dervish. It seems as if, kinda goes with it. Luo Yi is a gaming genius but also a little-known online author, every day less often to communicate with people online. "Good night, schoolteacher." Lono sent this message before closing his eyes and preparing to sleep. But he tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. It was hard for him to sleep without waiting for a reply from his fairy schoolmate Ah. And when Su Baikanji saw this goodnight sister, her face froze slightly. Goodnight. In high school, there was also a boy who said goodnight to her every day. But Su Bai Porridge is not interested in him. That person confessed his love for Su Bai Porridge in front of everyone at the reunion after high school graduation, and was rejected on the spot by the latter. He felt that he couldn't keep his face, and after the party, he found Su Baijiao alone and wanted to threaten her to be his girlfriend. But Su Baikanji rejected him for the second time and deleted all contact with him. Later, that boy became infuriated and spread rumors about Su Bai Porridge everywhere, Plus her beauty was already coveted and envied by many people. She quickly became the girl her friends thought was a misfit. It is important to realize that it is in the nature of many people to want to fill in what is broken, and to destroy what is perfect. Subai Kanji also hate men because of this. Even female friends are not much. Online is also a social terrorism. Until came to a new city to go to school, gradually known as the iceberg goddess. Looking at the message in his cell phone, Su Baijiao did not reply, but threw it aside. She tapped on the keyboard, a little distracted, always feeling like something was missing. In the back of his mind, the thought of Lono came to mind. That boy, simple and shy, was protecting her even in the game when they played together before. He probably didn't even know his gender at that point, but was taking care of himself because he was a teammate. He's still a man who can't drink bitter coffee. This boy, he's supposed to be sweet, right? In his mind, the words Gu Mingxian said came to mind. I asked you to take care of my brother. You're not trying to pick him up, are you? Su Baijiao's face blushed slightly. She brought her phone back, opened the chat screen with Luo Yi, and typed in 2 words. Good night. Chapter 18, Morning Run. After getting a reply from the fairy schoolmistress, Luo Ye's mood instantly improved. He soon fell asleep. Lono woke up early the next morning. The morning class started at 8:30, and Lono woke up at 7 a.m. He was woken up by the noise. Li Haoyang changed into sneakers, looking like he was ready to go out for a morning run. Luo Yi looked at the huffing and puffing Wang sledgehammer next to him, as well as Shin Xiao, who had also been woken up, and couldn't help but say to Li Haoyang, Coach, you're really disciplined. That's right. Do you guys want to join together? Li Haoyang issued an invitation. He had a good figure, the muscles that should be there were not a single piece, coupled with a healthy bronze skin color. As if the veteran is a board posture during this time, they all called Li Haoyang as a fitness trainer. It's college time. I don't want to run morning exercises. Shin Xiao rolled over, ready to sleep a little longer. And Lono thought about who he was. Web writers. I've heard that this is a profession where if you don't exercise regularly, you'll have a lot of occupational diseases later on. At the thought, Lono sat up in a flash. Wait for me, coach. The two of them went downstairs together and into the middle of the playground. Here at the playground, there's another girl. Surprisingly, it was the long-legged lowly Lu Bingxin. At this moment, she was wearing a short pants undershirt, revealing a pair of white and slender legs that were incomparably eye-catching. And the tight tank top showed off her figure. The scattered other morning runners on the playground couldn't take their eyes off the ball. Such a beautiful woman, together with the robust Li Haoyang, you really don't say that they are quite compatible. Lono jogged alone behind the two. Li Haoyang seemed to have made an appointment with Lu Bingxin to go for a morning run together, and his joining in became a light bulb instead. Coach the dog. If I had known he wouldn't have come. They ran side by side, a man and a woman, and Lono had to run by himself. In the playground, there was another figure, dressed in a loose black dress. She wore a black ducktail hat with a ponytail hanging down from the back of the hat, which swung back and forth as she ran. This figure, something looks familiar. Watching, he wandered off, running and walking, so much so that he fell and stumbled. He was already sleepy from staying up all night, and with the infrequent exercise, he came straight out of the gate with a flat fall. This fall attracted a lot of attention. Lono slumped to the ground with a bit of a blush. It's a shame. It's a real shame. He was about to get up when he realized a palm had appeared in front of him. Lono froze. How can I describe the palm in front of me? The hands are like catkins. The skin is like solid fat. 5 fingers as sharp as bamboo shoots. Crisp like white lotus roots. That's a beautiful hand. Luo Yi subconsciously raised his head and realized that it was the ponytailed girl all in black. Wait, isn't that fairy schoolgirl? She looked at Luo Yi expressionlessly and said faintly, Aren't you going to get up? At those words, Luo Ye's face turned even redder. Shame on you for disgracing yourself in front of the fairy schoolmistress. He put his hand on the fairy schoolmates and stood up. When he got up, he quickly drew back his hand and gave a coy look. Although the schoolteacher's hands were soft and comfortable to touch, it would be impolite to touch them any more than that. Even so, the simple physical contact made Luo Ye's heartbeat accelerate quite a bit, and the heartbeat didn't stop. Su Baikanji was slightly stunned. She then lowered her hat a bit. After all, if the other people knew that Jiangda's school beauty had the habit of running in the morning, I'm afraid that she would attract butterflies, and she wouldn't be able to run in the morning peacefully in the future. Together, Su Baikanji asked faintly. Upon closer inspection, the fairy schoolmate actually had a pair of light dark circles under her eyes, just like him. Lono whispered, "Good," although the other people in the playground realized that there was a figure that resembled the school's flower girl, Su Baijiao. When they saw a man following beside her, they immediately shook their heads. That couldn't be Su Baijiao. Su Baijiao couldn't have a man by her side at all. Luono followed beside the fairy schoolmistress, running with an expressionless face. Why is it faceless? Because he's faking it. He's actually in a lot of pain. The first time he ran in the morning, he actually got tired after one lap. But the fairy schoolmistress wasn't tired yet. Wouldn't it be a shame for him to be tired? But as much as he pretended, his body couldn't be fooled. Su Baikanji noticed that the boy next to her was panting faster and faster, and she stopped after just 3 laps when she was originally going to run 6 laps. She pulled a towel from the small bag she carried and wiped the sweat from her face. As Luo Yi gasped for air, he accidentally saw the appearance of Su Baijiao at this moment. Sweat soaked her hair, and small beads of water ran down her delicate collarbone. Su Baikanji wiped it off with a towel, and she slightly raised her chin a little bit. The early morning sun shone on the side of her face and a breeze blew through her hair. Lono froze. Good. So beautiful. He looked away, blushing slightly, not daring to look again. Seeing this, Su Bai Porridge faintly asked, "Does it look good?" "Good." Looking. Why is he stuttering again? "Why don't you look at it if it looks good?" Su Bai Kanji asked again. Hearing this, Lono broke off and said, "No." Rude. Hearing this answer, the corners of Su Baijiao's mouth rose without any trace. Suddenly, she noticed a wound on Lono's wrist that was bleeding. It should have just fallen. She pulled a band-aid out of her bag and said, "Reach." "Huh. Reach out." Su Baikanji repeated it again, his tone a little cold, as if he was hiding something. "Oh. Oh." Luo Yi stretched out his hand in uncertainty, only to see Su Bai Porridge put a pink bear band-aid on his wrist. That's when he realized he was still injured. What's with the band-aid for this little injury? This is so. But since it was posted by a fairy school girl, Luo Ye's heart snickered, not ashamed at all, and even wanted to tell the whole world that her senior sister had given her a pink bear band-aid. But that was all he could think about. After posting it, Su Baikanji turned around and left, heading in the direction of the cafeteria. A hard-to-decide expression appeared on Luo Ye's face. At this point, he had 3 options. Waiting for Li Haoyang to go to breakfast together. Get yourself some breakfast. Catching up with the fairy schoolmistress, he had the cheek to eat breakfast with the fairy schoolmistress. Luo Yi looked towards the playground and realized that Li Haoyang was still running in the morning with Lu Bingxin, and immediately shook his head. It looks like the first option is not advisable. Would be too cheeky for a third one? Only the second option is left. Go to dinner by yourself. The school has several cafeterias. The first cafeteria is next to the men's dormitory, and the third cafeteria is next to the women's dormitory. Su Baigui walked towards the third cafeteria, and Lono walked in the direction of the first cafeteria. Su Baikanji turned around and realized that Luo Yi was not behind him, but walking in the opposite direction. She froze, and for some reason, an urge to go to the first cafeteria arose in her heart as well. It has indeed been a long time since I've eaten in the first cafeteria. There's nothing wrong with going once in a while. Yes, the food in the first cafeteria is better than the third cafeteria. The ants who serve food in the first cafeteria are gentler than those in the third cafeteria. The cafeteria is cheap. A whole bunch of reasons appeared in Su Baijiao's mind, and going to the first cafeteria suddenly became justified. With that thought, she reversed her direction and headed for the first cafeteria as well. On the other side, on the playground, Lu Bingxin and Li Haoyang had already finished running. The former finally couldn't help but ask, "Class president, why was there a girl next to Luo Ye's classmate just now?" Upon hearing this, Li Haoyang was puzzled. "Is there? I didn't pay attention." His full attention was on running and Lu Bingxin. As slow as he is, he's still a man. Lu Bingxin's killing power is too strong for men. Chapter 19, Turning Back. The first cafeteria is not big, only 1/3 of the size of the third cafeteria, and has no merit except being cheap, and it's a terrible batch of food. And 80% of the people who came to eat in the first cafeteria were boys, with only a scattering of girls sitting in the corners, chatting as they ate. There were not a lot of people eating breakfast. Almost every table was seated. Luo Yi bought 2 meat buns, a cup of soy milk, an egg, and a tortilla, and just found a random seat. There was another boy eating at the table, but it didn't matter, and besides, the 2 men sat diagonally across the room from each other at a table that could seat 6. Suddenly, more than half the number of boys in the cafeteria suddenly looked to the entrance, only to see a tall imperial lady dressed in all black come in there, with an incomparably seductive look, causing the originally difficult meal to suddenly turn into an absolute treasure. One of the boys at once ate 2 buns in one bite. Isn't this Jiang University's school beauty Su Baijiao? Why is she in the cafeteria? Luo Yi hadn't yet noticed the strange appearance of the people around him. He took a sip of the soy milk and only felt that it tasted a little salty. Why do they have savory soy milk in the south? He wants it sweet. Drink sweet. Su Baikanji casually bought some breakfast, then looked back and realized that every table was seated. There were still some empty seats, but that meant she would have to sit with the boys. Soon, she found Luo Ye's position, took a long leg and walked straight over. It was as if the air became sweet-smelling wherever Su Baikanji passed by. At this time, she had no makeup on, and even so, that high and cold stunning face made everyone moved and mesmerized. Lono froze as he realized someone was sitting in front of him. He raised his head in confusion and realized that it was actually the fairy schoolmistress. What kind of happy picture is this? Luo Ye's expression was still stuck on his distaste for the salty soybean milk, and after seeing the Su Baikanji, his face was like a cramp, switching back and forth between surprise and a hard-to-drink look. In the end, it was surprise that won out over the other side. Everyone in the cafeteria wore shocked expressions. On what grounds? We're all men, we're all schoolboys, we're all occupying the table. There are empty seats next to us. Why are you so lucky? Soon, a boy squirmed and sat next to Su Baijiao. Seeing this, Su Baikanji frowned and didn't say a word. Lanaroi didn't know what to say. The atmosphere around them was a bit awkward. Su Baijiao's iceberg goddess aura emanated at this moment, making the boys next to her feel a fidgety pressure. Even Luo Yi had lowered his head, not daring to look at Su Baikanji at this moment. Soon the boy finished eating quickly and left the place. He had originally taken his chances to see if he could sit next to the schoolgirl, but he hadn't expected that not just anyone could sit next to the iceberg beauty. Luo Yi also kind of understood why the fairy school sister had the title of iceberg. Lono sighed in relief when the boy left. That pressure was suddenly gone. It's just a shame that he's already finished it. He wiped his mouth and carefully said, "Senior sister, I'll leave first." "No," Su Baikanji said indifferently. "Wait for me to finish eating." If Luo Yi left at this time, wouldn't she have to eat alone in the first cafeteria? How can she eat when the food here is so bad? Luo Yi smiled sarcastically and sat in his place waiting for his schoolmate to finish eating. A few minutes later, Su Baikanji wiped her mouth, glanced at Luo Yi, and without saying anything, she left the place. That's the original character of the fairy school sister. Luo Yi looked at her back, unable to look away. He seemed to watch people's backs like that many times. During the 3 years of his high school crush, he had watched his favorite girl in the same way, looking at that person's back and chasing after her, but not daring to get even the slightest bit closer, only silently watching. Even if it was fairy school sister, he was like this. The first time they met, he looked at fairy school sister's back as she left. The first time the dormitory got together, he ran into each other by chance and looked at the back of the fairy schoolmarm. The first date dropped the other off in the parking lot of the teacher's apartment, and he watched the other's back too until now. He can only look at each other silently like this, guarding each other and can't do anything. He does not know what is missing, always feel that it seems to be where it is not right, and there is an indescribable feeling in his heart. Until the moment before Su Baikanji walked out of the cafeteria, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned her head slightly and looked in Lono's direction. Seeing the other's dumbfounded expression, the corners of her mouth gently hooked up in what seemed to be a smile before she left the area. This smile made the hearts of all the boys in the cafeteria blossom. The iceberg goddess smiled at me. Obviously to me. You don't take a piss and see what you look like. What did you say? I'm Jiangqing Pang Yuyan. I'm still Jiangqing Wu Yanzu. All shut up. I, the first shamus of Jiangqing, have something to say. The people around them quarreled, but only Luo Yi could feel that the smile of the fairy schoolmistress was directed at herself. He finally knew what the feeling he had been missing was. Turning back. It was the part of the road where he chased the other man's back, where the other man was able to turn around and see that behind him, it turned out that there had been someone all along. Going from a one-way for one to a two-way for two. What for? A sudden voice broke Luo Ye's thoughts, and he looked up to see that it was Li Haoyang. Behind him, there was also a Lu Bingxin. The two had already finished their morning run and had also come to the first cafeteria to eat. The girl is willing to accompany the boy to come to the cafeteria next to the men's dormitory together. It looks like the coach has been completely taken by the sincerity of the other party. However, when he thought that Lu Bingxin's roommate was Tang Enki, Luo Yi felt a little embarrassed. Nothing for nothing, by the way. It's almost time for class. I'll go back and get my textbook and help you with that too, Luo Yi said. Okay. Remember to wake up Sledgehammer. Li Haoyang smiled, then went to buy food with Lu Bingxin. It looked like the naive and honest Li Haoyang was soon going to be with the long-legged lowly Lu Bingxin, and there was just a missing opportunity between them. Come to think of it, half a month of military training, now the second week after classes, isn't more than a month full. It's going really fast. Luo Yi returned to the dormitory. Xin Xiao had already gone to the classroom in advance to occupy a place, leaving only Wang de Hammer still huffing and puffing. This Monday, the day with the most classes, Hell Monday. Luo Yi took out his cell phone, turned the volume up to the maximum, clicked on a handful of GNI Too Beautiful, and placed it next to Wang Daham's pillow. The moment the music started, Wang Sledgehammer snapped his eyes open, leapt up from the bed, took out the basketball from underneath the bed again, and instinctively did a ceiling dance. He then came to his senses, and after seeing Luo Yi, he grinned and said excitedly, "Wild child. I dreamt that I was performing on the same stage with my family pigeon. Got it, go play." Luo Yi turned off the music in his cell phone, then picked up his textbook with Li Haoyang and said, "There are still 15 minutes left for class. If you don't wash up, you'll be waiting to fail the class." Hearing this, Wang Sledgehammer's face changed, and he quickly said, "Crap. Don't panic. Your hammer brother is directly a sliding shovel. Seconds to the classroom." Bull. Chapter 20, Recruitment of Clubs. At lunchtime, Luo Ye's 4 came to the third cafeteria, full of fatigue. 2 big classes in the morning, from 8:30 to 11:50, and then classes were to start again at 2 p.m. There was no break at all. Hell Monday deserves to be the toughest day of the week. The food in the third cafeteria is many times better than the first cafeteria, and it is decorated as a Netflix cafeteria, and most importantly, the third cafeteria has 2 floors and is 3 times larger than the first cafeteria. Wang de Hammer and Li Haoyang quickly dry rice, just like 2 rice buckets. Dry meals are not active, and there is something wrong with your mind. By the way, Coach, Male Star, Wild Child, club enrollment is about to start. What club do you guys want to go to? Wang Sledgehammer suddenly asked. I don't add clubs. Xin Xiao shook her head and said, Of course I'm going to go to a sports club. It's better to have a fitness club would be even better. Li Haoyang said naively. And Luo Yi hadn't thought about it yet, he said directly. I don't know, let's just listen to God. Seeing the casual attitude of the 3 people in front of him, Wang de Hammer revealed a hateful expression. Solemnly said, My son, my father can remind you we have to repair credits, join the club to participate in the activities. Repair credits but twice the effort. Hearing this, Xin Xiao looked at him with a wry smile and said, Can't figure out your seniority? And you still want to watch the video again? Fake. That must be a fake. We all study computer science. Is it not simple to synthesize a video? Adverse son. How dare you set up your father? Dad. Suddenly, Xin Xiao took out his cell phone. The video has been released. Xin Xiao's cell phone came from the Wang Sledgehammer shouted the sentence, Dad. He also got it made into a wake-up bell, which rang in the dormitory every morning at 8 a.m. sharp. Shen Xiao. I'll be at loggerheads with you for 4 years in college. Luo Yi and Li Haoyang both laughed. There are 3 days to sign up to join the club. Today I don't have time. Let's go together tomorrow. Li Haoyang said. Each club set up a sign-up point on the side of the road at the school to promote the benefits of their club and invite new students to join. You guys go, I'm not going. Xin Xiao was full of disinterest. Speaking of which, during this period of time, Xin Xiao had become famous in Jiangda University. Among the freshmen, there is an innocent freshman school flower called Tang Enki, but with Subai porridge around, Tang Enki can only be the freshman school flower, not the Jiang University school flower. And among the boys, there is also an amazingly high-color male god, that is Xin Xiao. The male star of Dormitory 515 has the body and face value of a fresh meat, which makes thousands of girls obsessed. However, although Xin Xiao's character is not high and cold, but it can also be described as aloof in addition to the other 3 people in the dormitory. Even if it is the same classmates, Xin Xiao did not know much. Good. Tomorrow let's see which club has more girls. Wang Sledgehammer revealed an excited expression. Probably every dormitory has a lecherous man who can tell what he's going to say before he even opens his mouth, just by looking at his expression. But then again, he only dares to be lecherous in his dormitory, and when he goes out the door he becomes a decent man. The time soon came to the afternoon of the second day. Today was the second day of club recruitment, and it was a rare day when the computer science program didn't have classes. The trio walked at the point of the club's recruitment. Looking at the dazzling club performances around them, Wang Dehammer's eyes went straight. Especially the dance club and the anime club. Wang's sledgehammer directly rushed to the side of an Asuna cosplayer and said with a solemn face, "Beauty, can I join the anime club?" "Of course you can. Schoolmates are always welcome in the anime club." Asuna was gentle and incomparable, and with one sentence Wang's sledgehammer was instantly pulled into tenderness. Subsequently, in the venue of the anime club, a group of cosplaying schoolgirls began to perform otaku dances, and Wang Dehammer mingled among them, and even though he wasn't wearing a C-suit, his superior dancing skills crushed all the members of the anime club. Genius. Wang's sledgehammer is simply the genius of the anime club since its creation. Luo Yi and Li Haoyang looked at this scene with speechless faces. Only they, the roommates, knew that Wang Dehammer wasn't a genius, he was just a geek. And a social cow. Li Haoyang went to the Fitness Lovers Association and Luo Yi came to the Literature Club. The recruiting spots for the Literature Club and the Magazine Club were next to each other. Luo Yi stood in the center, and the recruiting siblings on either side of him suddenly had their eyes shining. What a nice little handsome guy with a nice brow. The Magazine Club's senior sister and the Literature Club's senior sister came to either side of Luo Yi, and they looked at each other as if they were standing on top of two mountains facing each other across the sky, ready to engage in a world-shattering duel. Luo Yi felt an invisible pressure appear around him. Was he not supposed to be here? Only to see the two schoolmates take a step at the same time and grab one of Luo Ye's arms with one hand. Schoolboy, schoolboy, join the Magazine Club, join the Literary Club. When the two heard each other's voices, they instantly opened their eyes in anger, staring menacingly at the person in front of them, and began to swear loudly. The last schoolboy was snatched by your magazine. This one goes to our Literary Club. What kind of reasoning is this? Do we have to sign up one person at a time? Our magazine is more powerful than your Literature Club. Isn't it normal to join us? Our Literature Club is the #1 club in JNU, you imposter. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. The magazine was only created for a relatively short period of time, but it's definitely more powerful than the Literature Club. What did you say? The magazine is better than the Literature Club. Take it or leave it. The next edition of the school newspaper or our magazine has more likes. Two clubs of the same type split the money the school gives them each month for their clubs, so they are very competitive. Lono was caught in the middle and didn't know what to do. At this time, a figure slowly walked over. What are you doing? Hearing this voice, the two sisters from the magazine and Literature Club's faces changed, and they quickly turned into well-behaved little girls. They let go of Luo Ye's arm, lowered their heads, and like children who made a mistake, whispered, "Sister Sue." They were sophomores, but Sue Bai Porridge was already a junior and the president of the student council. This is the top dog. Club recruitment and competition for new students is prohibited. I'm sorry, Sue Senpai, we know. The two retreated into their own clubs, but they didn't want to give up such a handsome elementary school boy. Where do you want to go? Sue Bai Kanji looked at Luo Yi and asked softly. I haven't thought about it yet. I'm just checking in. He's an online author, so he thought he'd check out the literary community first. But just as he arrived, he was taken aback by the enthusiasm of the two societies. Sister, are you here to keep order? Luo Yi asked. No, I'm here for club recruitment. Sue Bai Kanji said lightly, I'm the president of the Hanfu Club. After saying that, she bypassed Luo Yi and walked towards the recruiting point of the Hanfu Club. She was also clutching a set of red hanbok in her hands, which she supposed she hadn't had a chance to wear in the rush of time. Chapter 21. Unusual for him. Seeing that the fairy school sister went to the Hanfu Club, Luo Yi could no longer sit still, and his footsteps unconsciously came to the entrance of the Hanfu Club as well. The recruiting siblings of the Literature Club and the Magazine Club all wore disappointed expressions when they saw this scene. There was no way, in front of Su Baijiao's charm. Everything was futile, they were not competitive at all. The Chinese Clothing Society is so cunning that they have Su Baiji sitting in on them. But the next moment, an equally pretty girl passed in front of the two. This is freshman schoolgirl, Tang Enki. The two schoolmates lit up, but before they could do anything, a few tall boys had rushed over. "Hello. My humble self Ma Baogua, president of the Martial Arts Association. I see that you have amazing bones. You are a martial arts practicing wizard? Are you interested in joining my division? Go away. What's so good about your martial arts association? Hello. My name is Wang Chaoyang, known as Chaoyang Winter Swimming Monster Pigeon. Join me in the swimming section. Let's be happy in the water together." Obscene. Obscene to the core. I, Joe Egg, express my displeasure. I'm missing a manager in the basketball department. You're Joe Egg? Then I'm still Mae West, and my soccer department needs a soccer baby. And if you come, the whole soccer department will spoil you. The competitiveness of the freshman school flower was so high that the enthusiasm of the boys didn't seem to be any worse than that of the girls, and Tang Enki was simply a meat and potatoes in their eyes. The long-legged lowly Lu Bingxin was also beside her. Although she wasn't as pretty as Tang Enki, she was fought over by many people just the same. At this time, a little girl who was 1.5 meters tall passed by and looked at the scene in shock. She looked left and right and finally found a familiar figure. She ran over, slapped Luoye's back, crossed her arms, and said angrily like a little adult, "Luoye, you don't answer my messages." At those words, Luoye turned back, and when he saw the person in front of him, he revealed a headache expression. Su Xiaojia, his hometown, a chatterbox. "Why are you here?" Lono said with feigned surprise. "I'm a freshman too. Why can't I be here?" Su Xiaojia said indignantly. Then, looking left and right, she wondered, "Where's the squad leader? You mean coach? He's gone to the Fitness Enthusiasts Association." Wow! With that, Su Xiaojia ran towards the Fitness Lovers Association. She seemed to be interested in Li Haoyang. But the coach has already been taken by the long-legged lowly, so you little peasants don't stand much of a chance, I'm afraid. Although Su Xiaojia looks cute, but it is not too easy to be liked by boys. After all, it is the same as a child, both in terms of height and the degree of charm of the girl. Lono's attention was still in the Hanbok Club. At this time, Su Bai Porridge had already changed into Hanbok in a nearby restroom. A red dress, beautiful as heaven, as if the fairy descended to the earth, very seductive, but also let people can only be seen from afar, as if walking out of the painting. Lono stood silently. The Hanbok Club's performance has begun. Su Bai Kanji stood on the C-seat, and next to her were 4 other schoolmates, dancing together in an ancient-style dance. Elegant, dignified, gentle, and a hint of solemnity. However, if it wasn't for Su Bai Porridge holding the stage, not many people would have watched this dance. Not everyone can appreciate the beauty of the Hanbok and the kind of mood of classical dance. After this dance, Su Bai Porridge was ready to leave the place. The orientation was handled by the vice president of the Hanbok Club, and she had other things to do. At this time, Qin Yuan arrived and walked towards Su Baijiu. Seeing this, Luoyi waved his hand and shouted, "Senior Sister Qin." Hearing this, Qin Yuan had not yet reacted, but Su Bai Kanji's face changed slightly. The former wondered, "Huh? Called me?" She looked over at Luoyi and said in amazement, "It looks a bit familiar. Oh, come to think of it, this isn't the elementary school brother who was sent to the confession wall for singing in military training." As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Bai Porridge suddenly grabbed her hand and left in a hurry. Qin Yuan hadn't reacted yet and asked while walking, "What's wrong, what's wrong? The world is ending?" "Yes, the end is near, and we must run." Su Bai Kanji seldom joked about this kind of thing, but this time in the heat of the moment, she actually went along with Qin Yuan's words. Lono scratched his hair, his head full of confusion. Did something happen? Sister Su and Sister Qin are walking so fast. But after the two left, Luoyi also let loose a bit more and was less formal. He walked into the recruitment point of the Hanfu Club and asked, "Senior, can I join the Hanfu Club?" The vice president of the Hanbok Club was a boy who seemed to be very nice to talk to. "Yo, it's a little handsome guy, of course." When he spoke, Lono froze. "It's not right, it's very wrong. How's this for a pussy?" The way he looked at Luo Yi made the latter take a step back. But when he thought of Fairy Sister being in this club, he took another step forward and said stiffly, "I'll sign up." "Senior, a word of warning from the senior. Oh, if you're here for Sister Porridge, then there's really no need because she's already a junior and will soon quit the club." Whether it was the student union or a club, Su Bai Porridge was in a state of imminent withdrawal. After orientation, the ministers of the clubs and the officers of the student council will see a round of refurbishment and be taken over by the sophomores. "No, I simply love hanbok, Lono said righteously. Yeah. This senior looked at Luo Yi with a smile, then crossed his orchid fingers, wrote Luo Ye's name on the sign-up sheet, and said, add a group, and you'll be notified of the time of your first gathering. Good. Lono signed up for the hanbok club to end the day. On the other hand, Tang Enki and Lu Bingxin finally escaped from a group of boys, and the two of them came into the Chinese dress club. So beautiful. Tang Enki sighed. Indeed, Kiki, why don't we go to the Chinese dress club? Lu Bingxin also said with interest. Hanbok club, yes. The two of them walked up to the Hansei club. Before that, senior was still crossing his orchid fingers and drinking tea. At this time, when he saw the arrival of the two beauties, he frowned and said with a flat face, girls, you guys are going to join the Hanfu club? Aha. Danchi nodded. We're full, you can come back next year. Hearing this, Lu Bingxin was puzzled. Can sophomores also join clubs? Can't. Then aren't you making things difficult for us? Lu Bingxin said with a frown. I'm really sorry, schoolgirl, we have subai porridge in our club. So there are too many people signed up. It's already over budget. Being rejected like this, even if Lu Bingxin had anger in her heart, she could only leave the Hanfu club with Tang Enki to consider other clubs. After they left, a girl came to the vice president of the Hanfu club and said doubtfully, Lu Jianglai, we're indeed full. But how come that Luo Yi was exceptionally accepted? Because Lu Jianglai revealed an elegant expression. Thinking of the way Su by Kanji had just left in a hurry, he smiled slightly and said, I don't think that Sister Kanji is unusual for him. Chapter 22 Chicken Soup. Me, King Sledgehammer of the Anime Club. Me, Fitness Hobby Association, Li Hao Yang. Me, the Hanbok Club, Lono. In the 515 dormitory, the three of them solemnly announced their day's results, and then looked at Xin Xiao, who was sitting on the bed, in unison. Xin Xiao said breathlessly, Me hobo, Xin Xiao. After this topic ended, Wang's Sledgehammer excitedly said, Blackout, blackout, come on, up number, LOL. On the third day of the club orientation, the Chinese Clothing Association was no longer welcoming new students. When new students join a club, they have a party, and with so many people in the Hanbok club, the party is sure to be a lively one. Unsurprisingly, it was only a matter of time before Lu Jianglai would become the new president of the Hanbok Society. On Friday evening, Lono stood at the entrance to the school gates, waiting for a cab. Saturday is the newcomers' party for the Hanbok Club, when the members will get to know each other. Since it was a gathering of the Hanbok Club, of course it would be better to wear hanbok, so today he was going to buy a hanbok. And it's true that there are a bit more than 320 freshmen who have joined the group of the Hanfu Association. But most of these people didn't come because they liked hanbok, but simply because subai porridge was in this club. The same goes for Lono. But what's different about him is that he'll like Hanfu because subai porridge likes Hanfu, and thus he'll like Hanfu too. However, the first party was also an unspoken rule. Those who didn't attend the party would basically be cleared out later, and in the end, there were only about 40 people who signed up for the party. Lono-san. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from behind her. Luo Yi turned around and realized that it was the two of them, Lu Bingxin and Tang Enki. The one who called out to him was Lu Bingxin. Luo Yi greeted him and asked, Lu, didn't you go play with the coach today? At this hour, he's gone to the gym. Lu Bingxin laughed. She then looked at Tang Enki, and then said to Luo Yi in a joking tone, You too? Don't you like my family Enki? What, you changed your mind when you came to the university? Hearing this, Luo Yi looked at Tang Enki. She hadn't changed. She was still the same as before, but Lono didn't feel the same way he once did. Luo Yi smiled and said, Once I was young and ignorant. Now I just want to be a good person. Ha! Lu Bingxin and Tang Enki glanced at each other, both revealing puzzled expressions. But soon, Tang Enki let out a light laugh and said, It doesn't really matter. I haven't been with Luo Ye's classmates, and whether Luo Yi still likes me or not, it's all his freedom. After saying that, Luo Yi still didn't have any reaction, and Tang Enki's expression froze slightly. For some reason, she suddenly felt something strange inside. She promised Luo Yi that she would be with him as soon as she got into Jiangcheng University. But she didn't make it. College was so wonderful. There were so many wonderful boys. And when she first came here, Danj always felt that she could see the wider world. It's easy to lose sight of the chaos and what seems to be what you already have in the face of the unknown. Turning back, unbeknownst to me, the boy whose eyes were full of himself was gone. It wasn't long before Lono's cab was in sight. He opened the car door and said at the same time, "Bye, guys." Lu Bingxin waved her hand, and after the cab left, she looked at Tang Enki, sighed and said, "Chi-Chi, I feel that Luo Yi isn't bad. Why didn't you say yes to him before?" At those words, Tang Enki smiled helplessly and said, "I always thought that I could meet someone better, but I realized when I came here that if I had to wait for someone better to show up, I wouldn't be able to wait anyway, and that it's hard enough to meet someone who genuinely likes us in our lives." Lu Bingxin was surprised. "Kiki, why are you suddenly enlightened? I recently read a romance novel, written by Falling Back to the Roots, and I realized a lot of things by substituting for the main character in that novel." Speaking of which, Tang Enki looked at the figure of the cab that had already disappeared. The corners of her mouth hooked up slightly as she muttered, "I wonder what kind of result I'll get if I chase after him? Huh? Kiki, you're the freshman school flower, eh? You're going backwards." "I don't know yet." Danchi hesitated. Everyone grows along this road of relationships, and missing out is a regret, not a fault. Hearing this, Lu Bingxin smiled and said, "If you like it, go after it, just like me and Hao Yang. The big deal is to break up later." "Ah, Bing Bing, I beg to differ." "Just kidding." The two girls talked and laughed. On the other hand, Luo Yi arrived at a hanbok store and began to pick out hanbok. There are not many hanboks worn by boys, and 80% of them are worn by girls in physical hanbok stores. Luo Yi tried on several sets in a row, took pictures of them, and then sent them to the fairy schoolmistress. "Lono, sister, which one do you think looks good?" In the teacher's apartment, Subai Kanji received the message. She carefully looked at each photo, then said, "Not bad. The light blue color is better. Lono, you've got a good eye." Animated emoji. Lono, that's it. Since ancient times, red and blue have been CP. Luo Yi happily bought back this hanbok and returned to the dormitory. The price of this hanbok is $12.99. It is a significant amount of money for students. For Lono, it doesn't matter, it comes out of the draft fee. Subai Kanji looked at the photo Luo Yi had sent and thought about tomorrow's club party. Originally, she wasn't going to participate, but now, Subai Kanji took out her cell phone and sent a message to Lu Jianglai. "I'll be at the party tomorrow. Remember to count an extra spot." After sending it out, Subai Kanji walked into the bathroom and removed her clothes. She came in front of the mirror and looked at herself in the mirror. Skin like condensed fat, perfect body, exquisite clavicle line as if a work of art, so that people cannot shift their eyes, as well as the clavicle below. There are even more wonderful beauty. She touched her face, remembering her behavior during this period of time, and couldn't help but murmur, "Am I haunted?" After taking a shower, Subai Kanji changed into her pajamas, and she lay on the bed, expressionless as she looked at the ceiling. After staying here for close to a month, the room was already filled with Subai Kanji's unique body odor, although she couldn't smell it herself. Soon, a message beep from Luo Yi came from his cell phone. "Lono, you've been busy all day again, haven't you? Get some rest early in the evening. Good night." During this period of time, Luo Yi would say good night and good morning to Subai Porridge every day, and the two of them were on better terms than they once were. It's already kind of at the point where you can just say hello if you run into each other in school. Bit by bit, the relationship grows, like a game of Breaking Bad, cultivating each other's feelings and creating more memories for the future. Looking at the message in the cell phone, Subai Porridge replied, "Good night." Of course, in the evenings she had work on top of the internet, which was her part-time job, and could take orders online. She hadn't fallen asleep before 12 in a long time, 1 o'clock at the earliest and all night at the latest. And today, she lasted until 4 a.m. before finishing her work. She received a commission of $150. Suddenly, dum 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 dum. The sound of knocking came from outside the door. Subai Porridge was puzzled and her spirit was a little tense. Who knocks at 4 a.m.? And no one knows she lives here. But the next moment her doubts were shattered. "Hello, little yellow takeout." Upon hearing this, Subai Kanji came to the living room, walked to the doorway, looked through the cat's eye, and realized that it was indeed a takeaway, and faintly said, "I didn't order a takeaway. The consignee is Mr. Lo." "Mr. Law? Luo Yi?" Subai Jiao was cautious and still didn't open the door. She wanted to ask Luo Yi, but Lono had sent her a message ahead of time. "Luo Yi, sister, see your dark circles are very heavy. I think it must be often stay up late, especially sent warm chicken soup. The body is the most important." "Oh, Lono, If you're already asleep, you can also heat it up when you wake up and eat it for breakfast. Seeing this, Su Baijiao was slightly stunned. She opened the door and looked at the chicken soup handed over by the delivery man with a slightly dazed expression. Chapter 23. So it's a schoolmate. Another weekend and also the end of the month in which the school year started. At the end of September, after this weekend, just 3 more days of classes will lead to a 7-day mini vacation. A lot of ambiguous period of small men and women will be in this weekend to determine the relationship, and then 7 days of vacation will go together to a place to play. Of course, the distance must be far away, cannot go back to home, the kind of so that you can live in a hotel. No, all understand. Or go back to their respective homes, start a long-distance relationship briefly, and then put on a little show 7 days later. For example, Li Haoyang. He's dressed in a new outfit today and has asked Bing Xin Lu out for a date. Ready to start dating, and already has a confession planned. Wang De Hammer cried bitterly. This world is missing another beautiful woman. Wang De Hammer will not be able to give all the girls a home. He patted Li Haoyang's shoulder and said solemnly, "Coach, I'm telling you, take care of Bing Xian for me. If you dare to treat her badly, I'll disown you as my son." Li Haoyang touched his head and let out a silly laugh, then dug his nose and asked, "Brother Hammer, do you think I'm handsome today?" "Handsome your ass." Wang's sledgehammer was furious. At this moment, Xin Xiao poked his head out of the bed and asked, "How's it going, Brother Hammer? Do you have a chance with Big Beauty Tang?" "There's a show. There has to be a show. Don't you know the charm of your hammer, brother?" Wang's sledgehammer patted his chest confidently. But Tang Enki was indifferent to him, and he tried to go over to ask the other party out this weekend, only to have the other party politely reject him outright and say that she already had a date. "Alas, I, Wang Sledgehammer, am handsome and dashing. Do I have to stay alone with these 2 guys again this weekend? Is it true that no one has found me King Sledgehammer attractive?" Suddenly, his face changed as he looked at Luo Yi, who had picked up his school bag, and couldn't help but ask, "Wild child, what are you kid doing again? You sneaked away last weekend, and now you want to do the same trick again. Handbox for the Hanbok Club party. Handbox in my book bag. Mainly because I didn't know if I was going to wear handbox for the party, so I brought them first." Hearing this, Wang Sledgehammer breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're not going to ask a girl out. While my own failures hurt, my friend's successes are simply hard to accept." "Coach, the confession was successful. Expulsion from 515. The confession was unsuccessful. You are still my son." Hearing Wang De Hammer's words, Li Haoyang smiled, then turned around and prepared to leave the dormitory. Suddenly, Wang Sledgehammer took a few steps forward and said to Li Haoyang, "Coach." The look in his eyes was as if he were an old father, watching his son get married backwards. "I'd be more upset if you came back with anything other than good news." "So meaty," Xin Xiao said breathlessly. Lono nodded back. Li Haoyang had someone, leaving only a lonely back. "The wind is xiao xiao and the water is cold. The strong man goes and never returns." A good poem. After each of them made their own arrangements this weekend and Luo Yi went out, only Xin Xiao and Wang De Hammer were left in the 515 dormitory. 2 people are lazy and sleepy most of the time. The other one plays games all day and night and favors his skills as a rookie. After Luo Yi went out, he received a message from Su Baijiao. He changed Su Bai Kanji's note to Fairy School Sister. "Fairy School Girl, you still have my car keys." At the mention of this, Luo Yi suddenly thought of this matter. "Yeah, almost forgot about that." Su Baijiao then sent another message. "Fairy Sister, come to the teacher's apartment. I'll send you the address of the party." Seeing this message, Luo Yi was first stunned. Then he understood what the other party meant. The fairy schoolgirl wanted him to drive her in his car. A feeling of fulfillment surged through Luo Ye's heart, as if he had been doped up. His empty mind was swept away by his emotions, and his entire being radiated with gladness. He walked towards the teacher's apartment and to the parking lot. Su Baigui was already standing next to the car. The Su Bai Kanji in front of her, dressed in a Chinese dress, a red dress, dignified and elegant, stood next to the grungy pink chopped fish head. Su Bai Kanji's figure and looks went well with any clothes, especially this red Chinese dress, as if a classical beauty had walked out of a painting. She was like an ancient footloose young lady who couldn't take her eyes off of her. Seeing Luo Yi in plain clothes, Su Bai Porge's brows gently frowned without a trace. "This guy, I can't believe he's not wearing a hanbok." Luo Yi also found out about this matter and said somewhat coyly, I packed my book bag." "Yuck, this mouth, why are you stuttering again? Change." Su Bai Kanji said faintly. Huh? In here. Lono looked around for a moment, somewhat doubting his ears. It's early, go change at home. Home. Lono gave a puzzled expression. Aha. Su Bai Kanji nodded as if nothing had happened. She had wanted to say that she would go to her house to change, but when she thought that Gu Mingxian was this elementary school brother's older brother, she was a bit unable to say anything. It wasn't her home, it was Lono's home, if you ask me. But she couldn't say, I'll change it at your house. So it's just a matter of not having a persona and just saying you'll go to the house and change it. But it seems like no matter how you say it, it's easy to misunderstand. Luo Yi understood but didn't joke about it. He was just a little curious as to why the fairy schoolmate would just say home. He wasn't so self-absorbed that he thought his schoolmates treated him like family. Just because he liked the fairy schoolmates didn't mean he made jokes that only couples could make before being with each other. At this time, Luo Yi did not know that the person who sent himself to the bureau in the first place was Su Bai Kanji. Nor did he know that Su Bai Kanji was the tenant of that house. Follow me. Su Bai Kanji didn't think about that much as she stepped away and began to lead the way. Building 5, Unit 4, 614. Arriving at the entrance of 614, Luo Yi suddenly had a hint of familiarity. At the mention of 614, Luo Yi had no reaction, but personally came to the door of 614, Luo Yi suddenly remembered what? Sister. You. Lono was a little incoherent, and Su Bai Kanji was also slightly stunned. Does he still not know that he rents in Gu Mingxian's house? In the early hours of this morning, Lono had ordered takeout for her, and she'd thought he knew. At the thought of his elementary school brother being sent to the police station by himself before school even started, around the iceberg goddess, she couldn't help but show a hint of embarrassment. Good thing Lono didn't ask. The two knew each other well, and neither one mentioned what had happened. The air, too, coalesced with an unspeakable atmosphere. After opening the door, Su Bai Kanji didn't go in, but pointed inside and said, That one is my room. The other one has Professor Gu's things, and the other is the room he left for you. I understand, schoolteacher. Lono's body stiffened a bit. Walking into the room, Lono was finally sure. This is Gu Mingxuan's house, where he himself was arrested by the police who suddenly rushed in, dumbfounded, shouting out his injustice, and no one paid any attention. He didn't realize that it was the fairy sister who sent him in the day before school started. Gu Mingxian, surprisingly, rented his house to a fairy schoolmate. It turned out that he and his fairy schoolmate had already had this kind of contact long before the start of the school year. Lono walked into the room his cousin had left him and began to change into his hanbok. Chapter 24. Tea Party in Chinese Clothing. Switching around, Luo Yi suddenly realized a shocking fact. This thing he can't even wear? Yesterday at the store, it was the clerk who helped him change, and he went to the hanbok club just because fairy sister was in that club, and he hadn't even worn much of this kind of clothing before. What a shame that I can't wear the old ancestors' clothes. Especially this belt. This is supposed to be a belt, right? Luo Yi opened the door of the room and said with a bit of a twist, That schoolmate. Before the words were even finished, Su Baijiao already knew what he wanted to say. Won't wear it. Aha! Seeing this, Su Bai Kanji walked in from the doorway. Although Luo Yi wouldn't be able to wear it, he wore it so that it didn't show too much. This hanbok is white overall, except that it has a lot of blue patterns and motifs on it, making the blue color more dominant to the eye. Su Bai Kanji stretched out her delicate fingers, helping Luo Yi wear it while occasionally touching him. The latter didn't even dare to say anything. His heartbeat was beating rapidly and his breathing was a little short. As a matter of fact, Su Baijiao was also a bit nervous, only that she was more capable of pretending than Luo Yi and couldn't see it at all. The two of them were just silent with each other as they put Lono's clothes on. And Lono was very well prepared, even had a wig. After putting on the wig, his whole temperament changed, as if he was a different person. Fluttering like an elegant scholar, the young man's face was clean and his eyes seemed to conceal thousands of stars. Luo Yi took out another folding fan from his bag, spun it around in place, threw the fan around, struck a pose, and the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly as he said softly, Miss Su, please. Su Bai Kanji froze slightly, then said expressionlessly, Please. The moment the hanbok was put on, Luo Yi felt that speaking in the vernacular was somewhat ruining his image, so he became dignified in his speech and demeanor. Su Baijiao wouldn't need to do that, she was already demure. But when you sit inside the pink chopped fish head, all the image almost all ruined. Tiny car with two high-profile men and women in handbox. The moment the engine started, Luo Yi coughed lightly and reprimanded in a gulp. Hiya! Su by kanji? Hey, sorry, couldn't help it. Chopped fish head sped along and soon arrived at the party. A gathering of the Hanbok Club, that's definitely different. It was a tea party, and the food wasn't that greasy and smoky, mainly light. The people, like the ancients, sat at the tea party and either used the tea for poetry or drank wine. Of course, all the wine here is also brewed with a very low alcohol content, so you basically won't get drunk, and those who can't hold their liquor can also drink tea. At the tea party, Lu Jianglai sat on a bench, and although he was a boy, he behaved more elegantly than a girl. A group of girls surrounded him, but not in a flowery sort of way, apparently thinking of him as a sister. Ahem, schoolgirls, so enthusiastic. I'm going to start the roll call below. So white porridge. The first name, that's their president's. Turns out the first name wasn't there. Lu Jianglai seemed to be used to it. Su by porridge was very busy and often missed the activities of the club, so he just skipped it and continued to start the roll call. Until Lono. No one responded to Lono. Still no response. After the roll call, Lu Jianglai realized that of those who had signed up for this party, only Su by porridge and Luo Yi were absent. Soon his expression changed. Doubt, surprise, amazement, excitement. Is it possible that our sister porridge has really blossomed? Thinking of this, Lu Jianglai revealed a pleased expression. As a fellow traveler of the girls, he hated not being a woman. If he were a woman and had the looks of Su by porridge, he would have a harem of 3,000 beauties. When he came to the Chinese dress club and saw Su by porridge's stunning face, Lu Jianglai's first reaction was not desire, but envy. It's a shame not to be a teenage campus heroine for once with such an attractive face. But Su Baijiu also doesn't fall in love, and usually won't even know any boys. Nowadays, it's always something. The time of the tea party will soon begin. Looking at the scene of a group of young men and women wearing Chinese dress in all around the companionship, know each other, Lu Jianglai is also showed a gratified expression. Suddenly, the sound of the crowd chatting died down. Only two figures came in at the door of the lobby. A modest young man with a folding fan and a kind face, as well as a woman dressed in red, like a bride of an ancient mansion, with a cold face and a stunningly beautiful appearance. The two of them were drawn in a distinctly different style from the others, as if they had come from another world, and the handboks were worn on them as if they had been tailored to fit them, so that they couldn't even see the shadows of the modern people. There was a gasp of surprise from the entire room as the crowd looked in amazement at the two men who had walked in. Most of the people here are freshmen and 80% of them are girls, and among the freshmen, not all of them are like Wang de Hammer, who knows the high and cold schoolgirl who is already a junior, much less any Luo Yi. They just thought the two people in front of them were so good looking that they were drawn in for a moment. Lu Jianglai stood up and spoke. This one. Many of the schoolmates haven't seen her yet. She is the president of our Hanfu club, Su Baijiu. Upon hearing the name Su by kanji, many people came to a sudden realization. Just because they hadn't seen Su by kanji didn't mean they hadn't heard of the name. The university flower of JNU, a talented computer girl, and a role model for many. No wonder it's so beautiful. So she's Su Baijiu. Then the question comes, rumor has it that Su by porridge is as cold as an iceberg, doesn't take part in any activities of an entertainment nature, and even less will there be any men around. So why is she here at this very moment? And what's the deal with the boy beside her? Seeing the strange expressions of the people around him, Luo Yi slowed down his pace from the original side-by-side walk to him following behind the fairy schoolmistress, creating a feeling that he and the schoolmistress just happened to come in together and didn't know each other. He couldn't afford to ruin his schoolmate's image. Needless to say, the people around him bought into this move. With that, some girls came over to get to know Luo Yi. After all, he was still very handsome. As the tea party began, some snacks and tea were brought to everyone's table by the waiter. In the middle of the lobby, there was an old-fashioned band playing heart-stopping music. Su by kanji's position was next to Lu Jianglai. The latter took a sip of tea, glanced at the other party with his afterglow, and lightly laughed. Sister Kanji, you came here together with that elementary school brother, right? He's Professor Gu's brother, Su by kanji said with expressionless words. Professor Gu. Is no wonder, but even if it's Professor Gu's brother, with your character, you wouldn't know him just because of that, right? He knew Su by kanji very well. Even if Professor Gu was her teacher, it was impossible for her to take extra care of Professor Gu's brother as well because of this. So, her willingness to get to know Luo Yi must be because Luo Yi as a person has something that attracts her. Chapter 25, Your Privacy, It's Mine. In the middle of the tea party, two girls came to Lono's side and asked about Lono's green bubble QR code. Luo Yi scratched his hair and thought of how Shen Xiao always said that he had a girlfriend when he rejected people. So he learned a lesson and said, I have a girlfriend. Upon hearing this answer, every girl who came over to ask for green bubbles left disappointed. Although Su Baikanji had been looking at her cell phone, her afterglow was also staring in Luo Ye's direction. Seeing that all the girls from the past had returned without any success, for some reason she was relieved, and in her mind she recognized her choice to attend the party as well. If he didn't come, did this elementary school student add all of them? And then 1 foot in N boat. I have to say, women's imaginations are rich. Su Baikanji gradually immersed herself in the world of fantasy, as if she saw the scene where Luo Yi started a mess and was irresponsible to many girls. Lu Zhonglai was looking dumbfounded from the side. Iceberg goddess, when did she ever show this kind of expression? Is this anger or what? He had almost never seen Su Baijiao froze, but now Su Baijiao not only froze, but also got angry. Why the hell is she angry? The ancient winds left the area after their set. The rest of the show was performed by their Hanbok club itself. Next, each person will make a self-introduction, and while doing so, some students even prepared performances, either singing or dancing, which can make others more impressed and thus get to know each other quickly. With things like clubs, let's be honest, most people stay for a year and don't always make a few new friends. But the atmosphere of the Hanbok Club is truly special. We all get together because of the same hobby, and we all get together because of our love for hanboks and ancient styles, so there is an almost constant stream of conversation. Soon enough, it was Lono's turn to introduce himself. He stood up and saw a bunch of people watching him and suddenly became a little social. He subconsciously glanced at the only person he recognized, Su Baijiao, noticing that the fairy schoolmistress was also looking at him. In the quiet lobby, the two men looked at each other across the room by mistake. Next moment, Luo Yi blushed slightly and quickly bowed his head, and Su Baikanji turned her head slightly to cover herself. This scene was clearly captured by Lu Zhonglai, and a silent smile appeared on his face. There is drama. It's an opportunity. As the initiator of this party, Lu Zhonglai opened his mouth and said, Schoolmate, no need to be nervous. Boldly introduce yourself. Okay, senpai. Because military training had only just ended less than half a month ago, Luo Yi directly wore a hanbok, assumed an upright posture and said solemnly, My name is Luo Yi, freshman year. Hobby playing games, singing, sky-high writing. 18 years old. Birthday is... Alright, next. Su Baikanji suddenly said. It was the first thing she said at the party, directly interrupting Lono's self-introduction. Those present looked at her in unison, and even Luo Yi was a bit dumbfounded. The crowd's first thought was that Su Baikanji didn't like Luo Yi, which was why she interrupted his self-introduction. Luo Yi thought the same thing, and he showed a somewhat dejected expression as he sat down silently. Seeing this, Su Baikanji remained expressionless, but her psyche was not calm. What was she just doing? She just felt that if Luo Yi continued to talk, wouldn't there be no privacy at all? A birthday? She didn't even know Lono's birthday, so who was anyone else to know? But what did Luo Ye's birthday have to do with her if she didn't tell anyone? Why is there an urgency for something good to be found? It's like being in a hurry when someone else is spending money. So under what circumstances does someone else spend money and get anxious? Of course, other people spend money that is hers. Su Baikanji was still contemplating, but realized that Luo Yi became a little silent sitting in his seat, and the whole person was depressed and sullen, looking a little pitiful. Lu Zhonglai propped up his chin, with a voice that only he and Su Baikanji could hear, whispered, Sister Kanji, after you go back, you can make up for this elementary school brother. Oh, you made people sad. Su Baikanji didn't say anything and didn't know what to say. After the party was over, the students of the Hanfu Club went home individually, while Luo Yi was still sitting dumbly in his seat, somewhat lost in thought. Lu Zhonglai glanced at Su Baijiao and Luo Yi with an inexplicable look and left the place as well. The only two people left here were the two men and a couple of waiters who were clearing tables in the hotel lobby. Su Baikanji walked over and said faintly, Gone. Oh. Luo Yi didn't seem to know what to say, but he still revealed a far-fetched smile and stood up from his position, following Su Baijiao's lead as he walked towards the parking lot. The pink chopped fish head is as cute as ever. But Luo Yi looked at Su Baijiao's back and only felt that there was an unbridgeable gap between them. Yeah, she's an iceberg goddess, a high-flying schoolgirl. How could one pray that she would like him? Perhaps, in the eyes of the fairy schoolmistress, he wasn't even a friend, only an acquaintance, a game hitchhiker at best. Luo Yi opened the car door and drove all the way back to the teacher's apartment in silence. Teacher's apartment parking lot. Luo Yi took out the keys to Chopped Fishhead's car and handed them to Su Baijiao. In order not to let the other party see how sad he was, he smiled forcefully and said, "Sister, the keys are back to you." Instead of reaching out and picking up this key, Su Baijiao asked, "Your birthday?" "Huh?" Lono showed a puzzled look. "Your self-introduction isn't over yet. What's your birthday?" Su Baikanji said somewhat seriously. "Fairy schoolmistress, she asked me my birthday? 10. October 6th. October 6th. The penultimate day of the 7-day mini vacation. That's not coming up soon?" Su Baikanji nodded and added, "In future self-introductions, you don't have to tell all about yourself." Oh, okay." Looking at Luo Ye's dumb and dopey appearance, Su Baikanji asked again, "Introduce yourself? Is there anything else you want to introduce?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi looked at the fairy school sister's stunningly beautiful face and said doubtfully, "But school sister, didn't you just say that you don't need to introduce yourself in full?" Hearing this, Su Baikanji blinked her beautiful eyelashes. That cold face, obviously expressionless. But for some reason, Luo Yi felt a hint of a smile. Except this time. This sentence is already very difficult to cut the teeth for Su Bai porridge at this time. She can say this kind of words has already drummed up a lot of courage in her heart. Lono thought for a moment, then said, "My parents are police officers, and they are my proudest parents. Parents are cops. It's no wonder that this elementary school kid is trippy, polite, and respectful in his words and actions." Luo Yi looked at Su Baijiao and buried his last self-introduction in his heart. "The person I like is the fairy schoolmistress. It's you." Chapter 26. Sister Cooking. "The car keys, until I learn how to get on the road, I'll leave them with you," Su Baikanji said softly. She then turned, ready to leave the parking lot. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned back, her eyes staring at Luo Yi, and added, "What are you doing frozen? Aren't you going to change your clothes?" Without changing his clothes, Luo Yi would have to go back inside the school in his hanbok. Going to schoolmarm's house to change? Su Baigui didn't answer. Luo Yi also felt that it was too much to ask. He stuffed the car keys into his bag, then followed behind his schoolmate and returned to the teacher's apartment building 5, Unit 4, 614. Once more in 614, the two returned to their respective rooms to change into civilian clothes. This time, Luo Yi finally had the time to observe the room Gu Mingxian had left for himself. Although he'd been here once the day before school started, that time he'd just come in to play a game and hadn't familiarized himself with the place at all. After changing into civilian clothes, Lono looked around his room. A bed, which took up half the space, plus a closet, table, floating window, chairs. There were only so many things in the room, but the basics were there. Luo Yi raised his head and showed a satisfied look when he saw the air conditioner. There was air conditioning, nice. None of the dorm rooms had that, just a fan that spun and hummed. Luo Yi opened the door and found that fairy school sister had already changed into a long dress and tied on an apron, and was busy in the kitchen. "Is this cooking?" "That's right, the snacks and tea at the tea party weren't even enough to stuff your teeth with. So I'm sure the schoolteacher was hungry too." Luo Yi explored his head and said in surprise, "Sister, it smells so good. I didn't realize that not only was fairy sister pretty and a talented woman, but she was even so virtuous at home. Up in the hall and down in the kitchen." In the kitchen, Su Baikanji was at the helm of the stir-fry, and after hearing this, she didn't say anything, but continued to be busy. Luo Yi left his room and walked into the kitchen, coming next to Su Baijiao. He looked at the contents of the pot and realized that it was obvious that so many schoolmates couldn't finish it. Then it's obvious that the schoolteacher made it for 2. Thinking of this, Luo Yi volunteered and said with a pat on his chest, "Sister, let me help you." The movement in Su Baikanji's hands lurched, thinking that when he had roasted the meat before, Luo Yi wasn't even very good at roasting pancetta. He immediately swung out the spatula and blocked Luo Ye's approach. "No need." Su Baikanji continued to stir-fry. A few moments later, she added, "This is your reward for ordering me takeout early this morning." At those words, Luo Yi could only watch from the side with bated breath. Soon, Su Baikanji made 2 dishes and 1 soup and also cooked rice. Although the meal in front of him couldn't be talked about as sumptuous. Once he thought that it was made by the fairy schoolmistress, Luo Yi felt that it was the best delicacy he had ever eaten in his life. The truth was also true. Su Bai Kanji's cooking skills were very high, and compared to Luo Yi, who knew nothing about this area, it was as if all of the latter's cooking skill points in his life had been added to the former's body. In Su Bai Kanji's expressionless, but hidden between a hint of anticipation, Luo Yi took a bite of her cooking. At once, Luo Ye's eyes lit up with satisfaction. Yummy! Getting an affirmative answer, Su Bai Porge's heart was relieved and enriched, and then started eating as well. The meal was quickly swept away under Luo Ye's wolfish appetite. Luo Yi stood up, somewhat happily. I'll do the dishes. Saying that, before Su Bai Kanji could react, he started to pack up the dishes on the table and went directly to the kitchen. This time, it was Su Bai Kanji's turn to watch Luo Yi busy in the kitchen. But it didn't take long to wash the dishes, and after a few minutes, Luo Yi returned to his room, picked up his bag, and prepared to go back to his dormitory. Goodbye, schoolteacher. Luo Yi waved his hand, and Su Bai Kanji just nodded silently. After Luo Yi left, Su Bai Kanji sat in front of the table, looking at the empty living room in front of him. What's it like? Why is it that as soon as he leaves, he will have an empty emotion, feeling that this house seems to be missing something? Obviously, he has only been here for a total of more than an hour, and it seems they've been seeing each other more often lately. Thinking of this, Su Baijiao shook her head. Although she may indeed begin to have a good feeling about this elementary school brother, she also has to be reserved. That's right, be reserved. Leaving the 5 buildings and 4 units, Luo Yi dialed Gu Mingxuan's phone. Hello, brother. I want to ask, did you rent your house to Susan? On the phone, Gu Mingxuan's laughter was heard. Then he asked, what's wrong? Su Bai Kanji is my student. What's wrong with renting the house to her while I'm away? No problem. But the dormitory doesn't have air conditioning. If I'm not in the dormitory, where do I live? On top of that, there's a vacation coming up, 7 days. Where am I going to stay? Yo, don't you know this? Older brother, go raid Su Bai Kanji. Whether or not you can live in it depends on whether or not you kid can make her your girlfriend. Hearing this, Luo Yi panicked. What kind of strategy? Fairy School Sister is not a game character. Just describing it, don't say you don't like her. I know exactly what kind of character you kid has. Lono fell silent. Come on, old man. Cheer up. I won't be back for at least 6 months. Hopefully I'll have a nephew by then. Hearing this, Luo Yi was filled with shock. 6 months to give you a nephew? But the phone had also been hung up, and Luo Yi could only sigh helplessly. His parents were police officers who had him at the age of 32 in the first place because of their busy official duties. At that time, Gu Mingxian was already 10 years old. So he was sort of brought up by Gu Mingxian, and if he had any little thoughts, Gu Mingxian could guess them almost instantly. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when I returned to my dormitory. Wang de Hammer was tired of playing the game and was lying on the bed huffing and puffing. And Shen Xiao was sitting on the bed, in a daze. What's up, male star? Lono asked curiously. Shen Xiao looked at Luo Yi, revealed a bitter smile and said, something in my family. Every family has its problems. Lono lamented. To be able to make Shen Xiao all worried at school means that something big is happening in Shen Xiao's family, and most likely it's still related to Shen Xiao. Speaking of which, the male celebrity kept saying he had a girlfriend. At first they thought it was to turn down girls who wanted contact information, but in the dorm room when his roommates asked about it, he also said he had a girlfriend. Thinking of this, Luo Yi asked curiously, male star, honestly, I'm curious if you actually have a girlfriend. I have a girlfriend. At the mention of his girlfriend, Shen Xiao's face eased a tiny bit, always with a smile on his face, but the sad look in his demeanor seemed to deepen. He pulled out his cell phone, showed Luo Yi his cell phone wallpaper, and laughed. My girlfriend, little tear. How is it? It's pretty, isn't it? Good looking. Lono marveled. Not bad for a male celebrity's girlfriend. Tear and I, we met freshman year of high school and have been together for 3 years. Hearing this, Luo Yi was surprised. No wonder the male celebrity usually looks mature, but he has had such a rich relationship experience. In the age of fast food, to be able to talk to someone for the rest of your life, Lono didn't even know how happy that would be. And where is she? Is she at school in River City too? Aha! Shen Xiao's eyes carried an inexplicable look, forced a smile and said, in Jiangcheng Medical University. Chapter 27 Cousin's Phone Call. That night, Li Haoyang came back. Seeing his playful smile, Wang's sledgehammer angrily said, Coach, you're smiling so brightly. Did you give my cabbage away? Right? Li Haoyang couldn't stop the smile on his face. He glanced at the three people in the dormitory and said solemnly, I, Li Haoyang, am the first to get off the hook. Expel 515, began King Sledgehammer, shouting slogans. At the same time, he changed the name of the group chat in his dorm room. For 515, read, dog, dog, everyone, everyone. The expressions of two dogs and two little people, a man and a woman holding hands. For little emojis that make up the name of the new group chat in dorm room 515. Wang's Sledgehammer wrapped his arm around Luoye's shoulders and said painfully, Wild child, what's so good about getting off the hook? Let this group of stinky present charges see the joy of our single dogs. Saying that, Wang's Sledgehammer suddenly frowned. It was because he had discovered something on Luoye's body that shouldn't be there. Hair. Long hair. This very long, this length at least up to the waist. Noticing this, Wang Dehammer's brain thought quickly, and countless girls' faces instantly surfaced in his mind, and finally, stopped on the image of one person. Crap, wild child. I said why you were gone all day today. So it's because you went on a date with Tang Enki. Lono? What the hell? Wang Dehammer thought for half a day. There was only one person who possessed such long hair and could still get to know Luo Yi in less than a month after the start of the university, and could still hang out with him. That would be Lono's high school classmate, Tang Enki. Plus the fact that Tang Enki had refused his request for a date today and said she had a date, which made Wang Dehammer even more convinced of this. Good wild child, you Hammer Brothers woman dare to move. Say it, progress to which step? The first half of the sentence Wang Dehammer just feigned anger, and the second half of the sentence directly exposed his nature, revealing a strong color of gossip. I didn't go out with Tang Enki. I went out with Xian, with a schoolmate. School sister. Wang Dehammer glanced at Luo Yi with seeming disbelief. That's right, schoolmarm. What age? Junior. Crap. Wang's Sledgehammer said incredulously. Senior sister? Wild child. I can advise you. Junior still hooking up with fresh meat of freshman year. Usually can't find a date in the same session. Be careful, don't be hungry, tiger. Hearing these words, Luo Ye's mind floated back to Su by Kanji's stunning face. Can't find a date for a fairy schoolgirl? What a joke. Lono was furious. Sister suitors can line up from here to the moon. Unbelievable. Wang's Sledgehammer's mouth skimmed, then winked and playfully said, Unless, show me a picture. No, I'm not even with my senior sister yet. Wouldn't showing you the pictures ruin her reputation? Not so much, it's just a picture, wild child. Do you have your own little privacy now? It really hurts for my father. However, Wang Dehammer didn't have to ask for the photo, and seeing Luo Ye's reluctance, he didn't continue the topic anymore. By the way, it's almost vacation. What are you guys going to do? This question was mainly asked of Luo Yi. After all, the other three were all from the province and were all going home. Only Luo Ye's hometown was in the capital, which was more than 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangcheng, so it would be too much of a waste of time to go home. I don't know. If I don't go home, I'll be in my dorm room coding, I guess. Luo Yi said with some hesitation. He wasn't sure what he was going to do. He couldn't just code all day. Maybe he'll spend his free time taking a nice stroll around River City. After all, the water town of Jiangnan had countless beautiful views, and he couldn't stay cooped up in the vicinity of Jiangda. Anyway, you stay overnight alone. Remember to tell us if anything happens. Wang's Sledgehammer admonished. Li Haoyang also nodded and said, Brother Luo Yi, call if you need anything. My house is in Jiangcheng. It's very close. Shun Xiao, who was sitting on the bed, also said, Although my family is not in Jiangcheng, I will go to the medical university to look for my girlfriend. So if there's anything you need to tell me. Seeing that his roommates were so concerned about him, Lono was touched. At this time, Wang Dehammer revealed a handsome expression and said, There's no need to be touched as your father, it's only normal to care about you. Li Haoyang and Xin Xiao nodded their heads at the same time in recognition. Luo Ye's head was full of black lines. But it's only Saturday, and the vacation is next Wednesday, so there's no need to rush just yet. For days later, Luo Yi sent the last roommate away, and then felt a pang of loneliness as he looked at the empty dormitory. So boring. Roommates are not there, dormitory so quiet. He will be a little uncomfortable. Even playing games have become tasteless up. Today they only have one morning class a day, so after the morning class, they are on vacation. Xin Xiao accompanied Luo Yi for lunch and also left the school. Not only was the dormitory quiet, but the entire boys' dormitory building was much emptier. Even talking in the corridors echoed. Scary. There are no demons at night, are there? As an online author, the last thing Lono lacked was imagination. If there is really a demon, it's too scary, so wide and scared, needing a hug from a fairy schoolmate. Thinking of this, Luo Yi opened Green Bubble and sent a message to fairy schoolmate. Lono, are you going home, too, schoolteacher? The other party didn't reply first. They should be busy with something. At this time, Gu Mingxuan's phone called. When Luo Yi answered, his cousin's voice rang on the other end of the line. Older brother, your sister-in-law asked if you're coming home from vacation, so she can fry up a few dishes. Hearing the word stir-fry, Luo Ye's face changed, as if recalling some bad memories, and quickly said, No, no need. My sister-in-law is usually so busy, so don't bother her. I'm staying in Jiangcheng quite well. In that case, then your sister-in-law should be very disappointed. Really do not go back. Gu Mingxuan's voice was a bit odd, obviously looking at Luo Ye's jokes. Good-looking people are more or less dark. Gu Mingxian is the same as Xin Qiao, full of bad water, only the fairy schoolmistress is different. No return, Lono said firmly. It's a pity. But I'm calling you, not because of this matter. Old brother your sweetheart is definitely going home. Don't blame brother didn't remind you. Recently you can care more about her. Hearing something related to fairy school sister, Luo Yi became serious and asked, What happened to school sister? On her side of the family, there's quite a bit of gossip about her. But, knowing you as I do, you would have done it even if I hadn't said anything, wouldn't you? Abroad. Gu Mingxian hung up the phone. Next to him, a handsome man approached and asked, Is that your brother? Well, but I'm being redundant with Ono's heart. There should be no one better at taking care of people. Because of the death of his parents, Lono grew up boarding at their house. Foster, so much so that of his peers Lono would know better. At this time, a woman who looked even colder than Su by kanji appeared beside the two. The woman was stunningly beautiful and tall. She, an international superstar, the top diva of the summer entertainment industry, Ai Wenjun. Its sister-in-law, have you guys finally decided to bring Qingyu back home? Well, Qingyue is not fit to grow up in this country. Wenjun and I have decided to bring her back to Xia. The man said. Ai Wenjun was pregnant when she graduated from college, but she was already a top-tier star at the time. So she and her husband, Yi Mingjie, chose to have the baby in another country, in order to stay out of the limelight. Gu Mingxian looked at the little girl hiding behind Ai Wenjun. The little girl was peeking at him with a slightly frightened expression. Seeing this, Gu Mingxian smiled faintly and said softly, Little Qingyue, do you have any dreams? I want to be a top diva, like my mom, the little girl said with courage. At those words, Gu Mingxian smiled. There will be a day. Chapter 28 Decisions. Even though it is said to be a holiday today, tomorrow is only the first day of the 7-day mini-vacation. It was already 4 in the afternoon after Luo Yi finished writing what he wanted to update today in his dorm room. He looked at his phone and saw that someone had messaged him. But it wasn't Su by Porridge, it was Tang Enki. The other asked if he wanted to go home, and if he did then she would go back too, just to make up some company on the way. If it was the Luo Yi of the past, I'm afraid that at this moment, he would be so excited that he would agree to the other party on the spot. But right now, his mind was filled with the fairy school sister and some strange words Gu Mingxian had just said, so he directly rejected the other party. Besides Tang Enki, Su Xiaojia also sent a message to Luo Yi. Although Su Xiaojia and Luo Yi were not high school classmates, they both came from the capital, so it would be convenient if they went home. She was also asking if Lono was coming back home. For this chatterbox, Luo Yi actually sympathized. Su Xiaojia should like Li Haoyang, but she doesn't know yet that the coach has been taken down by Lu Bingxin, and Luo Yi doesn't know how to tell her. This little girl had also come alone from the capital to go to school thousands of miles away, and because she was talkative, not many people usually cared about her. On the first day of school, she carried heavy luggage when it was still raining and happened to run into Li Haoyang, who she thought was the orientation senior, until the class meeting before the military training, when she realized that Li Haoyang was actually her classmate. Coupled with the fact that Li Haoyang is the class president, and she is a little girl who loves to get into trouble, usually not a lot of Li Haoyang to help her, over and over again the little girl likes the safe and reliable class president. As a result, the class president had been taken down by the long-legged lowly. It's a sin. Luo Yi similarly tells Su Xiaojia that he's not going back. Then he walked out of his dorm room, ready to wander around. As he left the school, Lono's cell phone rang again. He took it out and realized that Fairy schoolmate had finally messaged back. Fairy schoolgirl. Not really wanting to go home. Seeing this, Luoyi thought about it and typed and asked, "If you don't want to reply, just don't reply." Su Baigui was silent for a while longer. Then replied that the mother was not well. Seeing this reply, Luoyi then understood why his schoolmate had to go home every time he was on vacation. It's no wonder that the schoolteacher stays up late every day to make money by taking part-time computer jobs online. It didn't take long for Su Bai Porridge to send a few more messages. Fairy sister. I bought a ticket and I'm leaving tomorrow. Fairy sister. You can stay in the teacher's apartment while I'm gone. Lono looked at the messages contemplatively. Gu Mingxian had said on the phone that at Fairy sister's home, there was a lot of gossip about her. So sister didn't really want to go home. Every time I go home, I have to flat out suffer the indignities of my relatives and friends. I'm sure you'll be in pain when you get home, right? Thinking of this, Luoyi sent a good to his senior sister. Then silently he began to look online for a ticket to the Fairy sister's hometown. Sister's home is near Jiangcheng, also Jiangnan Watertown ranks of the city, called Hangcheng, only less than 200 kilometers away from Jiangcheng. By high-speed rail about an hour or so away. As for after arriving in Hangzhou, Luoyi didn't know where Fairy School sister's home was, and he couldn't possibly ask her directly. They had only known each other for a month, and their relationship wasn't such that they knew each other's home addresses. But the thought that his schoolmate might be upset gave Lono a fidgety feeling. No matter what, it was impossible for him to stay in Jiangcheng, so that nothing could be done, and even if something happened to his senior sister, he could only remain indifferent. As for the rest, let's wait until he gets to Hangzhou. If the schoolmate is in a bad mood, he is in Hangzhou and can go to be with her as fast as he can. It would really be great if something didn't happen to Sister Scholar. If Xin Xiao was here, he would have cursed a licking dog. But there is nothing wrong with deep love, and without the courage to throw yourself at it, why would you be able to encounter that sincere and precious feeling? At least, after a lonely throw, even if the result is not satisfactory, you can afford yourself your own feelings. When someday in the future back to think of this time, you will not regret, not to mention regret. Because you did your best. After making up his mind, Luoyi purchased a ticket for that night, then returned to his dormitory, packed out a few sets of change of clothes, and then headed directly to the school entrance to take a taxi to the train station. While waiting for the car, he met Lu Bingxin and Tang Enki again. The two girls, Lu Bingxin carrying her luggage, seemed to be preparing to go home, while Tang Enki only carried a bag. It wasn't hard to see that she was helping Lu Bingxin carry it. Upon seeing Luo Yi, Tang Enki queried, "Student Luo Yi, didn't you say you weren't going home?" Hearing this, Luo Yi said, "Well, I'm going to Hangzhou for 2 days." Hearing this, before Tang Enki could say anything, Lu Bingxin said, "Hangzhou. Ah, the development there has been really good in the past few years, and when we have the chance, Hao Yang and I would like to go there as well." Tang Enki poked her and said with a puckered mouth, "I told you no showmanship. Ha ha ha, you're still the same. Didn't you go out with the handsome senior last weekend? He's the one who kept asking me out. I didn't want to go, but he went straight to squat me downstairs in the women's dormitory. It was infuriating." Saying that, Tang Enki also looked at Luo Ye's expression and realized that the other party didn't have any reaction after hearing those words. For some reason, Tang Enki's heart had some feeling of loss, as if something that once belonged to her had been completely lost to her. But who was she to lose it? Tang Enki smiled bitterly and said, "Classmate Luo Yi, have fun." "Well, have fun too." Lono got into a cab and headed in the direction of the train station. Looking at the cab's back, Lu Bingxin faintly asked, "Kiki, do you really not like the handsome senior?" "Well, he asked me out many times, but I didn't want to agree. Last Saturday also he squatted me at the door of the women's dormitory. Plus you were around to say give him a chance and try it out on a date, so I went, but it really didn't make me heart the feeling." Another boy appears beside her, and Tang Enki realizes that her youth has been stuck in the face of a sunny teenager. The teenager stayed behind her and never left, and she never looked back at the teenager, until one day she looked back and realized the teenager was gone. That's when she realized that she was missing out on someone very important. There are many ways to recognize if something is important to you, but the most direct way is to lose it. Only after coming to Jiangcheng did she realize how much courage it took for a boy to be willing to accompany her to a strange city. From the moment Luo Yi, because of her, enrolled in JNU, it meant that the boy, for at least 4 years, would have to stay here. But she, who had personally brought Luo Yi to Jiangda, had abandoned the latter in this place. And the beauty, it won't sink just because she's abandoned it. Beauty that will be found, picked up, owned, and cherished by others. Chapter 29. This picture is so white. Lono prefers high-speed trains, as well as trains, to airplanes. Airplanes are so cramped, and squeezing into tiny seats for hours on end is depressing. Of course, first class was the exception, but the price was several times higher, and while it wasn't that he didn't have that power, Luo Yi didn't want to spend that much money on a transportation ride. The high-speed train races along the railroad as the scene around it rapidly regresses through lakes, elevations, caves, and mountains. The journey was not too long. Luo Yi did not eat dinner in the carriage, and when he got off the train, the whole person was almost starving and weak. Although he didn't know what other fiction authors were like, he usually just liked to go to more places and see more scenery so that he could write more exciting stories. This time he came to Hangzhou. Even if he could only stroll around the city, he would be satisfied. But there is a very famous name for Hangtown, the city known as a food desert. Lono arrived at a store, ready for a meal of the place's signature, West Lake vinegar fish. Seeing Luo Yi order this dish, the waiter revealed a strange look and whispered, "Handsome, is this your first time in Hangzhou?" "Yes, I just arrived." Luo Yi glanced at this waitress and said suspiciously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, one West Lake vinegar fish." The waiter gave Luo Yi a sympathetic look before leaving the place. When he came again, he had a plate of fish in his hand. Luo Yi looked at the fish on the table and thought it looked pretty good, so he took a shallow taste. At that moment, Luo Yi frowned. Even though he couldn't cook, the fish was awful. Even if it is difficult to eat, it is still expensive. It is surprising that it costs $200 apiece. Looking at the dead expression of this fish on the plate, Luo Yi sighed, took out his chopsticks and poked its eyes, and sadly said, "Brother fish, I'm sure you didn't think in your lifetime that you'd be made into such an unpalatable thing after your death." With the choice of not wasting it, Luo Yi finished it with a grimace on his face and went to the front desk to settle the bill. Looking at Luo Yi, who was somewhat handsome and still had an innocent look on his face, the front desk lady reminded, "Little handsome, if you just came to Hangzhou, you can check out the street stalls, blue porridge and ramen, or river fish, or if you can't do it, you can just eat shasian." Hearing this, Luo Yi nodded heavily. This proposal is important. After leaving the place, Luo Yi was ready to cope with a random hotel. After booking the room, Luo Yi laid down on the bed, looked at his cell phone, and tapped on the chat interface of the fairy schoolmistress, ready to ask her what she was doing right now. At this time, Su Baikanji was in the teacher's apartment just after taking a shower. She had already booked her ticket home and was going to be on the bus first thing in the morning, so she wasn't going to stay up late today. But if her mother wasn't home, she didn't want to go home at all. Her parents did not have a good relationship. Her mother was in poor health and needed care, but her father never took care of her mother. A mother who could give birth to a superb beauty like Su Baikanji was naturally a first-class beauty at one time. That's why his father, many times, suspected his wife and would even hit her for it. When Su Baikanji was small, her mother resigned from the company, and the reason was simply that there was a suitor for her in the company. Once suspicion arises, it cannot be terminated, and in order to prove her innocence, Su Baijiao's mother chooses to resign. But such behavior did not satisfy his father. Instead, he felt that he was being a thief. Then my mother's health got worse and worse, her appearance was not what it used to be, and my father became colder and colder to my mother as well. Then later, when Su Baijiao graduated from high school and was the subject of a rumor by a suitor, her father didn't say half a word on her behalf, but instead made a comment that made Su Baijiao incredulous. "You're just like your mother, you like to hook up with men." Su Baikanji bit her lip, feeling irritated at the thought of going back again. She lay back on her bed and looked at her cell phone as if she was expecting something. At that moment, a message alert sounded. "What are you doing?" Su Baijiao looked at the ceiling, then took a picture of nothing and sent it over. Seeing this, Luo Yi froze. In the photo, it's the ceiling and a light like the sun. Luo Yi could imagine that at this moment, the fairy school sister was lying on the bed with her hands up, looking at the cell phone screen, and then took a picture like this over. While this photo is a bit nonsensical, talking to your favorite person is nonsensical in itself. If you need to find a topic to barely talk, it only means that the other person has no feelings for you. Two people who are really attracted to each other think about how to talk to each other, so they can talk even if it's a photo that doesn't mean much. Lono. "Sister, I'm guessing you're tired of lifting your cell phone. and at this point you're lying on your side with your left leg resting on top of your right leg. As soon as this message was sent out, Kanji just happened to roll over on the bed, her left leg resting on top of her right leg. After doing these actions, the message beep sounded, and Baijiao saw the message from Luo Yi. She froze slightly, realizing that at that moment she was doing exactly what Lono had said. She then rolled over again, facing the other way, and put her right leg over her left. Very schoolgirl, wrong guess. After sending this message, she also took a picture of her leg and sent it to Luo Yi, proving that Luo Yi was indeed wrong. As soon as the picture was sent, Luo Yi saw a pair of bright white slender jade legs appear in his cell phone. Kanji's skin was incomparably smooth, and coupled with the fact that she had just taken a bath, these white legs had become an absolute treasure that no man could take his eyes off of. In addition, Kanji was wearing shorts today, and she didn't care what she wore when she was at home, so almost her entire pair of long legs were exposed. The next moment, though, the photo was withdrawn. Kanji was lying on the bed, her originally high and cold face incomparably blushing. How the hell did she take a picture of her legs for Lono? She was just thinking about proving the other side wrong in their guesses, and not even thinking that much about the rest. It was only for a second. I don't think he saw it, did he? Kanji thought this way, praying in her mind that the other party hadn't seen the photo just now. But the thought that, if he really did not see it, did not know why, a trace of pity appeared in his heart. The perfect body she had protected for 21 whole years, the only one in the world who had ever seen it. Even when she usually went out, Porridge wore long pants or long skirts, the shortest was just above the knee, and at most she would only show a calf. She knew she looked pretty, but didn't like the feeling of being watched, so she wouldn't wear clothes that showed off her figure. Seeing that Luo Yi didn't reply, Porridge was a bit anxious and sent another message. Fairy schoolgirl. What are you doing? Another message. Luo Yi finally reacted, and hastily replied, I didn't see anything. Over denial is affirmation. Kanji could be sure that he must have seen it. Thinking of this, Porridge kept rolling over and over on the bed. A moment later his head was facing the left, a moment later his head was facing the right, some idle feeling. The two kept talking, topic after topic, as if there was a constant flow. Unconsciously, Kanji's mood became very peaceful, and the previous unpleasantness had dissipated. She doesn't want to go home because there are a lot of people over there who will criticize her. Every time she remembered the scene when she had just graduated from high school and she had been accused by thousands of people, Baijiao's heart would fall into a heaviness. Chapter 30, Gourmet Desert. Without realizing it, it was already 11:30 at night, and it would soon be the next day. After saying goodnight to each other, Luo Yi looked through the chat logs and realized that he had chatted with his schoolmate for hundreds of messages in one night. Looking at these messages, Luo Yi didn't know why, but a feeling of satisfaction filled his heart. Soon, Luo Yi fell asleep. Originally 7 days of vacation, his novel is to add more. After all, everyone is on vacation, just can read a novel to relax. But nowadays, he is preoccupied with the fairy schoolmates. How can he think of any novel? But he can't completely ignore it, so a day to ensure the most basic update word count will be fine. For Luo Ye's hand speed of 18 years of singleness, a base word count of 4 to 6,000 was simply a piece of cake. Soon, Luo Yi fell asleep. Early the next morning, he opened his eyes on the king-sized hotel room and then started to wash up with a dazed look on his face. Looking at himself in the mirror, Luo Ye's heart sent out a soul-torturing question. Where am I? What am I doing? Oh, I'm in Hangzhou because schoolteacher's home is in this city. After washing up, Luo Yi decided to visit some of the more famous attractions in Hangzhou. But the city isn't big and there isn't much to do, but it's a very interesting city. Because the city has a lot of netizens, even some famous pedestrian streets, you can see a netizen holding a cell phone stand and live broadcasting everywhere within a few steps. So much so, that the city abounds in handsome men and women. Lono went out for breakfast and then got ready to start coding today's word count. Yard work in the morning and go sightseeing in the afternoon. Still, the first thing I did upon waking up was to send a good morning to my fairy school sister. Kanji also replied with a picture. The picture shows the window of a high-speed train, meaning that Porridge is already on her way home. Lono won't pick her up at the train station. Clinging to a member of the opposite sex like that, even if it was a girl he liked, felt a little inappropriate to him. What's more, the schoolmate didn't know that he was in Hangzhou, so if he went to the station to pick up the schoolmate, it would more than likely be offensive. It was enough that he was there when his schoolmate needed him. So the question arises, what should he eat today in this food desert? Luo Yi began to search the internet for something about Hangzhou's cuisine, and eventually locked onto something he'd never even heard of. Longwell. Fondue? Interesting, really interesting. Is there a Coke fondue? White wine fondue. Luo Yi spent the morning writing the day's update, then went straight to the hot pot restaurant with the dragon well. And all this time, Su Bai porridge had come to the house. About 15 kilometers away from the center of Hangzhou City, there was a small community that was not so high-end, but looked beautiful. Su Bai Kanji traveled lightly back to the front door of the house. Looking at the door of the room in front of her, she hesitated for a moment and inserted the key into the lock. But soon, she froze because the key didn't open the door to her house. She got a little confused and called her mom on her cell phone, but the call didn't go through. Did she change the locks on her house? At this time, the neighbors living across the street heard the commotion outside, and a grandmother opened the door, and upon seeing Su Bai Kanji, her face was kind and she smiled slightly. It's Kanji who's back. Come to Grandma's house to sit down? Grandma Lu's character is very good, and she also grew up watching Su Baijiao, so Su Baijiao is very kind to her. Su Bai Kanji came to Grandma Lu's house. Although it is a holiday, but Grandma Lu's children are not at home. Only a granddaughter of about 4 years old is eating snacks in the room. Su Bai Kanji sat on the sofa. Grandma Lu poured her a cup of tea, and then said, Kanji, recently your parents' relationship is getting worse and worse. After you started school last month, your father drank and came back late at night, and your mom's health is not good, and she didn't hear the knock on the door after she fell asleep at night, and then your father kicked the door open. You say, are a family, why live like this? Hearing this, Su Bai Kanji revealed a worried expression and couldn't help but ask, Grandma Lu, where's my mom? Grandma Lu glanced at Su Baijiao, then sighed. Looking at this, Su Baijiao's gaze had become pity. She said softly, your father kicked open the door, then shouted your mother to wake up. If it is not that I heard the commotion out to persuade a little bit, he has already made a move. The next day, your uncle picked up your mother. Recently, it seems that it is in a divorce. Upon hearing this, Su Baijiao's expression was not surprised. Divorce? She thought her mom should have divorced the guy a long time ago. It's just that my mom's health is not good, and if she gets a divorce, I'm afraid she'll have to live alone all the time in the future. So she's still hesitant until now. Even if they want a divorce, they have to wait until Su Bai porridge graduates and has time to take care of her. Yet she didn't want to drag her daughter down, so she kept going. And now, she couldn't hold out any longer. Su Bai Kanji sat on the sofa and froze. As soon as I came home, I had to face so many things, and now I couldn't even go back to my own home. Suddenly, there was a commotion from outside the door, and Grandma Lu looked in the cat's eye to find a man, drunk as a skunk, sitting in the doorway and knocking on her door. It's your dad. Now he drinks all day long and Su Bai porridge's mom is away, so he often forgets his keys. Bitch, open the door for me. Su Chongqing shouted, punching and kicking at the door in front of him. Hearing the insults to her own mother, Su Bai porridge stood up from the sofa. She quickly walked out, opened the door, grabbed the man's arm, and then swung out her other hand, ruthlessly hitting the man's face. Mind your mouth. Su Bai Kanji stared at him indifferently. Su Chongqing covered his face and woke up 1 point from the wine. He looked at the girl in front of him and his face began to twist as he said angrily, Feral, you're just like your mother. Behind her, Grandma Lu also said angrily, is there a way for you to talk about your own daughter? It's not your place to interrupt how I educate her. Saying that, Su Chongqing swung out his arm and slapped Su Baijiao's face as well. Snap. A clear slap mark appeared on that peerless face. Su Bai Kanji's gaze has become a bit dim and has lost the last trace for the father's expectations. When did this man, since when, become like this? Because her mom's pretty? Because her mom's suitors were all better than him? Because he's accomplished nothing in his life, and his mom can live the life of the rich and famous if she puts aside a little dignity? But her mom never let go of her dignity, and Su Chongqing, who had slapped his own daughter, completely sobered up from the wine, and he looked at his palm, revealing a trace of regret. Porridge, Enough. Su Bai Kanji opened his mouth and said, his tone cold and indifferent. She glanced at Grandma Lu behind her with gratitude, then turned around and left the place without saying a word. She didn't want to say half a word to this failure of a father. After leaving the neighborhood, Su Bai porridge sat on the steps at the entrance of the neighborhood. Looking at the place she grew up in, she only felt a pang of strangeness at that moment. For some reason, she now has a little, not a little bit, She's very keen to go back to school now. Would like to meet someone from school. Chapter 31. You're my best bet. Hard to eat. Help. I'm really convinced. What a weird ing smell. Longjing hot pot which drove Lono's expletives out of him. He left the hot pot restaurant with a disgusted face and decided to follow the advice of the waiter from yesterday and went to eat Lanzhou ramen. Speaking of which, at this point in time, schoolteacher should already be home, right? Luo Yi pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to the fairy school sister. Lono. Has sister arrived home yet? Soon after, the message beeped and was answered almost in seconds. Fairy scholar. It didn't arrive. Seeing this, Luo Yi thought to himself that it was noon, and his sister wouldn't still be on the high-speed train, right? Lono. So, has schoolmate eaten yet? Fairy school girl. Didn't eat it. Luo Yi. So what does schoolmate want to eat? Your faithful schoolmate will order takeout for you. Fairy school girl. Don't want to eat. Lono. Is it a bad appetite, senpai? Fairy sister. I don't know. Lono froze slightly. Although the schoolmate returned every message with indifference, every message was returned in seconds. This is contradictory. If the schoolmate doesn't want to care about him, she can totally not reply to him. But sister returned it, but returned it so coldly. Could it be that? Is the schoolteacher hinting to herself that she's in a bad mood? In his mind, he recalled what Gu Mingxian had reminded him of before the vacation. Thinking of this, Luo Yi began to edit the message. Luo Yi. Sister's home is in Hangzhou, right? Are there any interesting places in Hangzhou? Fairy sister, no. Luo Yi, 学姐. So are there any more impressive ones? When I come to Hangzhou in the future, I don't know where to go to play. When Subai Kanji saw this message, she really started to think about it seriously. She sat in front of the neighborhood, her face full of haggardness, but her mind was thinking about where to have fun in this part of Hangzhou. Even though it was the city she grew up in, she couldn't think of an answer for a moment when asked. At this moment, Luo Ye's message was sent again. Lono. Hangtown actually has a planetarium, eh? Lono. Do you like to look at the stars, schoolteacher? Seeing this, Subai Kanji raised her head somewhat dumbfounded. She then put her head back down with a dumbfounded expression. She must be crazy. Where are the stars in broad daylight? Her thoughts were so caught up in Lono's message that she subconsciously looked up when the other mentioned the stars. Suddenly, Luo Yi sent another message. Luono. Sister. You've been tricked by a bad man. There's no planetarium in Hangzhou. Seeing this message, Su Baijiao couldn't help but let out a laugh. Lono. But there's Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou. Is that the Lingyin Temple of Jigong? Su Baichue gave an affirmative answer. Yes. 2 words that cheered up Lono's mood. Because Hokage is not as cold as she was at first. Does this also mean that the schoolteacher's mood has gotten a little better? Lono. So, do you want to go and ask for a sign, schoolteacher? Maybe the bad things will leave by themselves. Speaking of asking for a sign, Lono was actually going to go. He's going to ask for a marriage. But after all, it's a 7-day mini-vacation, so the number of people going to Lingyin Temple will probably be very high. Seeing Luo Ye's message, Su Baijiao's expression became fierce. How does it feel to be coaxing a child with the content of this elementary school brother's message? Chim. Subai Kanji knocked on the cell phone screen, Luo Ye's avatar, and muttered in a low voice, knock on your head, but asking for a sign or something, she hadn't tried that yet. Would that really work? She wishes her mom good health and happiness. Just now her mother has returned the message, said she and uncle in the countryside of the old home. Ask Su by porridge free to go back to sea. Time is not urgent. Before going home, Subai Kanji decided to go to Lingyin Temple to ask for a peace talisman for her mother. Though she knew that it was only metaphysics, it was the thought that mattered more. Thinking of this, Su Baijiao stood up. Unconsciously, her mood was no longer sad, as if she had already forgotten the scene just now. The only thing that remained was the slap mark on her face. Only she didn't feel the pain anymore. She was just about to leave when she saw a familiar face. An average-looking girl with a suitcase is walking towards this neighborhood. She was Su Baijiao's hairdresser, and the two were classmates until high school and would have been great friends. Until she graduated from high school. When the rumors about Su White Porridge were spread, she thought her friends would believe her. But she underestimated human nature and never really knew this hairy man of hers. Seeing Subai Kanji, this girl was clearly stunned. The two then missed each other like strangers. Subai Kanji looked back and didn't continue to think about this matter. It didn't matter if she believed herself or not. because they had grown up together and she knew herself and knew that she was being rumored against. Even so, she chose to denigrate. This city where Subai Porridge grew up was incredibly strange, as if everything was gray. She took her own luggage and prepared to go to the Lingyin Temple to ask for an autograph. On the other hand, Luo Yi had already arrived at Lingyin Temple. He took a picture and sent it to the dormitory group to ask what his sons needed to sign. Wang Sledgehammer. Crap, you kid went to Hangzhou? Coward. Li Hao Yang. My Buddha is merciful. Xin Xiao. Laughing my ass off, coach. Amitba. The three roommates were like living treasures. The dormitory group either had no one to talk to, and when they did, it was like throwing a firecracker in a fire, it just blew up. Lingyin Temple is in the middle of a scenic area, and this scenic area has several tea hills nearby, and it looks very vast. Lanaroi took a few pictures to prove he'd been here. The neighborhood was so crowded that there was already a crush of people before we even got to Lingyin Temple. Although it is now afternoon, looking at it this way, I'm afraid I'll have to wait in line until the evening to get a sign. At this time, Luo Yi received a private chat from Xin Xiao. Xin Xiao wanted to ask him to help him ask for a peace talisman. Lono agreed very readily. Although he didn't know why the male celebrity wanted this, since it was his son's request, he, as a father, would be obliged to do so. After waiting in a long line for 3 hours, Luo Yi was finally able to worship Buddha and burn incense. In addition to the things he helped Xin Xiao to ask for, he himself also made 3 wishes here. First, I hope that my parents are reincarnated as adults and will be happy for the rest of their lives. Secondly, world peace. Thirdly, fairy schoolgirl can be the happiest girl in the world. Originally, he wanted to seek a marriage, but then on second thought, he gave up. You shouldn't ask Buddha for a marriage. Rather, he begs for himself. When he left Lingyin Temple, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening, and Lingyin Temple was closed, so now he could only go out but not in. It's worthy of being a Buddhist center, and the work schedule is just regular. Lono put one foot on the doorbell and prepared to leave the place. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure in his afterglow. Not far away, an incomparably pretty-looking girl was carrying a suitcase and sitting quietly on the doorstep, her face a little confused. Su Baicho is late. She also stood in line for a long time, but by the time she got there, the place was no longer taking customers. So what's the point of her being in line for so long? Is it destiny that she can't get this sign? Think about it. Isn't it a result of not being able to ask for it? Su Baikanji stared at the ground in silence. The whole person was like lost in thought. At this time, she didn't have the aura of a high-flying goddess, but more of a vulnerable girl. Suddenly, a figure stood in front of her. Amitba. A somewhat familiar voice entered her ears. Su Baikanji raised her head and saw a handsome sunny boy, who was saying to her with his hands united and a smile on his face, "What is troubling the almsgiver? Can you speak to the poor monka?" Seeing this face, a welcoming emotion surged through his heart, and Subai Porridge didn't know what to use to describe this feeling. All she felt was a sore nose, and if she hadn't held it back, tears would have flowed just now. While there were many doubts that arose in her mind, the most important thing was, she hadn't gotten nothing out of this line of work today. She got, like, the best sign in the whole world. Chapter 32 Sister's Face. "Why are you here?" Subai Kanji asked. "Come and play." Luo Yi handed the milk tea in his hand to Subaijiao. He saw that the fairy schoolmarm was here and took the time to get a milk tea before returning. Seeing the clear slap marks on the fairy school sister's face, Luo Ye's heart snapped, but he didn't ask anything. Something unpleasant must have happened. If the senior sister wanted to say something, she would say it herself. If she didn't say it, then she wouldn't ask herself. Receiving the milk tea, Subai Kanji stood up and said, "This place doesn't take customers anymore." "Yeah." Lono looked back, and then his stomach started growling. Last night, and up until now, he hadn't eaten well, and with the blue porridge ramen he'd had for lunch, he was now hungry. Hearing the sound of her stomach growling, Subai Kanji picked up her own suitcase and stood up, saying softly, Let's go eat." But because of the holiday and the fact that Lingyin Temple is on a hill, the cabs and buses going down the hill were very crowded. The two chose to walk down the mountain, and it was quite a long way. Luo Yi grabbed the suitcase from Su Baijiao's hand and helped her carry her luggage, then entered this journey down the mountain. After walking for about half an hour or so, they were out of the rush hour section of the road, but neither offered the idea of taking a cab to leave. And for the past half hour, the two hadn't spoken, just walked silently side by side. It wasn't until they passed a convenience store that Lono stopped in his tracks. In front of the convenience store, there is a sausage grill with a colorful and flavorful grilled sausage. Mostly, Lono was really kind of hungry. Subai Kanji also looked over. Unlike Lono, she hadn't eaten for a day. She subconsciously swallowed, but looked at Luo Yi and said, "I'll buy 2 if you want." "Not enough, too little." Luo Yi took a big swing and bought 6 sticks directly into the bag. He handed 1 to his schoolmate, thinking that girls should eat less, and then ate the remaining 5 himself. Subai Kanji looked at the grilled sausage in his hand and started to eat it. By the time she finished this one, she realized that there was only one last one left in Lono's bag. "Mine, give it to me." Subai Kanji stretched out his palm and opened his mouth in a serious manner to ask for it. For some reason, Luo Yi suddenly felt that such a fairy schoolmate was somewhat cute. There's a sense of contrast between a fairy coming down to earth and cooking on the stovetop. Such a schoolmate is even more attractive. I don't know when it started, but the fairy schoolmistress who once felt out of reach has now become a rare occurrence even when she appears by her side, even walking side by side together. After a few grilled sausages, Luo Yi was finally not that hungry. He looked at the time and realized it was after 7. The sky was completely dark. Luo Yi and Subai Kanji walked for some more time and came to the lake. This is the most famous place in Hangzhou and the West Lake in the name of West Lake vinegar fish. In addition to Luo Yi and Subai Kanji, there were many couples holding hands around them, taking a leisurely stroll. The lake was beautiful, and across the lake you could see the mountains where the Lingyin Temple was located, with some temple-like buildings standing on the hills, glowing beautifully. Luo Yi was surprised. "It's so far. I didn't think we'd traveled for so long." If this were in the past, he would have cried out in exhaustion. But with fairy school sister by his side, he only felt that the path couldn't be finished in any way, and he even wanted to keep going. Just as Luo Yi was enjoying the beauty of the lake, Subai Porridge pulled out her cell phone and started to call a taxi. Destination, station. She had just bought 2 tickets to go back to the countryside, 40 kilometers away, at a time of year when she could also buy night tickets. By the time Lono came back to his senses, the cab had pulled up to the curb. After getting into the car, Luo Yi wondered, "Sister, where are we going?" "The station." "Huh? Going back to River City?" Luo Yi asked. "No." Subai Kanji looked out the window and opened the car window a little bit. The wind drilled in through the gap, blowing Subai Jiao's long hair up, and an intoxicating scent drifted down the wind to Luo Ye's body. The charming flavor that greeted him made Luo Ye's heart start to beat faster. Looking at his schoolmate's absolutely beautiful side face, he asked in a broken voice, "Then, where to?" "Go to my house." Subai Kanji knew that Luo Yi definitely didn't have a place to stay when he came to Hangzhou, so he could only go back to her mother's place with her. Hearing this, Luo Yi lowered his head, a little nervous in his heart. His luggage is still at the hotel. "Forget it, it's just some clothes anyway, don't want them." "Where are the clothes as important as the schoolmates?" The cab came to the station. The two found the bus they were on and set off on a long night ride. There weren't many people in the car, and it was quiet all around, with crickets chirping in the grass around them. The moonlight went through the car window and poured onto Subai Jiao's face. That delicate face was stunning no matter how you looked at it. Subai Kanji sat on the inside seat while Luo Yi grabbed her suitcase and sat outside. Subai Kanji put her hand against the side of the window, propped her chin up, and looked out the window with a calm gaze. Lono, on the other hand, was looking down at his cell phone. When he was bored, he would check out the freshman group. Because inside the group, there are always a few conspicuous packages. Right now, for example, there's a guy who calls himself a rich kid who posted a picture of a supercar in the group and said, "I should have known better than to drive here. I didn't realize it would be such a hassle to park at school." Some people below sent out breathless emoticons. Afterwards, this rich second generation actually ate Tang Enki in the group. At Tang Enki, "Enki girl, do you think my car is handsome?" Tang Enki didn't dare to reply at all. While this guy might actually be a rich kid, this was a school, and people cared more about face than money. A direct reply makes them look like gold diggers. Of course, leaving school, face and money, most people would choose the latter, but school, undeniably, is one of the few places where everyone can appear to be equal. Suddenly, the bus shuddered, Subai Jiao's body unconsciously leaned over, and Luo Yi only felt a soft thing pressed against his shoulder. His face changed, and at this point, his mood had reached the most nervous he had ever been in his life. "Sister." Lono lowered his voice to a whisper, but the person next to him didn't respond, and he turned his head slightly to look at the iceberg goddess next to him, realizing that she was actually asleep. No wonder it had been so calm. Luo Yi thought that his schoolmate was looking at the scenery. Looking at the fairy school sister's appearance at this moment, Luo Ye's heart was moved beyond measure. His eyes stared at her pretty face without blinking, and he couldn't take his eyes off of it. Sister is really pretty, and, although she seems strong on the surface, she's actually a little girl with a delicate heart who needs to be taken care of. At this time, the slap marks on Su by Kanji's face were no longer visible, and Luo Yi unconsciously reached out and touched his schoolmate's pretty face. He had never touched a girl's face in his life, and at this point he was just poking it lightly with his finger. So soft. Girls' faces, are they all like cotton? Luo Yi didn't notice that Su Baijiao's eyebrows moved gently, but her eyes didn't open. Chapter 33. Gaze from Uncle. Here we go. Here we go. After the bus's radio shouted twice and the driver shouted once, Luo Yi looked at Su Baijiao next to him. For the 2.5-hour road trip, Su Baikanji just kept leaning her head on Luo Ye's shoulder, although she didn't know if she was really sleeping or faking it in the beginning, but now she was definitely really sleeping, because there was a crystallized mass on Luo Ye's shoulder. I didn't realize that my schoolmates were drooling. Hokage, wake up. Lono gently touched his schoolmate's arm. The latter's beautiful eyes moved slightly and opened in some confusion. The entry point was a handsome, youthful face. Su Baikanji froze, looking somewhat dumbfounded over. The freshly awakened fairy school sister didn't have that cool temperament, but was a cute and cuddly girl, and this droll look made Luo Yi look mesmerized. It turns out that the fairy school mistress would also show this kind of expression. But at this moment, there was still a little bit of transparent liquid hanging from the corner of Su Baikanji's mouth. When four eyes meet, Luo Yi broke the silence and hurriedly pulled out a tissue from his pocket, then wiped the edge of his schoolmate's mouth. Finally, Su Baikanji came to her senses completely. Surprisingly, she did fall asleep, and slept so well that she was drooling. So humiliating. A very obvious blush appeared on the iceberg goddess's face as she stretched out her arm and grabbed Luo Ye's hand, snatching the tissue from the latter's hand. Thanks. She spoke softly, returning to her usual self. The two stood and left the bus. This is a town in the countryside, about 5 or 6 kilometers away from Su Baijiao's mother's home. And now it was almost 10 o'clock at night, and there were no other buses in town at all, much less cabs. Su Baikanji took out his cell phone and wanted to call his uncle to drive to pick him up. Lono tensed as the phone hung up. Uncle? And fairy schoolgirl's mom? He swore that he really just came to Hangzhou to have fun, and although the reason was because of the fairy school sisters, he didn't feel that he could actually meet them. But not only did he meet, he even had to meet his schoolmate's family. Things were gradually progressing towards the unbelievable, and Lono wasn't ready for it. Noticing the appearance of the youth beside him, Su Baiporage spoke. They're very good at getting along. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi revealed a somewhat bitter expression and let out a bitter laugh. Senior sister, I'm a boy. Is it really okay to take me home? Where do you live if I don't take you back? As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Baikanji frowned. Oh yeah, she forgot there was such a thing as hotels. She could have Lono stay in one. But now it was too late for him to go and stay. Although there was no bed and breakfast in the town, the environment was not so good, and it was not really suitable for entertaining Luo Yi. Besides, the car to pick her up was already here. Su Baikanji looked to the side of the road, where an electric tricycle was parked, and a very handsome middle-aged uncle was looking around. Upon seeing Su Baikanji, he brightened up and beckoned. Go! Su Baijiao took a step, and Luo Yi could only follow stiffly. The middle-aged uncle was originally happy, but when he saw that his well-behaved and cute niece was followed by a boy, his face directly darkened. It wasn't until after the two had gotten on the electric tricycle that the man turned the handle and the tricycle took off in place and roared its way out of town to a nearby village. Su Baijiao's mom's name is Fan Xinya, while her uncle's name is Fan Jian. Ian, have you had dinner yet? Fan Jian asked. Ate a little. Su Baikanji spoke softly, then explained to Luo Yi. When I was born, my uncle named me Su Bai Rice, but was opposed by my mom, and then called by Kanji, and Rice became my nickname. This matter even Qin Yuan did not know. Jiangxing sighed. Only her medical university girlfriends know this matter. Hearing this, Luo Yi laughed. White rice also sounds good, mainly because the school sister is pretty. Calling her anything sounds good. This statement was recognized by Fan Jian. Kid, without further ado, I recognize your vision. Soon the tricycle stopped in the yard. This is Fan Jian's house. Su Baiporage's grandparents have passed away. and Fan Jian's son, Su Baijiao's cousin, was working elsewhere, so only Fan Jian and his wife, as well as Su Baijiao's mom, lived here. A beautiful woman who looked to be around 30 years old, but whose hair was already half gray, walked out and said happily, "It's Tu Chan who's back." She was Su Baijiao's mom, Fan Xinya, now 41 years old but looking just like a 30-year-old. Worthy of the woman who gave birth to the fairy schoolmistress. She was simply beautiful. Luo Yi sighed in his mind, and Fan Xinya also saw the boy standing next to Su Baijiao. She was stunned at first, but when she saw Luo Ye's coy look, she showed a surprised expression again and couldn't help but ask, "Who is this?" "He is Luo Yi, the friend who accompanied me back from Jiangcheng," Su Baikanji said expressionlessly. Friends. 2 words surprised Luo Ye's heart. He was recognized by his schoolmates and he was already their friend. And Van Xinya flashed a smile. He is still the first boy who can make Thi say the word friend. It looks like rice is not normal for him. "Come on in, there's dinner saved for you." Saying that, Van Xinya coughed twice, and it did look like she wasn't really in good health. After walking into the room, Luo Yi stood in front of the table, looking at the sumptuous dinner in front of him, his eyes turning into little stars. Fairy schoolgirl's cooking skills, it turns out, were all taught by her mother. This looks too good to eat. Fan Jian's gaze was fixed on Luo Yi the whole time. Their Fan family can be such a precious girl child. He would like to see what kind of guy actually can accompany the rice side. Looking at it, Su Baijiao frowned at the side and opened her mouth. "Don't look, eat." Fan Jian smiled sarcastically. The men in their Fan family basically had little status. He listened to his mom and sister when he was young, his daughter-in-law when he grew up, and now he had to listen to his niece. The good thing is, he has a son who is not the lowest in status. But, looking at Luo Yi, Fan Jian suddenly revealed an impish smile. Perhaps he's a little further up the ladder? However, if he wanted to be Thi's boyfriend, it would depend on whether his uncle, approved of it or not. Luo Yi began to eat, his expression so excited that he was close to crying in pain. Mountain game, always different flavor, is a very different feeling from the city. Watching Luo Yi gorge himself, Fan Xinya smiled back. It's a testament to her cooking skills. And this kid, who seems a bit innocent and can't hide his emotions, expresses his favorite without hiding it when he comes across something delicious. The most important thing is that the best dishes on the table, he just ate a few bites, eyed a few eyes, and went to eat other things. Apparently, it's meant to be left for other people to eat. Left for who? Fan Xinya looked at Su Baijiao, then her expression froze. I only saw Su Baikanji also looking at Luo Yi, and that look. Van Xinya couldn't keep the corners of her mouth down. She thought that her daughter would be single for the rest of her life. Chapter 34. Going to the toilet. That night, Lono came to a room. Fan Jian said, "This is my son's room. It's been empty since he went out to work, so you can sleep here." "Okay, uncle," Lono said politely, but Fan Jian frowned. "Uncle? Who are you calling uncle?" He looked back at the next room, which was next door to Fan Xinya and Su Baijiao's room. They had 3 rooms in this courtyard, his and his wife's room, his son's room, and an empty room. After he picked up Fan Xinya from Hangzhou, the latter stayed in the empty room. Originally, if Su Baijiao came back, she would have stayed in Luo Ye's room, but since Luo Yi was there, Su Baijiao could only sleep in the same bed as her mother. The restrooms are in the yard and you need to go out to go to the bathroom. For that matter, Lono was still a little uncomfortable. But when in Rome, do as the Romans do, it can't be helped. But Fan Jian didn't leave. He sat on his butt on the Kong of Luo Ye's room and asked with a serious face, "Kid, where do you see my family's rice?" Hearing this, Luo Yi revealed a serious expression. In front of his uncle, he would not dare to hide the slightest thing. He had come to his schoolmate's house, and if he still said that he didn't like her, then he could guess that he would be kicked out of his uncle's house the next second. So much so that Luo Ye's mood was incredibly tense, and the name-calling and all, he didn't even notice. "I don't know," Luo Yi answered with great vigor. Then, looking at Fan Jian's fierce expression, he shrunk his neck and said again seriously, "I can't say it, but senior sister is really excellent. As long as I mention senior sister, anything about senior sister I like." Hearing this, Fan Jian nodded with deep thought. Yes, his family meal was indeed so good. But his sister's marriage was not a happy one. So regarding his niece's life event, he, as an uncle, must be strict. "Kid, what does your family do for a living?" "Huh? My sister-in-law and sister-in-law's husband run a company. They're making game software." Who asked your sister-in-law? I'm asking about your parents. Fan Jian stared at Luo Yi with a fierce face. Big points are deducted for answers that are not what was asked and for changing the subject. Parents? I don't have any. Luo Yi uttered these words with a flat face. Obviously, having grown up without parents, he was already used to it. What? Fan Jian frowned and looked at Luo Yi in confusion. I don't have parents. They died when I don't remember. Looking at the expression of the youth in front of him as if he were normal, Fan Jian froze. On how to guilt-trip Fan Jian with a single sentence. Lono did. When these words came out, Fan Jian's heart was as hard as a pinprick. He also has children and is a father, so it's easy to sub in for your own children growing up without parents and then growing up alone. But not. Fan Jian once again showed a determined expression. He cannot be soft-hearted. Fan Xinya's previous experiences here, Luo Yi is still an outsider no matter how pitiful he is. He has to think about Su by Kanji. This niece of his is very good. I heard that she has been guaranteed graduate school in Jiangdu University, and soon their Fan family will have their first graduate student, and she is also beautiful, so for her future boyfriend, Fan Jian's requirements are also very high. It's not just a matter of selling out to get them parents to agree. And it's not that he discriminates against fatherless children, having grown up in a bad home of origin, and having a very different personality that can easily disagree with others. He could sympathize with others, but not at the risk of his own loved ones. Wait a minute, this kid isn't talking about passing away, he's talking about sacrifice? What does that mean? The sacrifice you speak of is? Asked Fan Jian in silence. At those words, Luo Ye's mind recalled his sister-in-law's words. His parents didn't leave him behind on purpose. His parents were the most loving people in the world. However, they are destined to be unable to stay with their loved ones because of their status, and ultimately sacrificed in the pursuit of criminals. Hearing this story, Fan Jian wept bitterly. Oh, abominable criminal! He pounded his fist on the Kong, then hugged Luo Yi and solemnly said, Son, from now on, I am your uncle, your relative. Lono, you're also too emotional. Lanaroi gets the nod from Fan Jian. But it doesn't really help. Fan Jian was only higher than his son in the status of this family, not as high as the rhubarb in the yard. Big Yellow is an old yellow-haired dog that has been raised for almost 10 years, watching over the house and guarding the yard, mighty and powerful, much more useful than Fan Jian. After Fan Jian left, Luo Yi lay on the bed and looked at the somewhat rough ceiling. It's not as noisy as the city, but it creates a cozy feeling. Lono began to think back on his day. A fragment of his mind quickly settled on the way the fairy schoolmate had leaned on his shoulder while on the bus. Thinking of this, Luo Yi rolled around on the bed, so excited that he couldn't calm down at all. It's a good thing he finished writing the update to his novel in the morning, otherwise readers would have to commiserate today. Late night, Lono woke up with the urge to pee. He sat up from his bed sleepily, then gave a dumbfounded expression. Toilets! Where are the toilets? Lono put on his slippers, then opened the door to his room and went out into the yard. A night in the countryside can be described as completely dark if there is no moonlight. At this point, Lono just couldn't see anything. Lono wandered around the yard, looking for the location of the restroom. Soon he came to a small dark room. He couldn't find where the lights were, so he had to turn on his cell phone's flashlight. Looking into the small dark room and smelling the pungent odor in the air, Luo Yi was sure that this was the toilet. After the convenience, Lono turned off the flashlight and walked out of the toilet. At that moment, a figure walked in, just in time to collide with Luo Yi. Su by Kanji let out a cry of pain. Hearing his schoolmate's voice, Luo Yi quickly reacted. He took a step forward and wrapped his arms around Su by Kanji's back waist. Just as he was about to play it cool, his foot suddenly slipped and he still fell over. But before he fell to the ground, he pulled Su by porridge in front of him and became a cushion. Senior sister, are you all right? Luo Yi asked. It's okay. Su by Kanji looked at the youth who was close to her. Her tone was without sadness or joy, but the dark night, Luo Yi could not see her already reddened face. It was too dark to see anything but that glimmer of light in the eyes of the two men. The two subconsciously stared at each other, neither of them speaking. The schoolmate's body was soft. She usually wore loose clothing, and it was only when she was close like this that Lono realized that the other party's body was perfect. He could clearly feel two rabbits squeezed against his chest, unable to move. Holding his schoolmate's body, Luo Yi had only one thought in his mind. Happiness! Have you hugged me enough? Although Su by Kanji didn't resist, she was afraid that she would pass out if it continued. For some reason, she was blushing and her consciousness was blurring. Chapter 35. Fairy Sisters Can Cut Prices. Early the next morning, Fan Jian bought breakfast for the crowd. On average, each person is fed for less than $5, a price that is not envied in the city. Fan Jian had a house in the city, and this time he had only returned to the village because he was dealing with his sister's affairs, while Su Baikanji's aunt, his wife, had not returned, but was working in the city. Sitting at the table, the atmosphere around the table was a little awkward. Luo Yi and Su Baikanji both unconsciously recalled the events of last night, neither daring to look at the other. It was as if the relationship between the two had dropped to freezing point in an instant, but it didn't have a saber-rattling kind of feel to it. Fan Jian couldn't describe it, but Fan Xinya understood it at once. It wasn't a bad relationship at all, it was a relationship at the tipping point of some breakthrough. As long as these two young men can get through this phase, then the relationship will go further. Fan Xinya smiled, handed Luo Yi an egg, and said, "Xiao Yi looks a bit worse for wear. Add some more protein." "Thanks, Auntie," Lono said politely. He stayed up late every day and really didn't seem to have much energy. Saying that, Fan Xinya also urged, "Xiao Yi, you in our rice is a school, usually more care for rice. This girl rest time is not regular, although you are young, but also for the future to consider. You're right, Auntie. I'll be sure to remind my schoolmate often." Fan Xinya's health was not good, and when she was young, she was a workaholic, a strong woman, and an extremely popular person in the company, which is why she caused her husband's dissatisfaction. Not everyone likes strong women, and not everyone likes women who are stronger than they are. After breakfast, Fan Jian greeted Luo Yi and Su by porridge and rode on the electric small tricycle. Sitting behind the small three-wheeler, Luo Yi wondered, "Uncle, where are we going?" Hearing the word uncle, Su Baikanji turned her head to look at Luo Yi, but didn't say anything. Fan Jian said, "Yesterday, Rice said you didn't have a change of clothes, so today uncle will take you to town to buy 2 sets. Hearing Fan Jian also call himself uncle, Su Baijiao looked ahead again. Since when did these two even agree on something? And yesterday, Fan Jian was still very harsh to Luo Yi. How come the two of them are suddenly on good terms today? Soon the tricycle stopped in town. Today was a very special day in town. Catch the big set. The bazaar was crowded with people, and at a glance, there weren't that many people dressed in fancy clothes and looking like they had rich families. Everyone was very plain. There were sounds of bargaining everywhere around them, and even some people had already cursed with the owner in order to cut the price. Su Baikanji looked at this scene with a normal expression. Today's Su Baikanji is also wearing very simple, ordinary white blouse with long sleeves and simple black loose pants. She had no makeup on, and her hair was in a ponytail, coiled at the back of her head, giving her a small, homely look. At this time, Fan Jian answered a phone call. The call was from Van Xinya. Not knowing what was said inside the phone, Fan Jian unexpectedly changed his face, then looked at Luo Yi and Su Baijiao. He then muttered aloud to himself, saying, "There's something going on at home. Let me go back? Okay. I'll go back right away." Without giving Luo Yi and Su Baikanji time to react, Fan Jian mounted the electric tricycle and said, "Buy 2 sets of clothes for Xiao Yi. Take Xiao Yi for a stroll. Call me when you're done. I'll come pick you up." As soon as the words fell, the electric three-wheeler seemed to have turned into a motorcycle, surprisingly letting out a roar, directly a 360-degree head swing, instantly leaving the place. Only Luo Yi and Su Baijiao were left, staring blankly at the disappearance of the tricycle. "That? Schoolmate." Luo Yi glanced at Su Baijiao's side face, his mind once again recalling last night's events. He lowered his head, embarrassed to look at his schoolmate again. Su Baikanji turned around and said faintly, "Let's go." Su Baikanji walked in front and Luo Yi followed behind while still looking around curiously. Next to him, an aunt pulled Luo Yi and said enthusiastically, "Young man, freshly baked big white chub, want one?" "No. No need." Lono politely declined, but the loud noises around him gave him some sense of panic. Clearance sale. $9.09. Field snails. Fried snails. "Young man, would you like one? Sell cheap, sell cheap, sell cheap watermelon. Don't pay if it's not sweet." The enthusiasm of the people around him made it difficult for Luo Yi to resist. He shrunk his neck and hurriedly walked to the side of Su Baijiao, leaning a little closer to his schoolmate. He felt like he was going to be abducted by the enthusiastic stallholders if he didn't get next to his schoolmates. Looking at Luo Yi beside her, the corners of Su by Kanji's mouth rose slightly, as if she might smile at any moment. She whispered, "What color do you like?" By this time, the two had arrived at a street where they were buying clothes. There were all kinds of clothes in front of him, so dazzling that Luo Yi could hardly look at them. And the price tag is very cheap. The pants next to Luo Yi, surprisingly $99 for 3 pairs. Isn't that for nothing? All. Whatever, what do you like? Schoolmarm. Upon hearing this, Su by Kanji stepped away and walked towards one of the vendors. At some point, Luo Yi realized that Su by Kanji's sleeves had already been rolled up, with a vestigial feeling of being ready to go into a fight. Su by Kanji pointed to a pink blouse with a price tag of $300 and spoke, "This one, is it for sale for 50 bucks? Luo Ye's eyes widened at once. Capture. Capture less? Cut 6 times? Is it true that you won't be beaten? Only to see the vendor's face change, it was obvious that he had met his match. I didn't realize that this little girl looked young and cut the price so boldly. 50, little girl, the cost price is not even there. Let's say 260, you take it away. 80 at the most, and I'll leave if I can't." Su by Kanji turned around and took a step away, directly choosing to leave. "Hey, is 150 okay? 120? 100? Based on the mechanism of bargaining, Luo Yi felt that the schoolteacher was going to turn back. 300 cut to 100 is a miracle. But Su Baigui didn't turn around. The stall owner gritted his teeth and shouted, 80 is 80. Luo Ye's mouth opened into an O shape, and his entire body was shocked. Fairy sister of the school. Bullcrap. Luo Yi gave his senior sister a thumbs up in his mind. Then it was time to follow my schoolmate around and cut prices. In the end, Su by Porridge bought him 2 sets of clothes, spending less than $300 in total. Although none of the clothes were very pretty, they all suited Lono. And it was bought for him by Su by Porridge with her own school sister Aura. The two then went shopping for other places to buy food. Today Su by Kanji is going to cook herself. Yesterday, Fan Xinya cooked the meal, and seeing Luo Yi eat so happily, Su Baijiao was a little unconvinced in her heart. So then, Su by Porridge bought a fish and a chicken. Luo Yi held a fish in one hand and a chicken in the other, and stood outside the bazaar with her fairy schoolmate, waiting for her uncle to come and pick them up. Both the fish and the chicken are still alive. Lono asked, "Going back to kill? Well, I'll send them to the afterlife myself." When these words came out, Luo Yi first froze, then laughed. There seemed to be no more awkwardness between him and his schoolmate. And there's always that old married couple feeling when you go to the fair together. Chapter 36. King of Otter. Fan Jian playfully picked up Luo Yi and Su by Porridge. Today's lunch was made by Su by Porridge and Luo Yi. Su by Kanji to do, Luo Yi cut vegetables to play auxiliary. A gourmet dish was brought out from the kitchen by Luo Yi. Fan Xinya and Fan Jian looked at this scene and only felt that this was a really good day. After placing a dish on the table, Luo Yi said, "Auntie, uncle, if you're hungry, go eat. I'll go to the kitchen to help my schoolmate. Hard work, oh no." The more Fan Xinya looked at him, the better he looked, and he only felt very satisfied with the boy in front of him. After Luo Yi returned to the kitchen, Fan Xinya sighed, "This kid, he's full of love for our rice. I can see that." Fan Jian suddenly fell a little silent as he whispered, "Sis, do you know about his family?" Fan Xinya looked at him and shook her head. "Our Fan family marries their daughters. When does it depend on the family? If the other party is rich, we are good enough to be completely worthy. If the other party is poor, we can't possibly dislike him." "No, sis." Fan Jian whispered something in Fan Xinya's ear. The latter's face changed slightly, revealing a surprised expression, and with it, deep regret. "So it is." When Luo Yi came out of the kitchen once more, Fan Xinya looked at him with even more kind eyes, as if Luo Yi was her own son. At this time, the phone rang. Fan Xinya picked up her cell phone and frowned when she saw the caller. Fan Jian even directly snatched the cell phone, connected the call, and angrily said, "What face do you still have to call my sister?" On the phone came the voice of Su Baijiao's father, Su Chongqing. "Xinya, is Porridge at your place? Rice is my niece. What does it have to do with you if she's here with me or not?" Fan Jian's entire body was enraged. Without waiting for Fan Jian to continue arguing, Su by Kanji walked out with her apron tied. She grabbed the phone and said in a condensed voice, "If you divorce my mom, I'll divorce my mom. She then hung up and returned to the kitchen with a flat face. Fan Jian and Fan Xinya froze in their seats, then looked at each other, not knowing what to say. It didn't take long for Luo Yi to bring plate after plate of food to the table. This was the result of the two of them, him and fairy school sister, and even though he didn't help much, his heart was very satisfied as he looked at this sumptuous lunch. After lunch, a neighbor's family was going to harvest corn, so they asked Fan Jian to help. The latter's warm-hearted character also agreed without hesitation, and also brought a Luo Yi with him. For Lono, it was an amazing experience that allowed him to feel the hard work of his fellow farmers. October has come to the end of summer and into the beginning of fall, but it hasn't cooled off yet. The sun was high in the sky, causing Lono's sweat to stop pouring down. He spent the last 2 days in the fields collecting corn, and he was liked by his neighbors for his simple character. In the end, he was paid $200. Instead of the nearly tens of thousands of dollars a month in manuscript fees, the $200 in cash made him love it. With 2 red tickets in his pocket, Luo Yi rode the small 3-wheeler and drove Fan Jian home with him. Over the course of the last few days, he had gotten thoroughly acquainted with the others, and had even become the king of the children in the village. Especially his chicken and king gaming skills instantly conquered the elementary school students in a few kilometers around. The invincible god of war, as well as the segment of king of glory, were legendary existences for elementary school students. And Lono's chicken number was filled with money. That golden Masha car skin envied the crowd of elementary school students. But happy times always end. The 7-day mini-vacation has come to its 5th day. Su Baigui and Luo Yi are going back to Jiangqing. At the entrance of the village, the two sat in Fan Jian's motorized 3-wheeler. The car was followed by a large group of children, one of whom, a little chubby boy, wailed, "King of Otter, I'll wait for you to come back." Hearing this, Su Baikanji subconsciously looked at the youth next to him. Lono wore an embarrassed expression. "I, father of Otter, also await your return. I, Deja, will wait for you too," the other little children said, as if there was a light in their eyes. A girl shouted, "Brother Luo Yi, I want to marry you when I grow up." At those words, Su Baikanji's face darkened. Luo Yi trembled, only feeling as if a murderous aura had appeared beside him, making him fidget. When he looked at the source of the killing aura, he only saw Su Baikanji looking elsewhere expressionlessly, like a nobody. Fan Xinya laughed. Rice, it's going to turn cold in a while. Buy a few more clothes, don't catch a cold." "Well, you take care of yourself too, Mom." Maybe all the concern from parents is simple. They can't help a bit with their children's studies and work, so they can only tell you to be careful not to catch a cold and to eat well in general. "Mom, divorce him. I'll be on your side," Su Baikanji said seriously. "I know, and when I've been recuperating at home for a while, I'll go back and talk to him about it." After the mother and daughter chatted for a while, Fan Jian sat in the front of the car and turned around and said, "Sis, don't worry. These 2 children are quite understanding. We have Xiaoyo to take care of our rice." As soon as these words came out, a group of elementary school students covered their mouths and let out exclamations of surprise, and their eyes became mischievous as they looked at Luo Yi and Su Baikanji. Su Baikanji glared menacingly at Fan Jian, who touched his head and smiled sardonically before starting the power of the tricycle. "Let's go." The tricycle was as exaggerated as ever, obviously electric, but it gave the impression of spewing out exhaust fumes, leaving a layer of splattered dust in its place. Arriving at the station, the two of them boarded the train back to Jiangqing. Su Baikanji and Luo Yi seemed to have returned to the way they were before in school. The 2 men sat in their respective seats, neither speaking. Luo Yi looked at Su Baiporridge and comforted, "Sister, don't be sad. The bad doesn't go away, the good doesn't come." "I'm not upset." As a matter of fact, Su Baiporridge really wasn't sad. In her mind, her mom should have divorced the guy a long time ago. So now she's just happy for her mom. Then why is senior sister keeping a stern face? Luo Yi was curious. Hearing this, Su Baiporridge glanced at Luo Yi and said lightly, "Haven't I always been like this? It's just that she's been acting like a good daughter in front of her mom for the past few days. So suddenly she's back to her old self, and Luo Yi is a bit out of sorts." The schoolmate's expression was cold, and Luo Yi stared at the side of her face, mesmerized. At first, Su Baikanji was able to pretend she didn't see it, but Luo Yi kept staring, and she felt like her heart rate was starting to go out of whack. She had just turned her head to question what Luo Yi was looking at her for when she suddenly froze. The moment she turned her head, her eyes met Luo Ye's eyes. Luo Ye's eyes were beautiful and had a clear and clean aura. It was as if those eyes had not been tainted by the world, and through them, one could see its owner's thoughts. Luo Yi was like that. He wouldn't hide himself at all in front of the fairy schoolmates. Only Luo Yi spoke in a small voice. Senior sister, in front of me, you cannot be so tired. Chapter 37. Let's see how you do. Jiangcheng University. Family Building 5, Unit 4, 614. Su Baikanji opened the door and brought Luo Yi in with him. Su Baikanji pointed to the empty room and said, "You can stay there, but only for today, tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow." Hearing this, Luo Yi asked curiously, "What about the end of the vacation? Then we'll see what you do in the next 3 days." Su Baikanji turned around and smiled gently. This smile put Luo Yi in a slight daze, and in his heart, he felt a surge of affection. He realized that after he said that to his fairy schoolmate in the car, she really wasn't that high and mighty towards him. But when the senior sister said that it depends on the performance, Luo Ye's complexion flinched and his whole body became serious. He's gonna have to act like a perfect man for the next 3 days or he's gonna get kicked out of his schoolmarm's house. Seeing him in a serious manner, Su Baijiao only felt a little funny in her heart. It's like a mischievous little kid trying to act good in order to get the little red flower rewarded by the teacher. "For today's dinner, you go buy the ingredients." Su Baikanji suddenly spoke. "I buy." Lono was a little puzzled. "Well, you buy whatever you want to eat. Go get it and buy it back and I'll make it." Hearing this, Luo Yi understood. He gave an okay sign, then left and walked out of the living room. Seeing Luo Yi gently close the door behind him, Su Bai Porridge sat on the sofa and propped up her chin. She then turned on the TV and watched a random program, but her gaze showed a contemplative expression. They're sort of living together? No, this can only be considered a share house. So, should we make some kind of covenant like the novels? No, he can only stay for 3 days, he has to go back at the end of his vacation and it would be rude to stay any longer. But it was his cousin's house and he'd only rented a room, so did he really have to let him back in? Su Baijiao's expression was tangled beyond measure. That's when her cell phone rang. Su Baikanji picked it up and connected the phone, and a girl's voice came from inside. "Kanji, how come you haven't contacted me even on vacation? Do you want to come to my place to play in the next 2 days?" "No." Su Baikanji refused. "I have things to do in the next 2 days." "You're not doing anything? What could be more important to you at JNU than me?" A questioning voice came from the girl on the phone. She is Su Baikanji's best friend, named Li Xia, is now in Jiangxing Medical University, is an intern doctor, the same as also Su Baikanji's high school and junior high school classmates, and even elementary school or the same table, the two grew up with a very good relationship. "Right now, of course, you are the most important, but tomorrow I have something to do. The day after tomorrow to find you." Su Baikanji's heart snapped and he almost said something. Tomorrow, October 6th, was Lono's birthday, and she remembered it well. On the phone, Li Xia skeptically said, "What do you mean now I am the most important? Is it that I am not the most important in the future?" Porridge, I feel that you have suddenly changed." "I haven't changed." Su Baikanji's tone was still as cool as ever, a familiar look to Li Xia, but the latter just felt like something was wrong. All unknown changes lead to a conclusion. Li Xia's eyes condensed and said in a condensed voice over the phone, "Porridge, if someone you know very well suddenly looks like a different person, do you know what it's because of?" "Don't know and don't want to know." Su Baikanji said indifferently. "There's only one truth that can change people fast, and it's falling in love." Do. As soon as the word love came out, Su Bai Porridge hung up the phone. Boredom. How can she be in love? She was just helping Professor Gu take care of her brother. Take care of brother. Lono? Why does the mention of being in love make you think of Lono at this very moment? Thinking about it, Su Bai Porridge realized that his mind was now filled with the face of a youth. She may indeed have some good feelings for Luo Yi, but having good feelings doesn't mean she likes it, and even if she does like it, it doesn't mean she has to be together. That's right. On the TV, a cartoon is playing in which a young man uses a skill while shouting, "You already have a way to take death." Su Baikanji frowned and switched to the next channel. In the second program, the TV character points at the screen and shouts the phrase, "Dead duck." At those words, Su Baijiao stood up, stared at the characters on the TV, and solemnly said, "I didn't. And you say you're not, you're clearly in love with him," the TV character said with great certainty. Subai Kanji shook his head and switched to the third channel. But as she watched, she felt that all the dramas being made now were boring, so she turned off the TV. Sitting on the sofa for a while longer, Subai Porridge frowned. Why aren't you back yet? She looked at the time and realized that only 10 minutes had passed since Luo Yi went out. Why is time going so slow? On the other hand, Luo Yi arrived at the food market. Today, his senior sister is cooking again, so he'll have to pick out the ingredients for dinner. King crab special. 588 a pound. Special now. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi came to the seafood boss lady's stall and spoke. Give me a king crab.
好好好，小伙子有前途，年纪轻轻就吃得起帝王蟹了。有女朋友没有啊？
No, Luo Yi answered with a straight face, then lowered his head and whispered, But I have someone I like. Pity. I was saying I'd introduce my son to you. The seafood owner's wife shook her head, revealing a look of regret. Ha ha ha. The boss's wife is really good at joking. Luo Yi touched his head, but a cold sweat ran down his forehead. What son? He should have misheard. Soon, a king crab was 5 horses in a box, which Luo Yi lifted in his hands. Then, wanna buy a chicken-o? Get another leg of lamb. Beef is delicious, buy some beef. 2 more big lobsters, 1 for him and 1 for his schoolmate. What else to buy? Family building. Subai Kanji looked at the large bags of things that filled the entire table, and although her face was expressionless, it clearly made Luo Yi feel a pang of uneasiness. She said lightly, It looks like you don't just know nothing about cooking, you don't even have a concept of ingredients. Senior sister. Luo Yi lowered his head, just like a child who made a mistake. This much, though, should be enough for a lot of things. The corners of Subai Kanji's mouth hooked up slightly. Then she walked into the kitchen and tied on her apron. Luo Yi thought he was going to be blamed by his schoolmates, but he didn't expect it to pass just like that. But suddenly, Subai Kanji walked out from the kitchen, holding a kitchen knife in her hand, her eyes somewhat fierce as she stared at Luo Yi, and said flatly, Next time, don't buy something so expensive, cheap ingredients. I can do it very well. Chapter 38. Breakfast. I know, schoolteacher, Lono said seriously. He then got busy and started chopping, and what he didn't need should go in the fridge to the freezer, which he eventually realized wouldn't even fit. If you didn't know, you'd think his family was celebrating New Year's today. He was a little eager to show off, and as he bought, he realized he had overbought. Now it seems that you can't rush after a girl at all. It's better to keep your feet on the ground and approach it with a normal heart. Speaking of which, when is he going to confess to his schoolmate? Lono began to think seriously about the matter. Schoolboy. In the kitchen, Subai Kanji poked half of her body out, holding a spoon in her hand and said, Come help. Come on, schoolmarm. Lono's thoughts were broken in a flash, and he bumbled into the kitchen. It didn't take long for today's dinner to be made. Because there were only 2 people, Subai Porridge didn't do a lot. However, regarding the pile of ingredients that Luo Yi had bought, Subai Jiao had already thought of a way to deal with it. She was going to make it into a boxed lunch so that all that meat and seafood wouldn't spoil quickly, and then keep the boxed lunch fresh for Luo Yi to bring to his roommate when school started the day after tomorrow. Otherwise, the 2 of them wouldn't be able to eat it all, and those fresh ingredients would spoil in a day or 2. After dinner, Subai Kanji sat on the sofa and watched TV while Luo Yi went to wash the dishes in the kitchen. After washing up, Lono sat on the couch as well. The 2 men sat at opposite ends of the couch, eyeing the TV. Of course, neither one's mind was on TV. After a long time, Subai Porridge opened her mouth and asked, Your family? Is it rich? Hearing this, Luo Yi froze. I think the senior sister asked that because she read the ingredients for tonight's meal. He scratched his hair and replied, I have a part-time job, so I make some. Subai Kanji didn't continue to ask anymore, nor did she ask what Luo Ye's part-time job was. She just said, Next time, you don't have to buy something so expensive. I know, schoolteacher. Soon, the time came to evening, and Subai Jiao stood up. Go to sleep. Aha! The 2 went back to their respective rooms. In Luo Ye's room, there was no quilt, but the weather in early October would not feel cold even without a quilt. Luo Yi pulled out his cell phone and began to code in his room. And Subai Porridge is also working part-time on computers in his room. After 2 hours had passed, Luo Yi finished writing 4,000 words. He stretched his back and then glanced at the time. 12:30 in the morning. Lono peeked open the door to his room and poked his head out to look at the darkened living room. The light in the bathroom was on and there was a delicate figure inside taking a shower. Lono closed the door silently, his heart pounding. How come you're taking a bath at this hour? He knew that the fairy school sister's sleeping schedule was not too regular, but he did not expect that in the middle of the night, the school sister would even take a bath. But come to think of it, when Luo Yi was in the living room, Subai Kanji naturally couldn't have gone to take a bath. Only she felt that Luo Yi was already asleep, so she would come out to wash. But Luo Yi didn't fall asleep, plus the computer wasn't there, and he was using his cell phone to code without making even the slightest sound. The room was silent, with only the sound of water running from the bathroom echoing throughout the living room. Lono sat on a chair in his room, absent-mindedly swiping through short videos. In the freshman group, the rich kid was still showing his presence by posting pictures of his luxury car and asking how to park it. And out of the 5 sentences, there was one sentence of 8 Tang Enki, who seemed to be very interested in the freshman schoolgirl. Speaking of which, this rich second generation is also considered one of the 3 most popular figures among the freshmen, named Gao Yuming. Another is Xin Xiao, the freshman schoolgrass known for his face value, and the last one is Tang Enki, the freshman school flower, naturally needless to say. Although he was not the only rich kid in the school, he was the only one who showed off everywhere like him. Watching the various conspicuous packets of the freshman group speak each day was Lono's way of passing the time. Soon the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. Subai Kanji put on her pajamas and walked out of the bathroom before returning to her room. The light in the master bedroom was still on, meaning that the fairy school mistress was still working. Luo Yi sneaked out of his room and went to use the restroom. The entire bathroom was filled with a strong scent that Luo Yi was familiar with. It was the schoolmate's body odor. After a brief pee, Lono returned to his room. Even though they lived under the same roof, Luo Yi still chose to send a message to his schoolmate. Go to bed early, schoolteacher. After Su Baijiao's cell phone received the message, she looked at it, her eyes a little out of focus. She looked at the computer in front of her again. She was only 70% of the way through this part-time job, and it would be at least an hour before she wanted to be completely done. Originally, during the vacation, Su Baijiao didn't have to be so busy, but tomorrow she had something to do, so she still stayed up late today. She'll be free all day tomorrow. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Su Bai Porridge stretched out and prepared to sleep. Watching the lights finally go out in the fairy school sister's room, Luo Yi also climbed onto the bed, closed his eyes and began to sleep. Next day, 8 o'clock. Lono opened his eyes. He changed his clothes and got ready to go wash up. After leaving the room and looking at the table with a neatly arranged breakfast, a surprised expression appeared in Luo Ye's eyes. 1 cage of Xiao Long Bao, 2 donuts, 2 cups of soy milk, 2 tea eggs. And Su Bai Kanji was sitting at the table, waiting for Luo Yi to wake up. Luo Yi walked into the bathroom and suddenly realized that he didn't have any toothpaste, not even a towel, so he could only walk back and sit in front of his fairy schoolmate. Looking at Luo Yi with little spirit, Su Bai Porridge said faintly, "Are you like this every day? It's okay. I'm sleepy when I wake up early after staying up late." Lono yawned, then stuffed a small dumpling in 1 bite. Having just eaten one, Luo Yi queried, "Sister, when did you buy breakfast?" The Su Bai Kanji in front of her, wearing a black loose dress, the black hair on her temples was a little wet, as if she had just finished exercising. This look of a fairy schoolmate Luo Yi had seen before. It was on the playground that day. Morning run. Came back to get breakfast. Su Bai Kanji propped up her chin, her eyes unblinking as she stared at Luo Yi, seemingly expecting something. Embarrassed by the look, Luo Yi lowered his head and began to eat in silence. For some reason, Su Baijiao enjoyed watching Luo Yi eat. This guy is so cute and cuddly when he eats, it seems like his whole attention is focused on the food. And Luo Yi was just thinking in his mind that in the future, he must follow his senior sister's example and run in the morning every day to exercise, so as to save his body from getting old in the future. Of course, it certainly wasn't because he wanted to go for a morning run with his fairy schoolmate every day. Chapter 39. Sister-in-law. After finishing breakfast, Su Bai Kanji stood up and went back to her bedroom, grabbing her bag, seemingly ready to go shopping. "Watch the house, I'll be back soon." Leaving these words behind, Su Baijiao left the place. Luo Yi didn't know what his schoolmate went to do. He returned to his room and continued to code. He's either coding or on his way to coding, and he's a hard-working, capable little coder. The story in his novel has the hero giving up his longtime crush on the second female lead and getting better with her. The comments section clapped and shouted. Luo Yi began to conceptualize the next plot, where the hero would fall in love with the heroine and the latter would gradually fall in love with the former. The fact that he, a single man for 18 years, is writing a romance novel is truly an amazing thing. Soon, the morning's coding task was over, and Luo Yi sat down on a chair, ready to brush up on short videos. However, he always felt as if he had forgotten something important. What is it about? Lono mused. At this time, the cell phone suddenly came from the video call ringtone. Sister-in-law, 2 words, appeared on the phone screen. Seeing this, Luo Yi showed his hands in a frenzy and hurriedly picked up the phone. In the video, a noble woman appears. Her looks can be described as exquisite, wearing valuable earrings and necklaces, and the clothes on her body look expensive. Although there are some signs of age on her face, Chen Xiaoman, who takes care of her skin every week, still looks charming. Yikes! If it isn't our little Nono. When my sister-in-law opened her mouth, it was an image-destroying sentence. With a noblewoman's face on top, she spoke in a whiny manner, like a girl seeing a kitten, with an expression of fondness in her eyes. Luo Ye's brain was black, but there was no way to get angry. No one in this family would be angry with my sister-in-law, and no one would dare. Chen Xiaoman's character when she was young was that of a noble young lady, to put it nicely, but to put it bluntly, it was that of a green tea. In the words of my sister-in-law, this is not green tea, this is his wonderful sister. So the sister-in-law's husband was held to death, all day long by the sister-in-law fascinated. The sister-in-law felt tears. Luo Yi and Gu Mingxian will be the sister-in-law's husband violent beating. So much so, that my sister-in-law is a baby-like presence in the whole family, even if she is not so young now. Seeing Luo Ye's expression, Chen Xiaoman revealed a sad expression and muttered in a small voice. Xiao Mono hasn't seen Auntie for a month, and she doesn't know to call Auntie back. Auntie is really sad. No. Too busy. Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, how have you been? It's bad. Chen Xiaoman shook her head and said with a sad face, I only have one little nephew, this month. I've been thinking every day about how well my little nephew is living and eating at school. Gu Mingxian, that son of a... He even went out of the country when your school year started. It's really pissing me off. Gu Mingxian. Am I not your only son? Seeing his sister-in-law talking to herself endlessly, Luo Yi gave a bitter smile and asked, What is it that sister-in-law is calling about? What? Anano. Now I can only call you if I have something to do? You're really breaking my sister-in-law's heart when you say that. Ooh. A drop of cold sweat ran down Luo Ye's forehead. A forced smile appeared on his face and he said gently, Auntie, no. I think of Auntie every day too, and Auntie can call me any time. Here was the reason why Gu Mingxian said Luo Yi was good at taking care of girls. Because both of his parents are dead, Luo Yi gets more favor in the Gu family than Gu Mingxian, so much so that the pressure is also much greater than Gu Mingxian. That's pressure from Chen Xiaoman. If you say so, Auntie will be happy. Chen Xiaoman immediately raised her eyebrows and smiled, directly turning from cloudy to sunny, as if the person who was just sad was not her at all. Little Nanyo, it's your birthday today, and you didn't come home. So old Gu and I were thinking about what to give you as a gift. Hearing these words, Luo Ye's heart warmed and he smiled faintly. Little Auntie, you and little Auntie's husband raised me. This is already the best gift. That won't do. My Chen Xiaoman's great-nephew has a birthday. How can he not have a gift? Lao Gu, divide 50% of your company's shares to Xiao Nuyi. At those words, the corner of Luo Ye's mouth twitched. In the video, Luo Ye's sister-in-law, Gu Ranqing, also walked out with a bitter smile on his face and said helplessly, Baby, although I am a director, I don't even have 50% of the shares myself. I don't care, you go figure it out. Why haven't you gone into action yet? You don't love me anymore. Oohoo. Gu, you don't love me anymore, oohoo. Chen Xiaoman's tears came when she said they would, and they kept falling down like little pearls, and Gu Ranqing was instantly anxious, and hurriedly squatted down to start coaxing his wife. They are almost 50 years old couple, still like a youngster, baby to baby, really let Luo Yi cannot bear to look at. Taking advantage of their old married couple's show of affection, Luo Yi made a wink to his sister-in-law before hanging up the phone. Although Gu Ranqing's company could not be said to be a top-tier consortium in the capital in terms of game production alone, it was among the top in the country. Except for the one that ate chicken and kings, no one could compete for Gu's second-ranked throne. The company's shares, by Gu Ranqing, as well as Gu Mingxian, 2 people, occupies 55%, has the first right to speak. Lono didn't account for a single point. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Luo Ye's character was not suited to handling a company or acting as a leader. If Luo Yi became a leader, he would have to count the money for others if the whole company was sold. So Luo Yi just needed to grow up carefree, and he himself had no desires in this regard. So what Chen Xiaoman had just said was nothing more than a joke. And with Luo Ye's character, it's also not suitable for titular shares, which means owning shares but not meddling in the company's affairs. He's easy to take advantage of. A young man of less than 20 years of age could not cope with that group of 40 to 50-year-old shareholders of the company. But Gu Mingxian was different. He had been groomed by Gu Ranching as the company's heir since he was a child. So his entire resume was excellent, as if he had a protagonist's halo over him. And Lono grew up without a care in the world. Having already lost both of his parents, neither Chen Xiaoman nor Gu Ranching wanted to put any pressure on him, and only wanted him to follow his own ideas and do what he wanted to do. After ending the video call, Lono then realized that he had forgotten something. Today it's his birthday, but he was in Jiangxing now, time to coincide with a 7-day mini-vacation, and his roommates were away. It looks like he's going to have to spend his 19th birthday alone. Also not true. He also has great readers. At the end of today's update, Lono wrote in, "Happy birthday to me." Soon, the paragraph comments on this sentence were filled with well wishes from readers. While this group of readers is usually harsh on the plot, and even swears sometimes, everyone is gentle when it counts. What a lovely group of readers. Chapter 40, Little Tears. After leaving the family building, Su Bai Porridge went to Jiangxing Medical University and met her best friend Li Xia. Dressed in a white blouse and denim pants, Li Xia had a natural standard Netflix face and a tall and slender figure, but a flat chest. She crossed her legs and sat in a coffee shop near the hospital attached to Jiangxing Medical University. When she saw Su Bai Kanji sitting across from her, she smiled slightly and asked, "Kanji, we doctors can only have this one day off. I'm using it to see you. Say, what's the matter with me?" Upon hearing this, Su Bai Kanji faintly said, "You're still just an intern doctor right now, right? The kind that runs errands." Hearing this, Li Xia said indifferently, "It's not that easy to be a doctor. I can't do surgery without a few years of experience." Su Bai Kanji also did not talk nonsense with the other party, and directly opened the door. "Xia, usually when your boyfriend has a birthday, what do you send him? Boyfriend? Which one do you mean?" Li Xia was puzzled. "Su White Kanji." Li what?" Su Bai Kanji asked tentatively. "That one split," Li Xia said with a flat face. Then, she suddenly realized something. Her face changed, staring at Su Bai Porridge shocked. "What did you say? Sending your boyfriend a birthday gift? Who are you going to send? Where did you get a boyfriend?" Seeing that the other party reacted so strongly, Su Baijiao's expression was flat. She had already thought of a reason. Su Bai Kanji coughed lightly and said faintly, "It's just a male friend. And I'm just asking for a friend." At those words, the corner of Li Xia's mouth twitched. Any fool can see that's an excuse, right? "Which friend are you asking for? I remember you can only have one friend in JNU. "That's right. It's Qin Yuan," Su Bai Kanji said without blushing or jumping. Li Xia was filled with speechlessness. However, she is not ready to poke Su Bai Kanji, but showed a wry expression, smiling but not smiling, glanced at Su Bai Kanji, thinking and said, "When one has a favorite boy, if she wants to send him a gift, then, first of all, it is necessary to be clear what that boy likes. What does Lono like?" Su Baijiao's face appeared in his mind. "What does Luo Yi like?" She can't really think of it for a while. They hadn't known each other for a long time, only a month or so at full count, and that was just knowing each other. Really getting acquainted was something that had happened in the last few days. "Stupid porridge. Li Xia forced a smile and said, "I guess that boy must like one. Wouldn't it be the best birthday gift if you asked one to give herself to him?" As soon as the words fell, an image emerged in Su Baijiao's mind. The image appeared for just a split second and then immediately disappeared. 2 reddish colors surfaced on Su Bai Kanji's face, but her expression remained flat as she said, "Worthy of being a relationship master who has talked about a dozen boyfriends. But one is a yellow flower girl. How to talk. Although I talk a lot, it's all online dating and I'm a yellow girl." But looking at Su Bai Kanji already blushing and having to pretend to be serious, Li Xia's heart went crazy with joy. "Iceberg goddess, you're in deep. You've fallen in love. Su Baekji, you've had your day." Li Xia coughed lightly, then said, "Porridge, since you ask sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. With men, it's not what you give, it's the thought that counts. So the question arises, what kind of thoughts can fill a man's interest and make this birthday special for him? And I'll tell you the answer, it's a sense of specialness. You're going to give him, oh no, Shizuku is going to give him a gift that only he can receive, that no one else can receive but him, and that's what special sense is thinking. After listening to the passage, Su Baijiao fell into deep thought. She then raised her eyebrows slightly and said with a cold face, "You're not still asking one to give herself to him. Chin Yuwin Chui. Aya. Kanji. Why don't you get the hang of it? Unique feeling. Not the only one. Come on, walk, walk, walk. I'll take you to the mall to pick out a gift." Without waiting for Su Bai Kanji to say anything, Ri Xia had already grabbed her hand and the two of them left the coffee shop together, heading to the nearby mall. Just as the two of them left in the front foot, Luo Yi appeared at the entrance of the affiliated hospital of Jiangxing Medical University in the back foot. The peace talisman he had begged for Shinchao had nothing to do anyway, so he just happened to give it to Shinchao today. Just why was the address Shinchao gave the affiliated hospital of Jiangxing Medical University? Puzzled, Luo Yi walked in and arrived at a ward according to the address Shinchao had given him. In the ward, Shinchao was massaging a girl's body. The girl was very pretty. Shinchao had shown him a photo, and the girl's looks were no different from the photo. The only difference is that the girl in the photo is optimistic and cheerful, smiling like a flower, and the girl in front of her is wearing a hospital gown and lying motionless on the bed. Seeing Luo Yi, Shinchao smiled slightly as he beckoned Luo Yi to come in. The latter walked into the ward. He glanced at the girl on the bed, then looked at Shinchao, puzzled. "Brother Shinchao, this is Tear, my girlfriend, the plant." After handing the peace talisman to Shinchao, Luo Yi sat in the hospital's activity area and looked at the various patients here. It turns out that the male celebrity really does have a girlfriend. Her name was Little Tears, and Shinchao said that she liked to cry and sniffle, so he called her Little Tears, Little Pearl, Crybaby, and various other nicknames. After graduating from high school, Tear traveled out of town with her family and ended up in a car accident. All three members of the family would have died on the spot, but Tear's parents both shielded their daughter, resulting in the latter being a mere vegetable. And now, having lost both parents, all the medical expenses are being paid for by Shinchao's family, and even then, the chances of being able to wake up are slim to none. Shinchao's relationship with her family is getting more and more frosty as a result, and she's been fighting lately. He was not obligated to stay by Little Tear's side, much less pay for everything for Little Tear. But in high school they kept their distance in order to get into a good college, and although they were a couple, to outsiders they looked no different than regular friends. The two had originally agreed to get into a university in Jiangxing together, fantasize about a better future together, become a normal couple together, make up for their high school regrets, eat together, date together, travel together. It's like a bird out of its cage that's been targeted by a hunter before it's seen the wide world. When Little Tear was in trouble, it was also when Shinchao loved her the most. Lono, being a fiction writer, has a strong sense of agency. He had substituted Shinchao's feelings. If he was Shinchao, how could he be willing to watch his favorite girl be nothing more than a vegetable for the rest of her life? God has endowed Shinchao with unusual handsomeness that allows him to easily obtain love. Again, he was given the triad of concentration and then given a girl who made him fall deeply in love. And finally, take her again. Thieving God. Do you want to see what you're doing? Chapter 41. The Coaches of Fish. Luo Ye's mood was a bit poor, and after leaving the hospital, he casually strolled around twice before preparing to return to the family building. After walking through the door, Luo Yi realized that Su Baijiao hadn't returned yet. He sat down on the couch, turned on the TV, and began to watch. Looking at it, his posture changed from sitting to lying, and then quickly fell asleep. By the time he woke up, it was already afternoon, and Su Bai Porridge still hadn't returned. It's a vacation day, and I don't know what sister went to do all day. Luo Yi looked at his cell phone and sent a message to Su Baijiao. Lono. Sister, when are you coming back? A hungry expression. Seconds back as always. Fairy sister. Evening, you haven't had lunch yet? Lono. Accidentally overslept. Shen your shijie. Then you can heat up the leftovers in the fridge. You should be able to heat them up, right? Lono. That's for sure. Ending the chat, Luo Yi opened the refrigerator and found one of the boxed lunches that his senior sister had prepared for his dormitory. It was all yesterday's leftovers, and they couldn't even finish it, so they made it into boxed lunches for his sons when school started. Luo Yi then went into the kitchen, took out the steamer, poured water, put the steamer tray on, and turned on the gas. He'll heat it up, I just don't know for how long. He searched the internet and then started counting the hours. When the time came, Luo Yi opened the lid of the pot and looked at the rice inside, revealing a craving expression. It's worthy of being cooked by a fairy schoolgirl. The leftovers smell so good. Lono held out his hand, ready to bring out the plate. The moment his hand touched the plate, a wave of heat came over him and wrapped Luo Ye's fingers. Luo Yi retracted his arm like a reflex, but his fingers were still burned a little. Lono said helplessly, "People who don't cook just don't have common sense in the kitchen. Still, this small injury is nothing to worry about and will heal itself after a while." Lono found a rag and brought the plate out. After eating, Luo Yi washed the dishes again and cleaned up the house. Then he went downstairs to get towels and get ready to take a shower. There are no toiletries for him in this house, so he didn't wash yesterday. After walking into the bathroom, Lono turned on the shower head and began to bathe. As he washed, Luo Yi suddenly saw two magical little clothes hanging on the wall next to him. White, with some lace patterns, it looked plain and innocent. Just such a dress, of course, could not be worn by a boy. And one, surprisingly, is triangular. This stuff, only girls wear it, right? Luo Yi blushed and looked away, not daring to look again. It was late last night, after the schoolteacher had taken a bath, and had hung up the old little clothes to be washed when she had time. In other words, it's the schoolmarm's intimate apparel that hasn't been washed yet. In Luo Ye's mind, he remembered the collision with his schoolmate when he was in front of the countryside toilet. The soft touch of the fairy schoolmistress. Was she wearing this at the time? At the thought, Luo Ye's best buddy looked up and was suddenly full of energy and peach blossom eyes. At this time Luo Ye's heart was full of desire, only to feel that the things hanging on the wall seemed like Pandora's box, attracting him to commit crimes. But Luo Yi was a decent man, only to see him turn the turning head and turn the hot water into cool water. The heart soars through the heart. Luo Ye's heart was as cold as this cool water, and the enthusiasm of his good brother was doused by the cool water. After taking a shower, Luo Yi sat on the sofa, but his mind had already drifted to the sky. Soon after, sensing that his good brother's enthusiasm had risen again, Luo Yi said with hatred, "No talent, if you have the ability, go and let the school sister be your girlfriend, not everything." Lono stood up and walked back into his room. Push-ups, 1, 2, 3, 4. No way. Lono ran out again, running laps and laps around the schoolyard. Exercise. 18 years of being single, no, today passed, it's the 19th year. Lono, who hadn't been in a single relationship, was becoming a little less clear-headed. Today is the 6th day of the 7-day vacation, and one after another students have already started to return to school. Lono ran 5 laps, stopped running, got tired. But he has improved by 2 laps from a while ago. It was getting dark, and soon it would be dark. Lono sat down on the playground to regain his strength. Suddenly, his gaze settled on the curb outside the playground. There was a man and a woman walking side by side there. The man Lono didn't recognize, but the woman looked familiar. Isn't this the long-legged lowly Lu Bingxin? Only to see Lu Bingxin talking and laughing with this boy. Although they kept their distance and didn't make any intimate movements, they looked like they were on good terms. It's like the way she got along with Li Haoyang when she was not yet in a relationship. Although Luo Yi is a single dog, but as a romance novel author, he is a master of theory. He's never been there, but he knows everything. Lono stood up from the playground, ready to find out what was going on. Luo Yi sneakily followed the two, all the way to the entrance of the women's dormitory. At this point, Lono's distance was such that he could hear the two of them talking. Only to hear Lu Bingxin smile, "Thank you, senior, for picking me up at the airport and helping me carry my luggage all the way. It's really troublesome. I'll treat you to dinner this weekend." And when the boy heard this, he also smiled slightly, revealing a very handsome expression, and said with a face full of tenderness, "You don't have to be polite, schoolgirl. Why don't I treat you to dinner tonight?" At those words, Lu Bingxin revealed a hesitant expression and said somewhat contemplatively, "If tonight." Instead of continuing, she gave the boys a chance to follow up. And the boy was as sweet as she expected. "What's the matter with you tonight, schoolgirl? I can help you." "It's nothing." Lu Bingxin looked at the boy in front of her and whispered, "It's just that I haven't finished the homework my teacher assigned last week, and I'm going to class the day after tomorrow. I thought it was something, this little thing, I'll do it." "That's not good, is it?" "There's nothing wrong with that. Leave it to me." "Then schoolgirl, tonight at the school gates. See you there." Not far away, Luo Yi, who heard those words, showed a surprised expression. This. What kind of segment is this?" Even the senior in front of him was led by the nose by Lu Bingxin, helped the other party with their homework, and even invited the other party to dinner, and in the end he was still smiling, thinking that he had taken advantage of a great advantage. No wonder the coach was mesmerized, just his little emotional intelligence. Was Lu Bingxin pinned to death? No, I can't see the coach going astray. This Bingxin sister is completely a segmented tea master, and she has more than just one fish around Li Haoyang. Luo Yi opened the private chat with Li Haoyang and was just about to speak when a message popped up on his phone. Fairy sister. Where is everyone? Sister is back? Luo Yi exited the chat with Li Haoyang and hurriedly sent a message to his schoolmate. Lono. I'm coming. After sending it, he left the entrance of the women's dormitory and walked his ass towards the family building neighborhood. Chapter 42. Birthdays. Lono opened the door. The living room was silent, but the light in the schoolteacher's room was on. Lono was just about to turn on the light when the door to his schoolmate's room opened. The moment the door opened, the lights in Su by Porridge's room went out. At this moment, the living room was pitch black, and Lono could only make out a dark and blurry shadow in the doorway of the fairy schoolmistress's room. Hokage? Luo Yi asked suspiciously. Su Baijiu took a step away, and the sound of high heels rang out in the living room. High heels? Why are you wearing high heels? Su Baikanji came to the table, and from his pocket, took out the lighter he had just bought. Lono heard the sound of a lighter, and the next moment the table lit up with rows of candles, burning from the cake. Lono froze slightly. He came to the table with a somewhat bewildered expression. Sister, it's your birthday cake. Su Baikanji handed the birthday hat to Luo Yi and said faintly, put it on and make a wish. At those words, Luo Yi sat down. He looked at the birthday hat in front of him, and then at the fairy schoolmate sitting in front of him, who had little expression, but her eyes were staring at her carefully. Luo Yi felt that this moment Su Baijiao became even more beautiful than before. In the past, he only thought Su Baijiao looked pretty. But not now. Now Su Bai Porridge is pretty itself. Like has a halo. Like a person, from the moment you like to appear, whether it is beautiful or not, it is no longer the face value can decide. Just like Su Baijiao in Luo Ye's eyes now. The light from the candles was so weak that it only illuminated the table, and they could barely make out each other's faces. Lanaroi put the birthday hat on his head. Looking at the candle in front of him, Luo Yi closed his eyes and spoke, I wish. Wishes don't work when they're spoken. Su Baikanji gently reminded. But Lono hadn't intended to say it originally. Once the three words I wish ended, Lono spoke the wish in his heart. I hope the fairy schoolmistress likes me too. Lono then blew out the candle and opened his eyes. In the living room, the light was once again lost. The surroundings were dark, and only Su Baijiao's voice rang in Luo Ye's ears. What did you promise? Hearing this, Luo Yi said, Senior sister, it won't work if you say it out loud. And rightly so. It was clear that he had just reminded the other man, and this time it was his turn to remind himself. She was curious about Lono's wish. Although she didn't know what it was, she hoped that this elementary schooler's wish would come true. She wants the people who bring her joy to be happy. Suddenly, the lights are on. Su Baikanji looked towards Luo Yi, who was standing next to the switch. His face gave a lurch as if he hadn't reacted yet. Why did this guy suddenly go and turn on the living room lights? What's wrong, senior sister? Luo Yi showed a puzzled expression. Why did he feel that there was something wrong with the fairy school sister? How the expression was a bit unnatural. Nothing. Su Baikanji stood up, her body a little stiff as she walked towards her room. The sound of high-heeled shoes stomping sounded once more. Luo Yi looked over. Then his face was shocked and his eyes went wide. Sister. You are. Only to see Su Baikanji in front of her, wearing a short black halter dress, revealing her entire white and smooth arms. For Su Bai Porridge, who only wears half sleeves at the shortest, it's a bit embarrassing to wear even a halter. She wasn't wearing anything underneath. The short halter dress covered just above her knees, but it was still hard to hide those long, perfectly shaped legs. Coupled with the accompaniment of high heels, Su Bai Porridge's legs were like works of art, white and straight, so people couldn't take their eyes off them. Absolute, just perfect. I'm afraid that no one in the entire Jiangdu University has ever seen a fairy school sister wearing suspenders. Su Baikanji turned her back and blushed slightly. She spoke softly and said faintly, Is it pretty? Good. Looking. Hearing this, Su Baijiao sighed in relief. Rixia didn't lie to her. It worked. Wearing this outfit, Su Bai Porridge refused the entire time. But Lixia insisted on dragging her to the mall, bought such a whole set, and also let Su buy porridge try it on in the fitting room on the spot. Looking at the beautiful Su buy porridge in the mirror, even Li Xia, a girl, felt tempted beyond measure, not to mention Luo Yi, a boy. When the iceberg goddess plays innocent temptation, that sense of contrast is simply unrivaled. Under the strong request of Li Xia, this set of clothes, Su buy porridge bought. But at this point, she was already panicking in her mind, and after giving Luo Yi a look, she rushed back to her room and changed into her pajamas. Her pajamas were conservative, a pale blue ice silk half-sleeve and pants with a bunny design. At the same time, Su buy Kanji was holding another gift for Luo Yi in her hand. Surprisingly, it's a keyboard. It's still pink. Su buy Kanji said lightly, "I heard Professor Gu say that you play the keyboard every day at home, so this is for you." Hearing this, the corner of Luo Ye's mouth twitched. Well, he's coding by hitting the keyboard. But it was a gift from the fairy schoolmistress, so of course Luo Yi accepted it with satisfaction. Little did he know at this point that from the moment he took over this keyboard, in the near future, his knees would be bound in deep love with this pink keyboard. There was no talk all night. The next day, Lono woke up. Today is the day of JNU's homecoming, and this evening their class is going to have a group roll call. It also meant that he was going back to his chambers to meet his 3 sons. Today, Luo Yi woke up early in order to have a morning walk with his fairy schoolmates. In the living room, Su buy Kanji changed into the black clothes she usually wore for running, and was just about to go out when she heard a commotion behind her. Seeing Luo Ye's listless appearance, Su buy Porridge said, "Can you do it?" These 3 words directly irritated Luo Yi. "I'm sure I can." Su buy Kanji didn't continue talking, but walked out of the living room. Lono followed her, and together the 2 of them went next door to JNU and began to run on the playground in the early morning. At this point, the sun hadn't even shown its head yet, except that it was already light. Not far away, a pair of old men were playing Tai Chi. The 2 old people, a man and a woman, should be an elderly couple. One of them, that old man, even gave Su Baijiao a greeting when he saw her. The latter nodded politely. Lono wondered, "Who is that man?" "Vice Dean of Jiang University, my senior." Su buy Kanji opened his mouth. "The Vice Dean of JNU? So powerful? Wait a minute. What does Master Chief mean?" It is known that Fairy Sister's teacher is Gu Mingxian. Then Gu Mingxuan's teacher was Fairy School Sister's master. After thinking this through, Luo Yi once again looked at the old man. So, the Associate Dean of JNU is a teacher of his cousin. Then he was more than a teacher-student relationship to Luo Yi, he was also an elder. Chapter 43 Pervert Wang's Sledgehammer. After running, Luo Yi went to have another breakfast with Su Baijiao. This time Lono was there, so they were eating directly at the breakfast place. The owner's wife of the breakfast store was very familiar with Su Baijiao. After all, the latter came here every day after her morning jogging to buy breakfast to eat, and only occasionally would she go to the cafeteria. And this time, seeing that the other party was accompanied by a boy, the boss's wife smiled knowingly and didn't say anything. After breakfast, the 2 returned to the teacher's apartment family building. Lanaroi sat on the couch without saying a word. He's more than likely going to be kicked out of the house. Su buy Kanji, who was on the side, changed into her usual clothes and walked out from the room, saying, "The student council is going to change, and I've been very busy lately." Changing of the guard? Well, senior year is going to be an internship, so we have a lot going on junior year and will give the position to sophomore year. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi then remembered that his senior sister was already a junior. In less than a year, his schoolmate would be interning, and he would be a sophomore at that time. I also wonder what his relationship with his schoolmate would be at that time. Looking at Su buy Kanji about to go out, Luo Yi asked again, "Senior sister, how was my performance in the past few days?" Su buy Kanji was slightly stunned. She'd forgotten about it. However, looking at Luo Ye's serious and slightly worried expression, she suddenly wanted to tease this elementary school brother. "You guess." Iceberg goddess, expressionless, said these 2 words. Luo Yi could not fathom the mystery for a while. But the fairy school sister had already left, and Luo Yi could only sigh. He looked around, especially in the kitchen. Lono went into his room, packed his bags, took the boxed lunch from the fridge with him, put the pink keyboard that fairy sister had given him into his bag, and then went to the door. Taking one last look at the house, Luo Yi made up his mind that he must live in it with a straight face in the future. After leaving the place, Luo Yi returned to his dormitory. Dormitory 515, as always, was empty. Like the beginning of the school year, Lono was again the first to arrive. Still like the beginning of the school year, Li Haoyang was the second to arrive. Seeing the coach, Luo Yi then remembered that he had something very important to tell him. Coach, I have something. Something to talk about later, Brother Luo Yi. Brother Chun is looking for me. Before Luo Ye's words could be uttered, Li Haoyang put down his luggage and hurriedly left the dormitory. He is, after all, the class president. Counselor Chen Xiangjin looking for him is also normal. A moment to sign and roll call are him to get. It is also because of the position of class president. Li Haoyang is usually the busiest one in the dormitory. Fitness, class affairs, relationships. That last thing, though, is probably going to be yellow before long. Luo Yi decided to discuss this matter with his other roommates first, and then find an opportunity to have a solemn chat in the dormitory. Although they usually pit each other, but at the critical moment, no one will not be ambiguous are for the brother to go to the fire character, especially Wang Sledgehammer. It wasn't long before Wang Sledgehammer rushed in with his school bag on his back. Ha 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 ha. Sons, Miss Dad. A monkey-like figure scurried in and sat on a stool with a butt. And when he saw that Luo Yi was the only one in the dormitory, Wang de Hammer queried, "Wild child? Didn't the coach say in the group that he had arrived? Where is the person? Get busy." Afterward, Luo Yi looked at Wang de Hammer with a serious face and said, "Brother Hammer, I have something to tell you." Something? Wang de Hammer suspiciously looked at Luo Ye's pink blouse, as well as the pink keyboard on the table, and immediately showed shock on his face, exclaiming, "Crap, wild child? You're in love?" Lono. The emotions that had been brewing were all of a sudden broken by Wang Sledgehammer. "How the hell do you get serious when you talk to this guy?" "No, it's something else."
将自己看到的事情告诉王大锤后，后者瞪大了双眼，对着落野控诉道：“你小子少在我面前污蔑冰心美女。虽然她现在已经是教练的女朋友了，但是我突然觉得她更有味道了。嘿嘿嘿。哦，对了，这事别告诉教练，我怕他打我。”
At those words, Luo Yi became anxious. Lickspittle. "I can't believe you don't believe me, brother. Well, wild child, I can also see that Iceheart Beauty might not be all that nice, but you have to realize that Coach's emotional intelligence is very low, and how could he possibly grow without going through something like this?" Wang de Hammer suddenly got serious. It was Luo Ye's turn to be uncomfortable. "Can you kids stop being all excited and calm all of a sudden? Brother Sledgehammer is right." Xin Xiao walked in, and as usual, said with a calm face, "If you don't give the coach a long memory, there will be a second, third scum girl approaching him in the future." "So we don't do anything?" Lono asked. Xin Xiao thought for a moment, then said, "Just tell him truthfully. As for what he thinks and does, it's up to him to decide." Luo Yi and Wang de Hammer both nodded. Suddenly, Wang de Hammer pounced on Luo Yi, wrapped his arms around Luo Ye's shoulders, and said with thieving eyes, "Wild child, don't change the topic. What's up with this pink and tender outfit of yours? Huh? This clothing fabric is a bit trashy. You kid is not gonna Hangzhou? How did you still find time to enter the village? What did you say? This dress trash." Luo Yi was anxious and immediately fought with Wang de Hammer. The two of them were just jokingly fighting, but Xin Xiao found it very interesting, and he took advantage of his lack of preparedness and quickly stepped forward and stripped off Wang de Hammer's pants. "Who sneaked up on me?" Wang Sledgehammer turned around. Xin Xiao bristled and whispered, "Birdie." Hearing this, a look of shame and anger appeared on Wang de Hammer's face as he lifted his pants up and said angrily, "I'll you to death." Xin Xiao was not amused, but soon his expression changed. In Luo Ye's shocked expression, Xin Xiao was unexpectedly pressed onto the bed by Wang de Hammer. The clothes were on, so Wang de Hammer was just disgusting Xin Xiao. Wang Sledgehammer. UTM. Rao Xin Xiao at this time also could not help but burst out. The whole face was written with skepticism. "What a pervert." Luo Yi sighed. "Wild child, and you." Wang Sledgehammer looked over, and Luo Yi shivered, goosebumps falling to the ground. "Brother Luo Yi him," Xin Xiao said. "Sorry, Brother Hammer." Wang Sledgehammer was beaten up by the two men. Soon it was time for back-to-school roll call. The three of them straightened their clothes. The chaos in the dormitory at that moment, coupled with the way the three of them looked, as if something hard to cut had happened. The three looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. "Go sign in. Go. Go." After the fight, the three started hooking up again, walking towards the classroom as if nothing had happened. Chapter 44. Delicious Box Lunch. Roll call will now begin. Li Haoyang stood on the podium, and in the middle of the first row of the classroom sat Luo Yi, Xin Xiao, and Wang Dehammer, looking at Li Haoyang from a close distance. Su Xiaojia. 2. Lono. 2. Nodding, Li Haoyang's gaze swept the first row, only to see that the three Luo Yi were scowling at him. The trio's comical appearance made Li Haoyang want to laugh out loud. But now he was taking roll call, a serious matter, but the stares of his roommates made him try to stifle his laughter. Zhang San. 2. Li Sipu. Go to. Li Si raised his head curiously and looked at Li Haoyang suspiciously. Even though his name is random, isn't it a bit much for you to blatantly mock it like that? After the roll call, each went back to his own home, each looked for his own mother, those who ate dinner, and those who went back to their dormitories went back to their dormitories. Li Haoyang also met up with Luo Ye's trio. Looking at the coach's appearance, Luo Ye's three men all looked sad for a while. What's that look on your faces? Li Haoyang was puzzled, but he looked down at his cell phone, then said, "Come on, let's go eat." Smiling, Xin Xiao asked, "Why don't you eat with your girlfriend today? She said she had something to do, whatever." Hearing this, Luo Yi and Xin Xiao glanced at each other and understood something in their hearts. Wang Sledgehammer put his arm around Li Haoyang's shoulder and sympathized. "A great man can bend and bend. Come on, I'll treat you to beef noodles. Add more scallions and cilantro." At this time, Luo Yi suddenly remembered that he still had a whole bunch of boxed lunches that he hadn't eaten. So he hurriedly gave Wang's Sledgehammer a punch and said, "Go back to the dormitory. I've got something good to eat." "Yo, quite a catch, wild child." Wang's Sledgehammer pushed Li Haoyang away and wrapped his arms around Luo Ye's shoulders again. It seemed like anyone could be his best buddy in a heartbeat. After returning to the dormitory, seeing the colorful and fragrant boxed lunch on the table, Wang Dehammer was shocked. "This is a boxed lunch? I'll believe it when you damn well say it's a full banquet." Shen Xiao also showed a slightly surprised expression. He glanced at Luo Yi and said with a smile, "Brother Luo Yi, this doesn't look like it was made in a restaurant, and you didn't go home. Say, who made this for you?" Meeting the gazes of his three roommates, Lono took a half step back. "Schoolmarm made it." As soon as the word schoolmate came out, Xin Xiao knew who it was. "I didn't realize that it was going quite fast." But Wang Dehammer didn't know. He looked at Li Haoyang, rubbed his head and said, "It's the schoolmates again, coach. You know? It seems to ring a bell. I saw a girl next to Brother Lono during a morning run once, but I didn't see who it was." Li Haoyang thought about that day when Lu Bing Xian said that there was a girl following around Luo Yi, but he didn't see it. Wang Sledgehammer's gaze rested unkindly on Luo Yi. "Wild child, who the hell is it?" "Secretive. I thought it was Tang Enki. That's the freshman school girl, and she's also a high school classmate with you." "Don Enki?" Hearing the familiar name again, Luo Yi shook his head. "I did like her in high school, but not anymore."
呦呦呦，野娃子，我们可是知道的，你就是为了她才来江大的，没有她，你甚至都不会认识我们。
Hearing this, Luo Ye's face froze. If there was no Tang Enki, would he have met the fairy schoolmistress? One could only say that it was not certain because Su Baikanji was Gu Mingxuan's student, and there was not necessarily no chance for them to get to know each other in the future, but it would be a long, long time from now, and it would still be a matter of chance with a very low chance. Therefore, he also had to thank Tang Enki for his unwavering choice of JNU. After all, he wasn't going to come to school here just because his cousin was here. His original intention from the start was to go to a school where no one knew him and focus on his yards. Seeing Luo Ye's silence, Wang Dehammer exclaimed, "You kid can't really still have thoughts about Tang Enki, right? Let me tell you, Enki girl is mine. Screw you. Every day this is yours and that is yours. You have the guts to pick them up," Luo Yi disdainfully said. But now anyone with a discerning eye could see that the rich second generation among the freshmen who liked to show off a lot was frantically pursuing Tang Enki. Is it called Gao Yuming? Still on the school's basketball team, strong, handsome, and a second-generation rich guy, almost a perfect boy except for a somewhat cocky personality. When compared to him, Wang's Sledgehammer was again compared to him. Luo Yi mourned for Wang's Sledgehammer in his heart for 3 seconds. Now Luo Ye's relationship with Su Bai Porridge is known to no one in the entire Jiangda University, and even Xin Chao only thinks that they just know each other, and the exact progress is not clear. Lono is going to sulk and amaze everyone in the near future. A few people were eating boxed lunches in their dorm rooms. You have to know that these boxed lunches are from the hands of Su Bai Porridge, and they are not something that these mortals can easily savor. Just after taking a bite, even Li Haoyang, who had mean requirements for ingredients, brightened up and raised his big finger. In less than 10 minutes, the table was cleared of boxed lunches, and several people slumped in their chairs and at the table, wearing a look of having eaten too much. Luo Yi did not miss a beat and took a picture of them and sent it to the fairy schoolmistress. Lono, pictures. Lono, take it down. When Su Baikanji saw these photos, the corner of his mouth curled up and replied, "It's a small thing." At this moment, Su Baikanji was sitting in a classroom. She was interviewing freshmen who wanted to join student government. Immediately after student council recruitment, there will be a changeover, both of which will be done all this week. Looking at the stunning white dress girl in front of him, Su Bai Porridge asked with a bland face, "Why do you want to join the student council?" At those words, the girl glanced at Su Baijiao, only to feel that the school sister in front of her, her aura was too strong, and the aura of an iceberg goddess filled the surroundings. And everyone around them looked at the two of them. On the stage, Jiang University schoolgirl, the iceberg goddess, the talented girl who amazed the four directions. On the stage, the freshman school flower, the pure and lovely white dress girl, has the hope to become the new Jiang University school flower after Su Bai Porridge graduates. The conversation between the two top beauties attracted everyone's attention and kept the other interviewers out of the way. "I want to be like you." Tang Enki gathered her courage and said firmly. She also wanted to be as good as Su Baijiao, the thunderous student president, the marvelous talented woman of Jiangda University. "Yeah." Su Baikanji's face was expressionless. She casually swept a glance at the girl in front of her and said indifferently, "Go down. Whether or not you are admitted, you will be notified in a moment." With one sentence, a lot of the words Tang Enki had prepared in advance were blocked in her throat. Su Baichue doesn't like her. In the freshman's eyes, she saw the desire called ambition. This kind of person will never rest on her laurels. She will fight with all her might to climb up the ladder to that position that is the envy of all. In school, she'd aim for student president, and outside, she'd aim for general manager or even president. She is never satisfied and wants to take everything good for herself. But she's good at hiding it and will make everyone around her think she's a naive young girl with no wants or needs. But she is still too tender, so tender that she was seen through the essence by Su Baikanji at a glance. Because Su Baijiao is a stronger person than her. Chapter 45, The Demoralized Coach. I don't believe it. After listening to the three roommates, Li Haoyang was filled with disbelief. Bing Exine is so beautiful. How could she be a sea queen? Don't believe it. Wang Dehammer revealed a lewd smile as he glanced at Xin Xiao with his eyes and said to Li Haoyang, "Remember last time we went to the mall? Bing Exine girl said to bring Xin Xiao next time? Do you want the male star to try it out?" Li Haoyang also looked at Xin Xiao. Then he was silent, took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lu Bingxin, asking her if she wanted to go to the playground in a while. The other person replied with sleepy. Then Li Haoyang added that Xin Xiao would go too. It didn't take long for Lu Bingxin to say that Tang Enki was interested, and she and Tang Enki were already getting ready to go out. Seeing this message, Li Haoyang looked at Luo Yi and asked, "Brother Luo Yi, you know Tang Enki. Do you think Tang Enki would be interested in Brother Xin Xiao?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi thought for a moment, then said, "Maybe, however, she won't express it so blatantly, so this was mostly Lu Bingxin's own idea." Li Haoyang gritted his teeth and said, "Go." The four of them geared up, dressed in their best clothes, and headed straight for the playground as if they were on a walkabout. In the playground in the evening, there were a lot of club activities, singing and dancing, and some clubs were playing games, and quite a few men and women were running laps to lose weight. There are also students who make handmade arts and crafts and set up stalls in the playground to earn a living wage. Luo Ye's four were wearing handsome and incomparable black clothes and sunglasses at this time, and the four of them were walking side by side on the playground, forming a very conspicuous scenery line. So handsome, so cool. Oh my God, is that the freshman schoolboy? A group of girls ran over and surrounded Xin Xiao, quickly crowding him out. Only Luo Ye's three people were left, alone in the same place, looking at Xin Xiao, who was not far away as if he was surrounded by stars. All three of them revealed a speechless expression. Male celebrities, no less, are the center of attention everywhere they go. The trio took off their sunglasses, and without the male celebrities to back them up, they were as good as blind in their sunglasses. Although Luo Yi was also handsome, he wasn't as stunning as Xin Xiao, and the former was the kind of face that could be noticed at a glance in a crowd. And Li Haoyang is a muscular man, wearing sunglasses is somewhat different. Looks very secure. Wang's sledgehammer is completely obscene. Soon, two familiar figures walked towards the playground. Long-legged lowly Lu Bingxin, freshman schoolgirl Tang Enki. The arrival of the two of them also attracted a lot of attention, especially the boys who were running in the playground. But next to the two Tang Enki, there was actually a boy following them. This boy, in the freshman of Jiangda University, is also very famous, named Gao Yuming, is in the freshman group to show off the rich second-generation Jiangqing local in the city center has a villa of the kind people stupid money sex straight. Now, the three biggest freshman trendsetters are coming together. Xin Xiao, Tang Enki, Gao Yuming. Luo Ye's trio had turned into small shrimps at this point, and were not at all conspicuous amongst the crowd. Li Haoyang waved at Lu Bingxin, and after the latter came over, she said suspiciously, "Haoyang, where's Xin Xiao?" "There." Li Haoyang pointed not far away. Xin Xiao was being surrounded by 7 or 8 girls asking for green bubbles. And Gao Yuming next to Tang Enki looked at the 3 people in front of him and didn't say anything. This kid was full of Tang Enki's figure. Worthy of being a school bully. It's surprising that he's so popular. Lu Bingxin sighed. Li Haoyang's heart was very bad. When he thought of what Luo Yi had said in the dormitory, he felt that his girlfriend had become unfamiliar. Though he wasn't supposed to be familiar with the other side either. They got together less than a month after they met, and until now the total time they've known each other has been just over a month. Come to think of it, does Li Haoyang really like Lu Bingxin? The latter is pretty and has a good body, plus Li Haoyang has never been in love, and his emotional intelligence is also a sinew. A 90+% beautiful woman approached him and showed him favor, so how could he possibly say no? Nevertheless, he had some hard time with his heart. After all, Lu Bingxin was also considered his first love. "Haoyang, what's wrong with you?" Lu Bingxin asked curiously. "Not much." Li Haoyang's mood wasn't high. Instead, he sighed and said to Wang De Hammer and Luo Yi, "I'm going back to sleep." There was a moment of silence as the two men watched the coach's forlorn figure. "What does he mean?" Lu Bingxin frowned slightly. "Probably in a bad mood," Tang Enki said from the side. Luo Yi and Wang De Hammer had a heart-to-heart, but neither of them broke down Lu Bingxin. Not far away, Xin Xiao finally broke away from the encirclement, and he came to the side of the crowd, revealing an angry expression as he said, "All together, and you guys surprisingly didn't help me either. Isn't it good to be popular?" Wang's sledgehammer bristled. After noticing the two women next to him, Xin Xiao's expression became flat, and the entire person began to be polite. "Classmate Xin Xiao, get acquainted. We are your classmates. My name is Lu Bingxin. Her name is Tang Enki." Lu Bingxin extended her hand. "I'm Xin Qiu." Xin Xiao politely shook Lu Bingxin's hand, only there wasn't any extra contact. This white and smooth delicate hand. Other people would always be unable to resist stroking it for a moment when they held it. But Xin Xiao only touched it for a moment and then instantly drew back his hand. Seeing this, Lu Bingxin seemed to be more interested in Xin Xiao. And with Li Haoyang out of the picture, she let go a bit more. But before she could say anything, Xin Xiao had already turned around and left the place with Luo Yi. Only Wang De Hammer was left alone, and although he was happy to stroll around the playground with the two beauties, between the beauties and his roommate, he chose the latter without hesitation. After everyone in dormitory 515 left, Tang Enki wondered, "Bing Exine, isn't Li Haoyang your boyfriend? Why are you still interested in Xin Xiao? Isn't it normal to like handsome guys? Although my current boyfriend is Haoyang, it doesn't necessarily have to be in the future." Hearing this, Tang Enki was somewhat incoherent, not knowing how to retort for a moment. Behind him, Gao Yuming's eyes were even wider, and in the end, he could only utter a sentence of cow pie. A moment later, Tang Enki also just sighed and said helplessly, "Bing Exa, you're living a really dashing life. Kiki, in this day and age, loving someone seriously can be a losing proposition." A look of remembrance appeared on Lu Bingxin's face. Li Haoyang was not her first boyfriend. She also once loved a certain boy deeply, but was played with her feelings. Since then, feelings have also become the cheapest thing in her eyes. "Kiki, I'll treat you to dinner, huh?" Gao Yuming suddenly said. "It's so late," Tang Enki said with some hesitation. But she was somewhat tempted to eat it again. After all, the food that Gao Yuming had treated her to was something that the average person couldn't afford to eat. It was now 8 p.m. It was the 7th day of a 7-day mini-vacation, and although it was back to school and signed in, school hadn't really started yet. so there was no gate. Come on. Why not eat a free meal? Lu Bingxin grabbed Tang Enki's hand and the two of them walked in front, with Gao yumming playfully following behind. Chapter 46 Fairy Sisters Contrasting Game Name. After returning to the dormitory, Li Haoyang wrapped himself in the quilt and didn't say a word. People don't share their grief, and the 515 dormitory is not large, but the sinister nature of human nature is on full display. Although Li Haoyang was sad, Wang Dehammer could be happy. He revealed an expression and stood in front of Li Haoyang's bed and twisted his butt, and said to himself, "Another single female. My Wang Sledgehammer's harem +1. Ha 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 ha. Happy sing. Guys, get high." Wang Sledgehammer's happy appearance was a stark contrast to Li Haoyang. Luo Yi and Shen Chao looked at this scene with speechless faces. Suddenly, a message tone came from Luo Ye's cell phone. "Fairy school girl. Chicken?" Seeing this, Luo Yi quickly replied, "Eat." This is the secret code of the game he played with the Qin sister. As for why it is now Su by Kanji sent, probably because they are roommates, Qin sister told the fairy sister it. After a day's work, Su Baichou asked Luo Yi to play a game. Both sides were very skilled, not to mention Luo Yi was the #1 on the elimination list for many seasons. Even Su Bai Porridge was a female god of war, the premier female just gun king. The two men, though not anchors, much less professionals, and not that well known in the game of chicken, are top strength road kings. Even if you bump into a pro or tech anchor, you can fight back and forth, and it's still unknown if you'll win or lose. And they don't like matching teammates when they play, so almost every time it's a two-player for row. After entering the matching interface, Luo Yi put on his headphones. Since getting on good terms with Fairy Sister, the other party had been willing to open the microphone to communicate when playing the game. But I don't know why, but during this period of time, Sister Qin has just disappeared, and she doesn't talk to Luo Yi anymore. I don't suppose she's angry, is she? It was no wonder that he hadn't searched for Senior Sister Qin since he had met Senior Sister Fairy, as if he had treated Senior Sister Qin as a tool to get to know Senior Sister Fairy. I must find Sister Qin Yuan some other day and thank her in person. Open. Su Bai Kanji said indifferently. Good. Start the game and go into skydiving. The two jumped straight to the most crowded spot on the entire map and started the messy kill mode. Wild child. How dare you secretly play games behind our backs? Wang Sledgehammer was lying on the side of Luo Ye's bed, and after seeing the latter's cell phone screen, his eyes widened in surprise. You're still bringing up girls? Su Bai Kanji used Qin Yuan's account. After all, her own account was said by her to be Qin Yuan, so she could only use Qin Yuan's game account to replace the current her. Qin Yuan used the same name for her chicken and king numbers. I'm a big bear. You're free to do as you please. Wang's Sledgehammer immediately got excited and said, Take me one. I'll take the sister too. Because she was using Qin Yuan's number, at this time, in Luo Ye's eyes, Su Bai Porge's gaming skills were very rookie. The stats on her account are no different than a human machine, probably not even as good as a grade schooler. Lono sprinkled a handful of rice on her cell phone screen, and the chickens all played better than she did. Under this premise, another mannequin King Sledgehammer, Luo Yi would only feel pressurized, so he decisively refused King Sledgehammer's request. But upon entering the game, Lono realized that wasn't the case. Not only was Fairy School Sister pretty, even her gaming skills were very impressive, just as impressive as School Sister Qin's. Thinking about it, School Sister Qin and School Sister Fairy shared the same dormitory room, and they must have often played games as well, so it was normal for their strengths to be similar. Just what is it about this account's historical stats and record that makes it so rookie? While Luo Yi was lost in thought, a grenade came to the bottom of his feet and exploded directly. By the time he came back to his senses, the game character was on the ground, waiting for help. The corner of Luo Ye's mouth twitched. It's over. I'm embarrassed in front of the goddess. This is the first time he has played the game of chicken with the fairy schoolmistress, and he has only played king a few times before. And Lono's skill at eating chicken is much more impressive than the king's. I didn't expect to be deflated on a strong point. It wasn't long before Su Bai Kanji killed all the way over and rescued Luo Yi. Then Luo Yi, in order to prove himself, hurriedly said, Senior sister, I'll see this one. Saying that, Luo Yi became mighty, like an executioner, driving Su Bai Kanji, scurrying around the entire island map, killing wherever he went. Qin Yuan's account segment was very low, only platinum, so for Luo Yi, this segment was simply the low end of low-end games. After finishing the game, Wang Dehammer finally had a chance to interject as he queried, Wild Wazi? Is this the schoolmate you've been pining for lately? Hearing this, Luo Yi nodded and subconsciously replied, right. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Yi suddenly realized something and turned off the game's microphone in a panic. It's over, the school marm heard it. And in the teacher's apartment, hearing this heartfelt thought, Su Baijiao was also slightly stunned. She then smiled, typed and asked, still coming? Come on. Playing a game with a fairy schoolmate, Luo Yi wouldn't refuse no matter what. The other side, women's betting. Tang Enki logged into the game, and after seeing Luo Yi online, her eyes moved. She knew Lono was good at this game, having played with the other side herself in high school. I also know that the other person has a gaming hitchhiker called Love Hot Pot, but that's just an online friend, and I'm not even really sure of the gender. And now, after tapping into Luo Ye's group information, Tang Enki suddenly realized that the person who was playing the game with Luo Yi at this very moment, the ID was actually called, I Bear Big You Feel Free. It's clearly a girl's name, and it's a name for a girl who's confident about her body. Thinking of this, Tang Enki clicked on Luo Ye's reservation message. Playing together next inning? The other party has denied your request for an appointment. Danshi froze slightly. Reject. This was the first time she had seen the word rejection since she had known Luo Yi. Rejecting a girl for the sake of the girl he's double-teaming with at the moment? Tang Enki's brow furrowed lightly. Lono could dislike her. She could accept that. But she couldn't accept that Lono went on to like someone else. Her things, she could not want them, but no one else could pick them up either, especially since she still had a crush on Luo Yi, and she had not given up on Luo Yi, she was just still considering it. She'd like to see who it was that could make Luo Yi fall in love. In the cell phone, there were still non-stop messages from Gao Yuming. This Gao Yuming, on the basis of his family having a little money, the whole person is floating, and Tang Enki doesn't like it. Moreover, he kept harassing himself, so when compared like this, Luo Yi didn't know how many times better than this guy in other aspects, except for his family situation being inferior to him. In the dormitory, Lu Bingxin was not there. After they went out to eat with Gao Yuming, Lu Bingxin went to sneak around with another senior. That was the junior senior, named Shuai Kuan, who had pursued himself before, but after realizing that it was fruitless, he went after Lu Bingxin. As wonderful as college is, the forest is full of such scum. Chapter 47. The Daily Standard of Su by Kanji. In the 515 dormitory, Wang Dehammer and Shin Chao joined the team, and only Li Haoyang was in a bad mood and was still sat alone inside the quilt. Luo Yi and Su by Kanji both take flight and kill in a straight mess. The next morning, no classes. Lanaroi got up and washed as fast as he could. He looked at Li Haoyang's window and realized that the guy had even smothered himself in the quilt. The coach who used to be the first one up every day for a morning run has fallen off the wagon today. Luo Yi didn't say anything, but walked towards the playground. After arriving at the playground, Luo Yi looked around and didn't find the fairy school sister's figure. Strange, didn't fairy school sister come today? At that moment, Su Baijiao's voice came from behind him. What are you doing? Luo Yi turned around and saw the figure of the fairy school sister. As usual, she was dressed in black loose clothing and wore a black ducktail hat with her ponytail tied behind it. It turned out that it wasn't that the schoolteacher hadn't come, but that the schoolteacher hadn't arrived yet. Senior sister, what a coincidence. Are you here for morning jogging too? Luo Yi said with a face full of innocence. Well, it's quite a coincidence. Su by Kanji came to Luo Ye's side and said indifferently, aren't you going to start yet? I won't let you this time. No need. Luo Yi waved his hand and said very cheerfully, Hokage, just follow the usual rhythm. The first time he ran in the morning, Su Baijiao accompanied Luo Yi for only 3 laps. And this time, Lono decided to impress his schoolmate. The two started running side by side in the middle of the playground. Don't you have classes? Su by Kanji asked softly as she ran. There's a session in the morning and one in the afternoon. Where's sister? I only have 6 classes a week. Hearing this, Luo Yi revealed an envious expression. It's so nice to be a junior with so few classes. By the way, senior sister, has the student council changeover ended? Luo Yi suddenly asked. Not yet, Su by Kanji said with an expressionless face. She didn't like to talk while she was running, but she didn't want to keep her mouth shut when the elementary schooler next to her asked her things. And as she chatted, she realized that it wasn't that she didn't like to chat while running. She just simply didn't have anyone to run with. Especially if this person was Lono, she would still enjoy chatting on the run. Soon the two had run 3 laps. The first time he came for a morning run, Luo Yi had come up for air by the time he got here, and the whole thing was so tired that he was close to spitting out his tongue. and after about half a month, he was only slightly out of breath. Before, though, it wasn't that he couldn't run, it was just that he hadn't exercised for so long that it was a bit uncomfortable to run so much right off the bat. At the end of the 6 laps, Lono sat on the grass of the playground, sweating. It's almost fall and the weather is turning cooler, not to mention the early mornings. A cool breeze blew toward Lono, causing him to shiver. Seeing this, Su Baijiao pulled out a towel from her own bag and handed it to Luo Yi. "Thank you, sister." Lono took the towel and began to wipe away the sweat. On the towel, there was a scent that belonged uniquely to Su Bai porridge, a scent that Luo Yi had also smelled in the bathroom of the family building. "So, this is the towel that schoolteacher always uses? Here you go. Remember to bring it on your next morning run, or you'll catch cold easily." "What about the school marm? I'll get a new one." After saying that, Su Bai Kanji turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing Luo Yi still sitting dumbfounded on the playground, she turned back and asked softly, "Aren't you going to eat, schoolmate?" "Eat, eat, eat." 3 eats in a row, and Lono gets up straight away with a big jump. As a result, he got up so hard that he blacked out and almost collapsed. Knowing it all, the moment you sit down on the floor after exercising and suddenly get up is simply dizzying. But Luo Yi quickly stabilized his body, coughed lightly, and said as if nothing had happened, "Senior sister, let's go." Looking at the funny look this stupid kid just had, Su Bai Kanji smiled slightly in his heart before continuing to take a step. The two walked side by side on the school's curb. Such a scene was something Luo Yi couldn't even think of a while ago. Su Bai Kanji also never thought that she would one day go to the cafeteria side by side with a boy in school. The time now is 8:10, and the first class is at 8:30. Many students hurrying to class had already appeared on the road, and there were quite a few people eating breakfast in the cafeteria. This time Su Baijiao went to the third cafeteria, right next to the women's dormitory. The moment he walked into the cafeteria, Luo Yi slowed his pace and followed behind his schoolmate at a distance. He was afraid that people would misunderstand his relationship with his schoolmate. Su Bai Kanji walked in front. Few people knew that she had the habit of running in the morning, and few people could recognize her. After all, she was wearing loose black clothing that didn't show her figure, and a duck hat. Unless you look directly at the face. But people who can eat breakfast every day in college are basically very disciplined, who would have nothing to do in the morning to brace themselves to stare at other people's faces. Taking a step back, Su Baijiao didn't care about being recognized at all. She looked back and realized that Luo Yi was following 4 or 5 meters behind her. "What for?" she asked softly. "Sister, there are many people I am socially afraid." Luo Yi naively touched his head. "You're sociopathic?" Su Bai Kanji revealed an expression of disbelief as she found an empty spot, then propped up her chin and just stared at Luo Yi. Luo Yi stood in front of the table, puzzled for a moment, then quickly responded. "Got it, the schoolteacher wanted him to buy breakfast." Luo Ye's mind recalled the breakfast that fairy school sister had bought over when she was in the family building, and that should have been school sister's standard meal every morning. Details, really details. Lono felt bad for being smart, he could be such a little wit. He ran to the window, bought 2 eggs, 2 fries, and 2 hand pies and came to the table. Looking at the things on the table, Su Baijiao frowned. "Are you sure you bought the same as when you were in the family building?" But looking at Luo Ye's expression that begged to be complimented, Su Bai Kanji couldn't bear to tear him down, and just said, "Okay. In the future, we'll go by this standard." From now on, what Su Bai Kanji eats every morning has changed. That's all she used to eat. It wasn't for any particular reason, it was just because she had trouble choosing and didn't know what to eat every morning. So she set a fix and just bought it every morning. And now, her breakfast changed standards. It's become a case of whatever Lono buys, she eats. Is this what it's like to not have to think? Su Bai Kanji somewhat understood why so many people were falling in love. Someone to take care of, not to have to think about it, and when you have a problem, you don't have to solve it yourself, you can justify asking your significant other to help. Looking at the youth in front of her, Su Bai Porridge suddenly felt some heartbeat acceleration. From the very beginning, when she faced this youth, she was still able to face this youth as if she were facing someone else. Her face was high and cold and she exuded an aura of being unapproachable. But right now, Luo Yi was like the little sun, making her cold and unable to bear a high expression. After eating, Su Bai Kanji is ready to go back to the dormitory and visit the widowed elderly Qin Yuan. And Luo Yi also went back to get ready to go back to his dormitory. Although there was no class in the first period today, the second period class was at 10:20, just less than 2 hours later. He also wanted to go back and catch up on his sleep. Luo Yi sent Su by Kanji into the women's bedchamber. He stood on the steps of the entrance to the women's dormitory and watched the fairy schoolmate's figure disappear bit by bit. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Lono. Lono turned his head to look, but saw no one. I'm here. A small girl stood at the bottom of the steps. She jumped up and waved her hands in an attempt to make Lono see her. Chapter 48 Tang Enki's Confidence. Su Xiao Jia? Looking at the small and cute girl, Luo Yi was surprised. What are you doing? Humph. And ask me what I'm doing. But I saw you coming out of the cafeteria with a pretty girl. Tell me, who was that? Luo Yi couldn't remember when he'd gotten so familiar with Su Xiaojia. But Su Xiaojia was a chatterbox, and no one in the girls' dormitory talked to her. So the girl usually skipped around the school a lot. She looks perky and cute all day long, but she's surrounded by no one, and can't help but chat with people she knows when she catches them. And she's very self-conscious about it. That's one of my schoolmates. Oh senpai. You're not chasing after her, are you? Looking at Su Xiaojia's ambiguous expression, Luo Yi blushed before nodding his head in acknowledgement. Unexpectedly, this guy is actually a pure love cub. Oh yes, how did the class president not with you? I remember he also has the habit of running in the morning. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi looked at Su Xiaojia and said in surprise, You know all this? Didn't put in much effort. That's for sure. That's the man my Miss Su has her eye on. Hearing this, Luo Yi was speechless in his heart. The guy you're looking at has been slagged off by another girl and is on the verge of breaking up and you don't even know it. But if Li Haoyang breaks up, it means that Su Xiaojia's chance has come. For this old hometown of his, Luo Yi was still very optimistic. A kind, lively, and cute little girl. Legend has it that he is small, talks tugging, eats and studies harder than anyone else. And looking at Su Xiaojia, she might still be a little rich. Unlike Luo Yi, who was raised by someone else's family, this one might be really rich. Brother Haoyang might not be in a good mood lately, Luo Yi said in a serious manner. What? Su Xiaojia got serious as she frowned her cute eyebrows and said seriously, What happened? He's about to break up. I can't believe that happened. That's really quite sad. Wait, what? What did you say? The expression on Su Xiaojia's face became extraordinarily wonderful. What? Lono listened to her and repeated the word. No, that's not what I meant. You're killing me with laughter. Shocked. Hilarious. The two expressions switching back and forth. Su Xiaojia didn't know what to use to express her emotions at this moment for a while. Quickly, she lightened up, but still asked with some surprise. When did he fall in love? Just before the 7 days of vacation. Take a vacation? It's almost time to split. Hearing this, Su Xiaojia laughed out loud. Ran into a scum girl. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this, Luo Yi was puzzled. Shouldn't you be sad? The person you like is with someone else. Didn't you say you're almost split up? But it's still funny, took advantage of my not paying attention to fall in love, but also damn soon to be dumped, ha 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 ha. Deserved, who told him not to choose me, Miss Su. Looking at the small girl in front of him, Luo Yi became a little skeptical. What exactly was the structure of this little guy's head? He genuinely couldn't figure it out. At this time, in the women's dormitory, two girls came out, seemingly just getting up and preparing to go eat. It was none other than Tang Enki and Lu Bingxin. Upon seeing Luo Yi, Lu Bingxin casually greeted him, while Tang Enki's gaze was on Su Xiaojia. Good morning, Lono-san, and Kuga. Tang Enki greeted politely. Oh, good morning. Su Xiaojia was full of disdain. She didn't like Lu Bingxin, much less Tang Enki. Tang Enki, like Luo Yi, was Su Xiaojia's hometown, coming from the capital, so she added Tang Enki's contact information at first, but after chatting for a couple of sentences, she felt that Tang Enki was a hypocritical person. Pure schoolgirls, in her opinion, should be youthful jokes. Seeing Su Xiaojia's contempt that wasn't concealed in the slightest, a hint of anger surfaced in Tang Enki's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. While Lu Bingxin mocked, Miss Su, do you know why you don't have any friends? If you don't put your missy temper away, be careful that you won't be able to make a single friend in the 4 years of college. Don't worry about it. If all the friends I make are like you, then I'd rather finish this college alone. Su Xiaojia revealed a haughty expression, with a hint of smugness on her face, and at the same time, her little eyes also glanced at Luo Yi, as if to say, Look at me, I'm handsome. A bitter smile appeared on Luo Yi's face. This small man, he still doesn't know that Lu Bingxin is Li Haoyang's girlfriend, right? In that case, go ahead and be yourself. and see who can stand your temper. After saying that, Lu Bingxin took long strides and left the place. And Tang Enki glanced at Luo Yi and asked in a gentle tone, "Classmate Luo Yi, were you, yesterday, playing games with her? I bear big you feel free." Tang Enki looked at Su Xiaojia's barely curved chest and was almost certain that the name was hers. After all, what you don't have, you crave. What? Lono showed a puzzled expression. Su Xiaojia's small hand crossed her waist and said with an indignant face, "What are you asking for? Minding the sky and the earth, and you're still minding our little Luono, the legendary freshman school flower. Wouldn't be secretly in love with our little Luono, would you?" Lono didn't say a word from the sidelines. To be honest, the first time I saw the girls arguing, I just couldn't get a word in edgewise. I couldn't get half a word in. But what's the name of little Lono? Who's little? Tang Enki frowned as she realized she couldn't argue with the smaller man at all. She looked over at Luo Yi and spoke, "Luo Yi student, would you like to eat together?" She was Luo Yi's high school crush for 3 years, and even if the latter had fallen for someone else, she was confident that she could easily bring him back to her side. After all, she had the money and the strength to do so, and in the entire Jiang University, she was inferior to only one person in terms of face value. But Luo Yi shook his head and refused. "I've eaten." Danshi froze. Once again, she was rejected. From the moment she came to JNU, Luo Yi had been rejecting her. One can only hide one's inner truest character perfectly when it is smooth sailing. Once you suffer a setback, your nature is revealed. Lono-san. A smile appeared on Danshi's face. Her face is a first-class stunner, and her smile, naturally, can make your heart skip a beat. See you next time. With her character, she naturally wouldn't dwell on it too much after being rejected. She had always felt that the reason why Lono's attitude towards her had changed after college was because she hadn't kept her promise to be with him when she got there. She admits that she did start out with the expectation that she would meet a perfect significant other for college. Then she realized that while there existed people in the university who were better than Lono, those who were as simple as he were simply not to be found. At least, of the people who came close because of her face value, none of them were better than Lono in terms of character. After recognizing this reality, Danj realized that she did have a crush on the teenager from high school. And now, so what if the teenager didn't like her anymore? Ever since she was a little girl, she was the center of attention in the crowd wherever she went. She was always first in her studies and her face was the school beauty in high school. There wasn't a boy around her who didn't like her. She shows a little bit of affection and the boys are mesmerized. Lono would be no exception. Luo Yi rejected her because she disappointed Luo Yi, but as long as she gave the other person hope again, no one could reject her with her charm. The entire Jiangnan University, in addition to that thunderous student president, known as the iceberg goddess Su by Porridge, she won't lose to anyone. Chapter 49. Brothers, hit him. Seeing Tang Enki leave, Su Xiaojia skimmed her mouth and couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Lono, you know this White Lotus?" White Lotus. Luo Yi looked at Su Xiaojia with some confusion. Is the White Lotus called Tang Enki? Although he now no longer likes her. But she is not a white lotus flower. This is not really known. But whether she was or not, it didn't matter to the current Lono. Yeah. You boys wouldn't like this white lotus flower, would you? No, used to like it. Lono said truthfully, very honestly. Su Xiaojia gave him a breathless look and sighed. You're so honest, but you'll be cheated. Hearing this, Luo Yi laughed and said, My sister-in-law said the same thing. That's why I became a fiction author. As long as I don't deal with people, I won't be cheated. Su Xiaojia. Right, where were we? Yeah, squad leader. Is the squad leader still sad? How about calling him out for dinner tonight? Looking at the small girl's sudden cautiousness, Luo Yi said with some hesitation. It's not good. People haven't shared yet. What? Still not splitting up? Oh yeah, you just said it's just about split. What kind of scummy girl is playing with the class president's feelings? Su Xiaojia's tiny size revealed an angry expression as Luo Yi looked in the direction of the third cafeteria and extended his finger. Just the one that just passed by Lu Bingxin. What? Su Xiaojia was shocked. Speaking of which, she was roommates with Lu Bingxin, Tang Enki. So, would these two people have a bad relationship with her? Press no friends. After all, college life, more than half of the time in the dormitory, social circle is almost also centered on the dormitory. I can't believe it's this little wannabe hoof. Hearing this, Luo Yi revealed a shocked expression and said, What unseemly words are you saying? Oh, forgot there was a guy here. Su Xiaojia's pair of dead fish eyes stared at Luo Yi and said in a flat tone, Remember to tell me when you've split up. After knowing that Li Haoyang's girlfriend was Lu Bingxin, Su Xiaojia's entire body was as if she had lost her soul. Should not say, this guy's mood transformation is also too fast, right? A moment to cry, a moment to laugh, the coach if with this thing together, the future days are afraid there is no peace. Su Xiaojia went to the cafeteria to eat. After Luo Yi went to the nearby supermarket and bought a bottle of energy drink, he also went back to his dormitory and prepared to lie down for a while before he had to go to class. It was very quiet in the 515 dormitory. With no classes in the first period, most people would choose to sleep in, and if there were no classes all morning, most people would choose to sleep in until noon. If it wasn't for the fact that Fairy Sister had the habit of running in the morning, Luo Yi would have been one of the majority of these people. He bought breakfast for the whole dormitory, and when he got back to the dormitory, he looked at the sleeping faces of his roommates, and a strange feeling welled up in him. It's like the old father who wakes up early to get ready for work and looks at his children who are still asleep. Very accomplished. He coughed lightly and was just about to get his roommates up for breakfast. Suddenly, a panda appeared in front of Luo Yi and met him at eye level. Luo Yi was startled and fixed his eyes on the panda, realizing that it was not a panda, but Li Haoyang. Coach? Are you this? You're still alive. Only Li Haoyang's eyes were lifeless, and his dark circles were as thick and dark as if he had drawn them on with a hairbrush. Ha! Li Haoyang looked at Luo Yi listlessly and said somewhat blankly, Am I still alive? I'm asking you. I don't know. Is this a case of grief and brain dead? Seeing Li Haoyang's appearance, Luo Yi thought of the day when he graduated from high school and he got the acceptance letter from Jiangda University. If he gets into JNU, he can be with Tang Enki. So he was the first to share the news. But Danchi didn't reply, didn't return the first day, didn't return the second. Haven't been back all summer. At the beginning, he was just like Li Haoyang, feeling that his life had lost its motivation, feeling that this university examination was meaningless. But life, in the end, is for oneself, and one cannot remain in the shadows. Luo Yi patted Li Haoyang's shoulder and solemnly said, Coach, do you want to drink at night? In the 515 dormitory, Shen Chao and Luo Yi accounted for 11% of the alcohol, and Wang Dehammer and Li Haoyang owed 1%. But Lono invited the coach anyway. Hearing the word drink, Li Haoyang seemed to be motivated, and his eyes became spiritual, as if he had found some spiritual support. Being sad isn't scary. The scary thing is that you have to grieve alone. And the coach, there's still him, the father. We're adding an extra night study period today on situation and policy, and the administration teacher is on vacation tomorrow. At the end of second period in the afternoon, the crowd heard this announcement from the school board. A bitter wail resounded throughout the classroom, and Li Haoyang, as the class president, slept through the day. After all, he had an all-nighter. During that time, Lu Bingxin came to see him, but after realizing that she couldn't wake him up, she could only leave. Until now, no one had told Lu Bingxin exactly why Li Haoyang had suddenly become like this. But it didn't matter, because the senior who had gotten close to Lu Bingxin in the past few days appeared at the door of their classroom after this class was over. Senior Shuai Kuan. When he started pursuing Tang Enki, he guarded the entrance of the female dormitory in order to date the latter, and now that he had changed his target, he used the same method to guard the entrance of Lu Bingxin's classroom. Shuai Kuan, as his name suggests, is very handsome, with 1/3 of Xin Xiao's face value, wearing backpack pants and a center parting. Luo Yi had met this person and he told his 3 roommates about the senior. At once, the aura of the 4 people in dormitory 515 changed. Li Haoyang turned into an awakened lion. Xin Xiao's eyes stared like a high and cold schoolmaster, and even Wang Dehammer looked like a grimacing teddy. Soon, the class was gone, leaving only the 4 people in the 515 dormitory, as well as Tang Enki and Lu Bingxin. Seeing that there were fewer people in the class, Shuai Kuan actually walked straight in and headed towards Lu Bingxin. A hint of panic appeared on the latter's face. She also didn't expect that this senior would be so bold as to dare squatting her at the door of her classroom. But her boyfriend is still there. Bingxin's schoolmate, going to dinner together? Shuai Kuan sat next to Lu Bingxin and revealed a smile. Lu Bingxin shook her head. Although she wasn't a good girl, she wasn't cheeky enough to agree to her suitor's dinner in front of her boyfriend. But she doesn't want Shuai Kuan to know she has a boyfriend. She was just about to refuse when she heard a violent slap on the table. Only Li Haoyang stood up and slapped the table. The muscles in his arms were all rippled and looked extraordinarily intimidating. Seeing this, Luo Yi, Wang Dehammer, and Xin Chao also stood up. Eat a nasty dinner. Brothers, Hit him. As soon as the words fell, the four rushed up, pulling Shuai Kuan into the dead center of the camera and punching and kicking him. Chapter 50. Anemic monk Tang Xianyi. The two of them, Tang Enki and Lu Bingxin, watched in awe from behind. They were surprised to see this kind of thing inside the university. Soon, Lu Bingxin reacted. She looked at Li Haoyang and said with an icy face, "Haoyang, you disappoint me too much. The consequence of fighting in college is the possibility of getting a demerit, and all of that will leave him behind in terms of honor rolls, scholarships, and so on. If you give Shuaikuan an injury, you may have to go to the police station. At the very least, his status as class president would certainly be revoked." The reason why Lu Bingxin was with him was because he was the class president, plus he had a naive and progressive personality, so he might be successful in the future. After all, the class president in college is not the same as the one in high school and middle school. The class president in college is the position closest to the counselor. Being close to a counselor means that any good thing that happens during the 4 years of college will be prioritized to him. And at this time, Li Haoyang had already killed madly. At the sound, he turned his head and prepared to swing his fist. Coach, calm down. Big brother. Look closely, you're going to hit a woman." Luo Yi and Wang De Hammer pulled Li Haoyang's right and left hands one by one, using all their strength to barely hold on. Li Haoyang finally sobered up a bit. Even though he was a fitness slugger, this was his first fight. Ice heart, Facing the pretty girl, Li Haoyang lowered his head for a moment, just like a child who made a mistake. Dismissed. Shuai Kuan, who was lying on the ground in the back, with a bruise and a purple patch on his body, stretched out his finger, pointing at these 4 people in front of him, and said angrily, "You'll surely be disciplined, but I'm a cadre of the student council, so I'll go and tell the teacher right now." After saying that, Shuai Kuan stood up, crying, wiping his tears, and ran out of the classroom. Wang's sledgehammer spat at his back and said disdainfully, "Stinking sissy." Shen Xiao said with a flat face, "Coach, brothers have difficulties together, not afraid." "That's right." Lono chimed in. The 3 good brothers who accompanied him all said so, and Li Haoyang stabilized his emotions. If he dropped the ball at this point, wouldn't that be a disappointment to his brother? Thinking of this, Li Haoyang let out a deep breath and looked at Lu Bingxin with a serious face. This look caused Lu Bingxin to faintly stare. Although they had known each other for a short period of time, she had never seen Li Haoyang's expression like this. "Lu Bingxin, let's break up." Hearing this, Lu Bingxin revealed an incredulous expression. Taking another look at Li Haoyang's serious look, she asked, "You're going to break up with me just because I'm getting closer to a senior? Are you crazy?" "I'm not crazy. Break it up." As soon as the words fell, Li Haoyang took a step and left the classroom in a dashing manner. Luo Yi, Wang De Hammer, and Xin Chao also swaggered after them, not even looking at the Lu Bingxin duo. After leaving the school building, Li Haoyang said, "Drinking brothers? Drink. Must drink." Lono was brainlessly supportive. "But there's a class in the evening study hall?" Li Haoyang hesitated a bit. He was the class president, after all. College life without having missed classes is not perfect. Shen Xiao laughed. These words woke up Li Haoyang. He clapped his hands and agreed. "Worthy of being a male star? Good sense. Let's go. Night study is just, so what if my class president takes the lead in absenteeism?" Li Haoyang seemed to have become a bit more cheerful after letting go of his personality. His whole person's level of activity was raised by a level even a bit overactive, just like a psychopath, and was developing towards the appearance of Wang De Hammer. There are many things that can make a guy grow, and love is one of them. Although Li Haoyang had only talked for less than half a month, it was his first love. On the other hand, Shuai Kuan rushed into the school office. But there was only Su Baijiao in the office. Shuai Kuan was puzzled. "Where's the teacher?" "Teacher's gone for dinner." "What's wrong with you?" Su Baikanji was reviewing the list of student council interviews, so she borrowed the office. Seeing that Shuai Kuan's face was punched into a pig's head, Su Baikanji also frowned and said, "Beaten." Even though she didn't like the person, she would take it seriously when it came to school discipline. "Yes, a couple of freshmen beat them up. This class is so lawless that they must be expelled." Hearing this, Su Baikanji's face gradually turned cold. Listening to the meaning of Shuai Kuan's words, this is not only a few freshmen hit, there are several. "Who hit? This matter is serious. I will deal with it seriously," Su Baikanji said. "Computer science majors. One of them is that famous freshman schoolboy. They beat me up in one of the dorm rooms," Shuai Kuan said angrily. "Freshman schoolboy? Su Bai Kanji's face became strange. She vaguely remembered that Qin Yuan had shown her a picture of the freshman schoolboy, and in the picture, there was Luo Ye's figure. This thing, it can't have anything to do with Luo Yi, can it? Su Bai Kanji looked at Shuai Kuan again and said, the freshmen have only started school a month out, and as a senior, or a cadre of the student union, you should be a bit more generous. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. Hearing this, Shuai Kuan's eyes widened, revealing an expression of disbelief. He heard something. That thunderous, ironclad student president is harboring a new student? Who just said it must be taken seriously? He stepped forward and pointed to the place where his face was colored and said, Su Bai Kanji, look at what I've been beaten into. Su Bai Kanji did not look at it, but put his eyes elsewhere and said lightly, you are a boy. This small injury, it should not be a problem. You're not the one who's getting beaten, you're the one talking smack here. Shuai Kuan was completely furious. Upon hearing this, Su Bai Kanji frowned. What did you say? Seeing this, Shuai Kuan wilted again and said somewhat nervously, no, it's nothing. He didn't dare to go against Su Bai Porridge. The other party is the famous talent of Jiangnan University, or the school flower. If he pissed off the other party, he didn't want to mix in Jiangnan University. Since President Su said so, I'll give this face, but at least the whole school should be informed and verbally criticized, right? As soon as the words fell, Shuai Kuan realized that Su Bai Kanji had already sat back down and continued to busy herself with her business, and the other party acted as if they hadn't heard the two words he had just said. Shuai Kuan gritted his teeth. Facing Su Bai Porridge, there was nothing he could do. He could only helplessly leave the office. Seeing him leave, Su Bai Kanji pulled out her cell phone and sent a message to Luo Yi. Su Bai Kanji, what are you doing? Soon, Lono replied. Luo Yi, poor monk Tang Xian Yi, from the great Tang in the eastern land, is preparing to go to the western heaven to collect scriptures. Lono, by way of introduction, this is my second disciple, Beiji. Lono, image Wang Sledgehammer holding a beer bottle as a nine-toothed nail rake. Seeing these messages, Su Baiji's high and cold face revealed a hint of speechlessness. Why is this elementary school kid going back to drinking? But it's kinda cute. Chapter 51. Marriage to the King of the Daughter Kingdom. Luo Yi replied back to the fairy school sister's message with a drunken look on his face. No, he's not Lono. He is the little white dragon in the waves. Also not right, he is Tang Xianyi. Senior brother. Wang Sledgehammer said with a serious face. The demon was captured by Master. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi coughed lightly and said solemnly, Beiji, call me Master. Demon, eldest brother has been captured by Master. Wang Sledgehammer pointed at Li Haoyang, who was not far away. At this time, Li Haoyang carried a bottle of wine in one hand, taking a sip on the left and a sip on the right, as if there was a beautiful woman on the left and right respectively. Ha 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 ha. What Lu Bingxin? Sister Wine. I still like you guys the most. Ha 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 ha. Li Haoyang kissed the wine bottles on both sides respectively, his eyes ambiguous. Seeing this, Luo Ye's eyes stared, stretched out his finger, stomped his foot, and shouted, Fox spirit, spare my eldest senior brother. Eldest brother, Master has come to save you. The three of them staged a role play at this point. Watching Xin Xiao froze. How come he couldn't understand what these three people were saying at all? However, he still chose to pull out his cell phone and silently recorded the hilarious scene. They'd been drinking for an hour and a half. Lono had one case and he'd had two. Wang Dehammer and Li Haoyang drank 2 bottles each. Especially Li Haoyang. These 2 bottles in his hand were what he drank in the past hour or so, and he hadn't finished them yet. Soon, just like the first time their dormitory got together, Xin Xiao had her arms around Li Haoyang and Wang Dehammer on her left and right sides respectively, while Luo Yi followed behind alone. After taking a taxi to the entrance of the school, Luo Yi looked at the 4 big words, Jiangchang University, in front of him and showed a puzzled expression. Here it is. The western sky? Yes, I'm here to get the scriptures. Xin Xiao turned back to look at Luo Yi and found him frozen in place, and was just about to call out to him when she realized that there was a slender figure not far away that was walking towards here. Seeing this figure, Xin Xiao froze for a moment, then the corner of his mouth hooked up slightly. Then he didn't care about Luo Yi, wrapped his arms around these 2 people and went back to his dorm room. Luo Yi, alone and dumbfounded, looked at the security guard at the entrance of the school and asked with a red face, Sure, Master. The poor monk is here to fetch the scriptures. Please come and open the door. Security Moncler outlet store not at all hide the laughter. The whole person is happy, he said. You kid drink too much, right? Have seen the play Drunk Crazy, have not seen Feel Like a Tang Monk. That's right, poor monk is Tang Xianyi. Okay. The security guard waved his hand. 40 to 50 years old people froze by Luo Yi, amused up and down. Hurry up to go in. By the school leadership to see, certainly want to scold you a meal. School leader? Do you mean Rudra or Kuan Yin? Luo Yi stood trembling in front of the face recognition at the school entrance. The electronic door had opened long ago, but he hadn't gone in yet. Behind her, a girl walked over and stood next to Lono. When the security master saw this girl, he hurriedly said, "It's Sue." "That who? Hurry up and go in. This is your school flower." Lu's face to the school flower. "We know each other," Sue by Kanji said softly. At those words, the security guard Moncler outlet store was slightly stunned. Hearing the fairy school sister's voice, Luo Yi turned his head blankly, and seeing the heartwarming face of the girl in front of him, his face gradually reddened before he lowered his head. Sure, master. The poor monk is a monk, not able to stay in the daughter country. Oh, Subai Kanji gazed at this cute older boy and asked curiously, "Who am I in your eyes?" "King of the daughters." Hearing this, a hint of satisfaction appeared in Subai Kanji's eyes. The king of the daughter kingdom, not to mention the most beautiful woman in the journey to the west, is a first-class stunner. Above all, she is the most willful character of the Tang monk, but where the Tang monk's willpower is lower, he falls in the daughter kingdom. This is not the Western paradise. This is the land of daughters. Go home. Saying that, Subai Kanji walked into the middle of the school. Looking at fairy school sister's back, Luo Yi froze in place, his face full of tangles. He's trying to get the scriptures to take a lesson. Looking at it, Luo Yi fell into the back of the fairy school sister and immediately followed her. Subai Kanji glanced back at Luo Yi and asked softly, "No more scriptures?" "No. Don't take it anymore." Luo Yi was like a penguin, waddling left and right behind Subai Jiao. "If you don't take the scriptures, what are you following me for?" A wave of wanting to tease the other party welled up in Subai Kanji's heart. Go to get married. Lono hemmed and hawed. Not a monk anymore? Inappropriate. Such a conversation made Subai Kanji couldn't help but stifle her laughter in front of Luo Yi. But there was no one else here, and Lono couldn't see her face from behind her, so she quickly smiled. I don't know if this elementary school student will remember today's events. Subai Jiao brought Luo Yi to the family building. When he opened the door, Luo Yi sat on his butt on the sofa with a naive expression on his face and a raised eyebrow. Subai Kanji cooked a pot of soba soup from the kitchen and placed it on the table. What is this and what is it used for? Lono poked his head out, wide-eyed with the bowl of soup. This is lotus seed soup, made with the beads of the golden cicada. Hearing this, Luo Ye's eyes widened in shock. My Buddha beads? Well, eat it or not, I'll pour it. Eat. Luo Yi honestly drank the sober soup. Then he glanced at the king of the daughter kingdom beside him and asked cautiously, Mother, when are we going to get married? Marriage? Subai Kanji looked at him sideways and said with a smile, Are you mistaken about the order of precedence? You have to get married first before you can call your mother. No, is that the point? Subai Kanji's heart stirred, feeling that there was something wrong with the answer he had just given. Shouldn't she retort to the other side? Why was her first reaction to subconsciously reorder the other person? I know, first mother, then Nariko. Su White Kanji. You want to hear what you're talking about. Suddenly, Luo Ye's mind went into a trance, and his head gently leaned on Su Baijiao's shoulder. Su Bai Kanji's face changed, and his heart began to race. What's going on? Why is this elementary school kid suddenly leaning over? Without waiting for Su Bai Kanji to react, on her waist, there was already a pair of hands ringing up and wrapping her waist. This time, Su Bai Kanji's face turned completely red, and her expression was fleshy with panic. However, her first reaction was not to push Luo Yi away, but to sit on the sofa, her body becoming rigid and unable to move. When had she ever been so close to a boy? The last time I was in front of an outhouse at my old house. It was force majeure. What about this one? Su Bai Kanji turned her head and looked at Luo Yi beside her. This elementary schooler didn't make any extra movements, and after hugging her, he leaned over her body and fell asleep. For some reason, Su Bai Kanji was relieved in his heart. Knowing that Luo Yi was asleep, Su Baijiao began to seriously scrutinize the latter's appearance. This little guy, if you look closely, is still quite handsome. Besides, she wasn't averse to having physical contact with him yet. Su Baikanji helped Luo Yi up and brought him into his own room. After placing Luo Yi on the bed, Su Baijiao slowly left the room. The moment she closed the door, Su Baijiao took one last look at Luo Yi.
后者在床上翻了个身，小声喃喃地说道：“仙女学姐，我喜欢你，嘿嘿嘿。”
The sound of the dream words was not loud, just enough to reach Su Baijiao's ears. She closed the door and went back into her room. On this night, under the same roof, one person was asleep and one person stayed up all night. Chapter 52, Only You in My Heart. In the middle of the night, Luo Yi was woken up by a rush of urine and walked into the toilet in a daze. When he left the restroom, he showed a hint of puzzlement. Where is this? He's awake, but not fully sober. Headaches, some numbness in the body and pain all over. The after effects of alcohol. Alcohol is bad for you. Luo Yi shook his head, only to feel a wave of drowsiness come over him. Then he lay down on the living room floor and fell asleep on all fours. The floor was hard, but he slept well. At 7:30 the next morning, Subai Porridge came out of her room in her pajamas and was just about to go wash up when she realized that there was a person lying in the doorway of the toilet. She walked over and gently kicked Lono with her foot. Lono rolled over and went back to sleep. Seeing this, Su Baikanji's good-looking eyebrows gently frowned as she squatted down and took a frantic photo of Luo Ye's sleeping face. After taking dozens of shots, she picked the ugliest one and sent it to Gu Mingxian. Soon, the other party replied with a surprised expression, and then asked AI disciple, "What did my old brother do wrong that he was driven by you to sleep on the ground? If you ask me, it is really unnecessary for a young couple to quarrel at the head of the bed and make peace at the end of the bed." Su Baikanji revealed a speechless expression. Had she known, she wouldn't have sent this photo to Gu Mingxian. Originally thought that Professor Gu, as an elder brother, would criticize Luo Ye's drinking behavior, but he didn't expect that the two brothers wore the same pants, and their focus was surprisingly elsewhere. It looked like she was going to have to criticize the matter herself. But in what capacity should she criticize? Su Baijiao thought this way. Suddenly, the sound of his cell phone's alarm came from Lono's room. "Get up quickly. If you don't get up, you won't be able to make it to Sister's morning run. Get up. Don't get up again." When the voice sounded for the third time, Luo Yi opened his eyes and sat up violently from the ground like a swindler, giving Su Baikanji a fright. She took 2 steps back and accidentally sat on the floor, only to feel a pain in her ass. "It's over. It's over. I'm going to be late for my morning run." Lono stood up and was just about to get out of bed to change his clothes when he realized that this wasn't a dormitory. He looked around suspiciously and realized that the fairy schoolmistress was sitting on the ground with her hands propped up behind her, staring at him in shock. Luo Yi had never seen this kind of expression on his schoolmate's face at all. "Huh? Sister, what are you doing sitting on the ground?" "Su White Kanji." Luo Yi reached out his hand and tried to help the fairy schoolmate up. The latter hesitated for a moment, then put his own hand on Luo Ye's. After pulling fairy school sister up, Luo Yi was puzzled. "School sister, didn't I go back to my dormitory yesterday?" "No," Su Baikanji said faintly. "Your roommate left you at the entrance of the school and left. Then you followed me all the way here." Hearing this, Luo Ye's face showed an embarrassed expression. "It looks like he's so drunk he doesn't remember anything. Shame on you." Drunkenness was seen by the schoolmates. The image is gone. He stole a glance at fairy school sister's face, then tentatively asked, "School sister, I didn't do anything out of the ordinary, did I?" "No." At those words, Luo Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "No is good. No is good." But the next moment, Su Baikanji raised his eyebrows and said with a somewhat cold voice, "You just kept shouting the name of the Daughter Kingdom's king yesterday, and then you also yelled that you wanted to marry her." Hearing this, Luo Ye's face changed, and his knees softened, nearly falling to his knees. "Sister, heaven and earth, I don't know any king of the Daughter Kingdom at all. I only have, only, in my heart." Seeing that he couldn't go on, Subai Porridge stepped forward and said in an almost forced tone, "Only what?" Under the powerful aura of his schoolmate, Luo Yi instantly wilted. But he's a man. He couldn't keep acting as the weaker party in front of his schoolmate. Therefore, the opposite of things, by the school sister forced to ask this moment. Luo Yi instead drummed up the greatest courage in his life. He stared at the face of Su Baikanji, said seriously, only you." Su Baikanji froze. Then two blushes could not be suppressed from appearing on his face. Although she had heard Luo Ye's dream words last night, it was not at all the same as what Luo Yi was feeling in his waking state at this very moment. Su Baikanji turned away, not wanting her elementary school brother to see that her face had turned red. Seeing this, Luo Yi instead calmed down as he looked at Su Baijiao's back. But Su Baikanji hadn't said anything, and the atmosphere around him became awkward. There was a moment of silence from both sides. Luo Yi once again became nervous. He rubbed the back of his head and said, "Senior sister? Ha 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 ha. I'm just kidding. I'll leave first." Lono rushed out playfully, forgetting to close the door. By the time Su Baikanji turned back, the red color on her face had faded a bit, but the rise and fall of her chest was still a bit violent. Luckily Luo Yi had left. If he hadn't left just now, Su Baikanji really didn't know what to do. Luo Yi was not the only one who was nervous. Su Bai Porridge was equally nervous. This time was different from before. With her face value, she had been confessed to more times than she could count since she was a child. Only this time was very special and had a very different feeling from before. In the past, when she was confessed to, her first reaction was to reject it. But this time, though it was not quite a confession, she was a little overwhelmed. Su Baikanji placed her hand on her chest, feeling her uncontrollable heartbeat as she let out a deep breath. Although she hadn't experienced it, she was well aware that it was a prelude to falling in love. Because of this, she also had to play hard to get. In her life, if she was bound to fall in love, it was something she wanted to do only once. Once, you either grow old together or you grow old alone. So, elementary school brother wanted chase school sister, but the difficulty is very high. Lono ran to the door of the family building. He looked back with great trepidation. Drinking is bad. Alcohol is bad. He'll be a dog if he drinks again. He said such ambiguous words so impulsively today. What can he do in the future? Sister wouldn't have deleted him already, would she? Luo Yi took out his cell phone, opened Green Bubble and transferred money to Su Bai Porridge. Halfway through the transfer, see each other transfer information in the porridge 3 words. Luo Yi relieved. It's good that it hasn't been deleted. That it hasn't been deleted. It's just that, how is he supposed to talk to the fairy school sister from now on? Sloppy. Shouldn't have said those things. But it's an inevitable step when trying to take a relationship further. Today there was an early morning class. They had already missed one class. If they missed another class, then it could be a big deal. It doesn't really matter if he misses it, but it's mainly Li Haoyang who is the class president, and if he misses 2 classes in a row without saying hello, it will have a big impact on him. Lono took a step away, but heard movement from behind him. The schoolmate walked out of the door of the flat, brushing shoulders with Luo Yi. Watching his senior sister pass by without a word, Luo Yi threw out the thoughts he had just had and shouted, "Senior sister, I'll treat you to breakfast." Su Baikanji's footsteps stopped. She looked back at Luo Yi. Didn't say anything, but nodded her head. Chapter 53. Class Representative Lono. There was no morning run today, and Luo Yi came to the cafeteria with his senior sister for breakfast. Sitting across from the fairy school sister, Luo Yi lowered his head, somewhat unsure of how to face her. Su Baikanji's face was flat, looking at the restrained and uneasy youth in front of her. She said in a cold tone, "Was there a fight yesterday?" Hearing this, Luo Yi raised his head and said in surprise, "Senior sister, how did you know? Why the fight?" Su Baikanji didn't directly accuse Luo Yi, but first asked why. And Lono explained, "He's after a girl with a boyfriend, and that boyfriend is my roommate, and I think he deserves a beating." At those words, Su Baijiao nodded. Well reasoned and well played. However, fighting is wrong. Learn to be smarter in the future, and don't leave behind any future problems. Su Baikanji said seriously. "I know." Luo Yi nodded his head in a serious manner as he made a neck-wiping motion and said in a deep voice, "Next time, I'll make sure to cleanly make it impossible for him to open his mouth." Su Baikanji was dumbfounded for a while. "I just asked you to think about the consequences when you do it, and you summarized this. You are going to understand." After breakfast, Luo Yi looked at the time and realized that there were still 2 minutes to go before class started, and he suddenly looked flustered. He stood up from the table in the cafeteria and said in a hurry, "Senior sister, class is about to start. I'll leave first." With that, he trotted off. At the entrance of the cafeteria, a soft and sticky girl walked in, just in time to collide with Luo Yi, who ran out. The girl sat on her ass. "Sorry, classmate. Is everything all right?" "Huh? Sister Chin, I'm really sorry. I have class." I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Luo Yi helped the confused Qin Yuan up from the ground. Then after a few more apologies, he rushed towards the place where the class was held. Qin Yuan didn't react the entire time except for her but hurting. By the time she came back to her senses, the youth who had knocked her down had run away. At that moment, she frowned and said somewhat angrily, "What kind of person? Knocking me down and acting like we're very familiar with each other, and saying something about treating me to a meal, what a pie in the sky." Qin Yuan walked into the cafeteria, bought breakfast, found where Su Baijiao was, and then sat down in front of her. She was roommates with Su Baijiao, so she naturally knew the latter's habits like the back of her hand and knew that she would most likely be in the cafeteria at this time. However, even Su Baikanji was somewhat surprised. "When you actually managed to get up and eat breakfast? Looking down on who? I, Qin Yuan, have decided that I will no longer pose as a lousy person, study hard, and rise up every day." Qin Yuan revealed a hot-blooded expression, and Su Bai Porridge hesitated for a moment, but still said, "There's no chance. We're already in our 3rd year of college, and you won't be able to learn anymore." "Huh." Qin Yuan opened her mouth wide, only feeling that the reality was surprisingly cruel. But soon, she calmed down and added, "It's okay. I can go to graduate school. Can't take the test." Su Baikanji commented without mercy. Qin Yuan has been mixing it up for 3 years in college, and she's witnessed the whole process. Hearing this, Qin Yuan revealed a downcast expression and helplessly said, "I, Qin Yuan, have not started my business for half a year, but have collapsed in the middle of the road. Then again, kanji you this poisonous mouth, in the future have a boyfriend shall not give people hit doubt life No, Su Baikanji said faintly. "Won't? How can it be? Just you." What did you say? You say it won't." As if she had heard some shocking secret, Qin Yuan's entire body became shocked. She stared at Su Baikanji's face, associating it with a series of the other party's unusual actions before. She boldly guessed, "There's definitely something wrong, Kanji. You're in such a hurry to move to the teacher's apartment. Is it because of a man? You're hiding men in the teacher's apartment." Hearing this, Su Baikanji drank a mouthful of soy milk with an expressionless face. She didn't nod or shake her head, but said as if nothing had happened, "You guess." Again. Qin Yuan was practically falling apart. Her game account had been used by Su Baikanji for the past few days, so she was well aware that her good roommate had been playing games with the same person recently. But she didn't know exactly who it was, and it was just a game, the genders were fake, so if Su Bai Porridge had to say that falling leaves returning to the roots was a girl and was just setting her gender to male, there was nothing she could do about it. "Porridge, you're so weird. Tell me the truth. You can't look at any of the boys at school. Are you in an online relationship?" Hearing these words, Su Baikanji was surprisingly silent. She was silent, just a little speechless at Qin Yuan's pie in the sky behavior. But Qin Yuan, who saw her silence, thought otherwise. She was shocked. "Sure enough, you're in love online. No, you've never been in love, and you're still so pretty. So when Ben shows up later, people will definitely be unsuspecting." Saying that, Qin Yuan volunteered, "I'll supervise you. I'd like to see who it is that's using flowery words to trick my family's kanji into falling in love with him." "I'm not in love," Su Baikanji said indifferently. "A denial is an admission, Porridge. Don't lie to me." Su White Kanji. On the other hand, 3 minutes after the class bell stopped, Lono arrived at the classroom door. In the last row of the classroom, Wang DeHammer and Shin Chao both scowled at him. Lono didn't see it, but said in an embarrassed voice, "Professor, I'm sorry I'm late." Seeing this, a look of hatred appeared on Wang DeHammer and Shin Chao's faces. On the podium, the somewhat older-looking professor frowned, puzzled. "Late? Class president, didn't you just say that no one was late when you took roll call?" Li Haoyang stood up and said awkwardly, "Professor, Luo Yi was in the restroom during roll call." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi instantly reacted and immediately said, "Yes, teacher. I had a stomachache and was just in the restroom." "Okay. Find a seat and listen to the lecture." "Okay." Luo Yi sat next to Shin Chao and Wang DeHammer. It was then that he realized that there was something familiar about the professor who was teaching the class at this very moment. It's not a division. The vice dean of Jiang University, Professor Li Ping, is Gu Mingxuan's teacher and Fairy Sisters senior. Wait, so now that he's a student of Master Shifu, wouldn't that be the same generation as Gu Mingxian, and one level higher than Fairy School Sister? Luo Yi was pleased in his heart. However, he was at best a student of Li Ping, not a disciple. Only those who went to someone's graduate school like Gu Mingxian were considered proper disciples. The last one here, please answer the question. Professor Liping looked in Lono's direction. He had seen this kid before, and the last time he was at the playground it was this kid who ran with Su by porridge in the morning. So much so, that in this class Professor Liping only knew him, and whenever there was a question, then the first one to be called up was Luo Yi. In the end, Professor Li Ping remembered Luo Ye's name, and he named Luo Yi as his class representative. Chapter 54 Replacement of the General Assembly. After returning to the dormitory, Luo Yi gained another title in the 515 dormitory. Lock Class Representative. Wild Child. You are now a role model for us to learn from. Class Representatives Lu. Wang de Hammer sat on the chair and said somewhat conspiratorially. Brother Hammer, what's your expression? You seem to be very unconvinced that I'm the class representative. Luo Yi said suspiciously. Humph, the four of us in the dormitory, a class president, a class representative, and a school grass. I'm the only one who doesn't have any title. Wang de Hammer was a little frustrated. Don't feel bad, Hammer. You're the dormitory head of 515. Hearing this, Wang de Hammer instantly got the spirit and stood up at once, with his hands crossed and his face full of smugness. That's right, I'm still the head of the 515 dormitory. Sons, the mountain is high, but never forget that I'm the old father of the 515 dormitory. Get out, you boy. I knew you didn't have a good heart. Hey! Wang de Hammer let out a bad smile, then looked at Luo Yi and said, Wild child, today eat chicken new season. Take me to the god of war. Not available. Luo Yi had laid down on the bed, opened the tablet and logged into the game. He had made an appointment with his schoolmate and together they rushed the highest segment of the double row, the invincible god of war, and there was no room for a roommate at all. I Xiongde you feel free, the highest segment in History Crown 2, which is still this bout Luo Yi played with the fairy schoolmates. And for the new season, Luo Yi decided to take his schoolmate to refresh the highest segment. However, I don't know if the senior sister has time. After all, the student council has just incorporated fresh blood these days, and is now in the process of changing. There are 3 candidates for the new student president, so it should be a good choice. Chicken. Come. Familiar dialogue. The early season segments are a mixed bag, though not too high but not too high for Lono, though it is difficult. However, in order to score points, there will be a fair amount of voodoo old sixes and even hangers-on at the beginning of the season. Beware of them at the beginning of the season, and there's nothing you can do about it if you run into them. Therefore, the two decided to hit the double row segment, and both of their double row segments were very low. Luo Yi was platinum, while Su Baikanji was bronze. It's more fun to fight from the beginning. After playing for a while, Su Bai Porridge suddenly said that she had something to do, and then hurriedly went offline. The time now was 3 in the afternoon, and today Lono only had classes in the morning, so he was free. The senior sister should be going to the student council changeover, and after today, she'll be able to step down as student president. But her work doesn't end there, because the first thing the new student body officers have to face is the JNU Fall Games. This is also the test of new officers, as well as new students just become members of the student council's first important work. So even if Su Bai Porridge is no longer the president, will participate in the work of the games, supervision, as well as for new officers to provide advice and aids to help them complete the first work. Luo Yi got up from the bed, got dressed, and left the dormitory. He bought 2 cups of milk tea in front of the school and went to the venue where the student council was changing. Since he said ambiguous things to his schoolmate this morning, he has to take the responsibility. He's going to woo the fairy schoolmarm. The venue for the student council changeover was so large that it could even be described as a stage. Su Baikanji was wearing a formal uniform today. She was the host of the day, and next to her was a boy also wearing a formal uniform. He was the vice president of the student union, Wenjishu. The hosts are a man and a woman. Standing on top of the stage, Su Bai Porridge is as dazzling as the freshman party, and the general public will have a sense of distance if they see her. But today's Lono doesn't feel that way anymore. He blended in, crouching in the last corner, unnoticed. And while Su Baijo was reading her speech from above, suddenly, she saw a familiar figure squatting in the shadowy edges of the back. She flinched slightly. After the speech, she announced the new student president. Lu Jiang came. Meanwhile, the latter is also the president of the Hanbok Club of JNU. A round of applause rang out from the scene, and Su Bai Porridge handed the microphone to Lu Jianglai before leaving the stage. She found a female classmate and didn't know what she said to this female classmate, who looked in Luo Ye's direction. Then, Su Baikanji stood on the side, her eyes looking at Lu Zhonglai, who was giving a speech on the stage. She had her work cut out for her, and there were a lot of people watching her on the floor. The first row of seats even had a bunch of teachers sitting in them, resulting in her not being able to walk around as much as she wanted to. And that female classmate walked towards Lono. "This student, there are seats over there, please follow me." Hearing this, Luoyi was puzzled. "Ah? No, I'll wait for Sue. To wait for my friend to come out. Don't need to trouble you guys." "Oh, little handsome. It's our President Sue who asked me to come over. Come on. How tiring it is to squat. Go over and sit down." Under the warm hospitality of this schoolmate, Luoyi came to sit in the last row. This area was the seating for the freshman student council, and the people sitting around Luoyi were all freshmen who were in the same year as him and had joined the student council. "Lono-san?" A familiar voice rang in his ears. Luoyi turned his head to look and realized that the person sitting next to him was actually Tang Enki. "It's you joined the student council?" "Aha!" Tang Enki smiled slightly as she saw the 2 cups of milk tea that Luoyi had placed on the table. "Lono-san joined the student council too?" Tang Enki's heart was a little joyful. Her impression of Luoyi was still stuck on the other party getting into Jiang University for herself. If Lono could do that, why couldn't he join the student council for her? Lono hadn't changed. He was still the same, able to fight to the death for her. Who wouldn't be moved by such a Lono? Why hadn't she, before, realized this? Looking at Luoyi beside her, Tang Enki whispered, "Luoyi-san." "Shoo." Luoyi shushed, imploring Tang Enki to keep quiet. Because the fairy sister had already taken the stage to speak, and he had to listen carefully. At that moment, Tang Enki was dumbfounded, with some consternation on her face. Afterwards, she also looked at the stage, her gaze resting on Su Baijiao's body, a look of longing in her eyes as she asked in a small voice, "Luoyi student, do you know who she is?" "No." Upon hearing this, Tang Enki laughed. "That's right. I guess there's no one who doesn't know her in the entire male population of Jiangda University. I'll, in the future, become like her. The student president of the university, in the end, into society is just so. No one will pay attention to your university is not the student union, also did not care if you are not what the student president." But not so with Su White Porridge. Although she was still only a school student, she was already quite famous in the computer industry throughout Jiangqing. Under the tutelage of that computer professor Gu Mingxian, and Li Ping's lineage, which is traditionally passed down from one generation to the next, makes Su Baijiao already highly regarded. The fact that she also holds the position of student president shows that she can multitask and is an all-rounder, which is icing on the cake for her. So much so that the position of Su Bai Porridge student president was very different from the others. Chapter 55. Holding a schoolmate's little hand. The student council changeover ceremony was underway, and Luo Ye's gaze was always on Su Baijiao's body. The fairy schoolgirls in their formal attire are very pretty, too. And the latter knew that this guy had been looking at her, and her whole body was a little uncomfortable standing on the stage. It wasn't that she didn't like being stared at, after all, there were so many people in the room that were already staring at her. Only Luo Ye's gaze gave her a strange feeling. Today's occasion was solemn, so Su Bai Porridge wore a lipstick. Usually she didn't like to wear makeup, but it wasn't that she didn't care about the image, but she felt it didn't matter. Because makeup doesn't enhance her face for her, it's a change of style. And at this time, another speech ended. Su Bai Porridge walked down from the stage, subconsciously took out his cell phone and opened the selfie to see if the lipstick had fallen off. She then took her lipstick out of her pocket and applied it again. After doing this series of actions, Su Bai Kanji's expression became very serious, assuming a grave and solemn stance. She had to look good. So many people were watching, she couldn't afford to drop the ball. As a matter of fact, there was not a single occasion where Su Bai Kanji had dropped the ball on this kind of occasion, but this was the only time that was different from the past, and she actually had more than a hint of nervousness. She looked over at Lono once more and realized that there were 2 milk teas on the other woman's table. "Well," has a heart. And noticing that the fairy school sister looked over, Luo Ye's entire mood changed for the better. Next to her, Tang Enki said, "Luo Ye student, I know Sister Su. Look, she was looking at me just now. I guess it must be because I had left a deep impression on senior Sister Su during the last interview. She herself was at least the freshman school flower, and when Sister Su graduated, she would be the school flower of Jiang University, so it was a normal thing for even Su Bai Kanji to be able to remember her." "You know her?" Luo Yi looked at Tang Enki in surprise. "Well, it was Sister Su who interviewed me," Tang Enki said with some pride. "So it is." Lono sighed in relief. Tang Enki was the freshman school flower. Luo Yi thought that she was some kind of good sister with the fairy school sister as well. If this is really the case, then Luo Yi is simply embarrassed and wants to find a crack in the ground. After all, if they know each other, their own high school things will all be spread into the ears of the fairy schoolmistress. More than half a full hour had passed since the beginning, and Tang Enki stretched out her hand and habitually took hold of the cup of milk tea in front of Luo Yi. Seeing this, Luo Yi's eyes widened. Holy, what's going on? Why are you reaching out? Luo Yi looked at Tang Enki in shock. Su Baijiao, who was reading from a script on the stage, also noticed this scene, and she frowned, and her speech became biting, her tone a bit hard. No one else could hear it, but Luo Yi did. The fairy schoolmistress is angry. Luo Yi hurriedly said, Tang Enki, I bought this for someone else. At those words, Tang Enki's movements stopped. Honestly, Lono sat next to her and brought 2 milk teas, which she assumed were bought for her. For who? She frowned. Her. Luo Yi glanced at Su Baijiao with his eyes. And this small action was also noticed by Su Baikanji. For some reason, the sudden surge of temper she had just felt dissipated a bit. Tang Enki looked toward the stage, then sighed in relief and said, Don't be ridiculous, Luo Yi student. Do you know who that is? Did you just find a random person to talk nonsense about? If you don't want to give it, you don't have to. I know, Lono said. You know? That is Su Baikanji, came to Jiang University since no scandal, in addition to work and study, never had any private contact with the boys. Even so good as the vice president of the student union when Jishu cannot get into her eyes. You do not tell me you this milk tea is to buy for her. Tang Enki didn't believe it at all. She only felt that Luo Yi had found a random person to fool her. I just bought it for her. I like her and I want to chase her. Luo Yi admitted frankly. Hearing this, Tang Enki smiled. She had thought that Lono recognized herself. After all, during the summer vacation, she had hung Luo Yi out to dry, and the latter hadn't pestered her too much, and even when they met again after school started, Luo Yi hadn't confronted her with the agreement she had once made. So Luo Yi has a good impression with her. Luo Yi likes her because she is good enough. Luo Yi gives up on her after being rejected because he is self-aware. But now, Luo Yi does not know how to be generous and said that he likes the talented girl of Jianyu. Seeing the mockery in Tang Enki's eyes, Luo Yi also felt that she had become a bit strange. No, maybe Tang Enki had always been like this, very gentle on the surface, very arrogant on the inside. It was just that once Luo Yi had put a halo over her because he liked it, filtering out all those flaws. Just as well, you don't like me anymore. Who you like is your freedom. I have no right to interfere. Good luck. Tang Enki stopped ignoring Luo Yi and instead looked down at her cell phone to herself. She even felt that Luo Yi intentionally bought 2 cups of milk tea and sat in front of her, and then intentionally said it was for Su Bai porridge, using this method to anger her. The two never exchanged any other words, and Lono began to concentrate on admiring the fairy schoolgirl's figure on the stage. Soon the long changeover conference was over. From this moment on, Su Baikanji officially stepped down as the student president, and as soon as the exam started, she would directly become Professor Gu's graduate student. The crowd began to pack up the venue after it broke up. Tang Enki glanced at Luo Yi and said, Aren't you going to send Su Baikanji milk tea? Good luck. It was really childish in her eyes that Luo Yi was just lying to piss her off. She left the place, and at the door, Gao Yuming was already guarding her. Seeing this, Luo Yi lamented. Tang Enki is still Tang Enki, so charismatic wherever she goes, making other boys flock to her. But he'll be just fine with his schoolmates. Soon, Su Baijiao also finally finished her business. She walked in Lono's direction. Luo Ye's expression was delighted, but in the next moment, his smile lurched. Why is there a follower behind the fairy sister? He was the vice president of the student council in the same year as Su Baijiao, when Jishu. Although not as dazzling as Su Bai porridge, he was equally good. A good student with good character and academic performance in everyone's eyes. Even at the beginning there were people knocking his CP with Su Baikanji, a student president who acted coldly and harshly, and a vice president who was gentle and considerate. Later, after a whole year, Su Bai porridge was still not interested in him, and no one knocked on this CP. But when Jishu is tall and handsome, good at studying and gentle personality, there are countless suitors, the same 3 years in college is single, it is not difficult to see that he still have thoughts about Su Bai porridge. Thinking of this, Luo Ye's eyes turned into a pair of dead fish eyes. That jealousy didn't even bring concealment. In addition to Jishu, Su Baijiao was also followed by the schoolmate who had previously found Luo Yi a seat, and she was also a member of the same student council. Her name was Yang Xing, and she was considered to be on better terms with Su Baijiao in the student council. She waved at Luo Yi with a lively and cute personality. Su Baijiao walked up to Luo Yi. She turned back to the two behind her and said, "You guys go ahead. Porridge, will you eat together tonight? I'll call up the rest of the student council and we'll all have a casual dinner." "I'm not going," Su Baikanji said with a frown. All she wanted now was for these two to hurry up and go. "Porridge, we've worked together for so long. Even if we leave the student council, we're still friends, right?" When Jishu said unforgivingly, "Not a friend," Su Baikanji said in a somewhat cold tone, "You and I are not a major, and there will be even less communication in the future, so what kind of friend can you be?" "Porridge." Seeing Wen Jishu still wanting to speak, Luo Yi stepped forward and grabbed Su Baijiao's hand. Yang Xing covered his mouth, his face full of surprise and a knocked-out expression. If anyone else dared to treat Su Baijiao like this, the latter would have been furious long ago. And when it counts, Lono doesn't drop the ball at all. He took Fairy School Sister's small hand and took a serious look at Wen Jishu before turning to leave. A set of moves that are even a little handsome. Watching this scene, Wen Jishu froze. Next moment, Lono walked back again, picking up the milk tea that he had forgotten on the table, and then returned to the side of the fairy schoolmistress. He once again held Su Baijiao's small hand and left in style. Chapter 56, To Be Rewarded. Luo Yi held Su Baikanji's small hand in one hand and carried 2 cups of milk tea in the other, and walked out of the venue of the changeover conference. Then led the fairy school girl all the way to the door of this building. Luo Yi looked at the frosty-faced fairy school sister beside him, and his mood tightened. He let go of his hand and took 2 steps back, a little nervous. "Sister, I was watching that boy get a little carried away." "I know, a hero saving a beauty," Su Baikanji said faintly. "Yeah, that's it," Lono agreed in his mind. But although her expression was a bit cold, the little hand that she had just held was warm and still smooth and soft. "Sister, I bought milk tea." Luo Yi handed Su Baikanji a cup of milk tea, then added, "In this way, the work of the student union is over. I heard that you, senior sister, even went to graduate school. Will you be very idle in the future?" Hearing this, Su Baijiao thought for a moment and said, "Well, but it will probably be busy after graduation." Lono wore a contemplative expression. He wanted to chase after his senior sister, but he didn't want to disturb her, so he'd have to work hard before she got busy. Su Baikanji took a sip of milk tea. She looked at the label on it and said, "Half sugar." "Aha!" Luo Yi remembered that last time, fairy school sister even drank sugarless coffee straight. That should be because she didn't like sweet, so she bought half-sweet milk tea. A little bit of sweetness, but not a lot. Next time, none of the taro bobo. Drink is for drink and food is for food. I don't like to drink things that have food in them. Lono gave a puzzled expression. Taro bobo milk tea, don't want taro bobo. Just milk tea? Wait, the point is, next time? He has a next time? Luo Yi looked delighted. Afterwards, he seemed to have thought of something and said, "Sister, the field day is coming up soon. I'm going to sign up for the 3,000-meter run." At those words, Su Baikanji glanced at him, her eyes full of questions. "Long-distance running? 3,000 meters? That's 7 laps of the playground. Can you, a person who can't even catch his breath from jogging 6 laps, go to a higher intensity exercise?" There are times when Su Baijiao doesn't need to speak, and with a single look from her, Luo Yi knows what's going on in her mind. After all, there were only a few expressions on Su Baijiao's face in total, and Luo Yi had memorized which expression represented what. What was more interesting was that as he became more familiar with his schoolmate, Luo Yi realized that her expressions were becoming more and more frequent. Although she was a high and cold school sister, Luo Yi actually had a marvelous feeling of exploring unknown territory in her heart, as if it was an alternative type of nurturing department. "Sister, the sports meeting is half a month later, you watch. I must take the first, must not take the bottom one." Luo Yi originally wanted to say first, but he really didn't have that confidence. But not taking the bottom spot, he was still confident. "Yeah." Su Baikanji didn't have much of a reaction. Speaking of which, the games, she hadn't participated in them once in her 3 years of college. If you don't attend junior year, you won't have time to attend senior year. Su Baikanji thought about whether to sign up for a few programs for this session of the games. Next to him, Luo Yi said, "Sister, if I don't take the bottom place, what reward will I get?" Hearing this, Su Baikanji froze. Then her expression was a little hesitant. She looked at Luo Yi and asked softly, "Where did you search for this?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Yi froze. It's over. It's been discovered. He searched the internet on how to chase girls and found a lot of ways. One of them is set goals and be rewarded. Very cheesy approach. But for Luo Yi, who had never been in love, this method was simply too good and very avant-garde, and I don't know which talent invented it. The result was that the fairy schoolmistress saw through it all at once. Hasty, he had underestimated his schoolmate's intelligence. Seeing the tangled appearance of the youth in front of him, Subai Porridge pondered for a moment and murmured, "The penultimate, if you can get the top 3, it is not impossible." At those words, Luo Ye's expression instantly brightened. Schoolgirl. Good love. The first 3, though, did seem a little too difficult for him. There are more than 3 people from the track and field club who participate in the distance running events every session. Lono's desire to get a top 3 ranking meant that he would have to reach the level of JNU's track and field club within half a month. The track and field club has only the president who is a national-level athlete, but the rest of the people at worst are track and field enthusiasts. Anyone who can get into that stuff is above average physically. And Luo Yi, a yard boy who sat in his dormitory every day, wanted to reach that level of theirs, which sounded a bit unrealistic. But what is the need for a reward if it is something that can be obtained easily? The bumpier the process, the deeper the significance of passing the finish line. He wanted to prove to his schoolmate that he was serious about his feelings. Lono was ready to book a special training session with his trainer, and although the latter was a fitness enthusiast, he thought he must be quite good at long-distance running as well. Seeing Luo Yi like a little hamster with more things in his head, he would stay in place and fall into thought. Subai Porridge found it very interesting. This elementary school kid, he doesn't know how to chase girls at all. But what does it matter if we'll chase? Whether 2 people can be together or not, it never depends on unilateral dedication and effort. Going? Subai Kanji said. Huh? What did you say? Lono's thoughts returned to the front of his mind, and looking at the fairy schoolmate, he sent out a soul torture question. Did you say go? Where are you going, sister? Upon hearing this, Subai Kanji was silent for a moment and said softly, You heard it? Why do you still ask me what I said? She found this bit of human behavior somewhat amusing sometimes. The other person clearly heard what you said, but the first reflex was, What? Huh? What? Luo Yi touched the back of his head, hemmed and hawed, and said, Didn't react, reacted and heard. Right? Senior sister, where are we going? There's someone who wants to see you. After saying that, Subai Kanji turned around and walked towards the outside of the school. Lono followed with some confusion. Arriving at a nearby cafe, Lono saw a familiar figure sitting there. Sister Qin. Hearing the voice, Qin Yuan looked at Luo Yi and instantly revealed a surprised expression. It's you, the brat who ran her over this morning. It's me, Sister Qin. Luo Yi frankly admitted it, but he and Qin Yuan were simply not on top of the same channel. Subai Kanji sat next to Qin Yuan and said lightly, 1-1. This is Professor Gu's younger brother. Oh, that's you. Qin Yuan clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Luo Yi with a hint of scrutiny in her gaze. Senior Qin, I'm really sorry about this morning. I've always wanted to ask you out for dinner, but I never found the chance. No chance. Qin Yuan looked at Luo Yi with a wry smile and said, I see. It's because she's mesmerized by some beauty, right? Hearing this, Luo Yi's face flushed. What's your name? Which major? Qin Yuan asked. Huh. Lono showed a blank expression. Shouldn't Sister Qin know all this? Cough? Subai Porridge coughed lightly. Qin Yuan reacted instantly. Yes, I almost forgot, Porridge said to act familiar. I mean, do you go to graduate school? Which major do you want to take? I don't know. I'm only a freshman. Well, but the exam is very important. My side of the advice is... Qin Yuan perked up. The 2 people's conversation was raw and incomparable. Donkey lips. Looking at Subai Kanji for a moment of embarrassment. Chapter 57. The only shortcut is persistence. When Luo Yi left, Qin Yuan turned her head, her eyes staring deathly at Subai Jiao as if she was looking at a stranger. Porridge. This elementary school brother obviously likes you. Subai Kanji's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, Aren't there a lot of people who like me? It's not the same. Qin Yuan said excitedly. Of all the people who like you, only elementary school brother hasn't been alienated by you. Because he is Professor Gu's brother, Professor Gu entrusted me to take care of him. Subai Kanji explained with a flat face. And that explanation makes sense. Can't find a single loophole. Qin Yuan frowned and couldn't help but say, There's one more thing, Kanji. Why did you ask me to act like I know him well? Because he's shy, and I'm afraid you'll scare him with your enthusiasm. Qin Yuan. In short, let Luo Yi meet with Qin Yuan and get to know her in advance. Lest these two meet suddenly later and Qin Yuan ends up being as rash as a rash, and directly breaks her down. Porridge, tell me the truth. How could you possibly treat Professor Gu's brother special because of his relationship? It's not like you're this kind of person, say. Do you like this elementary school brother too? Qin Yuan looked at Su Baijiao seriously. The latter didn't answer, while his lips moved slightly and slowly opened his mouth, uttering the two words that made Qin Yuan collapse. You guess. Ayaha, porridge. I'll bite you to death. After Luo Yi returned to his dorm room, he immediately went to the playground. On his left and right stood Li Haoyang and Wang Dehammer respectively. The three stood at the start of the playground, striking handsome poses as if they were worldly men about to duke it out at the top of a mountain. The trio pressed Gara full, and anyone passing by couldn't help but curse a pretender. Only Li Haoyang said in a deep tone, Brother Luo Yi, in half a month's time, it's a bit unrealistic to get the top 3 long-distance running results. You can only take shortcuts. What shortcut? Lono asked seriously. Long-distance running, to be able to horse without stopping and insist on running through, is already a victory, so Luo Yi brother, start running. The shortcut of long-distance running is to insist. Saying this, Li Haoyang looked at Wang Sledgehammer behind Luo Yi and said suspiciously, What are you here to make a fuss about? Where there's hustle and bustle, there's me, Wang Sledgehammer. Wang Sledgehammer made a provocative expression at Li Haoyang and said, Coach, it's just a long-distance run. I don't believe you can outrun me. Fitness is fitness and long-distance running is long-distance running, and the two don't mix. As for Wang Dehammer, he has been praised by his neighbors since he was a child as the Chinese's own Bolt, and was nicknamed Rabbit by his classmates in elementary school, just because of his fast running. And in high school, in order to get food for the goddess, he was the first to rush to the cafeteria as soon as he got out of class, ahead of the whole school of dry food people, and was known as the ancestor of dog licking. Sledgehammer, I have no intention of competing with you. I'm only here today for Brother Luo Yi. Li Haoyang shook his head. Hee. Coach wouldn't be afraid, right? Wang Sledgehammer revealed a disdainful expression. The two of them stared at each other, with lightning clashing fiercely in the air between them vaguely. Luo Yi was sandwiched in the middle, feeling the strange gazes around him. He was somewhat speechless. You two don't pretend. Everyone else is looking at you as if you're idiots. Hearing this, Wang Dehammer and Li Haoyang instantly looked away, their faces reddening in embarrassment. Accidentally got into it too much. Brother Luo Yi, there's no point in talking more. Let's begin. Yes. Mentally chanting 3 counts, Luo Yi was just about to run. Suddenly, Li Haoyang and Wang Dehammer didn't know which tendon was wrong. The two of them catapulted to start, and when Luo Yi reacted, these two people had already flown dozens of meters. Are you two nuts? Seeing this, Luo Yi wasn't ambiguous, and didn't care if it was a long run or not. He accelerated with all his might and chased after the two. Though it's embarrassing to run around the playground alone like crazy. But 3 people, that's not a disgrace. It's called pleasure. The playground was small, but there were dozens of people scattered about. The trio are sprinting and running here, looking like they've lost their minds. Li Haoyang rushed at the front, running like he didn't want to die. Not far away, a petite figure looked at him, a look of heartache filling her eyes. Su Xiaojia had been watching him from a place where the coach hadn't noticed, only the latter had never realized it. Both were sprint runners, though, so the pace slowed down after 1 lap. The second lap was already starting to breathe heavily. The third circle is numb all over. At this time, the two were not as fast as Luo Yi, who was working out for long-distance running and was as tired as a big dog that had been exposed to the summer noon sun for 8 hours. And Lono is still running. Lap after lap, he was covered in sweat and still didn't stop. Wang Dehammer and Li Haoyang sat on the playground gasping for breath and realized that Luo Yi was still running. Coach how many laps has the wild child run? Wang Sledgehammer asked. 6 laps. Li Haoyang had some admiration. After all, these 6 laps were different from the 6 laps he usually ran in the morning. The first lap Luo Yi was running with them in a sprint, and his physical strength was almost exhausted in the first lap. Then he held on for 5 more laps. It looked like Luo Yi had listened to what Li Haoyang had just said. The only shortcut to long-distance running is persistence. And the only way to grow your stamina is to keep pushing the limits. Suddenly, a small and cute girl walked up to Li Haoyang and said playfully, Class president, drinking pulsation? Hearing the girl's voice, Wang Dehammer's eyes widened, and after seeing that it was Su Xiaojia, he was shocked. Maisie? Which one are you? This is a university. How did a middle schooler get in? You're the middle schooler, your whole family is the middle schooler, Su Xiaojia said angrily. Li Haoyang looked at the pulsation in front of him and revealed a contemplative expression. Then he shook his head. Pulse again. He'll never drink pulse in his life. It was because of pulse that he met Lu Bingxin. Seeing that Li Haoyang didn't want it, Su Xiaojia looked at the bonsai mountain mineral water in her other hand. That was bought for Luo Yi, and since Li Haoyang didn't want it, she had to give him this. After all, she and Luo Yi also knew each other, so if she only bought it for Li Haoyang, it would be a bit too deliberate. And when Wang Dehammer, who was on the side, saw the 2 bottles of water, he thought that the other bottle was his, and immediately stretched out his hand, saying, Big Sister Su, this bottle is mine, isn't it? They were in the same class, so for this small girl he had memorized the name and was just joking about what he had just said. Who are you? This bottle is for Lono. Hearing this, Wang's sledgehammer was shocked. What? The 3 of us practiced long-distance running. Why am I the only one who didn't? So who are you? Su Xiaojia asked. Seeing that she was confused and pressed, Wang Dehammer really crumbled. We're in the same class. Am I, King Sledgehammer with a lifetime of fame, really so devoid of women's love? Chapter 58 Qin Yuan, the Great Matchmaker. In the end, Luo Yi ran 10 laps before he began to rest. Su Xiaojia looked at Luo Yi and plopped down as he walked over, asking curiously, Is there some kind of activity? Why are you guys suddenly running? Games There are still about 10 days, Li Haoyang said. Games. Hearing this, Su Xiaojia asked, Why don't I know? I'm the class president. And there's a tidbit of information that will be announced in the class group in a few minutes. So it is. Su Xiaojia nodded. It makes sense that the class president would know the news ahead of time, so much so that the class president's one dorm room would know. Class president, what program are you participating in? Su Xiaojia asked again. I'm not participating. I've worked my muscles so hard, I don't want to damage them. Saying that, Li Haoyang stroked his biceps with a doting face. Su Xiaojia was filled with speechlessness and even wanted to scold Li Haoyang, but was still trying to maintain her ladylike image. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi also felt that it was a bit hard for her to endure. He is very clear about Su Xiaojia's nature, this little girl straight to the character, see what have to say a few words, but also cynical, cannot spit. Coach is already trying his best. Right, brother Lono. Coach looked over at Lono and said, You'll be ready when you wake up from your nap tomorrow morning. What? Lono showed a puzzled expression. You'll know when you wake up tomorrow. An infrequent exerciser who suddenly undertakes strenuous exercise is feared to be sore the next morning. As for Luo Ye's previous 6 laps of morning jogging, it wasn't even any real exercise, it could only be described as strengthening the body. Finished Nima Alf. Wang's sledgehammer suddenly screamed strangely. Li Haoyang looked over with Luo Yi, and Su Xiaojia, who frowned. What are you barking at? Cheng Liao's official announcement. Wang's sledgehammer pointed to a dynamic on his cell phone screen and said, Seeing a man and a woman on the motion picture. Luo Yi was puzzled. Who is this? Li Haoyang said breathlessly. Cheng Liao, the class president of the next class. When did your kid go and hook up with someone else? Humph. After being called a lickspittle for 3 years in high school. I'm going to clean up my act and start over as a war wolf in college. The crowd was shocked. Is it possible that your kid is really a genius? Hearing this, Su Xiaojia was speechless. She realized that when she spent time with the people in dormitory 515, she would always see something outrageous. She didn't think she'd fit into the boys' dormitory circle, but she could tell that the men's dorm seemed happy. All right, I have to go to the office, you guys go back first. Li Haoyang clapped his hands, got up and was ready to leave. Since the breakup, the coach's character seems to have changed a bit, from the once honest and simple, gradually become a bit hammering. Luo Yi was also almost rested, and immediately stood up and asked, What time is it? Dinner's ready, wild child. Come on, dry rice. Go. The 2 of them had a heart-to-heart, and when they mentioned dry rice, Luo Yi and Wang Dehammer instantly set off without hesitation. Su Xiaojia looked stunned. Wait for me. She followed. She's alone if she doesn't follow. She's always been alone, too. Going to class alone, going to dinner alone, in her dorm room, no one talks to her, and she has nothing in common with anyone else in her dorm room. Wang Dehammer walked towards the 3rd cafeteria with Luo Yi because Wang Dehammer wanted to look at the girl to feed his eyes while he ate. In response, Lono said he didn't care to be associated with it. In the third cafeteria, Wang Dehammer's eyes glanced east and west, looking for his prey. Suddenly, a long-legged girl passed by, and Wang Dehammer silently lowered his head and blushed, somewhat coyly. Seeing this, Luo Yi hated the iron and said, "Brother Hammer, you are really not powerful usually big words than anyone beautiful. Really met the girl, you are still the first to blush. You think I want this?" Wang's sledgehammer also retorted, "Don't look at your brother Hammer who has scouted hundreds of girls. But he is still a pure-hearted beautiful man who has never been in love. Vomit." Su Xiaojia showed a vomiting expression. After finishing this meal, Luo Yi and Wang Dehammer returned to the dormitory with the meals packed for the coach as well as Xin Xiao. On the other hand, Su Baikanji also left the cafe with Qin Yuan and went to a noodle shop across the street from the school. The two ordered a random noodle and then each played with their cell phones. At the doorway, a handsome youth passed by, and after seeing Su Bai Porridge's figure, he revealed a smile before walking in. "Porridge? Who are you? Did you call porridge too?" Qin Yuan heard the voice as if she had exploded and turned around with a contemptuous expression. Upon seeing the person who came, her expression became even more disdainful. When Jishu, she didn't like this moralistic hypocrite. This guy didn't fall in love for 3 years in college, claimed that he liked Subai porridge, but in fact he was a central air conditioner who came and went and described himself as innocent. This was something that Qin Yuan had personally tried to find out when she had knocked these two people's CP, and even thought for a while that these two people would really be together. Therefore, as Subai Porridge's Imperial Guard and the head of the Iceberg Goddess's backup group, Qin Yuan sneakily went to inspect Wen Jishu. To know, Qin Yuan herself is also quite good-looking, at least in the Jiangnan University famous beauty, just as soon as the beginning of the school year was taken as a goddess by Wang Dehammer. Plus, Wen Jishu didn't know that Qin Yuan and Subai Porridge were roommates, so she was also very warm to Qin Yuan. She could be sure that this Wen Jishu was a central air conditioner that warmed anyone and came to the rescue. Subai Kanji looked up at Wen Jishu and said indifferently, "The school is so big, and it's a coincidence that you showed up here." Hearing this, Qin Yuan instantly understood and questioned, "You followed Kanji?" Subai Kanji had just finished attending the changeover meeting, then went to the cafe and came out to this noodle shop. If Wen Jishu had been following Subai Jiao since he left, then he would indeed be able to know that the latter was in this place at this time. Seeing that he had been dismantled, Wen Jishu asked somewhat unwillingly, "That freshman? What exactly is better than me?" He had liked Su Baijiu for 3 years and hadn't even touched the other person's corner, and that freshman had grabbed her hand as soon as he came up. He was extremely unwilling in his heart, so he followed him out to see, not realizing that Su Bai Porridge had even accepted the other party's milk tea and was able to chat with the other party. To know that he had known Su Bai Porridge for 3 years, and they had only talked about work, and all other personal matters had been rejected by the other party. "We're better than you," Qin Yuan sneered. Although she didn't know Luo Yi, but after seeing him today, the latter had already crushed Wen Jishu in certain aspects. For example, Wen Jishu's favorite is known throughout the school. And Luo Ye's favorite, even she, Su Baijiao's roommate, had just found out about it, and she had guessed it herself. I'm telling you, his liking is careful. It's afraid of affecting Kanji. It's even if he and Kanji don't end up together, he'll still win everyone's respect. And you, by telling everyone about your favorite, aren't you trying to tell others that Kanji is already liked by you? Where did you get the possessiveness? Porridge doesn't have the slightest crush on you. What kind of deep love persona are you firing? You've been single since college? Who are you proving your love to? Are you so great? You let the whole school know how affectionate you are. Why do you think Kanji will be touched by this? Or are you already moved to tears by yourself? Speaking here, Qin Yuan said with a heavy tone, "Wen Jishu, you only like yourself. You just think that Kanji is the school flower. If she became your girlfriend, you would get great satisfaction and fulfillment. So maybe you're better than Lono, but he's a million times better than you when it comes to relationships, and he has sincerity that you don't." Chapter 59. The Little Matchmaker Su Xiaojia. When Jishu is gone. Being scolded by Qin Yuan, she didn't have the face to stay here. Subai Kanji looked at her with some surprise and said, "Wen, I didn't expect that. You know quite a lot. That's for sure. I'm a well-known relationship guru." "Yeah." Subai Kanji revealed a questioning expression. After all, Qin Yuan could only be considered a theoretical master at most. She had only read more romance novels, and in reality, the practical experience was a blank sheet of paper just like Su Baijiao. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easily fooled by Su Baijiao all the time. But today's events had already made Su Bai Porridge somewhat impressed with her. After all, she wouldn't tell Wen Jishu so many things, and she was too lazy to tell the other party. She didn't like to bother with irrelevant people. And Qin Yuan directly transformed into a mouth substitute. Moreover, hearing from Qin Yuan's mouth the compliments she had just paid to Luo Yi, Su Baijiao's heart also had a trace of recognition in it. It wasn't long before the owner came out of the back kitchen with 2 bowls of noodles. Qin Yuan asked as she ate the noodles, "Kanji ah, if you really like your elementary school brother, I can be the matchmaker." Hearing this, Su Bai Kanji revealed a strange expression. Qin Yuan doesn't know yet that she has become a matchmaker without her knowledge. "No need," Su Bai Kanji said faintly. After finishing this meal, Su Bai Kanji revealed a somewhat hesitant expression, as if she was thinking about something. She's a junior now, doesn't have many classes during the week, her student council position is gone, and while everyone else is preparing for grad school, she's already bailed. She knew she would be idle, but now that she thought about it, this time ahead seemed a little too idle. After this meal, Su Bai Kanji brought Qin Yuan to the teacher's apartment. Now that Qin Yuan was the only one in their dormitory, she was bored, so she would occasionally come to Su Baijiao's place to hang out. She knew that Luo Yi was Gu Mingxuan's brother, so she wasn't surprised to see some of Luo Ye's stuff here or anything. But it was Su Baijiao that surprised her. With the other party's character, if he knew that Luo Yi could also live here, he would have been the first to return the rent. When this semester first started, Su Bai Kanji had mentioned this matter to her. But at that time, Gu Mingxian said that whether Luo Yi could live here or not depended on whether she was willing or not, so she didn't mention this matter. Now it seemed that Su Bai Kanji had actually acquiesced in this matter. Qin Yuan felt like she didn't recognize Su Baijiao anymore. "Porridge, it really surprises me that you would live under the same roof as a man." Upon hearing this, Su Bai Kanji said unconcernedly, "Sort of sharing a room. Isn't it common for men and women to share a room nowadays? It's true that sharing a room between a man and a woman isn't an uncommon thing, but you're Su Baijiao, so if you ask me, you just like him enough to tolerate him." Hearing this, Su Baijiao did not reply. Perhaps her mind had acquiesced to the matter as well. But liking is liking and being together is being together, and if you get together without being ready for it, the end result may not be satisfactory. After all, being in a relationship is not enough to have an empty favorite. Liking is just an emotion that will go away sooner or later, a fact that most people can't avoid. Today, Qin Yuan stayed overnight in the teacher's apartment. Early the next morning, she opened her eyes in a daze and looked at Su Bai Kanji, who was already up. She rubbed her eyes and wondered, "You went for a morning run again?" "Aha! Porridge, it's not that I'm saying it's better to go to bed early instead of running in the morning every day. You didn't go to bed until 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday. You sleep on yours." Su Baijiao went to wash up in the bathroom and then went for a morning run on the playground. But today, Lono wasn't at the playground. Ever since Lono had joined the morning runners, this would be the first time he wasn't on the playground at this hour. It would have been hard for someone who was not in the habit of running in the morning to keep running in the morning every day for her. Su Bai Kanji would not accuse the other party of anything just because of this. It was supposed to be the other party's freedom. Just a morning run alone is a bit boring. But she's been alone before. Since when did she get used to 2 people? At this time, Luo Ye's message reached Su Baijiao's cell phone. "Luo Yi. Sister, I got up late today. Ha 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 ha." Seeing this, Su Bai Kanji replied with a "hmm." On the other side, men's dormitory 515. Luo Yi sat on the bed as if he was dying, looking at Li Haoyang, who was preparing to go to the playground to exercise, with a face full of pain. Legs hurt, arms hurt, back hurts everywhere. Upon hearing this, Li Haoyang laughed. "This is normal. It will be fine after a few days. Coach, help me up. I'm going to the playground." Lono was ready to get out of bed. But when you move a little, your body is sore and achy. "If I had known, I wouldn't have done it so hard yesterday. Come on, it's just as well you wait until you've recovered. There's no need to endure the pain." Li Haoyang put on a sports bag and left the dormitory. Lono sat on the bed, his heart in his mouth. Of course, he could have told his schoolmate that he wasn't feeling well. But what did it have to do with his schoolmate if his body was uncomfortable? Letting his schoolmates know that he's fighting for his reward? This kind of small matter, he didn't want to let his senior sister worry about it. And even more so, he didn't want to affect her. And after Li Haoyang arrived at the playground, he happened to brush shoulders with Su Baikanji, who had just left the playground. Su Baikanji looked back at the boy's back. She remembered that this was Lono's roommate. Hokage! Suddenly, a girl's voice came through. Su Baikanji turned her head, only to see a petite little girl looking at her. Wow, you're so pretty, schoolteacher. Su Xiaojia couldn't help but say. This outfit of Su Baijiao's she had seen before, the last time she saw Luo Yi sending Su Baijiao back to the female dormitory. The latter was wearing this. Today, she sneaked in to accompany Li Haoyang and happened to see her, so she came to say hello. She was simply curious about what a girl who could make Luo Yi like her looked like, and she didn't expect to be so pretty. You are? Su Baikanji asked with a flat face. I'm Lono's friend, but don't get me wrong, senior, we're just from the same place, and then, I like his roommate. Saying that, Su Xiaojia glanced with her eyes at Li Haoyang, who was doing the preening. Su Baikanji understood at once. You came to keep him company? Yeah. But this nerd, he misses me every time. Saying that, Su Xiaojia looked left and right, and not finding Luo Ye's figure, she said at once. Luo Yi didn't come. Sure enough, what Li Haoyang said yesterday was right. After strenuous exercise, you will be sore the next day. Hearing this, Su Baikanji raised an eyebrow. Strenuous exercise? Yeah. Yesterday Luo Yi ran 10 whole laps in the playground for some sports meeting. Ha ha ha. What a desperate effort. After saying that, Su Xiaojia asked again, is schoolmate going to eat? Aha. Let's go together. Li Haoyang is estimated to run for half an hour. I don't want to watch foolishly. Su White Kanji. Is the little girl so self-possessed? Chapter 60. Selection. Lanaroi only rested for the morning. In the evening, he came back to the playground and ran more today than yesterday. Only by breaking through a little bit at a time could he progress in the shortest amount of time. This one was also exhausting though, plus the body pain was a little hard to get through. But he still ran one more lap than yesterday. After running, Luo Yi looked at the time and realized that it was now 4:30 p.m. It's almost 5 o'clock. Lono sat on the podium of the playground and looked at the men and women who were walking around the playground. There are a lot of couples holding hands here. When will he and fairy school sister be able to take a walk here like this? Not far away, a gunshot rang out, attracting Lono's attention. A bunch of people were gathered at the start of the playground, while 6 men took off down the track as the gun just went off. Luo Yi saw a familiar figure, the current student president and president of the Hanfu Club, Lu Zhonglai. Even though the man was usually effeminate, he looked handsome when he was working. Lono walked over and asked, "What's this about, President?" "Oh, it's Lono Senpai." Lu Zhonglai said, "This is the selection for track and field, and the games are registered on a faculty-by-faculty basis, with each faculty selecting the participants for the games." Hearing this, Luo Yi was shocked. There's still a selection to be made? Seeing Luo Ye's stunned expression, Lu Zhonglai smiled faintly and said, "Well, what, you signed up for the program too?" "I signed up for the 3,000 meters. Lono's face was filled with worry. If every faculty athlete is drafted up, can he really be drafted? In that case, let alone officially participating in the games, he was afraid that he wouldn't even pass the selection process. "A long run, that's fine," Lu Zhonglai said. Although track and field is based on faculties, there is no limit to the number of people who can run long distance, which is kind of an unspoken rule that the school gives a chance to all those who want a challenge. At those words, Luo Yi then put his heart down. Otherwise, if the selection were to take place at this moment, would he not die before he could make his way out? By the way, Lono-senpai, the field day is held in conjunction with the fun games, so if you're interested, you can participate in some of the sports in that area. Fun games. Luo Yi looked at Lu Zhonglai in confusion and asked, "What is this? Ever seen boys and girls forward?" "Seen. It's just a non-traditional sport like that." Saying that, Lu Zhonglai moved closer to Luo Yi and said quietly, "There are a lot of duo events in the fun games. Oh, you can go and sign up to have a look." Luo Yi showed a heartfelt expression. Want to participate? There had to be a way to ask the schoolteacher over, and although it was a bit difficult, Lono wanted to try. And the most interesting thing about fun games is that they require special props and special rules. That said, there's basically no way to practice ahead of time. It's all clinical when it comes down to it, and it's extremely fun to watch. Lono watched the others select on the playground, where a lot of sports enthusiasts were gathered, as well as people from the track and field club, and where Lono learned a lot. Although Li Haoyang was a fitness professional, he was still an amateur when it came to track and field. Lu Jianglai's side stood is now the president of the track and field club. The name is called Meng Chao, not tall but very thin. Arm and leg muscles are the kind of layering can be seen with the naked eye. But if you look at the muscles alone, it's still the coach that's better. Luo Yi stood beside Meng Chao. Is this the national athlete? Doesn't look like anything special. However, he was so famous that he was said to be the fastest college athlete in the whole of Zhangcheng. Even in the province, he could be ranked in the top 8. He also signed up for sprints, and at this point the tryouts are just a passing phase for him. With the sound of a gunshot, a new round of selection begins. Only to see Meng Chao scurrying out like lightning, throwing off an unattainable distance from second place. The gap was clearly visible, and could even be described as a distant lead. Meng Chao was a sophomore just like Lu Jianglai, and as the presidents of different clubs, they naturally knew each other. After the run, Lu Jianglai nodded and said, "Old Meng is still fierce. Hey, old Lu, why don't you kids sign up too?" "Forget it, I don't have the athletic cells." Lu Jianglai laughed. Suddenly, a short-haired girl in sportswear appeared in front of Lu Jianglai. Her skin color was not white, even a little dark, but her eyes were bright. "President Lu, when will our girls' selection begin?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang looked towards Meng Chao, who said, "This is Yu Qiuyu, the newcomer of our athletics club. Very powerful." Oh. Lu Jianglai nodded and said, "Girls begin." The girls' selection included someone Lono knew. Among them, Tang Enki, Lu Bingxin all participated. He even saw Shui Kuan, as well as Gao Yuming, standing at the side, looking at Lu Bingxin and Tang Enki, who were about to participate in the selection. The girls' selection was next, so Lono lost interest. Some very pretty girls were wearing tight sportswear, and there were even ones showing off their long white legs. Luo Yi already has his heart in the right place and can't see these things. He was just about to leave when he was stopped by Lu Jianglai. "Lono senpai, are you leaving already?" Hearing this, Lono turned around and queried, "Is there anything else, President?" Seeing Luo Ye's puzzled expression, Lu Jianglai said mysteriously, "Wait and see. Maybe there will be a surprise in a while." Lono showed a blank expression, but since it was the president's suggestion, he chose to stay. Soon, in the playground, a voice appeared that made countless people gasp. "It's her? Why is she here?" Jiangda University talented girl, high cold school flower Su Bai Porridge. She wasn't the student body president anymore, so why was she in the playground? Only in the final round of the girls' selection, Tang Enki, Lu Bingxin and the two of them stood on the runway. Then, in front of everyone's astonished gazes, Su Bai Kanji also stood at the starting point. Luo Yi finally understood why Lu Jianglai had asked him to stay. Fairy schoolmistress actually signed up for this field day as well? The familiar sound of a gunshot rang out. Su Bai Kanji's movements were incomparably standard, and coupled with her stunning facial features, she attracted almost everyone's attention. Even the freshman school flower, Tang Enki, was set off as a green leaf by her side. She stepped away and rushed to the front line. But that Yu Qiuyu from the athletics club is now in first place, leaving everyone behind. Su Bai Kanji was right behind her. She practiced morning exercises day in and day out at the university, so her physical fitness was a bit stronger than the others. With the end of this round, today's selection comes to an end. There are 3 days of auditions, and you can still sign up today and tomorrow. At the end of the day, the rankings of each faculty will be selected based on the combined scores to determine the candidates for each program. After it was over, Lu Jianglai was also the first to come to Su Baijiao's front and greeted him. That said, he's kind of the other guy's successor. He took over the positions of student president and president of the Hanfu Club from Su Baijiao. Chapter 61 Drinking Sisters Milk Tea. Seeing Luo Yi behind Lu Jianglai, Su Bai Porridge pretended not to see it, but gently nodded as a response to Lu Jianglai. The latter froze. "What's going on? Is there a problem?" Lu Jianglai glanced back at Luo Yi, then looked at Su Baijiao and asked, "Sister Su, is there any interest in participating in the fun games? For example, 2-person 3-legged. Not interested." Su Bai Kanji turned around and left straight away. Looking at his back, Lu Jianglai's expression lurched as he turned his head and said, "Junior Luo Yi, did you make her angry?" "Huh." Lono looked confused. Seeing his appearance, Lu Jianglai couldn't help but laugh. "You haven't been in love yet. Luo Yi schoolmate, making a girl angry isn't a big deal, and couples can't be free of conflict all the time. What's important is the reason for the anger, and the attitude when confronted with the other person's anger." At those words, Luo Yi glanced at Lu Jianglai, then nodded deeply. He looked at the back of the fairy school sister, Then followed Senior Luo Yi. Lu Jianglai seemed to be trying to warn something behind him. But after a moment's hesitation, he said nothing. On the road of relationship, only personal practice to come will grow, other people's reminders. In the end, the cure is not the root cause. Lu Jianglai was just trying to say that if you want to conquer a lioness, you can only be stronger than her. But after 1,000 words, in the end he just said 2 words. Cheer up. Although he thought he understood Su Baijiao, everyone had a different way of falling in love, and the way he felt he could woo Su Baijiao didn't always work. The key also depends on who is being chased. He, on the other hand, was confident in Lono. After all, being able to make Su Bai Porridge angry was also a disguised proof that she did have Luo Ye's place in her heart. One must know that of all the suitors Su Baijiao had, there was not a single one that could cause Su Baijiao to have half a mood swing. Su Baikanji left the playground one after the other with Luo Yi. Tang Enki also noticed the scene as she looked at the 2 figures. Next to her, Gao Yumming brought over a bottle of water and enthusiastically said, "Chi-Chi tired? Are you going to eat later?" "No way." Tang Enki rejected him, and for some reason, she was in a somewhat bad mood. The person Luo Yi likes, it can't really be Su Baijiao, can it? But that's Su Baijiao, the high and mighty schoolgirl who has never had a scandal. Lu Bingxin pulled Tang Enki's hand and smiled. Let's go eat Gao Yumming's treat." At those words, Tang Enki glanced at Lu Bingxin and then at Gao Yumming. Eventually, she nodded. Freshmen 3 big stormy characters. Nowadays, Gao Yumming's popularity has changed from a rich second generation who likes to show off, to a rich licking dog. Sticking to Tang Enki day in and day out, hot face on cold ass every day. I don't know what he was thinking, obviously a rich second generation, but insisted on pursuing Tang Enki. The other side, Su Baikanji left the school and came to the door of the family building. She knew Luo Yi was following him, and the whole thing was as sneaky as if he had been a thief. Su Baikanji felt some amusement in his heart. She wasn't actually mad at Luo Yi. But this morning, her elementary school brother told her she was up late when he clearly didn't come to the playground because he was sore. She didn't know how to describe her feelings, but she just felt that she needed to give Lono a little face to show him that lying was wrong. In layman's terms, it's a girl's own little mood that comes on suddenly and inexplicably. Su Baikanji has never looked like this before, and lately, maybe it's just that I've been so idle lately, so I've been a little more emotionally active. Su Baikanji was standing at the door of the unit in the 5th building, Unit 4. Lono didn't move a muscle in the back. He didn't hide either, he just stood about 20 meters behind Su Baikanji, and the 2 of them were like a moody little couple. Suddenly, a message from Luo Yi came on Su Baijiao's cell phone. "Lono, have you eaten yet, sister?" Seeing this, Su Baikanji was slightly stunned. The Luo savage was right behind him, but he didn't dare come up and talk to himself. Fairy school girl. Didn't eat it. Lono. So let's go eat together? Seeing this message, Su Baikanji turned around and looked at Luo Yi. The latter bowed his head. Then summoning up courage, he came to Su Baijiao's face with his butt in the air. Seeing him squirming, Su Bai Porridge said faintly, "Go upstairs, sweep the floor and mop it again with a mop. I'll wait for you here." Hearing this, Luo Yi lifted his head and froze for a moment before revealing an expression of determination. "Sister, you're a good judge of character. I was born to do housework. I do all the hygiene in the dormitory." After saying that, Luo Yi walked into the door of the unit and cleaned room 614 as fast as he could. By the time he got downstairs, it was half an hour later. The downstairs had lost its fairy schoolmistress. Luo Yi looked around for a while, then came to the trash can, opened it and looked at it, muttering, "Nothing here either. Where did schoolmate go? What are you doing?" Su Baigui's voice came from behind him. Luo Yi turned around and saw not only the schoolmate he had longed for, but also the 2 cups of milk tea in her hands. Noticing Luo Ye's gaze, Su Bai Porridge said expressionlessly, "You've been up there for too long. I was thirsty and bought a cup. 1 cup, that's 2 cups. And the other glass is?" Lono asked knowingly. "The second glass is half price, so it's a no-brainer. I'm going to give it to my neighbor." Hearing this, Luo Ye's happy expression stiffened. "Neighbors? Who's the neighbor? Do you know your neighbors well? Go." Su Baigui turned around. Seeing this, Luo Yi was puzzled. "Sister, isn't it for the neighbors?" Su Baikanji's footsteps lurched, then turned back to stare at Luo Yi. She didn't say anything, but then she seemed to say everything. Luo Yi felt like the fairy school sister's eyes were looking at a fool. But he was clearly not stupid, he thought he was smart as hell. Wait, neighbors? Isn't the neighbor of the fairy schoolmistress herself? Thinking of this, Luoyi stepped forward and took the milk tea in Su by Kanji's hand and took a sharp sip. Fairy schoolmistress, I'm sure she bought it for him after all. He also thoughtfully helped him put the straw on, and although he was usually cold, he was actually a gentle schoolmate. But soon, Luoyi's gaze noticed the fairy school sister's other hand, carrying a cup of milk tea that was intact and unopened. As well, the schoolteacher's coldness was mixed with a hint of being caught off guard. What's the situation? Could it be that? Lono looked at the straw of the milk tea in his hand. Fairy schoolmate drinks milk tea and has a habit of biting the straw. And at that moment, the straw on the milk tea in Luoyi's hand, deflated, was obviously bitten. Chapter 62. The Master Stroker and the Example of No False Shooting. Opposite Jiangda, Jiangcheng beef noodle. Su White Kanji comes here often, and this place has a batch of delicious noodles. Sitting at the table, Lono's eyes were still on the milk tea on the table. The thought that this was what his senior sister had drunk gave him a small thrill in his heart. Luckily, the schoolteacher just took it as an accident and didn't care. Even if she cared, what would be the use? The wood is already greased, the raw rice is cooked, and the result can't be changed. Lono seemed to have discovered some new continent, but he quickly shook the thought from his mind. That's bullying. That kind of thinking is dangerous, not desirable, not desirable. Looking at the fairy schoolgirl in front of him, Luoyi asked, "Schoolgirl, what program did you sign up for?" "Women's 800 meters, women's 60 meters, women's 3,000 meters. 3 sentences, 15 words, shocked Lono for the rest of his life. The first 2 are fine. What's the last one? Women's 3,000 meters? Is there 3,000 meters for girls too? And school marms are going to participate too." Luono couldn't imagine Fairy Sister participating in the 3,000 meters, but since Sister had signed up as well, Luono felt like she had to work even harder. "So, schoolteacher, is the fun games of any interest?" Fun games. At those words, Su Bai Kanji fell into deep thought. To be honest, she had been the student president for so long that she naturally knew what the fun games were, and the most lively and popular part of every games was the fun games, so she was still very interested. But fun games are all about an interaction, which is not suitable for Su Bai Porridge, who doesn't have many friends. Seeing the fairy school sister hesitate, Luo Ye's heart moved. There's drama. There's still a bit more to fight for. "Sister, the prizes for the fun games are interesting now. For example, there's a duo event, and I heard that the prize is a medal that says the duo with the most understanding." Hearing this, Su Baijiu glanced at Luo Yi, secretly saying that I don't know what you're thinking. However, Su Bai Kanji didn't agree or reject at first, but lowered her head to eat the noodles seriously. After eating, Su Baijiu stood up. If it was before, then Su Bai Kanji would go back to her dorm room to study or do part-time computer work in addition to her work courses and meals. And now she stood in front of the noodle shop, looking at the school gates not far away. "Isn't it too early to go back? It's a rare trip, so let's go back later." Su Bai Kanji never took the initiative to let Luo Yi follow her, but she knew that as long as she didn't say anything, Luo Yi would silently follow her. As expected, after leaving the noodle shop, Luo Yi was like a follower, always following Su Baijiu. Following the follow, Luo Yi came from behind Su Baijiu's back to the side, turning into a side-by-side walk. To chase a girl, you must first be persistent. To put it nicely, it's persistence. To put it badly, it's chutzpah. If the cheek is thick enough, then we're good friends. Jiangda University is located in the center of Jiangcheng. Around the place can play or a lot of places. Less than 2 kilometers away from the school, near the location of a large shopping mall. A large shopping mall of the negative layer is the most lively food city in this area. Of course, the 2 men who had just finished eating couldn't have come to the food court. There were rows of crane machines on every floor in the mall, and that was Su Baijiu's goal. As a talented daughter of Jiangda, Su Bai Porridge had never bowed down to anyone in her life, but she bowed down to the doll machine. When she was a freshman, she came here with Qin Yuan, when the 2 young girls noticed the crane machine here and started to catch it. The result is that the 2 caught half an hour, 1 did not catch, and then Su Bai Porridge, as soon as he was free to sneak here alone, and even used the physics formula and still did not catch. Then later, she became disinterested in the crane machine and wouldn't even look at it every time she passed by. But is she really disinterested in them? That's certainly not possible. People will always hold on to things they've worked hard for and can't get. So here she is again, Su Baijiu. This iceberg goddess stood in front of the crane machine, and her originally high and cold face revealed an expression of eagerness to try at this moment. that expression as if a challenger. Seeing this, Luoyi was puzzled. Sister, you like catching dolls? Subai Kanji didn't say anything. Her eyes were focused beyond measure, staring gravely at the mechanical hand in the crane machine. It was easy to see that she was mentally calculating the angles. Next moment, Su Baichue pressed the button. The mechanical hand came down and grabbed the doll's head in the glass door. The doll was then lifted up with a mocking smile on its face. The dolls inside this doll machine were all kinds of emoji faces, and the one Su Baijiao grabbed just happened to be a mocking emoji. In Su Baijiao's expectant gaze, the doll fell and smashed against the edge of the exit. She flinched slightly, but it didn't matter. She bought 20 coins, 2 coins to catch once, for a total of 10 chances. Next, Lono looked behind her. Every opportunity, Subai Porridge is serious and incomparable, hesitating for a long time, taking painstaking efforts, and the result is useless. Soon, all the chances were used up and Subai Porridge froze in place. Shortly afterward, her face returned to its normal color. It doesn't matter. If you can't catch it, you can't catch it. She's never caught it in her life anyway, and that's normal. The crane machine is nothing more than a roadside IQ tax. Whoever plays it loses out, no one can catch it, it has nothing to do with technology. At the very least, Subai Porridge thought so. Can't you see that she just dropped the doll halfway through when she could have just grabbed it? That mechanical hand is soft, swinging back and forth, simply does not let you catch it. That's right. It's not her problem. It's the mechanics. Suddenly, the sound of a large pile of coins clattering reached Su Baijiao's ears. She turned her head to look, only to see that Luo Yi had also bought 20 coins. This thing, IQ tax. Su Bai Kanji said faintly. Huh. Luo Yi was a bit puzzled with the coins. Then he looked at the doll machine in front of Su Baijiao and laughed. Sister, I haven't caught a doll yet. IQ tax or not, I'll try it. He was a boy and he usually played with boys, and the crane machine was something he had not played with though he had seen it. Su Bai Kanji made room for Luo Yi, only to see Luo Yi stuff 2 coins into the crane machine. The next moment, he pressed the button directly. Su Baigui watched the scene with an expressionless face next to him. The grabbing is too casual. How can you get a doll out of this way? A pleasant music played in the crane machine. Luo Yi took out the doll he had just caught from the shipping port and smiled at Su Bai Porridge. School sister. I'm so lucky. Su White Kanji. The doll that Luo Yi grabbed out had a smiley expression on its face and looked cute and cheerful, just like Luo Yi himself. Lono started scratching again. In Su Bai Kanji's dumbfounded expression, the various expression dolls in the crane machine were all caught by Luo Yi. Out of 10 chances, Lono caught 7. The other 3 times he didn't catch it, he purposely didn't catch it, he just used his robotic arm to move the doll to a good spot to catch it, and the next time he caught it straight away. Chapter 63. The First Doll in Life. This makes no sense. A clear skepticism appeared on Su Bai Kanji's face. It was obvious that Luo Yi caught them randomly every time. But why did he catch them every time? She, on the other hand, scratches at every turn, carefully examines the angles and fails to do so every time. She had always thought that the doll machine was an IQ tax, put here to cheat money. But today Luo Ye's performance had completely put that one idea of hers to rest. So what is the problem? You really haven't played before? Su Bai Kanji asked. No, I've just seen it before, but I haven't played it. Luo Yi was holding a whole 7 dolls with every expression. It was almost too much to hold. It was just about time for school to end, and there were a lot of kids in the mall, looking enviously at Luo Yi. They weren't shocked at Luo Ye's doll-catching skills, but simply envied him for having so many dolls, because they want dolls too, but mommy and daddy won't let them catch them. Seeing the expression of the group of children, Luo Yi placed the doll in his hand on the ground and said in a gentle tone, "Let me see if the doll is enough to share." Hearing this, the children's faces showed a happy expression as they lined up in a small, long line, and one person received a doll here at Luo Yi. After receiving, but also very polite bow, a mouth a "thank you big brother," called very sweet. Luo Yi was immersed in the sound of big brother, and easily made friends with the children he had just met. 20 coins only cost $20, which was not worth it to Lono. But for this group of first and second graders, this is money that they will never have if their parents don't give it to them. If the parents don't allow it, they won't get a chance to catch a doll. Adults will think that dolls and crane machines are a waste of money if you can't catch them, and instead of catching them, you should just buy them. Seeing this scene in front of him, Su Bai Porridge thought of the time when his elementary school brother was in the village with himself, and the other party also quickly became the king of the children in the village. This guy, he's really popular with kids. Soon the dolls in Luo Ye's hands were claimed. But there was still a little girl who hadn't been claimed. She looked blankly at Luo Yi, her expression a little aggrieved, but still said very politely, "Big brother, it's okay. I'm going back to look for my mom La." "Wait." Luo Yi touched the little girl's head and smiled. "Your doll? Let your sister catch it for you. Okay?" Luo Yi looked in the direction of Su Baijiao. The little girl looked over as well. Su Baikanji was slightly stunned, and his heart actually became a little nervous. Yes, the little girl was obviously very happy to get a doll. Luo Yi bought another 20 coins, and it wasn't that he didn't want to buy less, but the minimum starting sale for this game coin was 20. Handing the game coins in his hand to Su Baijiao, Luo Yi said, "Senior sister, over to you." Upon hearing this, Su Baikanji nodded with some hesitation. She looked at the little girl's adorable face and said in a somewhat gentle tone, "Which one do you want?" The little girl looked seriously at the big sister in front of her. Su Baikanji's beauty was at a point where even a child would find it stunning. But the little girl didn't answer at first, but looked at Luo Yi and asked, "Are big brother and big sister a couple?" Hearing this, Luo Yi was flustered in his heart and quickly said, "Not yet, oh." He leaned close to the little girl's ear and whispered, "But big brother likes big sister." "Oh," the little girl exclaimed. She looked over to the other doll machine, then took a serious look at Su Baijiao. "That bunny hat." The little girl pointed to the white bunny in the crane machine. "It's a hat that looks cute and cuddly with a bunny's smiling expression on it. And there's a little switch on each side that you pull to make your ears move." Su Baikanji walked over to this crane machine. She let out a deep breath and prepared to try it. But it was not to be. First chance, fail. Second chance, fail. The third, fourth, and ninth times were all failures. Even Su Baikanji was a bit aggravated at this point. Was she born to be targeted by doll machines? Now there's only one last chance left. The little girl's expression wasn't disappointed, but she pulled on Luo Ye's coat, signaling him to squat down. Luo Ye squatted his body in doubt, only to see the little girl sticking to his ear and whispering, "Big brother, go help your sister?" At those words, Luo Yi looked at Su Baijiao. "Fairy schoolmistress, it seems like she's not happy about it." He got up and stepped forward, standing behind Su Baijiao. At this time, Su Baikanji had already stuffed the last 2 coins into the crane machine, then grasped the directional lever with one hand and placed the other hand on the button. She looked at the mechanical arm in the crane machine with a tense expression, constantly controlling the direction. At this time, a pair of hands came around her waist and covered the back of each of her hands. Su Baikanji's face gave a start, and she subconsciously turned her head back. The moment she turned her head, her nose accidentally scraped the side of Luo Ye's face. At this moment, Luo Yi stood behind Su Baijiao, his head hovering over the latter's shoulder. To outsiders, they were like lovers, looking as if Luo Yi was holding Su Baijiao behind him. "Senior sister, look ahead," Luo Yi said softly. Su Baikanji, whose brain was blank, subconsciously obeyed Luo Ye's words and turned her head back. "Sister, there's a technique to catching dolls, and that technique is something that can't be understood by talking about it, so I'll teach you little by little." Luo Yi grabbed Su Baijiao's hand, then slid the steering lever. Whether or not you can catch a doll depends on feeling, and there are times when feeling is more important than angle, like right now. The voice reached Su Baijiao's ears. Feelings are more important than angles. Her heartbeat, which was pounding and accelerating at the moment, had indeed proved it. If she hadn't felt it, then she wouldn't have allowed a boy to get so close to her and touch her hands, no matter what the angle. As music blared from the crane machine, a small white bunny ear fell out of it. Caught! An obvious joy appeared on Su Baikanji's face. It's like a smiley face on a rabbit ear hat. It was with the help of Lono, but it was really the first doll she had ever caught in her life, for the first time. Luo Yi took 2 steps back and clapped his hands, as if he was coaxing a child. "Sister is awesome." Su Baikanji took out the doll from the shipping port, and she turned her head to look at the little girl just now, only to find that the latter had already walked away. Not far away, the little girl's mom was already holding her hand, ready to take her home. As she left, the little girl's face beamed with a contented sense of accomplishment. She didn't get the doll, but she did something more meaningful. She helped someone else. Psychological fulfillment, for small children, is far greater than material. Lono waved goodbye at the little girl's back. The little girl waved back. Afterwards, Luo Yi looked at the white rabbit hat in Su Baijiao's hand. then looked at her features again. Associated with the reason why the little girl chose this crane machine just now, Luo Yi seemed to understand something and said, "Sister, don't you think this hat suits you very well?" An expressionless iceberg goddess. A cute and cuddly smiley bunny ear hat. It looked like the little girl wasn't going to ask for the doll in the first place, but wanted her schoolmate to wear the hat. She hoped the rabbit-eared hat's smile would transfer to her pretty sister's face. Lono hoped too. Chapter 64, Going to the Movies. Su Baikanji wore white bunny ears. This thing fit quite well, as if Su Baijiao was tailored to match. After putting it on, although her face was high and cold, that air of being uninviting had been washed away by this hat. On the 5th floor of the mall is the movie theater. Luo Yi looked at the time. They had just finished dinner, and it was only 7 o'clock at this time, and immediately asked, "Sister, watching a movie?" Su Baikanji looked at Luo Yi and said faintly, "Don't look." As she said that, her hands also pulled on the strings on the sides of the hat, making the bunny's little ears move around and look very cute. Lono's heart was melting. The cute look of the fairy schoolmarm is especially appealing, too. "Sure you don't want to see it?" Luo Yi walked next to the fairy schoolmates as he found the ticket purchase information for a movie in his phone. And as this movie was hailed as a top foreign sci-fi masterpiece and was highly acclaimed, Luo Yi thought that his schoolmate might like this type of movie. But this movie has been in theaters for a week now, so not many people have seen it, maybe the entire movie. Not looking. Su Baijiao's answer remained the same, but she still glanced at Luo Ye's cell phone screen. The sci-fi movie didn't appeal to her, but one of the scary-looking covers in the row of recommended movies below did. This one, it's not bad. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi looked at his phone and realized that what the fairy schoolmate was talking about was a horror movie, and it was also made in another country. It is well known that this aspect of the movie is not as restricted in other countries, so it will be filmed more realistically. Lono swallowed. Horror movie. He's still a little scared. After all, fictional authors have a strong sense of agency. However, since it was released in theaters, it means that everything that should have been cut has been cut, right? Thinking of this, Luo Yi clenched his teeth and instantly purchased two. "Then watch this." Saying that, Luo Yi walked towards the direction of the elevator on his own. Su Baigui revealed a smile behind him. She wasn't going to watch it, and she wasn't usually interested in watching movies. But the name of this horror movie is called The Vanishing Schoolgirl. It sounded pretty interesting, and she was curious how Lono would react when he watched a horror movie. After all, this elementary schooler didn't look like he had a lot of guts. Sitting on a massage chair in the movie theater on the 5th floor, Lono also bought a large bag of popcorn and 2 Cokes. After waiting a while, the movie started. Luo Yi and Su Baikanji sat in the 3rd row, and in front of the two of them sat a small couple. The movie is scary, but because the protagonist is a schoolboy and the female ghost is a schoolgirl, Lono's generation is strong. He wasn't scared at all. The ghost is a schoolmate, so what's there to be afraid of? Sister is so pretty and treats him so well. He'd love to become a ghost. He's a fiction writer. His imagination, his sense of agency is otherworldly. Although he does have that slight fear of watching horror movies, but just bring in the fairy schoolgirl's face. The little female ghost, surprisingly, was quite beautiful and practically grew on his heart. Su Baijiao's attention was not on the movie from beginning to end. She glanced at Lono every now and then, watching to see what kind of reaction Lono was having. It turned out to be a disappointment for her, and every time the female ghost came out, Lono's face showed a look of amazement. A look of anticipation even filled his eyes when the female ghost didn't appear. He actually expected the female ghost to show up. Su Baikanji looked at the female ghost in the movie. The thing was ugly and hideous looking. Its face was incomplete. It's hard to see that Luo Yi is quite bold. Then a sudden horrific image appeared on the big screen, startling the girl in the seat in front of her, who instantly cried out in shock and clung to her boyfriend. Su White Kanji. Lono. Soon, in the movie, the female ghost washes up. Originally a good person, she was victimized by a traitor and turned into a female ghost to exact her revenge. The plot is cliched, but Lono touches a bunch of them and looks as if he's trying to fight for the ghost girl. Senior sister is simply too pitiful. Luo Yi sighed. Hearing this, Su Baijiao glanced at him in surprise. Of course she knew that the schoolmate in Lono's mouth was talking about inside the movie, but why did it sound weird? It felt like she was being called. Su Baigui grabbed a handful of popcorn. Lono extended his hand as well. The two men's hands touched, and then they both froze. Very cliched plot, but it works every time. Luo Yi turned his head and locked eyes with Su by Kanji as he grabbed a handful of popcorn and then started eating it as if nothing had happened. Of course, he was pretending, but in reality he was nervous as hell. The light of the movie theater all relied on the big screen at the very front, and in the darkness Su by Porridge's eyes were very beautiful, and the faint light from the screen poured onto her face, making her look just like a beauty under the moon. Coupled with the simple physical contact, how could this keep Lono's heart from fluttering? It is said that between men and women, the ambiguous period is the most uptight. Is this the period of his flirtation with his schoolmate? For Su by Kanji, being able to be near her and alone 3 times was already considered ambiguous. Not to mention watching movies together, holding hands and other physical contact. No one in the entire Jiangdu would believe it. When Luo Yi searched for how to chase a girl, the great Dunyang told him that the movie should hold the woman's hand when he saw the back. Luo Yi stole a glance at the fairy schoolmistress. Originally, Su Baijiao's attention was on watching Luo Ye's expression, but when she saw Luo Yi turn her head, she instantly focused on the movie. Fairy schoolgirl, so serious about watching the movie. Luo Yi sighed in his heart. The doohickey said to unknowingly hold each other's hands while the girl is engrossed in the movie. As long as the other party doesn't refuse, then they have a game behind them. If you turn it down, you can almost declare it cool in advance. But Luo Yi overlooked one of the most important factors. That's what kind of movie they're watching. Only Luo Yi used his afterglow to look at the fairy school sister's delicate hand, then acted quickly and took it down directly. It was just like when Lono placed his hand on the back of the other's hand when he had just grabbed the doll. But this one felt different again. The crane machine was there to teach his sister to catch dolls, and this one simply was just holding hands. Noticing Luo Ye's movements, Su by Kanji didn't resist. She just froze her face. Then there was no follow-up. This elementary school brother, he really doesn't know how to chase girls. The routines used, which are also widely known, can nowadays be described as dirt cheap. But, with the other party acting so recklessly and boldly, she just couldn't bear to resist the other party. Forget about accusing him later. This time watch the movie first. It didn't take long for the movie to end. Lono was still holding fairy schoolgirl's small hand. Her hand was soft to the touch, and hot, and very addictive, wanting to just hold it all the time. But the movie was over, and the two of them got up to leave the movie theater, the small hands they were holding unconsciously loosening. In the restroom of the movie theater, Lono had been holding it in for a long time and was finally able to release it. I should have known better than to buy any Coke with all that water. Although he could go to the bathroom in the middle of the movie, that would mean he would have to let go of his schoolmate's little hand, so he just kept holding it in. Now, the movie has finally finished. I have to say, this movie sucks, with almost all of the high-energy moments edited out, and a lot of it is confusing to watch. Luo Yi is also substituting for the schoolmate to barely look in, while Su by Porridge is not looking in at all. Chapter 65. Getting closer. The two of them walked forward and backward in the direction of the school. JNU was just 2 kilometers away, not too far, but not close enough to talk about if you were walking. But both men unanimously chose to walk. It was late, cars were coming and going on the road. Jiangcheng is also considered a big city, and the nightlife here has just begun. The two just walked side by side. They didn't walk fast, probably the speed of a normal walk. Side by side, they had also gone from being a body length apart at first, to now almost a fist length apart, and with the swaying of their bodies as they walked, they would occasionally stick together. The two were just like a couple, the only difference being the lack of hand-holding and cuddling. And next to it, Su by Kanji was still wearing cute bunny ears. If you don't look at the face at this time, the fairy schoolmistress can be cute and lovable. If you look at the face, then Lono can only say that the senior sister is even cuter. Looking at his senior sister's side face, Luo Yi said, "Senior sister, you're so beautiful. The moon is beautiful tonight. Fairy schoolgirls are just as beautiful as fairies." Su by Kanji didn't say anything, but glanced at him gently with her eyes. Being complimented, and being complimented by the boy of your choice, are 2 different feelings. Su Baijiao's heart had a slight feeling of joy, only she didn't show it on her face. She knew she was beautiful, but coming from Luo Ye's mouth, she thought, this elementary school brother has a sweet mouth. She didn't say anything, but scratched at the little ropes on either side of her head, her bunny ears twitching as if that was what she was feeling at the moment. It was the first time she had ever caught a doll, by her and with Lono. Soon, the two of them saw the entrance to JNU. Su by Kanji was slightly stunned. 2 kilometers of walking is not a short distance, but with this elementary school kid, it felt like time passed so quickly. The back door of the teacher's apartment was just inside JNU, so the two were kind of on their way. The two walked into the middle of the school, and their pace became unconsciously slower. In the school, there is a small forest. It was a place Luo Yi had never set foot in, but he had heard rumors about it. That was all told to him by Wang Sledgehammer, a guy who seemed to know everything, and knew a little bit about all the gossipy things going on in the school. The two passed by the side of the grove. The grove was beautiful, but the two were just passing through. Arriving at the back door of the family building, Luo Yi knew that he was going to part with his schoolmate today. Obviously, we met yesterday as well, but there is still a feeling of attachment today. Looking at Fairy School Sister's back, Luo Yi waved his hand and said, "School Sister, see you tomorrow." Subai Kanji looked at him with an expression devoid of sadness or joy and said, "Goodbye." With that, she turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly turned her head and said faintly, "Fun games? I can think about it." Lono froze. A look of joy followed. Eyes on Su Baijiao's back, Luo Yi was like a stone looking out for his wife, standing still, waiting for Su Baijiao's figure to completely disappear from sight. "It's you." A boy's voice came from behind him. Luo Yi turned back and realized that the person who came was Gao Yuming. Isn't this guy a diehard of Tang Enki's? Why would he show up here alone? "What are you doing?" Gao Yuming couldn't help but ask. "Nothing, what are you doing?" Lono asked in return. This guy liked Tang Enki, and when he saw him, Luo Yi always felt that he saw the person he once was. "I just dropped Un Ki off at her dorm room and was on my way out. He's a rich kid at least, so it's not lodging, and with his personality, it's not a good idea." At those words, Luo Yi gave him a curious look and asked, "What do you feel now?" Lanaroi knows exactly what it's like to like Don Enki. The latter can be described as perfectly expressive, with a great personality and good looks, and was many people's first love and white moon in high school. Even when Gao Yuming had pursued her, she had refused, only that Lu Bingxin had been setting them up, so much so that the two were still getting along as friends today. "I feel good." Gao Yuming laughed. "I heard her mention you. You guys were high school classmates, you like her." "I don't like her now," Lono said. "I know. I can still tell if you like her or not, but she seems to have some resentment towards you." "Yeah." Lono shook his head. "She doesn't like anyone but herself." Hearing this, Gao Yuming sighed and said helplessly, "I know, but she is the only one amongst so many women I've met that doesn't covet my money, and compared to that Lu Bingxin, the gap between the two of them would be very obvious." Luo Yi glanced at Gao Yuming in surprise. They say he's a brainless rich kid. But is he really brainless? Encountering love in the beginning may be the same for every person. He's just pursuing his love too. Gao Yuming stood next to Luo Yi. Hesitating for a moment, he asked, "If she wanted to pursue you, what would you choose?" "Like I said, she only likes herself, so she's not going to put her pride aside to pursue me. Who knows? The future. I mean, if she realizes she likes you, then you..." Gao Yuming didn't continue, but looked at Luo Yi seriously. The latter substitutes for that scene as well. If Don Enki suddenly confessed to him one day, that... No, he couldn't get into it at all. All he could think about now was the fairy schoolmistress. Luo Yi shook his head and said, "There won't be a day like that. And if there is, I guess someone on my side might get jealous." Thinking about how indifferent she looked when she held Fairy School Sister's small hand. Thinking of the last changeover assembly, when Tang Enki picked up the milk tea she had bought for her fairy schoolmate, the latter's eyes suddenly became sharp. Lono knew that it was getting closer and closer to the time when he would confess his love. Upon hearing this, Gao Yuming froze, and then he said, "That's good, what happens next is up to me." "You really like her?" Lono queried. "Well, maybe. She's the most special person I've ever met, and as long as she's single, I'm gonna keep it. Call me a dog licker or be talked about. Isn't that how people grow up little by little?" Gao Yuming looked at Luo Yi. The two men smiled at each other. Though they didn't know each other well, perhaps, Gao Yuming as a person wasn't like the rumors. He's outta here. Although Luo Yi thought highly of him, Tang Enki was very arrogant on the inside even though he looked easygoing on the surface. She wasn't someone who could be sensitized by time. After Gao Yuming left, Luo Yi also returned to the dormitory. "As soon as I walked in the door, my roommates were waiting. Dorm room hacking is missing. Wild child, why are you back so late? Let me tell you, the next dormitory is fighting against us. You are the hope of the whole dormitory." "What? Someone dares to provoke us?" "Him." Lono feigned anger. It was then that a message came from the schoolteacher in the cell phone. Fairy sister, go to bed early. Seeing this message, the expression on Luo Ye's face disappeared and was replaced by a smile like eating honey. Seeing this, Wang de Hammer exclaimed, Grandma's leg? Wild child. What kind of expression is this? Smiling like a chrysanthemum. Chapter 66 Basketball Girls. The next dormitory, 517, often plays basketball with 515, and over time, the two dormitories have become rivals. Whether it's basketball or the game, there's usually a point to be made. Chicken 4v4, both high and low and father and son. However, with Lono around, nothing will go wrong in this bout. 3 wins in 5 innings. At the beginning, Luo Yi rushed up alone and directly staged a 1-on-4, powerfully crushing his opponent. In the second game, the other team learned the hard way, and the 4 of them began to use grenades to attack Lono. But Lono's use of grenades was more powerful. A thunderbolt doubles up, then an incendiary bottle seals the way, picks up a flashbang, and then a barrage of bullets for a clean take. In the third inning, for the sake of the game's experience, Lono didn't strike. Wang's sledgehammer and the 3 of them swarmed up. They rushed up and fought with each other in a back-and-forth manner, which could be described as a crouching dragon and a vegetable chicken pecking at each other. In the end, the 3 even won the fight. At least they had fought with Luo Yi for so long. Their skills hadn't stayed the same, they had more or less improved, and they were much more powerful than ordinary roadies. The chicken-eating contest, which they won. Basketball is next. If they win both, Dormitory 515 gets the highest rating among the boys. Count on you. The 8 joined together in the playground and began a basketball scrimmage. The people in room 517 were usually very warm, and they both weren't in the same major. Lono is in the computer science department. Computer science department, class 1 computer science major. And the next dormitory was the School of Film and Television, a photography program. One of them was a fat man called Lu Guangfu, with a personality similar to Wang de Hammer's, and the 2 of them stank together and soon hit it off. Only to see the basketball court, Lu Guangfu a dunk. Dunk failed, he jumped with all his might, but only jumped 20 centimeters. Then, after being slapped away by Shin Xiao, Wang's sledgehammer scurried over like a rabbit, hugged the basketball, and made a 3-step layup, directly into the basket. Score. Lu Guangfu showed a chagrined expression. Next to him, a big, skinny, tall guy who was a full 1.9 meters said, Don't you have any idea of your height? What did you say? Don't look tall and skinny as a bamboo pole? Who can you defend against? The 2 began to battle it out. The 2 of them, one tall and skinny, the other short and fat, resembled the waist duo from the anime. The taller one, called Wang Kai, is older and a veteran. The basketball exchanges continue with Luo Yi playing a moderate game, and here on Shin Chao's home court. Handsome, good basketball player, simply the dream guy in college. Although it was late in the day, the girls passing by couldn't help but stop and look at him. So handsome. Who is this? You don't even know about him? He's famous among the freshmen. I heard his name is Shin Xiao, a computer science major. A computer guy? Holy crap. So much love. A lot of female spectators appeared nearby, so much so that every boy on the basketball court was as if he had been beaten up, as if the one he was playing basketball with was some kind of life and death enemy. At that moment, a short-haired girl wearing a jersey and sneakers came to the basketball court. Where's the shortage? The girl seemed a little shy, asking from pitch to pitch. It wasn't until he came to the scene of Lono's that, after noticing the girl, Lono thought something looked familiar. Soon, he remembered who this person was. You, the freshman from the track club, the sports girl. Because she was running with the fairy schoolmistress at that time, and was running in front of her, he still remembers it even now. You take over for me? I'll rest for a while. Luo Yi said. Really, thank you. Yu Chuyu's face became visibly happy. There weren't many girls who liked to play basketball, and she usually couldn't find any buddies to play with. So every once in a while she'd just have to run out to the court alone and ask one by one. However, she was average-looking and had some dark skin, so she was generally not accepted. So much so, that most of the time she had to watch from the sidelines, and occasionally the court was empty and she could shoot by herself. You didn't know Luo Yi, he just thought he was not bad. And Lono left the field, wanting to take the time to go for a few laps around the playground and use every opportunity to work on himself. Seeing Luo Yi walking away, the 3 of them, Wang's sledgehammer, revealed a puzzled expression. But then a girl came, seemingly a friend of Luo Yi, and Wang's sledgehammer wondered, Who are you? Fighting together? Yu Chuyu asked. Her character is internally cheerful and externally socially fearful. The last time she was big on the playground, it was because her friends were there, and this time she was alone, so she was a little shy. Okay. Don't drag your feet. Wang's sledgehammer didn't care. But, to everyone's surprise, Yu Choyu's motor nerves were strong, and although she didn't have a physical advantage, she was better at being flexible, and as she was in the track and field club, she had more stamina than most of the boys. After a few fights, Wang's sledgehammer and Shin Xiao were both out of breath, and she was still excited. At halftime, Wang's sledgehammer went to the vending machine next to the stadium and bought a few bottles of energy drinks before distributing them to everyone. He looked at Yu Choyu and marveled. Nice fight. What's with the wild child? Upon hearing this, Yu Choyu queried, Wild child? That's the boy you replaced down there. Oh, I don't know him. No? Aha. Yu Choyu took 2 sips of the energy drink, then asked, Add a green bubble. I'll give you the water money. What? Wang's sledgehammer's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? I'll give you the water money, Yu Choyu said in a bit of a daze. No, the first half of the sentence? Wang's sledgehammer swallowed, as if he was hallucinating. Hearing this, Yu Choyu thought of something. She tilted her head and tried. Add a green bubble. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Plus, Wang de Hammer's entire body was excited. This was the first time in his life that a girl wanted a green bubble. Yu Choyu frowned at him, thinking that this guy couldn't be some kind of pervert, right? But they weren't familiar with each other, and she couldn't drink someone's food for nothing, so she had to add contact information to pay them for the water. The most important time, added contact information. In the future they are ball friends, want to play ball at any time to contact. In this way, you did not have to ask questions every day at the stadium. After transferring the water money to Wang de Hammer, Yu Choyu went to practice shooting while Shen Qiao and Li Haoyang prepared to go back to bathe and sleep. Wang's sledgehammer also followed, ready to leave together. Seeing this, Shen Qiao turned around and said, You left someone else's girl alone here? At those words, Wang's sledgehammer looked at the pitch. The 517 dormitory had just left. There are still 20 minutes to go before the lights go out at the stadium, and the large venue doesn't have many people, and it looks a little empty. Okay. Then you guys go back and I'll wait until she's done fighting. Chapter 67 Rice with extra water. Luo Yi was the last to return to the dormitory. He was sweating profusely, took a shower and hurriedly laid down on the bed to sleep. The rest of the 515 saw how hard he worked during this time to get in shape. Although he didn't know what the reason was, he could see that Luo Yi was serious about getting a place in the 3,000-meter run. Though things have changed, his novels continue to stay up to date. During this period of time, I don't know if it was because of meeting the fairy schoolmate, the relationship between the male and female protagonists in the novels he wrote became better and better, the sweetness exploded, and the positive reviews became more and more numerous. There's even been a gradual trend towards comic bookization, and editors have been approaching him about it lately. The pen name of Falling Leaves Returning to the Roots has also gone from being a rookie author in the beginning to now being one of the rookie kings and a relatively top-ranked fiction author in October. He wrote a romance text named Youth is Still Going On, which tells the story of a put-down white moonlight, met a high-cool school sister in the university, and the two of them together to create a more beautiful youth. This book, in the category of school romance, has been ranked number 1. Regarding the identity of the author of his own novels, no one knows about it at the moment except himself. He hadn't met with his editor, and during the summer after high school, although Gu Mingxian knew that he was playing the keyboard every day and that he was writing a novel, he didn't know what he was writing about. As for his roommate, he didn't take the initiative to talk about it. After all, it was a bit of a stinker and he felt it was better to keep a low profile. Of course, he'd still tell his roommate if he asked. Similarly, his roommates know that he writes novels every day, but they don't know what he writes, especially Wang de Hammer, who has asked Luo Yi to write 18 Band for him not a day or two ago. Lono was certainly happy that his own work was getting better and better. Every novelist's dream is to have their work seen by as many people as possible. Whether it's adapted into a manga, anime, or remade into a TV series, that's something to be happy about. Luo Yi was lying in bed and had just received a message from his editor. His novel, which is ready to be adapted into a manga. But since he's a new author, the manga artist who helped him with the adaptation is also a new manga artist. There's no problem with her drawing skills though. She's a computer whiz with great art skills, and adapting a manga that just follows the plot of the novel isn't too difficult. The cartoonist's pen name is Rice with Extra Water. The cartoonist is said to have only signed with Tomato in the last few days. And just as soon as he signed on, he suggested he wanted to adapt the book Youth Still Lives. That's why we're talking about a manga adaptation through Lono's editor. This newcomer cartoonist, however, seems to have a less than pleasant personality and is somewhat withdrawn. She doesn't add personal contact information and her only request is to communicate only on the Tomato platform. To this, Lono was very much in favor. After all, the chat software has all the features that the Tomato novels have, and is perfectly adequate as an exploration tool for the manga adaptation. With that in mind, Lono agreed to the manga adaptation request, expressing his complete trust in the newcomer manga artist. He then said goodnight to his schoolmate and hurried off to sleep. On the other side, in the teacher's apartment, Chin Yuan was lying on Su Bai Kanji's bed. She was wearing her pajamas, when she suddenly realized that Su Bai Kanji's face looked a little off. So she wondered, "Kanji, what happened? Why do I feel like you're a bit happy?" "Oh, is it?" Su Bai Kanji said faintly. She was indeed happy that so much had happened today. Chin Yuan saw a picture on Su Bai Porridge's computer. It appears to be the cover and it is beautifully done. The girl in the cover is pretty and the boy is somewhat handsome. One is high-strung, the other shy. Chin Yuan's eyes were dead set on the picture. Why does feel somewhat familiar? The picture was a manga version, and it hadn't been colored, so Chin Yuan didn't see it for a while. "This is a draft of the manga cover for Youth Still Goes On," Su Baijiao said. Hearing this, Chin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "What?" She jumped off the bed and looked in front of the computer for a while, then stared earnestly at Su Baijiao and asked, "Porridge, isn't this the book I pushed on you last week?" "Aha!" Su Baijiao usually had the habit of reading novels, but she rarely read web novels. After Sherlock Holmes, she was in a book drought. Then Chin Yuan pushed the book, Youth Is Still Going On, to Su Bai Porridge, and swore that everyone who saw this book would not be able to resist the desire to fall in love. Su Baichue disbelievingly went to see it. Then, the first half of the book she read quite heartbreaking. The male protagonist love but can only be in the white moonlight behind the silent gaze. Until I met my schoolmate later on. It was as if the door to a new world had been opened, and all the pent-up frustration disappeared. It also made Su White Porridge start to like the book. And then after seeing the comment section where book lovers were asking the author for a manga adaptation, she thought this was something she could do. She was a talented girl in the computer department. Since she was a talented girl, she was top in all aspects of professional knowledge, not to mention her drawing skills. Even if it was to do some simple anime, it was no problem at all. Most of her part-time jobs every night were little animations like this, too. She then submitted an application to Tomato to sign on as a manga artist, wanting to undertake a manga adaptation of the novel. She has to work part-time every night anyway, so she might as well get a regular steady part-time job. And a cartoonist is a great choice, and since this novel is so hot right now, adapting it is almost certainly going to make money. It was also a challenging choice for Su White Porridge. After all, there was something about the book that really appealed to her and even made her feel a sense of agency. There are episodes in there that will be familiar to her. "Porridge, wouldn't it be a bit condescending for a great talent to draw comics?" Chin Yuan asked from the side. After all, with computers, while it's better to be able to draw, not being able to actually affects nothing. Su Bai Porridge is a talented girl in the computer department. In the end, the computer is the strong point, and the painting skills are just for convenience. It's only part-time, and there's nothing wrong with cartoonists. Su Baijiao doesn't have that much of a wild imagination, so in this industry, it's all about adapting other people's stories. Looking at the draft cover in front of him, Su Bai Porridge continued to use the drawing software and began to draw. The mouse was like a pencil in her hands, tracing the outline of the figure. Painting takes focus and time, but it wasn't hard for Su Baijiao, because the characters she draws have archetypal references. One is herself. Another. Chapter 68. Sister Tutoring Me. Almost a week later, the first episode of the manga adaptation of Youth Is Still Alive is out. The first story, well liked by the book lovers, even Lono was very satisfied. Just because of a little rice with more water, this manga artist, the hero with the white moonlight of the opening scene, to narrow down to just one sentence. The opening chapter was curtailed and the manga was left with just the sweet part. And the character designs are simply drawn in Lono's mind. This newcomer manga artist, too, was too good at drawing, and the image of the hero and heroine were almost exactly the same as what Luo Yi had in mind. And this week, Luo Yi insisted on exercising every morning and evening, and his physical fitness was much better than it had once been. What once didn't stick is now able to. Whether or not the games get a place or not, Lono will get something out of it. After the morning session, Luo Yi returned to his dormitory and turned on his computer. His eyes locked as he looked at the large pile of unintelligible symbols on the screen. "Brother Hammer," There's something, Luo Yi said with a serious face. What's up, wild child? Dad help you? Wang Dehammer stood behind Luo Yi, curiously looking at his computer. Isn't this the homework Mr. Wang assigned just now? Yeah. Lono scratched his hair and just felt like there was no way he could complete this assignment. To know that when he was in high school, his grades were just sloppy, not up and down, it was Tang Enki who said that they would be together if they got into Jiangda University, so he rose to the occasion and studied hard. With a score of 750 out of 100, he progressed from an average of 480 on his monthly exams to 590, a miracle that is still talked about by their high school homeroom teachers and told to current seniors. Even so, he was just barely stepping on the JNU score line and came close to not being admitted. So these computer class specialized courses, Luo Yi to learn the genus is a little difficult. You can't even do this? Wang Sledgehammer stared at Luo Ye's computer and looked at it seriously. When people from their province take the university exam in their province, the score line will be a little higher than when they take the exam in from outside the province, so all three of them scored a little better than Luo Yi on the college entrance exam. But having just come to college, all beings are equal. Wang Sledgehammer shook his head, grinned, and said with a big smile, I wouldn't either. Lono. Nowadays, in the dormitory, Li Haoyang is busy with the work of the class president, and he has to worry about all the big and small things in the class. And Xin Xiao didn't know where she had gone. Luo Yi sighed and thought that this homework was too difficult. Wait, Fairy Sister is a talented girl in the computer science department. Why don't you ask sister? Thinking of this, Luo Yi closed his computer, put it in his bag, and left the dormitory. Wang Sledgehammer looked at the empty dormitory and revealed a lonely expression. Everyone has their own thing going on, and every day they are either busy with their classes or they go out mysteriously and come back with an anti-smile on their face. In the past, Shen Xiao would still sleep in the dormitory when he didn't have classes, but lately he went out as soon as he didn't have classes, and he didn't know where he went. Only Wang Sledgehammer, who was in his dormitory most of the time, had nothing to do but attend classes and eat. No one understands him, he's simply too lonely. Wang Sledgehammer sat at the table, opened the game, and played the skydiving simulator. On the other hand, Luo Yi had already arrived at the door of teacher's apartment 614. He knocked on the door and shouted, Sister, are you home? It didn't take long. Enter. Su Bai Kanji's cool voice came from inside the door. Luo Yi pulled out the key and walked straight in. At this time, Su Bai Kanji walked out of her room, sat down on the sofa, and said indifferently, What are you doing here? I can't do my homework. Luo Yi sat down next to Su Baijiao, then placed his computer on the table and opened his homework. Looking at Luo Ye's computer, Su Bai Porridge froze slightly, then said, Isn't this a freshman basic class? Upon hearing the word foundation, Luo Ye's expression froze. That means it's the easiest category? He really didn't have much of a talent for coding, and getting into a computer science program wasn't something he wanted to do. In fact, there wasn't much of a major he wanted to enroll in, and at first he just thought that he could study anything as long as he came to JNU. But if he didn't know how to do even the most basic things, Fairy School Sister wouldn't dislike him, right? Fairy Sister is a talented girl in the computer science department. Sun Su by Kanji looked up seriously, then said, These are basic theoretical knowledge, do not need to use your brain, you will not, because the most basic theoretical knowledge you do not know. Saying that, Su by Kanji stood up, wearing her little pink piggyback slippers, and walked back into her room. Fairy Schoolmate's room was one that Luo Yi had never been in before. A few moments later, Su by Kanji walked out of the room with a book in his hand. A basic theory of the computer curriculum. Seeing the title of the book, a bad feeling welled up in Luo Ye's heart. The first chapter of this book, section 6, has something to do with your homework. At that, Lono flipped open the book and looked at it. A minute later, his brow was furrowed and his eyes were fixed. Can't read. Can't read. It's so hard to read. The words he did recognize and lined up he could read them, but when they got into his head, he just didn't understand what it meant. It's like reading a passage of an ancient text without a translation, or having him read a sentence in English when he's just memorized all the letters of the alphabet. No idea what it means at all? Seeing this, Su by Kanji frowned. If you can't even read this, it means you didn't listen in class at all. Hearing this, Luo Yi lowered his head like a small child who had made a mistake, as if an elementary school student had been lectured by his teacher. Fairy Sister was right. He hadn't been paying attention in class at all. In class, he couldn't understand anyway, so he just stopped listening. He then filled his head with the plot of his novel, and although the plots in his novel sometimes referenced reality, Reality didn't happen every day in stories that could be written into novels, so he had to conceptualize most of them on his own. When Su Baijiu spoke heavily, Luo Yi didn't dare to speak. But this can't be done sloppily, Su Bai Porridge said seriously. If this goes on, you'll fail your major. Hearing this, Luo Yi looked at Su Baijiao and queried, aren't the final exams in college very simple? Well, it's pretty simple, Su Bai Kanji said with a stern expression. But if you receive the paper and can't write a single question, then the probability is that you'll end up failing the course. With a twist of words, Su Bai Porridge continued, your brother asked me to take care of you, and if you flunk out, it's my shame, so starting today, I'll be tutoring you in your major. Hearing this, Luo Ye's expression was delighted. Sister, you're my god. But the next moment, the prerequisite for tutoring is that your basic knowledge can be memorized. This book of basic theories will be memorized 20 pages a day, and I will check it every day, and from now on, you can't leave until you've memorized it. Looking at the fairy school sister's stern look, Luo Ye's face darkened. What? No. Yes, yes, sister, I love to learn. Lono's heart was crying. No harm, no foul. It's just the price of staying in a tender place. Chapter 69. Making soup for sister. Lanaroi came at noon. It is now almost 2 in the afternoon. Lono sat on the couch with a frown on his face, hating the book. He can't read sentences, but he can read words, and even if he doesn't understand the meaning, he can memorize it. Although there is no requirement to memorize the knowledge in college, but if you want to achieve in your profession, then memorizing the expertise is a necessary thing. Luo Ye's ability to memorize things was still good. He was able to go against the grain in high school and improve by 100 points in half a year, relying on a stream of rote memorization. He was memorizing when others were out of class, he was memorizing when others were playing ball, and he was memorizing while others were eating. It was the same now, as Lono glanced down at the contents of the book, then raised his head to meditate on it. Occasionally, he would show a blank expression, as if he was lost in thought. But in less than 2 seconds, Lono shrugged it off, then began to memorize it again. When he couldn't memorize it, he would frown and think hard about what he had forgotten. Su Bai Kanji sat on the dining table and watched the scene with a serious expression. It's still fun to see your little brother studying. But Luo Yi came over at noon, and didn't Tea seem to have eaten herself. Su Bai Kanji got up and walked towards the kitchen, frying an egg fried rice with the leftover rice. After frying, she frowned, then held one of her free hands over her stomach as if she was in pain. After enduring it for a while, she felt less pain, then served a bowl, placed it on the table, and began to eat it in silence. Although it was only egg fried rice, Luo Yi, who smelled the fragrance, still looked over with a gluttonous expression. Want to eat? Su Bai Kanji silently glanced at Luo Yi. The latter nodded. How much did you memorize? 10 pages. Lono said. Less than 2 hours to memorize 10 pages. Moderate, I guess. Still, Su Baijiao said. When you finish memorizing, when you eat. At those words, Luo Yi lowered his head. He touched his stomach and comforted. Brother Belly. It's not that I don't want to give you food. It's that your brain brother doesn't give a damn. Lono's attention returned to the book, and he had no choice but to start memorizing it in order to eat. Soon, Su Bai Kanji had finished her bowl of rice and then walked into the kitchen. Little brother must be hungry after studying for so long. Stop teasing him and serve him a bowl. Nowadays, the egg fried rice is just hot enough, not too hot or too cold, and most importantly, there are a lot of eggs in the pan, and just now Su White Kanji only ate a little bit of it. Su Bai Kanji carried the bowl back to the living room, put the egg fried rice on the table, and said faintly, You can eat now. Lono, zzz. Su Bai Kanji? Seeing that the other party did not respond, Su Bai Porridge looked to the sofa and found that Luo Ye's head had already hung down, his entire face buried in the book. This elementary school kid, surprisingly, fell asleep again. Why use again? In his mind, he recalled the first time they had gone out, and Lono had also fallen asleep while having afternoon tea. Su Bai Kanji walked over and gently patted Luo Ye's shoulder. After realizing that the other party didn't wake up, Su Baijiao touched Luo Ye's head. After touching Luo Ye's head, Su Baijiao suddenly had a magical feeling. She placed her palm on top of Lono's head and slowly stroked it, touching boys' heads. In the next moment, Luo Yi suddenly moved, and Su Bai Porridge took 2 steps back. Luo Yi raised his head and saw the stern face of the fairy school sister, and immediately said, School sister, don't worry, I'm almost done memorizing in no time. Don't carry it. Su Bai Kanji said softly, and in his heart, He also sighed with relief without a trace. No, I want to carry it. Lono's brain was a one-track mind, and he grabbed the book, staring at the words on it. Wait, where did the stuff he just carried go? Luo Yi searched desperately in his mind for the dozen or so pages he had just memorized, only to find that he could no longer recall half a word. It's over. I squinted for a while and forgot all about it. Luo Ye's expression became a bit frustrated. Seeing this, Su Bai Kanji's heart also became intolerant. She hesitated and opened her mouth. Let's eat first. It is inherently easy to forget something that has just been memorized, and in order to thoroughly grasp the knowledge, you need to go over it again and again in order to be impressed. Having memorized it once, it's much easier to memorize it a second time. Luo Yi walked towards the dining table and began to eat the egg-fried rice made by his schoolmate. In this bowl, there are more eggs than rice. Lono preferred rice, though, and he knew that his fairy schoolmate's nickname was Make Rice Rice. Eat and wash the dishes. Su Bai Kanji felt some pain in her stomach again, and after saying this, she walked back to her room and closed the door. Got it, sister. Luo Yi quickly finished the egg-fried rice and then went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. After washing, he went to use the restroom. After seeing what was in the bathroom trash can, Luo Ye's expression froze. He sort of understood why the fairy schoolmate had gone back to her room. Turns out it's a relative who's coming. Even if you're a fairy schoolgirl, you can't escape the things that girls have to go through every month. But the fact that she was able to get her schoolmate to go to her room meant that she had a stomachache. Thinking about this, Luo Yi panicked a little. He searched the internet for pain relief. Drink brown sugar water, lots of hot water, ibuprofen, warm babies, and a rub from your boyfriend. What? Seeing the last approach, Luo Ye's eyes widened with incredulity. Rubbing the belly of the fairy schoolmistress. This is of course impossible now. But brown sugar water or something, Lono can still go get it. Luo Yi looked in the refrigerator and there was no brown sugar, then went downstairs to buy brown sugar. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Su Baijiao opened the door to her room and looked at the living room. He's gone. Su Bai Kanji walked out of the room, and even his walking posture was a bit limp. Her long hours of irregular routine and her usual work during her student presidency made every visit to her relatives inaccurate and can be very painful. She lay down on the couch in the living room and looked around at the emptiness. There was no sound in the living room and Su Baijiao's stomach was in pain, so she turned on the TV to make the place lively at the very least. After meeting her little brother, she suddenly realized that she had become lonely. No, it's when elementary isn't around. She used to be a strong woman who could do everything on her own. But now, when she wasn't feeling well, her mind actually vaguely expected someone to be there for her. But elementary school is gone. I can't believe he left before the book was memorized. She also brushes up on a lot of videos about relationships these days, saying that growing up with a boy is a tough thing to do. Letting a careless boy grow up, even if it takes much, much more, doesn't always wait for that time. Su Baigui put on the rabbit hat she had caught in the crane machine earlier. I don't know why, but wearing it gives you a little peace of mind. After lying there for a while, there was the sound of the door opening. Su Baicho looked over, only to see the door being opened and Lono walking in carrying large bags of stuff. Seeing his schoolmate lying on the sofa with a pale face, alone and watching TV, Luo Ye's heart ached. Hokage, wait. I'll go cook something for you. He was delayed for a while because there was a bit too much to buy. In addition to brown sugar, he also bought red dates, ginger, cinnamon, and black sugar, which he had never even heard of. He said he had menstrual cramps, so that boss recommended brown sugar, and although he didn't know what it was, Luo Yi directly bought it mindlessly. He also bought half a crow's nest and all the ingredients for making crow's nest soup. Doesn't know how to cook, but he can learn. Chapter 70 Feeding Sister with My Own Hands. Lono came in and ran to boil water. The moment he entered the door, Su Bai Kanji's rabbit ears, which were originally hanging down, instantly stood up. She sat up from the couch, at the very least maintaining the image of a high-flying school sister. When the water boiled, Luo Yi began to put in brown sugar, red dates, and ginger, and then continued to cook for some time. He poked out a head from the kitchen, stared furtively at Su Bai porridge, and said, "Senior sister, I'll be done in a minute." When he finished, he went back into the kitchen. Meanwhile, his cell phone was searching for a stew to make with the crow's nest soup. The black chicken soup had to be simmered for several hours, so Luo Yi had to make it ahead of time and give it directly to his schoolmates to drink as dinner in the evening. Although he had heard that the odds were that they wouldn't work immediately after drinking them, he couldn't just do nothing. When the brown sugar water was ready, Luo Yi took a sip first. A little light. Finished, brown sugar put less, all the flavor of ginger. Luo Yi added a little bit of brown sugar and took another sip before nodding in satisfaction. Hearing that you can boil eggs in brown sugar water, Luo Yi cracked another egg into it. I don't know what the flavor of eggs cooked this way is either. After the eggs were cooked, Luo Yi seemed to suddenly think of something. He broke the eggs into tiny fine pieces and stirred them inside so that he could drink them in along with the brown sugar water. Finally, he poured this deluxe version of brown sugar water into a large bowl and brought it to the coffee table in front of the couch. Sister, would you like a drink? Luo Yi looked at Su Baijiao expectantly. The latter didn't say anything as she looked at the deluxe version of brown sugar water in front of her. Her expression a little lost in thought. Agu. Look at my brain. How can I drink without holding a spoon? Luo Yi stood up and stormed into the kitchen, then stormed back out again, handing Su Baikanji an iron spoon. But the fairy schoolmistress was as frozen as if she hadn't moved a muscle. Luo Yi froze, then angrily cursed himself in his mind. It's so hot. How can I drink it? He ran to the kitchen again, got out a small bowl and filled it from the large bowl, then took a small spoonful from it and blew on it gently. Afterward, Luo Yi sat next to Su Baikanji and brought the spoon to the latter's mouth, using a small bowl to catch it underneath, lest the water inside the spoon spill out. At this point, Su Baikanji glanced at the spoon at her mouth, and it was already too late to refuse. What did she just stare at? Looking at Luo Ye's expectant gaze, Su Baikanji could hardly refuse, and could only slightly open her mouth and take a shallow taste. Honestly, the cooking is average, brown sugar put too much, some sweet, ginger put less, the same as no red dates have been cooked. The eggs were a favorable review though. Su Baikanji doesn't like to drink with food in it, so she usually buys milk tea, taro boo-boo or pearls. She doesn't want any of those things. Those things don't chew in your mouth a little bit, you might choke. But by this time, the eggs in the brown sugar water have turned into tiny chunks that don't need to stay in your mouth and can be drunk together. Even so, the flavor was still not good, and it could even be said that it was the worst brown sugar water Su Baijiao had ever drunk in his life. A small amount of brown sugar water could be cooked like this, so perhaps it was possible that Luo Yi was a genius in some ways. But without giving Su Baikanji time to continue thinking, Luo Yi had already extended his arm and fed her a second spoonful. Looking at the brown sugar water around her mouth, Su Baikanji only hesitated for a moment before she opened her mouth once more and drank down the contents of the spoon. It really doesn't taste good. But she just had the urge to keep drinking. Even though it was the hardest to drink, it became a flavor that she could remember, drawing her in every now and then, wanting to drink it all in one sip. Luo Yi just let the fairy schoolmate finish this whole bowl little by little. Is schoolteacher feeling better? Luo Yi worriedly worried. Su Baikanji nodded gently. To be honest, she had just forgotten about the stomach ache thing and her attention was focused on the brown sugar water in front of her. Still drinking? Lono asked. Upon hearing this, Su Baikanji didn't say anything, but instead took the small bowl from Luo Ye's hands, served herself some, and then began to drink it. Luo Yi had cooked a total of about 3 small bowls, which were quickly consumed by Su Baikanji. She wore bunny ears and sat with her legs crossed on the couch, her 2 little feet occasionally moving, pink and looking a little adorable. Although the expression of the senior sister was a bit cold, the small movements of her body were cute and adorable. Luo Ye's attention certainly wasn't on the fairy schoolmate's jade feet. After all, he wasn't the warden. Looking at his senior sister who seemed to be fine, Luo Yi went into the kitchen and prepared to make the black chicken soup. To be honest, he really didn't have much confidence in making soup, let alone something that would take hours. But the schoolmarm is still in pain. A little chicken soup that he must conquer today. Luo Yi opened his cell phone and pulled out the cooking software, his expression more serious than in class. These steps started from the first one, and for every word, Lono read it over and over again several times, carefully following what it told him to do. Text wasn't enough, Lono even found a video explanation. In the end, Lono realized that the video explanations were all over the place and did nothing, so he activated the Final Killer app. Book group for help. The readers of the book group are not only good-looking, but each of them is also skilled and capable. I'm sure that the district's Yugali soup is not even worth mentioning. After creating the group chat, Luo Yi never used his author account to speak, and at most, he only used a small number to secretly observe inside the group, occasionally sparring with small black fans. And this time, he sent out soul-crushing questions directly to the group using his author account. Loye Goigan, fellow readers, does anyone know how to make udon soup? Realizing that the group leader who had been diving suddenly spoke, the book group exploded. I'm a big star, meh? Really? Is it really the author himself? Jagged Muyu. Really? Awesome to see the author bubbling away in my lifetime. Little cute Ishue. What kind of chicken soup? Does the author make soup? Did the author make it for his wife? The statements inside the group were varied, and the readers had a variety of names. Falling back to the roots. I am still a college student, what wife? But it is almost the same, it is a soup for the girls, help urgent, thank you for all the food and clothing. In the end, a name called Warm Man Row behind the dog book friend private chat Luo Yi. Almost hand in hand to teach Luo Yi how to do. Not bad for a warmonger. You know a lot. After covering the pot, Lono only had to wait for 2.5 hours before he was able to cook it. Lanaroi looked at the present time. He came in at noon, memorized until probably close to 2 o'clock, then went out shopping, came back and made brown sugar water and learned to make soup, and now it's 20 past 3. Although there was no class in the first period of the afternoon, Luo Yi had a class in the second period. Second period is at 3:30 with 10 minutes to go. Lono came out of the kitchen. Sister, I've made soup. Wait for me to come back. Oh. Chapter 71. When the high cool schoolgirl starts to be prideful. At the last second of the class bell ringing, Luo Yi rushed into the classroom and stepped in to sit next to Wang Dehammer. If it were before, Lanaroi would already be late. But now, he was the one with the great ideal of finishing in the top 3 in the 3,000-meter run, so naturally he wouldn't be late for something as trivial as class. In this class, it's advanced math. Luckily, as long as it wasn't Professor Liping's class, Luo Yi wouldn't be nervous. After all, he was Professor Liping's class representative, and still the first choice to answer questions on every roll call. On top of that, the computer science program was almost impossible for him to answer. Wild child, where have you been? Wang Sledgehammer asked suspiciously. Next to him, Shun Xiao looked at him with a smirk, revealing an expression that he knew everything. Luo Yi said mysteriously, Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Show your grandmother's legs. Your wings have hardened and you're hiding something from your old father. Wang Sledgehammer is squeezing Lanaroi's leg. The latter sucked in a breath of cold air in pain and couldn't help but ask, Who did you learn that sissy move from? Hey, the sky chicken can't be revealed. Saying that, Wang Dehammer used both hands to jerk his hair to the back, and by the time he let go of his hands, his hairstyle had turned into a center parting. This time, Luo Yi sort of realized that this little guy was a complete and utter little black man. Wild child. Let's eat our meals after class and then go to the court to play ball. Wang Sledgehammer said playfully. Luo Yi glanced at Wang Sledgehammer. Confirmed, it's the little black guy, right? Thinking about basketball at a time like this. He shook his head and refused. I'm occupied. And something, not I say you wild child, since the end of the military training, you kid has been having private affairs. This Jiangqing you are not familiar with the land. In the end sneak to do what? This was a question that Wang Sledgehammer had been curious about for a long time. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi said seriously, I'm doing a big thing, and before I'm done, it's better for fewer people to know. With that, Lono began to listen carefully. After class, under Wang Dehammer's puzzled gaze, Luo Yi hurriedly ran towards the teacher's apartment. Upon entering the door, he instantly saw Su Bai Porridge sitting on the sofa, wearing cute and adorable bunny ears and eating potato chips. What? Fairy schoolgirls eating snacks? No way. How can you eat snacks when you're visiting relatives? Luo Yi came with big strides and snatched the chips from Su Baijiao's hand in her surprised expression. Hokage! Lono's face feigned an angry expression. Su Baikanji was stunned. An obvious incredulity appeared in the originally high-strung face. When did little brother become so hardened? This can be eaten in smaller quantities. Su Baikanji whispered as she looked at Luo Yi expressionlessly. Then her arm moved and reached out as if she wanted to snatch the chips back. But after reaching halfway, he felt that it would affect his image, and his hand stopped in mid-air like this. Seeing this, Luo Yi took out a piece from the potato chip bag and placed it in Su Baijiao's hand, hovering in mid-air. Only one slice. After that, Lono took the chips and went into the kitchen to see how the soup was coming along. Before going into the kitchen, he took a bite of a chip. At that moment, Su Baikanji's face darkened. Not for me, but to have a bite for myself. Humph. Her bunny ears moved around as if she was venting her frustration. At this time, Su Baikanji was sulking and looked like a small carrot buried in the ground, which could not be pulled out. Lono walked into the kitchen and opened the lid of the pot. A fragrance came to his nose, causing Luo Yi to reveal an excited expression. Smells good. It's done. But it was 2.5 hours in total, and it's only been an hour and a half now. It's going to be another hour before it's all done. Thinking of this, Lono finished all the chips in the kitchen before walking out. Seeing Luo Yi come out with empty hands, Subai Porridge faintly asked, "Where are the chips?" "I'm done eating." Luo Yi sat down next to Su Baijiao with his usual expression, pretending that he didn't know about this matter. "Compensate me," Su Baikanji said with an expressionless face, and the rabbit ears went from a flick to a frantic swing. Her hands tugged at the strings of her hat, her two little hands moving up and down quickly, left and right. Lono looked over at the crazy white rabbit beside him, the wiggle of the ears pumping into his face. "I'll have a milk tea." Seeing Luo Ye's indifference, Su Baikanji said faintly again. Honestly, she knew she wasn't allowed to eat so many snacks when she came to visit her relatives, but she just wanted to say that on purpose and then see Luo Ye's worried expression. "Hokage." Luo Yi looked at her seriously and said patiently, "When you don't hurt anymore, I'll buy it for you every day." Humph. Su Baikanji gave a light hum without a trace, then ignored Luo Yi. The two watched the TV show together. At this point, the TV shows a couple running in the rain, embracing, and then kissing. The plot is awkward, but no matter how awkward it gets, the kissing sequences are solid. Luo Yi subconsciously swallowed a little, then looked away, a little less pleased to see it. As for Su Baikanji, because of the cover of the rabbit hat, she kept her head down and her eyes flicked upward, staring very seriously at the picture on the TV. A blush gradually appeared on her face as well, and when she saw the scene on the screen, her little heart fluttered and accelerated, her mind unconsciously brainstorming. For an hour, neither spoke. Soon, Lono's cell phone made an alarm sound. "Get up quickly. If you don't get up, you won't be able to make it to sister's morning run." Su White Kanji. A panic visible to the naked eye appeared on Lono's face. He stood up and hurriedly said, "The soup is ready. I'll bring it out." Lono turned off the alarm, then hurriedly got up and headed to the kitchen. Shame on me for forgetting to change the alarm clock ringtone. Looking at his figure, the corners of Su Baijiao's mouth rose slightly. This elementary school kid's alarm clock ringtone still hasn't changed. The last time Luo Yi got drunk and slept on the floor of the living room, Su Baijiao had already heard it. She was just a little surprised that an alarm clock would be used to make a soup. It wasn't long before Luo Yi walked out with the black chicken soup. He was holding the pot with a rag, but one hand had burn marks on it. Luo Yi sat down at the dining table and dropped the rag on the table, and after noticing the burns on his fingers, Su Baijiao guessed what had just happened in the kitchen. The kid more than likely went straight to the end of his hand and then got burned, which led him to pick up a rag. "Hokage, the soup is ready for dinner." Su Baikanji didn't say anything. She stood up from the sofa and went into her room to find the small medicine box. Her BFF is a doctor and influenced by her. It's not uncommon to have a small medicine cabinet in the house. Su Baikanji found the external medication. She came to Luo Ye's front and said softly, "Reach out." "Oh." Knowing what his senior sister wanted to do, Luo Yi obediently put his hand out. Su Baikanji grabbed Luo Ye's hand, squatted down, and gave him medicine, all the while whispering, "Gross." At those words, Luo Yi froze. Afterward, he looked at the fairy school sister's absolutely beautiful face and couldn't help but say, "Sister, you're so pretty." Su Baikanji's movements lurched, and a hint of shyness appeared on her face, but it was quickly hidden. Cut. Is so good at talking. Chapter 72. Only sister says it's delicious. Luo Ye's burned place was bandaged by Su Bai Porridge, and a very delicate bow was tied on it. He looked at his tightly wrapped palm and couldn't help but say, "Sister, I only have one finger burned." "Well, what's the problem?" Su Baikanji looked at him expressionlessly. "No, schoolmarm wrapped it really well. Next time I'll look for schoolmarm again." At those words, Su Baijiao nodded. "If you can talk, talk more, she likes it." Lanaroi made dinner today. Knowing that usually at home, the sister-in-law who was closest to Luo Yi didn't have this treatment, he had never cooked at home, and once in a while he was unabashedly ridiculed and denigrated by his sister-in-law and cousin because it was dark cuisine. That's why Lono never cooks. And today's chicken soup was the most serious Lono had ever been about his cooking. Su Baikanji served a bowl, and in Luo Ye's expectant gaze, he first tasted a mouthful of soup. Lono's eyes were wide with fear that his senior sister would frown. However, the fairy school sister then took a second and then a third sip. Soon, the bowl of chicken soup was finished. Little stars appeared in Luo Yi's eyes, looking at Su by porridge as if he was looking at a life savior. No, it should be said that it is a great hero of the absolute world. The emotions that filled his eyes could even be described as great. It all made Su Baijiao look embarrassed. Is it good, sister? Upon hearing this, Su Bai Kanji hesitated for a moment and gave a professional evaluation. It doesn't taste good. As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Ye's pompous expression froze on his face. He tasted it in disbelief. Sure enough, the flavors were a bit bland, and while it did taste like chicken soup, it really wasn't much of a gourmet meal. If my sister-in-law ate something like this, I'm afraid she'd say on the spot, "Baby nephew, it's so well done, don't make it again." He did it so seriously for a whole 2.5 hours and specially requested the bigwigs of the book group, and it still didn't work. It looked like he really didn't have any talent when it came to cooking. But, as the conversation turned, Su Bai Kanji added lightly, "It's quite tasty." The flavor wasn't great, but it was pretty tasty. This evaluation, inconsistent and contradictory, however, only Su Bai porridge in the world could give such an evaluation. Luo Yi looked at her, shook his head and said, "Don't need to comfort me, sister. I will order a takeout. These will be poured." "No, poured and wasted. I will take it back to my roommate to eat." Luo Yi picked up the chicken soup and was ready to leave. Seeing this, Su Baijiao frowned and said, "Put it down." "Ha!" Lono's movements paused and he dutifully put the chicken soup back on the table. "I'm hungry, we'll eat." After saying that, Su Bai Kanji continued to drink. Such an action moved Luo Ye's heart a bunch. "Sister, it's amazing that something so hard to drink could even last long enough to be drunk for his comfort. So touching. He'll never do it again, the cooking aspect of it, he'll never touch it again, and the next time his schoolmates come to visit their relatives, he'll order takeout. Never condescend to a schoolmate." All day today, Luo Yi stayed at the teacher's apartment and accompanied his schoolmate to watch TV on the sofa in the living room. In the evening, after seeing his senior sister return to her room, Luo Yi was also ready to go back to his dormitory. It wasn't that he didn't want to live in the teacher's apartment, but the student dormitory had a bed check at 10:30 p.m., so the only time he can stay here is when he's on vacation. Luo Yi stood at the doorway of Fairy School Sister's room and said, "School Sister, go to bed early, haha. I'll bring you breakfast in the morning." After saying that, Luo Yi hurriedly rushed towards the direction of the dormitory. Before he left, he also boiled water for his schoolmate. The men's dormitory building, Luo Yi went to the hostess aunt to pin the bed, and then returned to 515. At this moment, Wang de Hammer was as if he was about to karate, lying on his own bed with his eyes lifeless, looking listless. He seemed to be trying to sleep, but couldn't get any sleep. Luo Yi thought that he had come back late enough, but he didn't expect that Wang de Hammer was the only one in the dormitory. "Hammer, where's the star with the coach?" Wang Sledgehammer looked at Luo Yi and said with a bored face, "The coach was called away by the counselor and hasn't come back yet. And that guy Shin Xiao, I don't know, should have gone to work part-time." Part-time? The male star actually went part-time. It was only the second month of the first semester of their freshman year. They had only just secured their footing inside the school, breaking away from the title of freshman, and Shin Xiao was going to work part-time at this? Lono thought of the scene he had seen earlier at the hospital. Shin Xiao's girlfriend, a vegetable. At the same time, the car accident also left her without both parents, and now it's a hot potato, and no one wants to pay the medical bills. But she was in the hospital, spending money every day, and it had been Shin Xiao who had begged her parents to pay the medical bills. But before the 7-day-long vacation, Shin Xiao's quarrel with her family should also be because of this matter. Now that the male celebrity is going part-time, does that mean that the family won't pay for his girlfriend's medical bills anymore? Standing on the parents' point of view, in fact, there is nothing wrong. After all, Shin Xiao's girlfriend is not related to them, and is not a formal daughter-in-law. Of course they want Shin Xiao to change. Lono returned to his bed. Wang Sledgehammer looked at the ceiling with empty eyes. Boring, so boring. He, Wang Sledgehammer, was reduced to guarding the dormitory alone. It didn't take long for Li Haoyang to come back. After another moment, Shin Xiao sent a message in the dormitory group, saying that the door to the men's dormitory was already closed, and asked them to go to the dormitory manager to open the door. Luo Yi got up and left the dormitory, ran from the 5th floor to the 1st floor, knocked on the 1st floor hostess aunt's window and said, "Auntie, open the door. My roommate is outside." Auntie was woken up, She angrily opened the window and pointed at her watch. What time is it? What time is it? It's 10 minutes past 12. Can you have some sense of time? I'm sorry. It's really an emergency that I'm so late. Don't be angry, Auntie. I'll go back and talk to him properly. Humph. This is the last time. Auntie opened the door despite her angry face. Outside the door, Xin Xiao looked full of labor, and when he saw Luo Yi, he smiled faintly and said, Thank you. You're welcome. Get some rest when you get back. Auntie saw that Xin Xiao was so handsome, and that bit of complaint in her heart disappeared, and even canceled Xin Xiao's bedding and didn't make things difficult for him. After returning to the dormitory, Xin Xiao lay down on the bed and slept directly. Early the next morning, Luo Yi and Li Haoyang woke up at the same time. Except for Hell Monday, none of the remaining 4 days of classes were full, and there was free time every day. Still, they had early classes today, 1 in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. Wang's sledgehammer and Xin Xiao were still asleep. Luo Yi and Li Haoyang went to the playground together after washing up separately. Chapter 73, Of Course It's Me. The fairy schoolmistress didn't show up for today's morning run. Of course, it's only unusual for her to come, after all, to a relative. After running, Luo Yi went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast and then went to the teacher's apartment to deliver it to his senior sister. Opening the door of family building 614, Luo Yi shouted in a low voice, Sister! After realizing that no one was responding, Luo Yi walked in softly. I think Hokage is still sleeping. Luo Yi placed his breakfast on the table and then looked at the time, and after realizing that class was about to start, he hurriedly walked in the direction of the classroom. It's already Wednesday, and next Tuesday is the opening ceremony of the games. Time was short, and Lono seized every spare moment to get in shape. Though he knew that in just half a month's time, even if a miracle happened, it wouldn't necessarily change anything. But he's also going to do his best to finish the job. Sister had promised him that he could have a reward, so what reason did he have not to work hard? As soon as the afternoon class was over, Lono came to the playground with all guns blazing. At this time, the track club's daily practice also happened to be underway. Because of the proximity of the games, there are a lot of people running laps on the playground at this time of year, and those who have signed up for the program practice a little on the playground before the games. And Lono was already familiar with even the track club because he came over to run laps every day on time and on the dot. He even invited Luo Yi to join the athletics club for training because he was familiar with him. Meng Chao, the president of the athletics club, liked people like Luo Yi who could persevere, although in his eyes Luo Yi's sports cells were pitifully small. At this point, Lono was invited by the track club to run behind them. But running is just a warm-up for the track club, but for Lono it's already the pinnacle. There's still a big gap between the average person and these sports enthusiasts, as well as professional athletes. These gaps need to be bridged by talent in addition to consistent training day in and day out. After running, Yu Qiuyu squatted in front of Luo Yi and asked, Classmate, you're working so hard, did you set any flags? Aha! Lono said, I promised someone else I'd take the top 3 in the 3,000 meters. Hearing this, Yu Qiuyu revealed a surprised expression. She looked at Luo Yi and couldn't help but say, Top 3? You know we have 3 people from the track and field club to participate, and besides the track and field club, there are also crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the school, and there are already more than 60 people who have signed up. The top 3, to be honest, apart from the president, even we don't have the confidence to do so. With over 60 people, it would be a mess to run together. There will also be a lot of people who give up in the middle of the process. Lono remembers what coach told him. The only shortcut to long-distance running is persistence. Lono wiped off his sweat, stood up from the lawn, and went back to running laps. It was the only thing he could do. Seeing this one-dimensional youth, Yu Qiuyu also revealed an expression of admiration. It's obvious that he wants to get a ranking, and that flag he set is important to him. On the other side of the playground, Lu Bingxin and Tang Enki, as well as the other 2 girls from the same class, were also exercising. They had all participated in the games and were now adapting here. But they stopped running after only 2 or 3 laps after all. It's not like they signed up for a long run. Seeing Luo Yi running back and forth for a dozen laps, Lu Bingxin was surprised. Kiki, is your high school friend crazy? Don Enki. She didn't say anything, but she did know Luo Yi as a person. Therefore, she knew that it was absolutely impossible for Luo Yi to fight so desperately for his own sake. The kind of person he is, to go and do something seriously that doesn't interest him, must be doing it for someone else. This kind of behavior seems childish to Tang Enki. In other words, there was a time when Lono would have felt childish when he treated her like this. But now seeing Luo Yi for other people like this, Tang Enki's heart will actually appear a trace of envy. People get stuck with things that are unavailable to them at a young age for the rest of their lives. It's regrettable. And what is regret? It's the things you miss when you're young that you regret. Tang Enki's heart was bitter. She didn't know how to describe her feelings at this time. She only knew that she somewhat wanted to cry now, but she couldn't cry out in front of the others. She wanted everyone to know that she had no regrets, and only then could she find a shred of comfort in her heart. Who made her a high-spirited person at heart. Tang Enki left the playground alone, not even bothering with Lu Bingxin. Outside the playground, Tang Enki, who was in a bad mood, saw a lot of people gathered not far away. But she wasn't in a hilarious mood right now, so she simply passed by. Don Enki. Suddenly, she heard someone call her name and subconsciously looked over. It's just that Gao Yuming is wearing a pricey outfit, holding roses, and wearing a designer hand watch on his wrist. The keys to the sports car were particularly eye-catching, especially hanging out of his waist pocket. Under everyone's gaze, he walked out from the crowd and handed Tang Enki the roses in his hand, with a bright smile on his face, saying, "Be my girlfriend." Tang Enki watched the scene with an expressionless face. Seeing no response from the other party, Gao Yuming repeated, "Be my girlfriend." Tang Enki was already so depressed that she wanted to cry, and when she saw Gao Yuming at this moment, she lost control of her emotions and said, "Can you stop bugging me?" After saying that, she quickened her pace and left the place. Gao Yuming froze in place. The people around them also showed mocking expressions. So what if he's a rich kid, but he's still being rejected by others without mercy? He didn't care, much less get angry, but smiled bitterly, then exhaled deeply to regulate his mood, turned around and left silently. The interlude over here didn't affect the playground. Luo Yi hadn't left the playground until the end of the athletic club's club activities. He sat down on the lawn and looked at the gradually dimming sky with a pensive expression. That cloud looks like a fairy schoolgirl. After sitting for a while, he stood up, ready to go back to his dormitory, but suddenly realized that there was a familiar figure sitting not far away. The figure was wearing a white hat with two bunny ears dangling from the top of it, and looked a little cute and cuddly. At the moment, she was wearing fluffy white pajamas that matched her hat perfectly as well. Something looks familiar. Can't be the fairy sisters, can it? Luo Yi curiously walked over and around to her, realizing that this cute little thing was really a fairy schoolmate. "Hokage? Why are you here? Still in your pajamas? When did you get here?" Luo Yi squatted down in front of her and looked at the fluffy little bunny, only to see Su by Kanji look at Luo Yi expressionlessly and said faintly, "I don't know. Forgot." It was slightly cooler at this time, and Fairy Sister's pajamas were so thick that she didn't feel cold. "Sister, aren't you afraid of being recognized when you sit in the playground like this?" Hearing this, Su Baijo faintly asked back, "Who can recognize it?" The statement, too, did put Lono on the spot. And yes, who would have thought that the high-flying schoolgirl would be sitting on the lawn of the playground in her thick one-piece pajamas and cute, adorable bunny ear hat? But Luo Yi still thought of someone and immediately said, "That would be me, of course." Chapter 74, The Riddler. "Then you're really smart," Su Bai Kanji said expressionlessly, looking at her sitting on the playground. Luo Yi couldn't help but ask, "Sister, what are you doing?" Upon hearing this, Su Baijiao said indifferently, "Someone hasn't asked me to memorize 20 pages of knowledge for today." Hearing this, Luo Ye's originally innocent face froze. His expression turned dark. He had forgotten about it, and he still had to get his schoolmates to memorize 20 pages of basic computer theory every day. He'd memorized 20 pages yesterday and refreshed today. Thinking of this, Luo Yi sighed and hung his head. "I understand. Let's go, senior sister." "Aha!" Looking at Luo Ye's aggrieved little expression, Su Bai Kanji wanted to laugh in her heart, but on the surface she still had a stern expression. This matter can't be sloppy. Failing college is a very troublesome thing, and with Luo Ye's current amount of knowledge, there is a high probability that he will fail. Unless, of course, he cheated on the final exam. Although, it's kind of common for things like college finals to happen, and even some teachers turn a blind eye. But it's just a matter of chance, and you can't bet on the outcome. Lono followed the bunny and dutifully left the playground. In the playground, Yuchoyu, who saw this scene, sighed, "Luo Yi student is really fast. She has a boyfriend in less than 2 months of school." On the side, President Meng Chao said breathlessly, "He's a guy. That's a girlfriend." "Oh, sorry for the slip of the tongue, President. Who is that girl? Meng Chao also took a serious look. He then shook his head, indicating that he didn't see it either. You like Luo Yi? Hearing this, Yu Qiuyu froze. Soon, she hastily shook her head and said, How can Lu? I just think he is very good. Ha 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 ha. Take it easy, I'm just kidding. This little girl was so scared that she spoke in the dirt. So who do you like? You're the apple of our eye in the track club. Tell us and the president will give you advice. Seeing Meng Chao's enthusiastic face, Yu Qiuyu laughed to himself. I'm dark and ugly. Who would like me? Don't say that. Our Xiao Yu's charm is something that ordinary people can't find. Meng Chao patted Yu Qiuyu's head, just like coaxing a child. On the other hand, as soon as Luo Yi entered the door, he sat down on the sofa with his butt, opened the book on the coffee table, and began to memorize it. By the time he had finished memorizing, it was after 8 p.m. Not only did he eat at the family building, but he also took a shower along the way. When he returned to the dormitory, he saw Wang Dehammer lying on the bed, revealing the exact same expression as yesterday. Seeing this, Luo Ye's heart was overwhelmed with heartache. How did that unstoppable sledgehammer become like this? Wild child. Renewed life. Wang's sledgehammer stretched out his hand tremblingly towards Luo Yi. The latter's face changed and he instantly understood. He pulled out his cell phone, tapped on Godspell, and played it at maximum volume. Kini is too beautiful. Kini is just too beautiful. Hearing this charming voice, Wang's sledgehammer, full of blood, leapt off the bed and gave Luo Yi a jump on the spot. He then pulled the basketball out from under the bed and said excitedly, Go, play ball, go. The two hooked up and left from the dormitory. As he descended the stairs, Wang's sledgehammer's nose twitched, and he leaned in close on Luo Ye's shoulder, sniffing hard. No, wild child, why do you smell so good? Because I took a shower. Hearing this, Wang Dehammer pushed Luo Yi away, looking at Luo Yi as if he was looking at a negative man. There's no body wash that smells like that in the dormitory, and I haven't seen you showering, so where did you do it? Then of course it's somewhere else. Luo Yi smiled mysteriously and didn't tell Wang Dehammer at all. At this time, Wang Dehammer's mood was simply the boys' version of Qin Yuan, and he was about to go crazy. Riddlers, all of them should get the hell off the planet. The two made their way to the ping-pong court. At this time, on the public seats next to the dugout, two figures, one tall and one short, one thin and one fat, were sitting on the left and right sides of the bench, holding cigarettes and looking very handsome through the moonlight. Seeing Wang's sledgehammer and Luo Yi, the two stomped out their cigarettes, and the short and fat Lu Guangfu got up and said, Men's doubles, 3 out of 5 games, 11 balls per game. Hearing this, Wang's sledgehammer said angrily, Play your sister's ping-pong. I've brought all the basketballs. Hammer, I said play ball. I didn't say what kind of ball. You're the one who was careless. Lu Guangfu's expression at this moment was even more obscene than Wang Dehammer. Ping-pong is ping-pong. You hammer take you 2 little caramels as usual. The two opponents had already brought 4 ping-pong paddles, so it was perfectly adequate. Luo Yi was in a group with Wang Dehammer and Lu Guangfu was in a group with Wang Kai. Don't say it, they were surprisingly good together as one tall and one short. Lono, racket in hand, scored first with a direct snap. But it didn't take long for the duo to reel off 3 straight points to bring the score down to 1-3. In the end, Wang's sledgehammer was incomparably stifled as they lost. Got the balls to play basketball? Che, basketball and you win? Lu Guangfu said disdainfully. Playing ball is fine, 3-on-3. You and I each call one person. But there is a condition, you must call a girl. What? Wang's sledgehammer immediately argued with Lu Guangfu. Because neither one of them can call out girls, and the conditions they've just been on are clearly hurting each other. Suddenly, a message tone came from Wang's sledgehammer's cell phone. Why Yu Qiuyu? Playing ball? Seeing this, Wang Dehammer's face was happy, and he made a face at Lu Guangfu and even spat out his tongue, looking very beaten up. You hammer can call out to girls, can you? Can you call out? Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Lu Guangfu's face went black. If he had known just now, he wouldn't have mentioned this kind of condition. It was simply like lifting a stone and stoning his own foot. Wang Kai and Luo Yi both revealed speechless expressions beside him. Childish. Shame on you. When Yu Qiuyu came, Li Haoyang also vacated his time. Rounding up to 6, the crowd headed to the field to play. Yu joins the tall and short combo as she stands in the middle, much like the douchey female villain who leads the retarded duo. There is no basketball tournament at the games, but one will be held soon after the games. But the sports events were table tennis and badminton. Lono didn't sign up, even though he was all school in table tennis boys singles in elementary school. But so what, it didn't stop him from playing ping pong in college. The two weren't even on the same level and he didn't want to participate, nor was he interested in doing so. After the fight, a few people sat under the basketball rim to rest, and Yu Chuyu curiously asked, Luo Yi, who was that girl at the playground tonight? Your girlfriend. As soon as the words fell, Wang de Hammer's gaze became incomparably sharp, his eyes glaring like copper bells for a moment as he looked at Luo Yi. Luo Yi glanced at Yu Chuyu and gave her a look. The latter instantly reacted and returned the same look to Luo Yi. I get it. Isn't that your goddess? Little man still hiding. But King Sledgehammer was on the verge of breaking down. Even if the Riddler is fine, why does he have an encrypted call? The same interests can make people fast friends, like playing basketball. After 2 fights, Yu Chuyu had thoroughly integrated into the circle of several boys. Chapter 75, The Fool. A few days passed quietly. Another hell of a Monday. Luo Ye's face was full of pain, as if he had been smoothed out by life, and it looked as if even his soul had been drained out of him. During this time, he suffered both physically and mentally. 20 pages of memorization of knowledge every day, coupled with the long-distance running training that persisted every day. Finally, the field day is tomorrow. Just why the games are not today? Why don't you offset the damn full-class Mondays? Looking at the way Professor Li Ping stood on the podium, Luo Yi knew that his next question was going to be about himself. Class rep, answer the question. Sure enough. Luo Yi sighed and stood up amidst the gloating expressions of Wang de Hammer and Li Haoyang. Teacher, Lono had wanted to say he wouldn't, but upon seeing the question on the board, he froze. This question? He will He had memorized it in a book. Luo Yi immediately recited the standard answer, full of confidence, as if he was off the hook. Wang Sledgehammer and Li Haoyang were both stunned. Even Professor Li Ping pushed up his presbyopic glasses and glanced at Luo Yi in surprise. What's going on? Can't it be that this kid has suddenly opened up his veins? Good. That's right, sit down. After class, Lono became alive and well, and as soon as he passed his computer science class, he simmered down. There were still 2 more classes to go, but for Lono, the day was over. After all, having survived the hardest, the rest are minor and completely negligible. So the day passed quickly as well. The next day, at 6 in the morning, Lono opened his eyes. The opening ceremony for the games is at 10 a.m., and I'm told there will be a fancy show then. But it didn't matter. Luo Yi had only signed up for a 3,000-meter run, a race that didn't start until tomorrow afternoon. So the first day of the games was the equivalent of a vacation for him. But he made his way to the playground audience because the first event to begin was the first elimination round of the 60-meter dash. For this project, Fairy Sister signed up. She signed up for the 60 meters, the 800 meters, and the 3,000 meters. It should be said that the fairy schoolmistress had not participated in the games for 2 years in college, and when she did, it was such a big deal. 2 long runs, 1 short run. After the opening ceremony, there weren't many people in the audience. After all, this is a college sporting event, and it's not going to be mandatory for every class to watch like it is in high school and middle school. Since it is not mandatory, who wants to watch any sports games? A 3-day field day is a 3-day vacation. Doesn't a vacation smell good? On the lawn of the playground at this time, there were many small tents standing, with resting areas for the athletes, logistic areas, and a team of judges and staff made up of the student body. Although there weren't many people in the auditorium, the playground was bustling, with hundreds of people from all the departments of the student union combined, all concentrated here. Luo Yi, Li Haoyang, and Xin Chao sat in the audience and waited for the start of the men's 100 meters. Because Wang Sledgehammer signed up for the program. He had purposely worn a sports outfit, as well as running shoes he had treasured for years, and was warming up on track 2. Jumping clown, Li Haoyang commented without mercy. And Xin Xiao had already lifted his cell phone and turned on the video, recording the entire process of Wang Sledgehammer's run. Only Wang Sledgehammer had a 250 attached to his back, meaning he is the athlete with number 250 among all the participants in the games. It was a coincidence that the number was literally customized for him. With the sound of a gunshot, Wang Sledgehammer pulled out his legs and scampered away from the starting point, quickly crossing the finish line. The 100 meters is short, just a matter of 10 seconds or so. 6 circuits, the top 2 can advance to the next round. Wang Sledgehammer was very lucky, There were no experts in the group, surprisingly letting this kid take the first place. Xin Xiao revealed a disappointed expression and deleted the video she had just recorded. Wang Sledgehammer sat dashingly next to the trio, his face all happy. "Are you Hammer handsome?" "Just lucky," Xin Xiao said. The remaining two nodded. The second group is next, and these events are faculty-based with the exception of the 3,000 meters, which is faculty unlimited and voluntary. After a long wait, it was finally the turn of the women's 60 meters. In the first round, you crushed strongly and took away the first group's first place, making him the favorite to win the championship. It wasn't until the fourth round that Luo Yi finally saw the fairy school sisters figure. The audience was sparse, but 70 or 80 people were still there. Everyone was stunned to see the figure standing on runway 3. Who was the girl with the ponytail and all black baggy clothes? Why is it so beautiful? Wait, that looks familiar. Some people guessed her identity and looked surprised. No one had said that Su Baikanji would also participate in this games, but her appearance here at this time was undoubtedly the biggest surprise. Soon after, some staff members broke the news about the program she was participating in. In addition to the 60 meters, there are also 800 meters and 3,000 meters. As soon as this message came out, it went up on the confession wall. Su Baekgrul took second place in Group 4 and also made it to the second round. And knowing that Su Baikanji participated in the games, the audience gradually increased. Even though it was an unattainable iceberg goddess, it was also very eye-pleasing to look at from afar. At some point, in the audience, other than Xin Xiao who was smiling, the other two pulled away from Luo Yi. Just now, when Su Baikanji started to run, Luo Yi was the loudest shouting in the entire audience, almost overpowering the sound of the host's microphone. "This kid has no face. It's embarrassing." Even Su Baikanji was in the lead at the beginning and was eventually overtaken into second place. And they had reason to suspect that this iceberg goddess was intimidated by Luo Ye's voice. Wang Sledgehammer said cheaply from the side, "You kid, you're an avid fan of Su Bai Porridge, right? Coincidentally, so am I." At this time, the number of people in the audience was increasing. From 70 to 80 people at the beginning, there were now 300 to 400 people. Ever since Su Baikanji stepped down as the student president, this iceberg goddess rarely appeared in the school. Recently, the face of the school has become Tang Enki, about the figure of the iceberg goddess people have not seen for a long time. The iceberg goddess proved to be popular. After the run, Su Bai Porridge stayed on the lawn to watch the other groups compete, and then walked towards the athletes' rest area. Qin Yuan trotted over with a bottle of mineral water and said excitedly, "It's so awesome, Porridge. Look at the audience. From the confession wall announcing your participation in the games, in less than half an hour, the number of people has increased by 4 or 5 times. It's so exaggerated, you're like a starlet." At those words, Su Baikanji looked towards the audience. The crowd had gotten bigger, but she remembered where Lono was. Thinking of the way his elementary school brother had just shouted cheering frantically from above, Su Bai Porridge murmured, "Silly." Chapter 76. Why doesn't the iceberg goddess leave? Wang Sledgehammer was eliminated in the second round. Dormitory 515 dispersed in place and went back to their homes. Li Haoyang went to the student union to help out, and as class president, he naturally acted as a logistical role for the athletes in the computer science department. Xin Xiao left JNU and should be working part-time again. Wang Sledgehammer stayed on the playground to look at the beautiful women. The women's track and field competition can be a beautiful landscape. Lono tries to leave, but Hammer won't let him. He could only sit helplessly in the spectator's seat, looking at the athletes' rest area with a bitter face, searching for the fairy school sister's figure. There was no program for him today. He had come to the playground purely to see his schoolmate. Now that his schoolmate is temporarily without a program, he has long wanted to run away. It didn't take long for the second round of the women's 60 meters to begin. Lono stood up. The Wang Sledgehammer on the side seemed to have sensed something. His face changed and he hurriedly pulled away from Luo Yi. But the auditorium is not the same as it was before. With Su Baikanji holding down the fort, the number of people is now close to 1,000. When Su Baijiao started to run, there were many people besides Luo Yi shouting cheers for her, which made Luo Yi less embarrassed. There weren't many girls who could run faster than Su Baikanji. As long as they didn't meet Yu Qiuyu, almost no one could outrun her. Come to think of it, I heard from my uncle that fairy school sister grew up inside the village when she was a child, and at that time her body didn't grow and her face was like a tomboy. Su Baikanji ran around the village every day, even holding a goose with one hand, stepping on the old yellow dog at the head of the village, and shooting the freshly laid eggs of the neighbors' hens with a slingshot. A real village bully. I can't imagine that fairy schoolgirl was so naughty as a child. It's lovely to think about. But if Su Bai Porridge knew that his uncle had even told Luo Yi about this, he would more than likely go back and scold Fan Jian. Coupled with the morning run at the university, sister was still a pretty fast runner, at the very least better than most people. In the second round, Su Bai Porridge won the first place in the group and cleanly entered the third round, and when the third round was over, it was the final round of the final. Most of the people in the audience were surprised to see Su Bai Porridge run first place. No one had expected that the high cool school flower, Su Baijiu, was not only the talented girl of the computer department and the former president of the student union, but even her sports cells were so excellent. Is there anything in the world that she wouldn't know how to do? It's amazing that such a perfect girl has been single in college for over 2 full years. The crowd showed chagrin. I don't blame Su Bai Porridge for not being able to look at men, I just blame them for not being good enough to get into Su Bai Porridge's eyes. At this time, the morning's competition program was declared completely over. A group of girls in pretty dresses made their way to the track and the playground played support music. The varsity cheerleaders, they're starting to dance in support. The person leading the group was, surprisingly, Qin Yuan. Seeing her, Wang Dehammer's eyes went straight and instantly stood up, saying excitedly to Luo Yi, "My goddess, my goddess." Seeing this, Luo Yi moved to the side and pulled away from Wang Dehammer. Peak to peak, it's your turn, Hammer, to be disliked. After the cheerleaders finished their dance, the morning came to a complete end. The afternoon program starts at 3 o'clock, while the women's 60-meter final starts tomorrow. In other words, the playground is no longer Lono's business. He decided that he would go back to his dorm room and play games in the afternoon, and then prepare for tomorrow's 3,000-meter run. Luo Yi walked towards the third cafeteria with Wang Dehammer. The third cafeteria was overcrowded at this time, and there were long white legs everywhere. Although the weather is turning cooler, everyone wants to be the brightest cub on the playground, showing off their body if they have one, and showing off their face if they have one. Only Su Bai Porridge, after running his own project, the whole person was like disappearing. The only one who knew was Lono, who put on her hat after the run and went to the gallery to watch the race with everyone else in the corner. At this time, Su Bai Kanji was also in the cafeteria, eating lunch with Qin Yuan. Tables in college cafeterias are basically tables for 6. While Qin Yuan and Su Bai Porridge sat at one of the tables, the remaining 4 seats were empty. Although at this moment, Su Bai Kanji was wearing a black duck-tongued cap and could only see a lower half of her face, but just by doing so, her stunning appearance could already be seen. Coupled with the fact that she was sitting across from Qin Yuan, it wasn't hard to guess that she was the iceberg goddess Su Baizhu. That's why no one dares to sit at their table. The main reason is that I'm afraid of being embarrassed. It's not that no one has sat on it before, but it's downright embarrassing when you sit on it and then people get up and leave before they finish their meal. And at this point, the girls and most of the boys were packed into the third cafeteria, making the first cafeteria next to the men's dormitory look a little pathetic. After Wang Dehammer finished buying his meal and realized that there were no seats, he directly walked towards Qin Yuan's table. The crowd gave a thumbs up at the sight of this warrior. A model for my generation. Thick burials. Only Wang's sledgehammer sat next to Qin Yuan as if nothing had happened. Table for 6 with a seat in the center, they sat on each side. For Wang Dehammer, although he liked to look at beautiful women, but how could a regional beauty be more important than eating? There was an empty seat here, so he took it, that's all, for no particular reason. Even though Qin Yuan was his goddess, when he really stayed next to her, he just treated the other party as a stranger. He could still tell the difference between fantasy and reality. Seeing someone sitting next to her, Qin Yuan glanced at him, then frowned. "Porridge? Let's pack up and go back?" "I haven't finished eating," Su Bai Kanji said indifferently. Not far away, Luo Yi was carrying a bowl of noodles, looking around in confusion. There were so many people, he got lost in the cafeteria. "Where's Hammer? Where did Hammer go?" Wang's sledgehammer stood up and waved at Luo Yi. Upon seeing him, Lono walked towards him. As he walked, he realized that in front of the table where Wang Dehammer was sitting, the fairy school sister was also there. Did this kid do it on purpose? Luo Yi sat down stiffly next to Su Baijiu, again with a seat between them. Seeing this, the others around them were stunned. Another warrior. But why does something feel wrong? Why isn't the iceberg goddess leaving yet? "Hammer, why are you sitting here?" Luo Yi asked in a low voice. "There are seats right here, look where else." Lono looked around and realized that this was indeed the case. "It's you." Qin Yuan looked at Luo Yi and seemed to have thought of something. She couldn't help but say, "I knew you were painting a picture, Last time you said something about treating me to dinner to make it up to me. How long has it been? At those words, Wang Sledgehammer's eyes widened as he looked at Luo Yi incredulously. That look, even though he didn't say anything, Luo Yi already knew what he wanted to say. You actually know Qin Yuan? Chapter 77. I'm not alone anymore. Senior Qin, I forgot. Lono said with embarrassment. It wasn't that he didn't want a treat, but he really didn't have the time. Recently, he had either been running or going to the teacher's apartment to memorize knowledge points, and he hadn't even sent a single message to academic Sister Qin. That's just it. I'm not going to bother with you as an elementary school student. Saying that, Qin Yuan looked at Su Baijiao. Thinking about what happened last time, she suddenly realized that her good roommate's failure to resist the boy's approach this time was most likely because of Luo Yi. Wonderful. Finally, a new continent has been discovered by my Miss Qin Yuan. She scanned back and forth between Luo Yi and Su Baikanji's two bodies with her thieving eyes. But because she was a beautiful woman, this action didn't look obscene, but rather somewhat cute. Wang de Hammer had been eating his meal with a stuffy head, glancing at Luo Yi every now and then as if he was looking at a stranger. It didn't take long for Su Baikanji to finish. She glanced at Luo Yi with a flat face, then got up and prepared to leave. Seeing Su Baito about to leave, Qin Yuan followed. When the two left, the cafeteria crowd looked at Luo Yi and Wang de Hammer with admiration. It's like a dragon slayer, returning in triumph. Su Baikanji was indeed also very popular in the beginning and was pursued by many people, but after knowing her character, by now not many people were actually pursuing her anymore. When someone is too good for their own good, not too many people actually tend to want to get in touch with her romantically. Just like celebrities, you'll love a celebrity, but it's hard to think romantically about a celebrity. After all, ordinary people are so far removed from the stars. Su Baikanji was the same because of her high and cold temperament, so that when others saw her, they could feel a sense of distance. And right now, everyone was just wondering what kind of person someone like Su Bai Porridge would be if she were to fall in love in the future. Then what kind of person would be able to be with her? That's what most guys think. But girls are different. Contrary to the boys' admiring eyes, they were almost full of hostility. In their eyes, Su Bai Porridge was a heroine, their role model, someone no boy could ever get his hands on. Lono finished eating as if nothing had happened. Feeling the admiration and killing intent around him, Wang Sledgehammer pulled him to leave the cafeteria in a hurry. After returning to the dormitory, Wang de Hammer looked at Luo Yi like he was interrogating a prisoner and said in a condensed voice, "Tell me, how did you come to know Qin Yuan?" Having already been crashed through, Luo Yi could only answer honestly. For example, he has a backstage presence at the school, and Qin Yuan is a student of his backstage bigwig. After hearing this, Wang Sledgehammer was shocked and said, "You kid, you actually took the exam through the back door? What did you say? Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. I got in with real skill." Seeing Luo Ye's appearance, Wang de Hammer skimmed his mouth and said, "I'm just kidding." Afterwards, he looked over with a face full of gossip, wrapped his arm around Luo Ye's shoulder, and sneakily asked in his ear, "So the mysterious senior sister you've been talking about all this time is senior sister Qin Yuan? What did you say? Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but words can't be spoken indiscriminately. I'm innocent with senior sister Qin." Luo Yi repeated what he had just said again, which made Wang de Hammer puzzled. This was strange. He knew that the wild child couldn't possibly lie to him, so this mysterious schoolmate was more than likely not Qin Yuan. But other than Qin Yuan, how could he possibly know any other schoolmates? Could it be that it was a schoolmate from their Chinese dress club? In addition to the clubs, Luo Yi also didn't join the student union, and usually didn't have the chance to know any schoolmates at all. As for whether or not it was Su Bai Porridge, that was the first answer that Wang de Hammer ruled out. How could it be, the last freshman ceremony, Luo Yi just sang a song on the same stage with Su Baikanji, and he was as excited as a child. If he really knew Su Baijiao, how could he have been so excited at that time? Afterwards, Su Baikanji didn't even show up much in school, so Luo Yi had even less chance to get to know him. Wang Sledgehammer thought and thought, but in the end, he still couldn't guess who this person was, so he could only give up. In the afternoon, the two started playing games, and after a while they went to bed. Today, Fairy Sister didn't ask Luo Yi to recite the knowledge points, and Luo Yi wasn't going to go for a run. Tomorrow it was time to run 3,000 meters, so Lono decided to take a full day off today to let the mood relax. By the time he woke up, it was 5 in the afternoon. The playground was very loud, with the stereo making noise at all hours, accompanied by music, and it was very loud. Luo Yi sat up from the bed, and in the dormitory, Wang Dehammer was still sleeping. The sun was about to set and the sky outside the window was getting a little dimmer. The silence in the dormitory was a stark contrast to the bustle outside. A sense of loneliness gradually surged into Luo Ye's heart. It's hard to describe that feeling after waking up from a long nap. Lono felt like his life had become meaningless. Now it had been almost 2 months since he had arrived at JNU. The only cousin went abroad to continue his education, and the roommates each had their own things to do to keep them busy every day. The dormitory became quite empty, and he had nothing to learn. Luo Yi sat on the edge of the bed with his head hanging down, feeling the emptiness in his heart. He decided to pull out his cell phone and swipe through short videos for a while to enrich himself. As a result, as soon as I opened the short video software, the accompaniment of an emo god song came from my phone. Big Data spied on him and he's even more emo now. Suddenly, Lono realized he had a lot of unread messages. There was Li Haoyang's, Su Xiaojia's, and his sister-in-law's. But Luo Yi noticed at a glance that an unread message had also appeared in the top position. The time was half an hour ago when the fairy schoolmarm asked him if he was ready for the 3,000 meters tomorrow. At once, Lono was not alone. Although Jiangcheng was big, it was enough for him to have his schoolmate. Lono, ready to go, promised to get the job done. Fairy scholar. Not top 3, no reward. Lono. Animated emoji cheering duck. I'll cheer. Fairy SHOLMAID. Aha.
落野，学姐也是，今天太飒了，明天一起加油。
Fairy SHOLMAID. Aha. After ending the conversation, Lono looked at the other messages. Li Haoyang asked him if he was in the dormitory, and he didn't have a key. Su Xiaojia asked him where he had been and if he had watched the games. Auntie said she missed him and made a video call, but Lono fell asleep and didn't connect. Seeing this, he returned a video call over to his sister-in-law. As soon as the video was connected, Chun Xiaoman's voice sighed. The kids are so big and winged that they don't even answer my sister-in-law's calls anymore. Hearing this, Luo Yi shivered and hurriedly laughed. How come, Auntie? I didn't hear it when I fell asleep. Don't explain. An explanation is a cover-up. And I don't believe you when you tell me you're sleeping at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, Angie, do you? Woof. Look. Angie doesn't believe it either. Lono. In the video, Angie is a teddy that Lono hates the most. It's just a licking dog raised by my sister-in-law. Chapter 78, A Little Girl's Heart. After hanging up his sister-in-law's phone, Luo Yi patted Wang Dehammer's face. The latter woke up in a daze, wondering, Wild child? It's morning? Well, it's time for class. Still sleeping. If I sleep again, I won't be able to sleep at night. Luo Yi decided to go out and run 2 laps. If he really slept through the day today, then his body would become lazy again tomorrow. At this point in time, the sports events were over, but there were still a lot of people on the playground. And at that moment, it was actually drizzling outside. Those still left on the playground stayed inside their tents to escape the rain, and Lono came over to the student council side to find them eating their boxed lunches. Almost all of the events at the games today were some sort of elimination round, and the later rounds of the semifinals, and the finals are tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so they're going to make a list of the people who advanced today, and make it into a table and announce it tomorrow. Apart from this, there are many other tasks to be handled as well. Lu Zhonglai sat in his seat and looked at his cell phone, while almost all of those in charge of the work were freshman newcomers. Upon seeing Luo Yi, Lu Zhonglai put down his cell phone, greeted him and said, Student Luo Yi, here at the playground again. Huh? Yeah. We're running 3,000 meters tomorrow, President. What are you doing? Seeing that the freshman classmates were almost busy, but he, the student president, was still here leisurely playing with his cell phone, Luo Yi couldn't help but be curious. Of course it's for the newcomers to sharpen themselves. They're the backbone of the student council in the future. Hearing this, Luo Yi became speechless in his heart. You've only just become student president yourself and you've been working for at least a year or so, and you're calling people new. However, he also knew that if even this paper and pencil work had to be done by the student president himself, then the position could be taken by whoever wanted it. Not far away, Li Haoyang is also helping out. Tang Enki's side is in a hurry. Without the guidance of their seniors, they can't do anything. There was also a program for Danj today, but she's been eliminated. Next to Li Haoyang, Su Xiaojia was chattering and would help out every now and then, making the crowd even busier. Luo Yi came to the side of Li Haoyang. The latter was as if he saw a savior, and immediately pulled Su Xiaojia's arm and walked over, pushing this little girl to Luo Yi and instructing, "Keep an eye on this waif, wait for me to finish." At this point, Su Xiaojia was like the little troublemaker who had all sorts of good intentions but screwed it all up. She stood behind Luo Yi in embarrassment and spat out her tongue at Li Haoyang. After Li Haoyang went back to help, Su Xiaojia sighed and said helplessly, "I didn't want this." "I know." Luo Yi brought Su Xiaojia to find a place where there were fewer people to sit. Seeing the latter's sad face, Luo Yi felt like he was taking care of someone else's naughty child at that moment. "Do you really like coaching?" Lono asked suddenly. Hearing this, Su Xiaojia's face flushed red and she hurriedly stood up, rushing towards Luo Yi with a SHH and said, "Keep your voice down, of course it's true. Only you know about it, don't tell him." Lono nodded. "It is because the character is a small child, so it will have this share of frankness. The heart is very honest, which is mixed with a hint of cowardice." Su Xiaojia's character was that of a flower grown in a greenhouse, a young lady who kept her childlike heart, and she wondered how her parents were relieved to let her come here alone from the capital to go to school. Thinking of this, Luo Yi asked curiously, "You're a girl. Are your parents really comfortable with you coming to school so far away?" "Uneasy," Su Xiaojia said with a simple face. "That's why my dad bought a house in Jiangcheng for me to live in, and he also has friends who work in Jiangcheng, so he can usually take care of me." Hearing this, the corner of Luo Ye's mouth twitched. He then asked a redundant question. Seeing him like this, Su Xiaojia had a fussed expression and said, "It's just a 20-square-foot single apartment law. It doesn't have a few dollars." Lono, although Jiangcheng is not as good as the next door to the Magic City, but Hao is also a first-tier city, the average house price of the lowest also have a 10,000 or more. It's outrageous to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on a house directly in the area for your daughter's schooling. What is the coach's virtue? LOL. Lono sighed again. Not to mention the coach. But how could he not be himself? To be able to get acquainted with a fairy schoolgirl, and the same for him, what a virtue. However, a few $100,000, if he's been doing this for so long, he should have earned it. Lono began to count how much he'd gotten in total for the manuscript. At this time, Su Xiaojia asked with a face full of gossip, "Luo Yi, I've seen that schoolmate last time. She's really pretty. You kid is lucky." At those words, Luo Ye's face revealed an expression of surprise. "You've seen it?" "Yeah. I even had dinner with her. And then I realized that she's that high-flying schoolgirl." Su Xiaojia revealed a longing expression. Although she was from a good family, she couldn't help but feel a wave of longing when she saw a girl like Su Baijiao. Also a girl, when will she ever be that handsome? "Yes, I do like school sister Su. Keep it a secret for me," Luo Yi said solemnly. Well, that's a secret between me and you." Su Xiaojia stretched out her small hand, surprisingly wanting to pull the hook. Lono took a step back, his face full of denial. Childish, too childish, how grown up to do this. Seeing the expression of resistance on the other party's face, Su Xiaojia angrily said, "Luo Yi, are you still a brother or not?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi began to change the topic as he looked towards Li Haoyang and said in a somewhat uncertain tone, "Coach seems to be done with his work, eh?" "Zundu." Su Xiaojia ran over there with his ass on the line. Lono smiled helplessly. In fact, Su Xiaojia was still quite cute, and with her around, the coach wouldn't be bored at the very least. Not long after Luo Yi left the playground, Su Baijiao arrived. Seeing her, Lu Jianglai stood up and smiled. "Senior Sister Su, what brings you here?" "I'll take a look." As the previous student president, it made sense for her to come here and inspect the work. However, her gaze was not on Lu Jianglai's body, but rather she looked around. Seeing this, Lu Jianglai contemplated for a moment and tentatively asked, "Senior sister, you're not looking for schoolmate Luo Yi, are you?" Hearing this, a trace of unnaturalness appeared on the face of the high-cooled schoolgirl. She blushed slightly, then said in a serious voice, "No, he just left." Without giving Su Bai Porridge a chance to explain, Lu Jianglai said decisively, "Su White Kanji." Seeing that Su Bai Kanji hadn't left yet, Lu Jianglai asked again, "Sister, you and Luo Yi schoolmate both signed up for the 3,000 meters? Is there any special reason for that?" Upon hearing this, Su Bai Kanji glanced at him and said softly, "It's nothing, just wanting to take the top 3. Top 3, ah. If it's Su White Porridge, it's a real possibility among the girls. Well, good luck to Sister Scholar." Lu Jianglai waved his hand and looked at Su Baijiao's gradually departing back. There was always a feeling that school sister Sue by Kanji's character wasn't as cold as it used to be. It's an illusion. Chapter 79 Go. No-chan. The women's 800-meter run is in the morning, while the 3,000-meter run is in the afternoon. Luo Yi sat in the audience and looked at the fairy schoolmate standing at the starting point, so excited that he stood up directly. Luckily, Wang's sledgehammer strength was so strong that he hard-pressed down on Luo Yi. The two sat in the audience, their eyes earnestly watching the rows of girls on the track. There were 36 girls who participated in the 800 meters. There is only one round of the long run, everyone runs together, and one round determines the winner. With a gunshot, all the girls started running. Yu Qiuyu didn't participate in the 800 meters, so even the girl who ran in first place didn't have a long distance from the second place. There were too many girls, and the audience was looking for Su Baijiao's figure. Only Luo Yi had his eyes on her from the very beginning. Su Baikanji didn't run in the first place at the first time, but she didn't fall out of the first few places either, and kept following the first few people, swimming and running after them. 800 meters in this 400-meter playground is only 2 laps. So almost right off the bat it's going to be a sprint run, and around 200 meters most people's speeds will drop. After running a lap, it was clear that everyone was getting a little tired. There were no professional athletes or sports enthusiasts. Then Su Bai Porridge easily surpassed the few people in front of him and ran into first place in the last 200 meters. Her morning run was persisted for 2 years during the university. Maybe the extreme speed she was not the fastest, but if she spelled endurance, except for those who specialized, no one could beat her. Seeing that fairy school sister ran to the first place, only 100 meters away from the finish line, Wang the Hammer could no longer press Luo Yi. The latter snapped to his feet and held up the sign of support he had made in advance. On it was written, "Go Su Baijiao." 5 big words and 3 big exclamation points. Su White Porridge. Go for it. Su Baijiao. Go for it. This voice was directly heard by Su Baijiao on the runway. She didn't feel embarrassed, and the voice did fill her heart with some unspeakable emotions. The words to describe the emotion would be, she wanted to put her best foot forward for the one who had been watching her. She took 1 step, crossed the finish line and crossed the red line. A large crowd had already gathered at the finish line to greet these athletes for the long run. Qin Yuan was also here, and she opened her arms, wanting to hug Su Baijiao after she crossed the finish line. But Su Baikanji stopped in front of her and looked at her as she assumed the expression of a rock spreading its wings, wondering, "Wen, what are you doing?" Qin Yuan sniffed and awkwardly withdrew her hand. She coughed lightly and feigned bashfulness. "Cough? Congratulations, Porridge, for taking first place." "Aha!" Su Baikanji stood in the middle of the crowd. She raised her head and looked towards the audience. The man too was looking at her. The two of them exchanged glances across a distance of over 100 meters. 800 meters, for her, was just a warm-up for the afternoon. In the audience, Luo Yi saw that his senior sister took the first place, and the whole person was a batch of excitement, as if the one who took the first place was himself. After the excitement, Luo Ye's mood became nervous. In the afternoon, it was the 3,000-meter race. After preparing for so long and finally arriving at this day, Luo Ye's mood was instead a little apprehensive. But, for the sake of the schoolmarm's reward, he must get the top 3 places in this 3,000 meters. After a quick lunch, it was soon 3 p.m. The competition program continued on the second day. Lono went to collect his number. He inherited Wang's sledgehammer's number, which was 250, which Wang's sledgehammer had specially requested the staff of the student union to arrange. "Carrying my number like I've been encouraging my own son, ha 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 ha." Wang's sledgehammer finally couldn't help himself as he sat in the audience, covering his stomach and laughing. There was Luo Ye's competition program, Xin Xiao, and Li Haoyang also came to the audience, and the 3 of them sat side by side, ready to wave the flag for Luo Yi. The flag, made by Wang's sledgehammer. The person waving the flag is Li Haoyang. Xin Xiao, like last time, was in charge of videotaping. The 515 dormitory has a sense of ritual that no one else can envy. Luo Yi stood on the runway, looking at a few conspicuous bags above him, and in his heart, he could only pray that in a while these guys would not be too humiliated. The number of participants in the 3,000 meters is about the same as in the 800 meters. More than 30 boys, and at the same time almost that many in the girls' 3,000 meters, adding up to more than 60. And at this point, in the men's 3,000 meters, there was no separate track, and more than 30 people crowded the starting line, standing in 3 or 4 rows, just waiting for a gunshot. 400 meters of playground, 3,000 meters of long run, 7.5 laps in all. It's a contest of endurance, and it's remarkable that you can keep going. Soon, Lu Zhonglai himself took the starting gun and stood at the edge of the runway. Looking at the athletes in front of him, he shouted, "Ready!" Luoye's heart was incredibly nervous. He looked at the runway in front of him, emptying his brain, thinking of nothing but his ears waiting for the trigger of the starting gun to be pulled. Bang! In front of Lu Zhonglai, more than 30 people stride forward in unison. Athletic Club President Meng Chao is not at all conventional. As a national-level athlete, he started sprinting on the first lap, and in a short time he was half a playground away from second place, leading all the way, leaving the crowd behind him in the dust. This first place is not even in doubt. Even if Meng Chao's speed dropped in the second lap, his average speed was still a bit faster than an average person sprinting at full speed. Lono had been hanging out with the track club for a long time, so he knew the importance of following the runners. He stayed behind the 5 or 6 men in the first echelon, not daring to fall behind. In the audience, Li Haoyang waved the flag and Wang De Hammer even brought a trumpet and was shouting for the wild child to cheer. Su Baikanji was on the lawn in the middle of the playground, her eyes following Luo Yi for a moment. Now Lono is in 8th place. Making a run at the top 3 depends on whether he can pass the guys in front of him in the last 2 laps. It didn't take long for Meng Chao to have finished his run. And in second place, it's still a lap away. Last place, even just after 2 laps. The gap between before and after is so wide and polarized that it's not even in the same subgenre. Some compete for a place while others value participation. No one noticed that the last place was the vice president of the last student council, Wen Jishu. At this point, even Luo Yi pulled away from him by 3 laps. It's almost the last lap. He didn't want to live up to all the hard work he'd put in during this time. Even if he grits his teeth, fights as hard as he can, and squeezes out the last of his stamina, he will sprint to finish the run in the last lap. Lono began to pick up speed and soon passed one person. He was already 5th in the final lap of the sprint. Half a month ago, this was an achievement he couldn't even think about. Today, he is only 2 away from the top 3. He continued to sprint. Not far away, a man was skulking along as if he were taking a walk. He was none other than last place Wen Jishu, and Luo Yi was about to overtake him another lap. He noticed Su Baijiao in the playground, but realized that Su Baijiao's gaze was looking behind him. Wen Jishu turned around and saw the freshman from last time. And the look in Su Baijiao's eyes at this moment was something he had never seen before in the past 2 years. Thinking of this, he gave a resigned expression, and as Lono was about to cross him, he pretended to stumble and fell to the side. Luo Yi, who was sprinting, had a blank mind, with only the runway in front of him. Suddenly, it seemed that he tripped over something and he only felt a twirl in the sky and rolled a few times on the playground, and when he came back to his senses, apart from a burst of pain all over his body, all he could see was the clouds in the sky. The audience let out a look of shock. The fall was so hard that it hurt at first glance. Wang's sledgehammer instantly opened his eyes in anger, jacked up his grapefruit, and started spewing expletives with his horn. "Naya, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Shen Xiao and Li Haoyang were also filled with anger. The trio stormed off from the audience. But someone was closer to Lono and went faster. At some point, Su Baikanji had already arrived next to Luo Yi. Chapter 80. Cute as a button. As he lay on the ground, the only thought that came to Lono's mind was, done. The top 3 are gone. Although his body was hurting right now, compared to his half-month's efforts that had gone down the drain, the pain in his body was far less than the pain in his heart. Lying on the playground, Luo Ye's eyes only had an endless, but beautiful and pretty-looking blue sky with white clouds. And the fairy schoolmarm. Fairy schoolgirl? Where he entered his eyes, Su Baikanji was looking down at himself, his high and cold face revealing obvious worry. "How's it going?" Su Baikanji's tone was filled with worry that could not be hidden. Seeing this expression on the fairy schoolmate's face, as well as a gentle voice that he had rarely heard before, the pain in Luo Ye's heart disappeared into thin air. Although his body ached, the satisfaction of rushing up to the clouds was enough for him to ignore the physical pain. Anyway, happy or sad, the body doesn't matter. And at this time, the other 3 people from dormitory 515 had already arrived and looked at Luo Yi worriedly. Lu Zhonglai, Yu Qiuyu, Su Xiaojia and the others also rushed over this way. Wen Jishu, who is also lying on the ground, is currently unattended. When Wang's sledgehammer saw the large and small wounds on Luo Ye's body, especially on his legs, which had been rubbed bloody by the rubber of the playground, he was immediately heartbroken. Nobuko is the son he's closest to. Thinking of this, Wang's sledgehammer turned around and rushed towards Wen Jishu. Looking at the stance, it seemed like he wanted to kick him. Compared to Luo Yi, Wen Jishu only had a little bruise on his arm, but at this moment, he was crying out, pointing at Luo Yi and accusing, "Such a big playground, you just had to pass by me, and you kicked me, and you can afford to pay for it if I'm kicked and broken? I'll pay for your grandma." Wang's sledgehammer jumped in place and went straight for a flying kick. Luckily, he was stopped by Li Haoyang, who also looked at Wen Jishu angrily and said to Wang the Hammer, "Brother Hammer, this is the playground. So many people are watching. The most urgent thing to do is to send Brother Luo Yi into the medical care room." Upon hearing this, Wang's sledgehammer also calmed down. The three of them hurriedly ran towards the medical room with Luo Yi on their backs. Looking at their backs, Su Baikanji turned her head to look at Wen Jishu. It was also the first time she had looked at the man seriously. Compared to the way she had just looked at Luo Yi, her eyes at this moment became extraordinarily cold, the same way Wen Jishu had never seen before. Su Baikanji's eyes were usually just plain, and very few people had seen her when she was truly indifferent. Today, when Jishu saw it, his heart snapped and he tensed up a bit. Su Baikanji went forward, but just after 2 steps he was blocked by Lu Jianglai. "Sister Su, why don't you go to the medical room as well? I'll take care of it here." Su Baigui gave him a look. The latter smiled faintly and said softly, "You chose me to be your successor. Don't you still believe in my ability? You are also very worried about Luo Yi's school brother, right? Go quickly." Upon hearing this, Su Baikanji faintly said, "Thank you." She then turned and trotted away from the playground. Watching her leave, this was the first time Lu Jianglai had seen her reveal her urgency for someone. It looks like she's really falling for Lono Senpai. A hint of despondency appeared in Lu Jianglai's eyes. But soon, the emotion disappeared and turned into a sigh, then into relief and finally into relief. Perhaps he, too, was once attracted to some dazzling sun. But he knew that that sun didn't belong to him. He was just awed by her light. Now that sun has found the person it wants to shine on. And he, going to be the new sun. Lu Jiang came to Wen Jishu and said with a stern expression, "Chief One, I've always admired you, but in this matter today you've gone too far." "Lu Jianglai, did you only see him fall to the ground? Didn't you see that I was also injured? Moreover, he was behind me in terms of responsibility. It's also him who is greater, he deserves whatever he's hurt to be." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang's eyes towards Wen Jishu went down in complete disappointment. "And you stood up and said, 'What are you talking about?' Anyone who knows anything about track and field knows that that was totally on you just now." "I just fell," he bumped himself up. When Jishu was dead set on this one statement, Yuchoyu wanted to say something else, but she was a bit tongue-tied and simply didn't know how to dislike this guy. Soon, the teacher arrived as well, and when Jishu stood up from the floor when he saw that things were getting worse. By the looks of him, he wasn't even injured enough to warrant a trip to the med bay. On the other side, in the medical room, Lono's leg had been bandaged, but just in case, it still needed to be taken to a nearby hospital for treatment. When Su Baikanji came in, all 3 of Wang the Hammer's men were stunned. Why did the high-flying schoolgirl come to the infirmary? Associated with the series of abnormal behaviors of Su Baikanji just now on the playground, a bold idea arose in Wang the Hammer's mind. "Wild child, you don't know Su Baijiu, do you? They don't look like they know each other well, do they? No way. The sister that the wild child has been pining for all this time can't be Su Baijiu. Can it? That's too surprising." Li Haoyang didn't feel anything. He wasn't interested in this aspect. And Shin Chao revealed an expression as he expected, as if everything was under control. "It's possible that he has broken bones. You guys take him to the surrounding hospitals now. The nearest hospital is the JMSU hospital. I'll call an ambulance to come pick him up," the school doctor said. "No, no, no, no." As soon as he heard the ambulance, Luo Yi lay on the bed almost anxious, and quickly said, "That's too much trouble, this small injury. I'll go by myself." "By yourself?" As soon as the words fell, Luo Yi heard a familiar voice, and his face changed, only to see Su Baikanji walk in. Looking at Luo Yi who was lying on the bed, her eyes had a hint of scrutiny in them. "You're going to the hospital by yourself?" Luo Yi didn't dare to make a sound in the atmosphere, and when he saw Su Bai porridge, he didn't know why, but he felt that whatever he said was wrong. "School sister, the wild child is joking. I'll send him." Wang's sledgehammer patted his chest and said, "I'm the class president. I'll go too." Li Haoyang also said. Shin Xiao didn't say anything, but he was also prepared to go. Without saying a word, the three of them lifted Luo Yi again. His leg was briefly treated by the school nurse, and as long as two people carried him, there was no problem. Being lifted up by his three roommates in front of his fairy schoolmates, Luo Yi only felt a wave of shame. So humiliating. But at the last moment of leaving the medical room, he waved at Su by porridge and said, "Senior sister, cheer up for the 3,000 meters in a while. Cheer up, and don't trip." The Lobo was gone, his voice still echoing around him. The women's 3,000 meters, indeed, are about to begin as well. The school nurse couldn't help but laugh. "That's the new student. Isn't it? Kinda cute." Upon hearing this, Su Baijiao nodded as she smiled slightly. Indeed cute. Chapter 81 Residence Permits for Domestic Buildings. The playground is just a blip on the radar. The women's 3,000 meters went on as usual. The moment the starting gun went off, Su by porridge followed Yu Chuyu closely and ran in second place. And Yu Chuyu glanced back at the schoolmate. So, the rabbit ears next to Luo Yi on the playground that day was her. No wonder she and Meng Chao didn't recognize her. After all, who would have thought that that high and mighty schoolmate would wear such cute pajamas? But in the race, she wouldn't show an ounce of mercy as she began to accelerate, leaving Su Baijiao behind. But this time, Su Baijiao didn't run the same 800 meters as she did in the morning, keeping her stamina in front of her. She chose to sprint as soon as she came up, almost biting at Yu Chuyu's back, which was at a distance, but not that exaggerated. Yu Chuyu also vaguely guessed what the other party was thinking. This high-strung schoolmate who wasn't trying to overtake her, just wanted to finish the run quickly. So she rushed ahead at the beginning, just behind herself. She was trying so desperately to run through it, she must have been in a hurry to meet someone. Yu Chuyu sighed in her heart. When would she be able to meet such a person? "You, come on." Not far away, students from the track club had gathered and were shouting for her. Meanwhile, a few seniors ran after her inside the playground, cheering her on as they ran. Although Yu Chuyu wasn't pretty and her skin was a bit dark, she was the only girl in the athletics club and was the treasure girl of the entire club. Sure, she wasn't the only girl in the track club, but she was the only one who really loved the sport. The others were just mixing up club credits. So for them sports enthusiasts, Yu was the only girl in the athletics club. The crowd in the audience, on the other hand, didn't react much to what had just happened. After all, Subai Kanji was at least the previous student president, and this sports meeting was the first job of the new student union cadres, so it was normal for her, as an old cadre, to see an emergency and go over to check it out at the first opportunity. Soon, the women's 3,000 meters ended. Su White Porridge was second. It just so happened that she didn't have enough physical education credits, and when she got a place in this one, she just took it. There are a variety of credits to be taken in college, whether it's clubs or student government. As long as you organize events and participate, you'll get credit. In the 2 years of college, Subai Porridge hadn't participated in many sports activities, so there had been a lack of credits in this area. However, it is possible to take all 4 years of college credits by finishing in the top 3 in the games. In this sports meeting, Su Baijiao won the first place in the 800 meters, as well as the second place in the 3,000 meters. This is a very dazzling achievement, and means that besides being quite talented in computers, Su Bai Porridge is also exceptional in sports. If she wasn't already a junior, Meng Chao would have wanted to drag her into the club. However, after running, Su Bai Kanji didn't rest, just drank water and wiped her sweat before preparing to leave the playground. Qin Yuan wondered behind her. "Porridge? Where are you going?" "Hospital." At those words, Qin Yuan was slightly stunned. As Su Baijiao's roommate, she had never seen the other party like this before. Afterward, she put on the act of wiping her tears and said with relief, "Our Kanji has grown up." But she couldn't accompany Su Bai Porridge because she was on the cheerleading squad and would have to dance at halftime later. Affiliated Hospital of Jiangcheng Medical University. This is a place Xin Xiao knows well. His girlfriend is here. When he came to, his expression was a little sad, but he accompanied his roommates to send Lono in. At the entrance of the hospital, Su Bai Porridge's best friend Li Xia has been waiting for a long time. Anyway, she was just an intern doctor who hadn't graduated yet, and usually she could only watch the surgeries, but now that she had nothing to do, she simply came out to help. But they have more school years for medical students than regular universities, so she's going to be interning for a long time. A small fracture like Luo Ye's, even if she wasn't specialized in this related field, she wouldn't dare to say she could cure it, but she could more or less look at it. "Come in." Ri Xia called 2 nurses with a stretcher and pushed Luo Yi in. In the clinic, Ri Xia silently glanced at it, then shook her head. Seeing this, Wang the Hammer said anxiously, "What are you shaking your head for? My son is only injured in his leg, not karma." "No, I'll call someone." Rixia pulled out her cell phone and made a call. After the phone hung up, Li Haoyang was puzzled. "Don't you know how to read?" "A little, but I can't heal." Hearing this, Wang Sledgehammer was puzzled. "Aren't you a doctor?" "Well, intern, and I'm in neurology." Upon hearing this, Wang Sledgehammer and Li Haoyang nodded, so it was the neurology department. Then the two men stared in disbelief. "Neurology? Isn't that for brains? You're a brain surgeon, you're here for a broken leg." Shin Chao smiled helplessly. He knew Rixia, his girlfriend's primary care doctor's follower who came to see his girlfriend every day. Soon, Luo Ye's leg was wrapped tightly by the doctor. Lying on the bed, unable to move, the whole person was lifeless up. Even now, his mind was still thinking about not running in the top 3 in 3,000 meters. Suddenly, in the ward, Rixia walked in wearing a white coat. Behind her, there was another girl. Surprisingly, it's Su Baijiu. She came straight to Luo Ye's hospital room, looked at his leg wrapped in a circle of bandages, and said faintly, "How does it feel?" "Sister, I'm limping." Luo Yi lowered his head and hung his head. Seeing this, Su Baijiu looked at Luo Ye's roommates. Shin Chao instantly understood. He stretched out his hand, pushing Li Haoyang with one hand and Wang the Hammer with the other, and pushed them out of the hospital room. Rixia also smiled at Su Baikanji before leaving the hospital room. There was a moment of silence in the hospital room. Su Baijiu sat on the seat next to the hospital bed, took out her cell phone, and took a picture of Luo Ye's leg. Hearing the camera click, Lono lowered his head, embarrassed in front of the whole school, and now in my sister's cell phone. "What did the doctor say?" Su Baikanji asked with an expressionless face. "The doctor said I have hard bones, no fracture, hospitalized for a day of observation, no big deal, then I can go out, but just in case you have to recuperate until the injury heals, it's best to mortar and pestle with a crutch so as not to get a second injury, then it will be a real fracture." Hearing this, Su Baikanji's heart also felt relieved. Suddenly Luo Yi sighed. "Unfortunately, I didn't get the top 3. Seeing his frustrated look, Su Bai Porridge said softly, "I took it." "Really? Congratulations, schoolteacher." Luo Yi was happy for her fairy schoolmate, but her mood was still a bit low. Su Baikanji looked at him and said faintly, "The agreement was mutual. I'll give you a reward if you get the top 3, and you'll give me a reward if I get the top 3. Luo Yi froze and looked at the fairy school sister somewhat blankly, not reacting for a moment. Seeing Luo Ye's lack of reaction, the corners of Su Baijiao's mouth rose slightly. "You do all the chores around the house. Remember, it's daily chores." After saying that, Baikanji looked at Luo Yi as if nothing had happened. The latter froze and snapped to attention. Daily chores? Meaning, he was granted residency in a faculty apartment? Chapter 82. The 515th Trial Conference. The next day, Lanaroi was discharged from the hospital. At the entrance of the school, he sat in a wheelchair and was pushed by Wang Sledgehammer to run, as if two crazy men. "Dig in, Hammer. Slow down. Slow down." Luo Yi people are all scared to death. Wang Sledgehammer pushed the wheelchair and ran like a playful man. "Jie jie jie, wild child. Show you a flying car drift." Only to see Wang Sledgehammer running wildly at breakneck speeds, he made a sharp turn at a corner. Luo Yi gripped the armrests of the wheelchair with a death grip, fearing that he would be thrown out. The journey was so thrilling that Luo Yi felt a jolt of fear when he returned to his dormitory. He looked at Wang Sledgehammer and couldn't help but say, "Brother Hammer, do you really not feel ashamed?" Wang Sledgehammer smiled sagely and said, "I'm happy on my own. It's none of other people's business. It's not like I'm living for anyone to see. Just ask you if it's exciting." "Exciting, so exciting." "Then no." In the dormitory, Li Haoyang and Shin Chao were not there. Li Haoyang is still helping out at the games. Today is the closing of the games, as well as the competitions for sports other than athletics, such as badminton and table tennis. There's also the fun games tomorrow, but in Luo Ye's current state, he definitely won't be able to participate. Granted, just because you can't attend this year doesn't mean you can't attend next year. Next year, Fairy Sisters senior year, although the general sports game senior will not participate, but the fun games, not to mention the students, even teachers can participate, and there is no restriction. Lono is already planning for next year's fun fair. Suddenly, Wang the Hammer said, "Wild Wazi ah. Do you know how that Wen Jishu is doing now?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi was puzzled. "Wen Jishu? Who is it? It sounds a little familiar." but I can't recall. Wang's sledgehammer said breathlessly, "The one that tripped you up." "Oh, what's wrong with him?" Lono said, full of disinterest. Wang's sledgehammer said with a disdainful face, "That guy insisted that it was your responsibility and said you deserved it, and guess what?" Without waiting for Luo Yi to speak, Wang the Hammer said with a relieved face, "He didn't expect that the male star had recorded the entirety of your run, and it was obvious to see that he just did it on purpose, and the kid turned back to look at you before he fell. He got a big demerit from the school and a stain on his record, so he deserved it." Hearing this, Luo Ye's focus was elsewhere. "What? Xin Xiao videotaped me?" Lono exclaimed. "The only time it's normal to behave like this is during the games. If Xin Xiao usually watched him running in the games, wouldn't he be laughed to death by Xin Xiao? Ugh, don't mention it. Who in our dorm room hasn't been recorded by him? I yelled for my dad when I was drunk and he's still listening. Good boy. Wild child, you're itching again, aren't you?" Although there were only 2 of them in the dormitory, it didn't stop the 2 of them from bickering. "So like lively sledgehammer brother, we'll soon have to live alone in the dormitory, ah." Alas, Lono sighed, but was in a very happy mood, because he's already bought bedding and is ready to set up his room in the teacher's apartment. He had originally wanted to move out of his dorm room, but for a total of 4 years in college, he mostly lived back and forth between the faculty apartment and his dorm room, so he bought bedding for both. When the courier arrived, and the injury on his leg was healed enough, he could go straight to his schoolmate's house to do his chores. "Oh no, it's gonna sleep there. Hammer, help me to the games. You boys still want to go? It's boring to stay in the dormitory, so I'm just going to check it out." The 2 of them left from the dormitory, and Lono took out his improvised crutches and bounced off to the playground. Without Su Baijiao's program, the number of people in the audience was reduced by a large portion. But after all, today was the final of many events, and although there weren't as many people as yesterday, it was still pretty lively, and the cheers for the competitors just didn't stop. The computer science department did not have a high overall grade, and was almost at the bottom of the list of all the faculties in JNU. Sure enough, the reason why future programmers lose their hair is that they still don't exercise enough on a regular basis. The main event of the 3rd day was the relay race. Watching the runners sweat and youth on the playground, Luo Yi was also moved by the audience. Youth, that's why he wants to be a fiction writer. Wouldn't it be an accomplishment to record this scene in a story and be seen by everyone? After the field day, all the staff went down there for a group photo. Among them, the student president Lu Zhonglai stood at the C-seat, and beside him stood Li Haoyang, who had performed very well in this logistical activity. Although the 2 were not in the same grade, after this sports meeting, Lu Zhonglai also discovered Li Haoyang's talent. Although student government is nothing compared to society, joining it is really a good way to exercise before entering society. So Lu Jiang came to invite Li Haoyang to make an exception and join the student union, and the latter readily agreed. It also meant that Li Haoyang was busier. Coupled with the fact that Xin Xiao goes out for a part-time job whenever she is free, it seems that Wang the Hammer is doomed to end up alone in his dorm room. Of course, Lono would come to see him. After the games, Luo Yi returned to the dormitory with Wang the Hammer. That night, Li Haoyang and Xin Xiao also returned. Lono knew that he was going to be judged. He sat in a chair at his own table, looking nervously at the 3 men in front of him. Wang the Hammer was incredibly serious, Li Haoyang had a curious face, and Xin Xiao was smiling. But Luo Yi knew that this dark man had a belly full of bad water. "I'm ready, let's begin." Luo Yi let out a deep breath and opened his mouth. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang's sledgehammer was the first to ask, "When did you and the schoolgirl meet?" "First day of school." When the words fell, the crowd showed surprise. "First day of school?" Wang's sledgehammer said with an incredulous face. "Yes." Lono nodded. Seeing this, Wang's sledgehammer seemed to have thought of something and asked after him, "Then when the freshman party was held, you already knew the school flower?" "Not really. I don't think she was impressed with me." "Not impressed? Ha 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 ha. I said that day, how could she perversely agree to you singing with her? I thought it was because I was in the way of the freshmen. I was really naive." Wang's sledgehammer held his head with both hands, his face full of pain. "I was once so young and ignorant that I accidentally became someone else's moon goddess." He looked at Luo Yi without tears, and suddenly said with a serious face, "Wild child, this matter can't be passed without a few meals. Brother Sledgehammer, you're not a man of your word. I've been bringing you food for days after the freshman party." Upon hearing this, Wang Sledgehammer also thought about it. Indeed, the wild child of the freshman party had already returned to him. But how does the matter of knowing the schoolgirl on the first day of school sound a bit unbelievable? How do you know each other? Li Haoyang asked in a confused manner. It's a long story, it was a rainy day. Stop it. I don't want to hear it. Wang Sledgehammer's expression was a bit depressed. And your relationship with her is? Xin Xiao asked with a smile. Should it be considered a good friend? Luo Yi hesitated for a moment, thinking of his current relationship with his senior sister, and finally gave this answer. Hearing this, the three froze. Afterward, the corners of Wang Sledgehammer's mouth grinned as his excitement went straight to the clouds. Damn. Scared me to death. I thought you were in love with the school girl. Xin Xiao looked at Wang the Hammer speechlessly and said faintly. That's Su Baijiu, the rumored iceberg goddess? She doesn't have a single male friend. And now brother Luo Yi is the only one. Do you understand what I mean? At those words, Wang the Hammer's laughter came to an abrupt end. Chapter 83 All good-looking people are dark. Saturday. Lono's delivery arrived. His leg was about as good as it was going to get. He was walking with a limp, but it was no longer a big problem. Luono hugged the bedding he had bought and arrived at the door of teacher's apartment 614. He let out a deep breath, placed the two large packages on the floor, and was just about to knock on the door when his cell phone rang. Fairy school sister. There's no soy sauce at home, so go downstairs to the supermarket and buy a bottle of soy sauce when you come. Lono froze. He then left the large package on the doorstep without knocking, and he turned around and headed back to the elevator, ready to go down and buy soy sauce. After he left, Su Bai Porridge, who heard the commotion, opened the door and looked at it, and found two large packages at the door, but did not see Luo Ye's silhouette. This elementary school kid, he came without saying anything, froze and went down. She squatted down and carried in the bedding Lono had bought. In the living room, Su Bai Kanji touched the two packages. Knowing that these should be quilts and such, she used scissors to open the two packages and then carried the bedding inside Luo Ye's room. Afterwards, she helped Luo Ye make both the mattress and the sheets, and thoughtfully put the duvet cover into the comforter. And one person took care of the bed in a well-organized way. On the other hand, Luo Yi finally found the downstairs supermarket that Fairy Sister had mentioned. Teacher's apartments he had only been to the 5 buildings and 4 units where his schoolmates lived, and he simply couldn't tell where was where. At this time, on the first floor of the next building, the owner of the mini-mart was playing a game. Lono ignored him and looked for soy sauce on the shelves. There are many types of soy sauce, but Lono didn't see soy sauce, only soy sauce and sriracha. So is it light or dark soy sauce? Lono, who hadn't cooked much, really didn't know what to buy. So he bought both and they weren't expensive anyway. Holding 2 bottles of soy sauce, Luo Yi placed them in front of the boss. Check out. Wait. It's about to be chicken. The boss's face was incredibly serious, and it looked as if the battle was scorching. The mini-mart downstairs in the neighborhood is owned by the residents themselves, so they usually sell whatever they want. The next moment, the boss's wife saw that the boss was slacking off and came over with an angry face, grabbing the boss's ear and saying angrily, playing games, you just know how to play games, and you don't even settle the bills when the customers come. After saying that, she helped Luo Yi settle the bill. After leaving the supermarket, Luo Yi lamented. Well, everyone has their own story. Even the middle-aged couple who run the supermarket downstairs may have experienced a touching love story when they were young. With a bottle in one hand, Lono was back in the doorway of 614. His face changed when he saw that the doorway was empty. There's old 6, whose delivery was stolen. Thinking of this, Luo Yi hastily knocked on the door. It wasn't long before the door was opened and Su Bai Porridge looked at him wearing rabbit ears. Although this hat is not expensive even if you buy it directly, it has a special meaning for Su Baijiu, so she usually likes to wear it at home. But before she could speak, she realized that the expression on Luo Ye's face in front of her made her want to laugh a little. TT. That's probably what it's all about. Being bittersweet and putting on a smile when you clearly look sad. The corners of Su Bai Kanji's mouth moved without trace. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't help it. Luo Yi limped in, then walked himself towards the kitchen, placing the 2 bottles of soy sauce in his hands. He then sat down on the couch with a lifeless expression, looking dumbfounded, as if he was thinking about something. After staying for a while, he pulled out his cell phone again, and his fingertips kept scratching, and he didn't know what he was looking at. You're swiping on a short video of a beautiful woman? Su Bai Kanji walked over and sat next to him, the two of them separated by a body space. With a slight side glance, She peeked at Luo Ye's cell phone screen and realized that this elementary school brother was actually looking at betting. Su Baikanji was puzzled for a moment and quickly responded. He doesn't think his delivery was stolen. Does he? Thinking of this, Su Baikanji's heart stirred as she opened her mouth and asked, "Today's chores haven't been done yet." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi stood up. The frustration he had just felt swept away as he patted his chest and said, "Leave it to me. I promised to clean it up for senior sister." When he finished, he got his cleaning tools out and started doing his chores. In fact, the house was so clean that there was no need for Luo Yi to clean it. It was just that Su Baijiu wanted to tease him. Even so, Lono cleaned it carefully. When he was done, he sat back down on the couch and continued to look at the bedding. At this time, Su Baikanji asked expressionlessly, "Why aren't you leaving yet, Lono?" He tilted his head and looked at Su Baijiu with a confused expression. His large eyes filled with doubt. Su Baikanji continued to feign indifference and said indifferently, "I remember I said that I would let you take care of your daily chores and didn't promise that you could live here, right?" At those words, Luo Ye's expression froze even more. Is this the legendary self-serving? Yes, with Fairy School Sister's character, how could she possibly promise herself to live under the same roof as her, even if it was just in 2 different rooms? Lono lowered his head and locked the screen on his phone as well. You can't live there, so there's no point in buying bedding. Luo Yi stood up and said in a somewhat stiff tone, "Sorry, senior sister. It's me who misunderstood. I'll leave now." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Looking at his sad appearance, as well as his limping back at this moment, Su Baijiao's face showed a hint of heartache. Junior was upset by her. "Lono." In her ears came the voice of the fairy school sister. As far as I can remember, this seems to be the first time a fairy schoolmate has called him by his name. He turned his head slightly and stared blankly at Su Baijiao, only to see the iceberg goddess propping up her chin, looking at him with a smile, and her tone was not so cold, but with a hint of mischievousness. She said, "You've forgotten something in your room." "Huh?" Lono was a little puzzled, but he still had to listen to what his senior sister said. He turned and limped to the door of his room again. On the door of the room, the key to his room was inserted. This key had been inserted since Lono first came here, only today was a little different. On the fob, there was another key. That was the key to 614 that Gu Mingxian had given Luo Yi. Only after knowing that there was a fairy schoolgirl living here, Luo Yi had returned this key to the schoolgirl. After all, if he, a boy, had a key, it would be more than a little disconcerting for a girl to live there. The room was unlocked and the key was just stuck in it. Lono turned the doorknob and stepped inside. The moment the door opened, Luo Yi saw the well-kept bed and the unwrapped delivery package on the floor. Behind her came the voice of the fairy school sister. "This room hasn't been cleaned yet." Chapter 84. Falling back to the roots. Seeing the neat batch of his bed, with the sheets and covers already made up, Luo Yi was first stunned. The surprise came so suddenly that he didn't know what to say for a moment. He recognized that this was his unseen bedding, and the schoolteacher was the only one in the house, so it was safe to assume that she had helped him get these. By helping him with this, the fairy schoolmistress was obviously agreeing that he could stay here. But schoolteacher still molested him like that just now. In that case, Luo Yi also had to admit something. He retracted his earlier remark. All good-looking people are dark, even fairy schoolgirls. Luo Yi walked in and looked at the clean room. He opened the window and then took all the express packages in the room. He didn't say a word the entire time. Not that he didn't want to talk, but the ups and downs of his moods made his voice a little shaky at the moment. Simply put, he'll stutter. So he left the teacher's apartment, clutching his garbage, ready to go downstairs and get rid of them. By the way, cool down and calm yourself. Seeing Luo Yi leave with a large pile of trash in his arms, Su Baijiao's rabbit ears twitched twice, as if expressing his doubts. He's not going to get played by her, is he? Forget it. Elementary school kids are weird. I don't care about him. Go to your room and draw a comic. Recently, Su Baikanji has been regulating her routine, going to bed before 12 o'clock every day. She'd recently gotten a tablet, so she'd been able to draw the manga a lot faster again, and the manga had gotten a lot of positive reviews for its first story, and she'd gotten her first paycheck. She skipped the White Moonlight segment, so she's not very far from the latest chapter of the novel now. When she got back to her room, she opened the book, Youth Still Lives, and prepared to take a look at the latest chapter. But the novel doesn't show a prompt for an update, but leave of absence? Falling back to the roots, Big readers, I'm taking the day off from work for something today. And as you know, I didn't even take the day off when I was limping on my leg a few days ago. So today's really important. Published, just now. Reader comments below. Cutie Ishue. Don't. It's the only fun I have every day, you can't not update. Scumbag Muyu dog author don't make up names. Wife, if you're so bored, come with me to protect world peace. Cutie Ishue. Childish, huh, that's even more boring. Please call me Lord Vampire Queen. Leave of absence? You dare to take a vacation? You're so young and you're taking time off, are you a human being? Warmer platoon behind the dogs. Author, it can't be that you've gone to meet the goddess, right? So the mood is too excited to write? Author likes. Seeing that the comments behind the warm man platoon dog had been liked by the author, Sue by Porridge's expression became strange. In looking at falling back to the Roots leave of absence update, it says he limped the other day. Thinking of this, Sue by Porridge seemed to have thought of something. She opened Luo Ye's Green Bubble personal homepage and looked at his nickname. Remarks, brother of Professor Gu. It was the first note she gave to Lono, and she never changed it afterward. But the row of nicknames below showed Lono's screen name. Falling leaves returned to their roots. Sue by Kanji looked at this scene and only felt some magic. In the beginning when she added Luo Yi Green Bubbles, she had not read the novel, so she did not care about his screen name, and then changed the note so she could not notice it even more. It was no wonder that seeing this novel caused her to feel a great deal of empathy, or that she felt some familiarity with it. This falling leaf returns to its roots, it can't be Luo Yi. Can it? Thinking of this, Sue by Porridge flipped the novel Youth Still Goes On over and over again. The more she read, the more she realized that the author of this novel was Luo Yi. But along with that, here's some description of the novel's male protagonist. Sue Baijiao looked at the clips. It describes the hero's feelings for the heroine and is something that countless readers have been moved by. Even Sue by Porridge liked the novel because of these snippets. If only this novel had been written by Lono using himself as a template. So he's interested in me. Sue Baijiao's expression showed a hint of confusion. Soon, however, her expression became cold again. She remembered something important. That's the beginning about the hero's high school white moon that she ignored. Sue by Kanji sulked while reading it, and the more he read it, the more angry he became, and the more angry he became, the more he read it. Even the sound of the door opening with Lono already back was not heard. Eventually, Sue Baijiao stood up, her entire body on the verge of exploding in anger. Though she knew that these were all things that happened before Lono knew her, and knew that Lono actually had nothing to do with that white moonlight at all. But she was just angry. Anger requires coaxing. Sue by Kanji left her room and sat on the sofa in the living room. Next to him, Luo Ye's agitated mood had calmed down a lot, but his face was still overflowing with pleasure. But when he saw Sue by Kanji sitting next to him with an "I'm angry" look on her face, Luo Yi was instantly confused. Wasn't it fine just now? Why did it turn into a thunderstorm? They say that a woman's heart is like a needle in the bottom of the sea, but I didn't realize that my schoolmate's heart was also so hard to guess. Second only to my sister-in-law. The reason why it was second only to his sister-in-law was because Luo Yi was only familiar with these two women and ranked only first and second. Sister. Lono gave a tentative shout. Humph. A haughty muffled grunt reached Luo Ye's ears, causing his heart to melt. What kind of cute and cuddly voice is that? Although the fairy schoolmate was angry, and although she seemed a bit cold, she seemed to be using all sorts of hints to get Luo Yi to coax her. Sister. Who pissed you off? I'll go beat him up. Lono held out his fist and leapt to his feet. Upon hearing this, Sue by Kanji glanced at Luo Yi, and then let out a humph. I don't know when it started, but the fairy school sister took on an extra touch of haughty attributes in front of him. Was I the one who upset the schoolteacher? Lono pointed to himself. He then stood up, picked up the TV remote on the table and held it against his neck in a pose of cutting himself. Let school sister angry. I simply death is not enough, school sister. I retreated. This retreated is a... Shut up. Oh. Lono sat back honestly. That pompous acting just now did get a little embarrassing too. Sue Baijiao glanced at Luo Ye's side face. To be honest, she hadn't been angry when she saw Lono. But staying with Luo Yi for some reason she felt like a little kid. The kind that can't help but want to be capricious at all times. Soon after, Sue by Kanji clasped his hands on his chest and said with a flat face, Is the freshman school flower pretty? Hearing this, Luo Yi cocked his head and said honestly, You mean Tang Enki? Pretty, huh? But then the words changed and he added, Of course, Senior sister is the prettiest person I've ever seen in my life. Upon hearing this, Subaikanji was a bit puzzled and said, she doesn't like you? And you're still praising her for being pretty? She's just beautiful and a great person. And if she doesn't like me, that's my problem, not hers. These words caused Su Baijiao to freeze a bit. Think of the person who went around slandering her and spreading rumors after her high school graduation when he confessed his love for her and was rejected. Turns out not all boys are like that. Chapter 85. The Imperial Photographer. Lono didn't think anything bad about the other person just because he didn't get to be with them. Subaikanji glanced at him and only felt that this elementary school brother seemed a little more adorable. The two of them had a brief dinner and then went back to their respective rooms. Luoyi took a day off today and is now lying in bed tossing and turning, unable to sleep. It wasn't the first time he'd slept here. But this was different. It was the first time he'd stayed here in the open. The next day, it was Sunday. Another enjoyable vacation. Luoyi woke up in the morning, ate breakfast with his schoolmates, and then returned to his room to finish writing today's update. By noon, he stepped out of his room and ate the meal cooked by his fairy schoolmate. Then after that, he washed the dishes and sat on the couch, watching TV with his fairy schoolmate. He felt as if this life was like that of an old married couple, dull but fulfilling. Where have you been in this place, Jiangqing? Subaikanji suddenly asked. Hearing this, Luoyi thought seriously. Jiangqing, being a member of the Jiangnan water town city, has many well-known attractions, among which there are countless ancient towns, streets, and museums. To say where he's been, on second thought, he doesn't seem to have been anywhere. After military training, he gathered with his roommates for dinner, then drove his fairy schoolmates chopped fish head, went to Jiangqing Park, then went to Hangzhou, then... It's like it's gone. He had been in Jiangqing for almost 2 months, and surprisingly, he hadn't been anywhere. Seeing him like this, Subai Porridge guessed the result. Bring the keys. Subaikanji turned off the TV and went back to her room and started to change her clothes. Lono knew that the fairy schoolmistress was going to take him for a ride. As an older sister, it's normal to show an underclassman who has just arrived at the school the sights of the city. When Subaikanji came out, Luoyi realized that she had actually changed into a Chinese dress. Unlike the red hanbok of the last time, this time Subai Porridge wore a black one and it was neutral. She had tied her hair into a ponytail and her bangs were gone in the front, exposing her forehead. Black hanbok, as handsome as a small general in ancient times. Of course, even though the fairy school sister dressed herself up as a boy, the average person could still tell at a glance that she was a girl. After all, the amplitude of her chest was clearly different from Lono's. Luoyi subconsciously looked over. Subaikanji noticed his line of sight, and with her hands protecting her chest, her eyes looked sharply at Luoyi. The latter blushed and hurriedly turned her head away. Subconsciously, and it was only subconsciously, a man's instinct, not what he wanted to see. Go! Luoyi was just wearing civilian clothes. If he had known that the fairy school sister was going to wear a hanbok, he would have worn it as well. But it would be too much of a hassle to go back and put it on now, so Lono simply went out like this. Once again in his schoolmate's pink chopped fish head, Luoyi took hold of the steering wheel and drove towards the outside of the neighborhood. Go to the ancient town of Jiangqing. Subaikanji opened his mouth. Luoyi opened his cell phone and brought up the navigation. River City, as its name suggests, has a very wide river that bisects the city, dividing the southern and northern districts. JNU, right in the southern city, is about 7 kilometers away from this river. And near this river, there is an ancient town that is the most famous attraction in the whole river city. The old town of Jiangqing. It was a weekend, so there was a half-hour traffic jam on the road. After finding a place to park, Luoyi hurriedly got out of the car, ran to the other side of the car, and opened the passenger door. He then reached out his hand and stopped in front of Subaijiao. The latter, seeing the palm in front of him, did not refuse, but, after a little hesitation, put his own hand on it. Touching his fairy schoolmate's small hand, Luoyi's heartbeat began to accelerate, but after his schoolmate got out of the car, he let go of his hand. Not far away, the old town could already be seen. Although Luoyi had been to the ancient towns in the capital, the style of the ancient towns varied from city to city. The architectural style here is almost water-based, and many bridges of various sizes can be seen in the old town, all with clear rivers underneath. Above the river, there are small boats rowing. The buildings on both sides of the river don't have the same floors, and not only can you wander around on the first floor but also on the second floor, and some places even have a third floor. This was the first time Lono had seen this kind of fresh building. He walked side by side with his fairy schoolmate, and the two of them came to the top of a small bridge. Su Baikanji turned slightly and said faintly to Luo Yi, "How was it? How about what?" Lono's eyes were filled with clear stupidity and looked innocent. "Landscape. The view is beautiful." "Aha." Su Baijiao nodded. He then handed Lono his cell phone. Lono took the cell phone from the fairy schoolmistress. Fairy Sister's cell phone was a far superior brand, though not the latest model, but an older phone that had gone on sale 2 years before. And Lono was using the latest model of fruit phone. He looked at the screen of the fairy schoolmate's cell phone and realized that it was stuck on the screen for taking pictures. Okay, he got it. The schoolteacher asked him what the view was like and was trying to take pictures here. Girls, when they come across a nice landscape, it is inevitable that they will be tempted to take pictures. But Su Baikanji has never taken a selfie in her circle of friends or in her dynamics. No. Maybe there is no one to shoot for the schoolmarm? Thinking of this, Luo Yi pulled out his latest model of fruit cell phone and turned on the camera. "Sister, I'm a professional at taking pictures, and my cell phone is the latest model, so I can take clearer pictures." With that said, Lono raised his cell phone. Su Baikanji didn't refuse, but posed in a style that suited her, greatly allowing Luo Yi to shoot. In fact, Lono wasn't exaggerating. His photography skills are indeed better, but unfortunately JNU scores higher in videography than in computers, and he couldn't get in. When they were at home, my sister-in-law's family had no camera cells at all, and when the whole family went somewhere to play, they almost always had to rely on Luo Yi to film them. After taking a few pictures, Luo Yi was very satisfied. He walked over to his schoolmate and asked, "Schoolmate, do you think it's okay?" "Could be." Su Baijiao nodded. The two were ready to go somewhere else to continue shopping and taking pictures. Suddenly, a man with a camera came over and asked with a smile on his face, "Can you take a picture, miss? It's free." Oh. Luo Yi looked at Su Baijiao. The latter nodded. At those words, the man revealed an expression of joy, while Luo Yi beside him was directly ignored by him. Usually taking a picture of a girl means he's going to send it to that girl, which means it's an irresistible way to add contact information, and the encounters are with beautiful women. "Missy, stand over here and I'll shoot you." The man had a smile on his face. Although he had seen many beautiful women, it was the first time he had encountered one as beautiful as Su Baijiao. But soon, his smile became a little awkward, only to see the girl, as pretty as a fairy in his sight, holding the hand of the boy he had ignored. Su Baikanji glanced at Luo Yi and said indifferently, "What are you waiting for? Go take a group photo. It's free." Chapter 86. I'm thinking of you. In the end, Luo Yi obtained a high-definition photo and his first photo with his fairy schoolmate. He then added the green bubble of the cameraman, who blacked out and sent over the photos while saying, 21. Hearing this, Luo Yi was puzzled. Isn't it free? Group photo plus 20. Lono. Granted, but seeing as the other party's shot was really good, Luo Yi still paid $20. Around more than him a cameraman, Luo Yi just heard the other cameraman's solicitation when the offer also really is $20. He is not a loss. In the photo, he was standing next to the fairy sister and was holding one of her small hands. Two men leaned against the edge of the bridge, one dressed in an ancient black hanbok, the other in modern civilian clothes. Combined with the backdrop of the ancient town behind him, it looks like he's traveled back in time, fallen in love with a great lady, and is telling her about how colorful the world of the future is. The shots are so good, the angles are well found and make the photos look very real. Before leaving, Luo Yi couldn't help but give the cameraman a thumbs up. The latter's face darkened with a downcast expression. Happy for nothing. But I've done someone else a favor. The ancient town of Jiangqing covers a large area. Luo Yi and Su Baikanji strolled for a long time before reaching the head. There were many places selling things on the street. Luo Yi originally wanted to buy it, but was stopped by Su Baikanji. The snacks at the attractions, they say, are not only expensive but also awful. Places like old towns are only good for photo ops, not for spending. The two returned the way they came, and at the entrance to the attraction, they saw a small ground stall selling small pets. Su Baikanji revealed a heartfelt expression as she found a small rabbit locked inside a pink cage amongst the rows and rows of small cages. Luo Yi seldom saw the fairy school sister's heart move, and asked curiously, "School sister, you like rabbits?" "Aha." Su Baijiao nodded. Hearing this, Luo Yi's expression flushed, knowing that this was the time for him to show his manly charm. He stepped forward, pointed at the rabbit and said, "Boss, I'll take it." The owner, clutching a large pile of differently colored hoops, queried, We're here to lasso the hoops for 10 bucks a time. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi revealed an embarrassed expression, then said, "Come once. 5 to start." The boss pointed to a sign not far away that had rules written all over it and began to wonder if Luo Ye's brain wasn't working too well. Lono. After buying 5 hoops, Luo Yi aimed at the pink cage and instantly threw it. Missed. Throw again. Missed. He also threw. Missed. On the 4th circle, he let out a deep breath and thought to himself how this is different from catching a doll. He used his 4th chance and missed. The last time. Hit the mark. Luo Yi grabbed the bunny with an excited look on his face. The stall owner was already happy because this rabbit wasn't worth $50, it wasn't even a pet rabbit, it was just something you normally use for food. Holding the pink cage, Luo Yi came to the fairy school sister, grabbed the rabbit and handed it to her. Su Bai Kanji nodded in satisfaction and said faintly, "Dinner is ready. Lono?" He hugged the cute and cuddly rabbit, and the eyes he looked at the fairy schoolmistress were filled with shock for the first time. "Devil, the rabbit is so cute that you want to eat it." Luo Yi looked at the innocent-looking rabbit in his arms and wondered if he should steam or braise it in the evening, and if he should put more cumin. I didn't realize that fairy school sister's heart was set on the rabbit, not because she thought it was cute, but because she simply wanted to eat it. After leaving the attraction, the two didn't go to the parking lot, but to the side of the river. The river, which is the big river that runs across the city, is very famous in this city. On both sides of the river, there are spectacularly grand skyscrapers and countless commercial districts, and at night, this is the most dazzling place in the whole city. But whether it was Jiangcheng or Magic City next door, or Fairy Sister's hometown Hangcheng, or Luo Ye's hometown Beijing, these first-tier and super first-tier cities are paper-thin metropolises only when you have money. If you don't have money, then there is malice everywhere in the city, pressure everywhere, a cruel machine that makes it hard to breathe all the time. Su Bai Kanji was lying on the guardrail of the riverside pedestrian viewing platform, looking expressionlessly at the skyscrapers on the opposite side of the river. Luo Yi also looked at the scene and only found the city very beautiful. Looking at Fairy School Sister, Luo Yi asked, "School Sister, have you thought about the future?" "No," Su Baichue answered dryly. She never thought about the future. Her life is all about taking one step at a time. Because she's so good, her future seems to be set all the time. Who is setting her up? Maybe it was herself, maybe it was the voices of those around her. In elementary school, she excelled and people said she was going to get into a major middle school. The same was true for middle school, where she arrived at a major high school amidst all the anticipation. When everyone thought she would be able to get into Qingbei University, she came to JNU because she had a fever that day and misplayed the college entrance exam. Although JNU is also a prestigious university, it is not comparable to Qingbei. That day, she couldn't forget the look in her teachers' and classmates' eyes as they looked at her with mockery, pity, and pity. But even if she had misplayed, she was still top of her class and in the top 5 of the school, and she didn't understand why those who didn't do as well as she did were giving her that look. It's like she's a failure for not getting into the best college. At that time, she suddenly felt that living was meaningless. Add to that the fact that after the high school entrance exams, she was confessed to and rumored about, and she seemed to have instantly become the one that everyone scorned. People seemed to be the ones who liked to take those who were once better than them and step on them hard, using the failures of others to show their superiority. That was the beginning of Su Baijiao becoming a high-flying schoolgirl. When she came to JNU, she was still as good as ever, and was the first person in her class to be guaranteed graduate school. She also meets the teacher who gave her a guaranteed spot in graduate school, which is Gu Mingxian. Gu Mingxian was in the same category as her, but fundamentally different. Gu Mingxian also noticed Su Baijiao's problem at a glance and spoke to her. "Your name is Su Bai Kanji, right? Your grades are good, but they're only good, and although you scored full marks in your papers and practical simulations, you lack a lot of flexible thinking if you really want to pursue a career in the computer industry." That was the first time she was denied. But Gu Mingxian was right. She was just rote memorizing, just learning step by step according to her teacher's words. So she scored full marks in everything her teacher had taught her. As for Gu Mingxian, because he is the heir of the group since childhood, his pressure is greater than Su by porridge, but also by more people's attention. His life is even more not allowed to have any stain. But he had a smile on his face the whole time, and his whole being looked relaxed. As for the reason, he said he has a brother, a very interesting brother. He also said, "When you meet him, you'll see why I'm so optimistic." "Sister," Luo Yi stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Su Baijiao's face, saying suspiciously, "You froze. Aha. Thinking about what? You're not thinking about me, are you? Aha. Ha 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 ha. I'm kidding, schoolteacher. Ha ha ha." Ah. Chapter 87. Rabbit is so cute, of course it should be spicy. On the way back, Luo Yi didn't say a word. The fairy schoolmate's made his mind drift to the sky. If it weren't for the fact that driving required his attention, he would have wanted to find a place where no one was cheering and go. Looking at Luo Ye's serious driving next to her, Su Baijiao snickered, then said, "For the rabbit at night, spicy or cumin?" "Spicy. I like spicy." "Good." Su Baikanji turned her head away and opened the car window. She put her arm against the window and looked at the constantly refreshing scenery outside, and her long hair was somewhat messed up by the wind. The scent of her body blew towards Luo Ye's body, making the latter's heart flutter. The fairy schoolmate's every move was flirting with his heart. After parking the car in the family building's parking lot, the two returned to 614. Next, something very important is going to happen here. Killing. Superb, this cute little bunny. Lono volunteered to handle it himself. He searched on the internet. This kind of rabbit is specialized for eating. It seems that the school sister is running to eat it from the very beginning. Lono found a tutorial on the internet, said sorry to the rabbit, and then the scene was so brutal that it was bloody at one point. When Su Baikanji came in, the kitchen was cleaned up, leaving only the fresh rabbit meat that had already been cut into pieces by Luo Yi. Seeing this, Su Baikanji was a bit surprised and said faintly, "The sword skill is good." For some reason, Lono was good for tinkering in the kitchen, but really not for cooking. The next task was left to Su Baijiao. She changed into her loungewear in her room. The top was a light, slim, long-sleeve top. Her perfect figure was wrapped in the dress, and above her flat belly was the part that made people move their eyes. Without wearing this kind of slimming top, it is estimated that no one can see that this high-flying schoolgirl is so material, and her lower body was beige pants, able to make people feel a pair of slender jade legs hidden in the pants. Obviously, it's a very homey dress, but wearing it on the body of a schoolmate, it just has a different feeling. No wonder schoolmates like to wear loose clothes when they go out. If she were to wear a short skirt and shorts like other girls, fairy school sister would not be able to charm a bunch of people to death when she went out. Noticing Luo Ye's mesmerized look, Su Baikanji didn't have any resentment, but instead walked towards the kitchen, the corners of her mouth also rising slightly, and within her expression, there was even a hint of smugness implied. Girls, of course, still have some care. The outfit, of course, was worn on purpose. It wasn't long before a captivating aroma came out from the kitchen, causing Luo Yi to sigh. Worthy of being cooked by the fairy school sister herself, this smells too good. Soon, Su Baikanji, wearing a small apron, walked out of the kitchen with a pot of delicious rabbit stew in her hands. The most abundant thing in there is chili. She purposely put more chili peppers in because Luo Yi said to eat spicy food. However, Luo Ye's sister-in-law is a native of Shu province, so for the past 10 years of living in his sister-in-law's house, every meal of their family has been spicy-free. Therefore, the special spice in the eyes of the fairy schoolmistress was simply worthless to Luo Yi. Luo Yi began to eat the delicious spicy stewed rabbit meat with fragrant pearl white rice. Really too much rice. Luo Yi dried 3 big bowls in a row, and finally covered his stomach with satisfaction and sat down on the chair. Then realizing that the fairy schoolmate was still sitting in front of him, he hurriedly sat up straight to maintain his image. Seeing this, Su Baikanji felt very amused in his heart. It felt like a good way to pass the time by observing my little brother's behavior on a daily basis. But I didn't realize that my elementary school brother could eat spicy food so well. Su Baikanji also started to eat. But this was a real special spice for her, so she had a carton of milk ready and a full glass of plain water on the table. After 2 bites, her mouth was red with chili oil. It looks like... seems sexier. Lono stole a glance, then lowered his head. The schoolteacher was mostly spiced up, and the circle of her mouth was red with spice. At this moment, Su Baikanji still maintained a bland expression, seemingly unaware that her mouth had turned red. She continued to eat the meal in front of her, taking sips of milk when she felt it was spicy, and occasionally hissing, presumably from her tongue. She had wanted to see her little brother's embarrassment, but she hadn't realized that she was the one who ended up getting hurt. Soon, she realized that her elementary school brother had been staring at her, and with a slight frown, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Luo Yi smiled and opened the selfie on his cell phone before handing it to the fairy school sister. In the selfie camera of Luo Ye's cell phone, Su Bai Porridge saw herself at this moment, and suddenly her face froze. And at that moment, her finger accidentally pressed the shutter and took a picture of herself at that moment. She wanted to delete it, but thought it didn't seem right to click into someone else's album in case she saw something she shouldn't. Next moment, a message alert popped up from the top of Luo Ye's phone. Hammer. Wild child. Remember to wake me up when you come back tomorrow? I'm afraid I'll oversleep. Tomorrow was their full class Monday, and almost all of Lono's textbooks were in his dorm room. He would mostly live inside his dorm room from Monday to Friday, and then he would come to live in the family building on vacation. Your roommate sent you a message, Su Bai Kanji said faintly. Then, as if noticing that she was now looking a little less than her best, she began to eat with her hand in front of her mouth. Fairy schoolgirls look cute and cuddly. Why did he call you a wild child? Su Bai Kanji suddenly asked. I don't know, nicknames, I guess we call each other brother if we're polite, son if we're not, but most of the time we call each other nicknames. Upon hearing this, Su Bai Kanji didn't say anything but continued to eat. Although it was very spicy, it was quite tasty. When she was done eating, she watched as Lono went to the kitchen to wash the dishes and she went back into her room. Tomorrow, Monday, was also the time for the release of the second sentence of the manga, Youth Still Continues. And to be honest, Su Bai Porridge was still a little nervous. Despite her deep art skills, this was the first time she'd ever gone for something that everyone expected. Her parents, her classmates, even her best friend, had never imagined that she was now drawing comics. But with all those words, falling leaves returning to their roots had described, she was tempted to turn those things into images that could be seen by the naked eye. She wanted more people to see it. After checking the content of the second sentence once more, Su Bai Porridge set a timed upload. Male dormitory 515. Looking at Xin Xiao reading a novel as soon as she came back, Wang Hammer was puzzled. Star. What novel are you reading? Wild boars can't taste fine chaff, romance novels, you can't read them. Upon hearing this, Wang Sledgehammer said angrily, What did you say? Xin Xiao smiled, and after reading the latest chapter, he went to chat in the book group. He's the most active bookworm, and he's even earned the status of bookworm group administrator. The name is Warmer Row Behind the Dog. Chapter 88. Shun Xiao's Decision. Monday. Lono plays Wang Sledgehammer's exclusive wake-up call. The latter jumped up from the bed as if by reflex. The body is awake, but the person is not. As for what his exclusive wake-up bell is, see his Iron Mountain leaning action at this time, no all understand. Luo Yi looked at Xin Xiao's bed and realized that he wasn't there. He didn't think much about it and only thought that Xin Xiao should have gone to take up a place in the classroom. Luo Yi went to the classroom with Li Haoyang and Wang Hammer and sat in the first row. Don't ask why it's the first row because they love to learn. However, in the classroom there was no figure of Xin Xiao, and Li Haoyang saw that Xin Xiao was not there, so he purposely did not name him. The teacher for this class would not call roll, but would only bore the class, so there were still quite a few absentees. Li Haoyang usually lets it go. After all, in college, those who want to study don't need to be pushed by you, and those who don't want to study, there's nothing you can do to get them to study. As long as the teacher doesn't know, that's the same as not missing class. In the group chat, Luo Yi ate Xin Xiao. Lono at Shinchou, where have you been today, Hell Monday? Xin Xiao didn't reply. The second class is a professional class, Professor Li Ping's class, a strict batch. Li Haoyang out of brotherly love, hard to tell Li Ping that Xin Xiao asked for leave. As long as the professor doesn't ask the counselor, then there's no problem. Fortunately, Li Ping trusted Luo Yi. He asked Luo Yi once, and after the latter nodded his head as well, he did not pursue the question. After that, Xin Xiao didn't come back at noon, and in the 2 afternoon classes, Li Haoyang's roll call also purposely skipped Xin Xiao, and fortunately, the teacher didn't find it either. Until more than 11 o'clock at night, in the hostile aunt's angry expression, Xin Xiao once again pinned the bed, and only then returned to the dormitory with a tired face. As soon as he got back to his dorm room, he laid down on his bed and went straight to sleep, amidst the wide-eyed gazes of the other three. This left the Luo Yi trio confused. But seeing how tired Xin Xiao was, they didn't ask anything more. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Xin Xiao woke up. At this point in time, Li Haoyang didn't even wake up. Xin Xiao opened his eyes with a face full of labor. He looked at the time and started to pack up his things. His teeth were not brushed and his face was not washed, so he just went out. Seeing this, Luo Yi chased after him and called out to him in the dormitory hallway. Where are you going? At those words, Xin Xiao turned back to look at Luo Yi. The originally handsome face, at this time, became weathered. This Jiang University freshman schoolmaster seems to be a little vicissitude. Brother Lono. Between boys, not so meaty words. Oftentimes, a look understands everything. Luo Yi also seemed to have guessed what Xin Xiao was there to do. He looked at the male star in front of him and opened his mouth. Wait for me, I'll go too. In Xin Xiao's somewhat surprised gaze, Luo Yi ran back to the dormitory, quickly put on his clothes, again without washing, and came next to Xin Xiao. Let's go, boy star. Luo Yi looked at Xin Xiao and smiled slightly. Seeing this, Xin Xiao said, there are still classes today. Doesn't matter, absentee. There are only 2 classes today, and even if they're all missed, so what? Luo Yi sent a message in his cell phone to his fairy schoolmate, saying that he wasn't going to go for a morning run today, and then he came to the school entrance with Xin Xiao. At this time, 6:30. The two took the subway and bus all the way to the outskirts of the city and stood in front of a logistics and courier factory. Brother Luo Yi, aren't you afraid of being cheated by others when you treat them like this? Xin Xiao couldn't help but ask. Who could fool me? I'm so smart. Then let's go. The two stepped into the factory together. First thing, collect your cell phone. Luo Yi instantly showed a bitter expression, but still obediently handed over his cell phone. Daily part-time job, $20 an hour, you can work 10 hours a day. $200 barely covers the minimum hospital stay and medical bills. Xin Xiao has no money left. The money he'd saved up from his childhood, starting when his parents had refused to pay for his girlfriend's medical bills, and continuing until now, had been spent to the hilt. So he's been looking for a part-time job as soon as he can. He didn't know what he was holding on to, but there was nothing he could do. His girlfriend already has no relatives, only him as a boyfriend. If he left her after such a time, then she is alone in the hospital. Xin Xiao didn't dare to imagine such a scene. He hoped that his girlfriend would wake up and know that she wasn't alone. Logistics company. Since he was a child, where had Luo Yi suffered like this? Throughout the morning, facing a steady stream of deliveries on the assembly line, there was hardly any time for rest. Xin Xiao was still very numb even though she had been doing this for 2 or 3 days. The two of them were pretty much the youngest here, most of the others were in their 40s. At noon, dinner time, finally sent the cell phone. Luo Yi Monkey clicked on the Fairy School Sister chat interface. Fairy Schoolmate, why? 7:30 a.m. Fairy Schoolmistress? 8 o'clock in the morning. Fairy Scholar. 9 o'clock in the morning. Fairy Schoolmistress. 10 a.m. Fairy Sister. 10 minutes ago. Seeing these messages, Luo Yi smiled bitterly. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Luo Yi. Sister, heaven and earth conscience, I absolutely did not mean to not return. I accompanied my roommate into the factory to come. I did not expect the factory to collect cell phones. Next. Fairy School Girl. Into the factory? Luo Yi. Yeah. My roommate missed a day of class yesterday, so I was looking for a way to follow over to see what he was doing. Ugh. Sister, go back and I'll explain it to you face to face. Fairy Scholar, location. Lono. Huh? Fairy Scholar, location. Seeing this, Luo Yi obediently sent it over even though he didn't know what Fairy School Sister wanted the location for. She can't come over. Can she? The two then went to the cafeteria in the factory together, and the dormitory group was asking what they were doing. Because of the 2 classes today, both in the afternoon. Luo Yi was just about to say it when Xin Xiao's voice of rejection came from his ears. Don't tell them. I've already bothered you and don't want to bother anyone else. Luo Yi glanced at Xin Xiao. There were many words in his heart that he wanted to say, but he couldn't. Between guys, some words get stuck in their throats, they can't say them, and they may even feel awkward saying them. But guys are men of action, and what they can't say, they'll tell each other with real action. Just like father. Brother Lono, I'm going to drop out of school. Hearing these words, Luo Ye's heart snapped and he looked at Xin Xiao somewhat suddenly. The latter smiled sagely and said, reality is not a novel. I sometimes envy the male and female protagonists in the story of falling leaves returning to the roots, who are able to have a serious love affair in college. But that kind of thing has not befallen me, don't you think so, falling leaves dada? Hearing this, Luo Yi was clear that the other party should know that he was the fallen leaf returning to his roots. He usually didn't hide anything in his dormitory, and his coding was also greatly generous, so as long as he carefully observed his computer interface, he could easily know that he was falling leaves returning to the roots. It was nothing more than Xin Xiao being very attentive, while Wang De Hammer and Li Haoyang didn't pay attention to this matter. Drop out. Lono had this in his head. Well, I can't afford the hospital bills anymore, so I'm going to drop out of school, get a job, rent another house, and bring Tyr home to take care of herself. At those words, Luo Yi was somewhat silent. This was reality, not something he could comfort with a few words to Shin Xiao. But there must be something he can do as a friend. Luo Yi began to write since high school graduation, and now it has been 4 or 5 months, plus this novel is very hot. The manuscript fee has an $80,000 or $90,000 a month. Now he also has a hand of about 300,000, and with the manga adaptation, the novel is getting hotter and hotter. The monthly fee is still rising, just about to exceed 100,000 yuan. Of course, it was impossible for him to send money directly to Shin Xiao, and the latter would not accept it. But with The Young and the Restless being such a hit, this traffic should help the male stars. Chapter 89. I'll be waiting. Soon, the rest of the time is over. Shin Xiao looked at Luo Yi and said, You go back. There is a class in the afternoon. Even if you are not afraid to miss the class, you still have to update today. Here is 8 o'clock in the evening after work, and so on back to the dormitory are more than 9 o'clock. Luo Yi looked at him, although it was true that he still wanted to stay here to accompany him for a while. But there were still readers over at the novel waiting for him to update it, so he couldn't just focus on Shin Xiao alone. After nodding, Luo Yi watched Shin Xiao leave the cafeteria. Soon, apart from the staff in the cafeteria, only Luo Yi was left here alone. An aunt saw him and came over and said, Young man, you look quite young. Why are you working here? Usually the factory would only come to student-like people during the summer and winter vacations, and now, at the end of October, it was reasonable that there should not be a young man like Luo Yi. Auntie, I'm only here for half a day, so I'm leaving. So, Auntie thought of the handsome man just now. Shin Xiao's looks, coupled with his boyish face relative to the others, made Auntie unable to help but say, You're that young man's friend, aren't you? He came here a few days ago, and didn't get used to this side at first, but for some reason he stuck it out. After saying that, Auntie left the place. Luo Yi froze for a while and also got up and prepared to go out. Outside the cafeteria, a supervisor of the factory saw Luo Yi and came over and said sternly, What are you doing? The break time is over. Why are you still here? Believe it or not, I'll dock your paycheck. Hearing this, Luo Yi, although he was a good-tempered man, couldn't help but get a little angry. What's with the indiscriminate, upfront scolding? Even if you're the supervisor, we're all adults who don't owe anything to anyone, so why should you come up and yell at him? Still, Lono said patiently, I'm not your employee here. He even did half a day's work for them for free. If you say it's not, it's not. Why are you here if you're not? If you don't want to do it, get lost, you won't get a penny. Hearing this, Luo Yi was also infuriated, although he was a good-tempered person, but not also would not be bullied and still pretend to be like a person who is fine. I'm not worth this much to you? What makes you think you can still disrespect your employees when you're working your ass off to make these $200 a day? At that, the supervisor said disdainfully, Respect? Huh, kid, just out of school, right? No money, no background, who respects you? Playing workers should have the appearance of playing workers, have the ability to be the supervisor. Think about it, why I am the supervisor, not you. Once these words came out, Luo Yi didn't speak again. Why is he in charge? Maybe he's competent or has connections to some of the leaders in the plant. Whatever the reason, it's the reason he gets to be in charge, gets to have a bunch of people in his hands. Thinking about Shen Xiao's situation at this time, Luo Yi didn't continue to pay attention to the supervisor in front of him, but left the factory. Reality doesn't speak of sentimentality, much less fairness, nor does hard work pay off. You can already call yourself lucky when something comes to fruition with effort. Luo Yi stood at the entrance of the factory, took one last look at this factory, and then prepared to take a taxi to leave. But in the cell phone, a message just sent by the fairy sister popped up. Wait! Seeing this, Luo Yi froze in place. You're coming here? He sat on the steps near here and waited, and after most of an hour, a pink chopped fish head appeared in Lono's line of sight. Since moving to the teacher's apartment, the car keys have been left there as well. Subai Kanji parked her car on the side of the road, wearing a long, beige dress, and stepped one leg out of the car door, revealing a section of her slender, white calves, before walking out. Hokage? What brings you here? Luo Yi was surprised, not realizing that his schoolmate had actually come. Subai Kanji gave him an expressionless look and said faintly, Nothing, came to see if you've been sold. Lono had never gone this long without returning a message. She'd thought of many possibilities over the course of the morning. Car accident, sudden death, kidnapped, trafficked abroad, karma waste. It's gradually getting a bit outrageous, though. But Subai Kanji's mind just thinks about these strange things. It wasn't until noon that she was relieved to receive a message from Lono. A whole morning's worth of worry then transformed into an urge to see Lono. And then she came. Luo Yi was surprised. "Sister, you can drive? I have a driver's license," Su Baijiao said with an expressionless face. "That's not what I meant." The last time Fairy Sister drove carefully, but now she was able to drive from the school to the suburbs. "I know." Su Baikanji got into the passenger seat, obviously wanting Luo Yi to drive. She had no desire to drive when Lono was around. Luo Yi looked at the time. It's almost 1 o'clock now. The afternoon class starts at 2 o'clock, and he can still catch up by driving the fairy schoolmistress's car. The car came all the way to the family building, and on the way, Luo Yi also told the fairy schoolmate about Xin Xiao. Su Baikanji had heard a little about it, because her best friend was interning inside the hospital where Xin Xiao's girlfriend was. Plus Shan Xiao's face and deep feelings, it had always been something the nurses discussed. So she had talked about this person when she was gossiping with her girlfriends. Only today she realized that this person was actually her elementary school brother's roommate. "What do you want to do?" Su Baikanji spoke softly. "I'm going to get help." Luo Yi wanted to ask for help in the book group. There are always ways when there are more people. Su Baijiao nodded. The school should also be able to help when it comes to whether or not a student drops out, and she will mention it to the school to see if there is any policy on grants. After all, if he remembered correctly, Shen Xiao was the person with the best grades in this class of computer science department enrollment. Either way, dropping out is the next best thing. After getting off the bus, Luo Yi seriously looked at the fairy schoolmate in front of him and said, "This time, I'm troubling schoolmate. It's good to know the trouble." Su Baikanji looked at Luo Yi with a flat face. The latter lowered his head, somewhat embarrassed. Su Baikanji turned around and said, "Return faster next time." Hearing this, Luo Yi was first confused, but quickly reacted. It turned out that by trouble, the schoolteacher didn't mean driving over to pick him up, but the fact that he hadn't returned messages all morning. Looking at his senior sister's back as she left, Luo Yi murmured, "Senior sister, I've fallen hard for you." Su Baikanji's footsteps gave a slight lurch as she turned around and asked, "Did you just say something?" Said what?" "Hokage." I'll tell you louder when I'm ready." Upon hearing this, Su Baikanji glanced at Luo Yi, then nodded and opened her mouth slightly and said, "I'll wait." Chapter 90, Sons. Lono rushed from the family building into the classroom. In class, Lono pulled out his cell phone and started reading book reviews. When he saw the 5-star positive reviews, Luo Ye's heart was happy. But after seeing the bad reviews, his mood went down again. But after seeing the malicious bad reviews, he directly logged on to his trumpet and transformed himself into a cyber warrior and became a cyber spammer. After spraying, he was reminded by a reader that the second story of the manga adaptation of Youth Still Lives was updated yesterday morning. It had been a couple days full of classes and trips into the factory. It was good enough to keep updating. He hadn't even noticed if the comic was updated or not. Lono clicked on the second sentence of the manga. The manga adaptation doesn't seem to be quite the same as the original he wrote. Yet the plot is exactly the same, but it seems a little weird. After looking at it for a while, Luo Yi finally realized what the problem was. The manga adaptation seems to narrate the story from the heroine's first point of view, and he writes novels that are written from the first point of view of the male protagonist. It's the exact same story, but it looks and feels very different. Luo Yi couldn't help but start marveling in his mind. How this newcomer manga artist came up with the idea of having a female lead as the main point of view is awesome. After all, Lono wasn't a girl, and the heroine of his book couldn't have done every detail perfectly anyway. But not in comics. The scene where he meets his schoolmate is written surprisingly about the heroine's mental state. A lot of places that weren't portrayed in the novel were all shown inside the manga, and they were even better than Luo Yi had imagined. The two together would make a perfect piece. Thinking of this, Luo Yi hastily private messaged, "Rice with more water on the platform." Complimenting animated emoji thumbs up. He sent a thumbs up emoji of appreciation. The latter quickly replied with a animated emoji hug. The two communicated simply, as if they were elderly. Lono guessed that the other party should be a girl, so he usually hardly interacted with the other party at all, except for the necessary requirements of manga adaptations. The other side rarely seeks him out either. But it's an incredible thing that the other party has managed to portray the adapted manga so perfectly, even though they clearly didn't ask for details from the novel. After class, Lono added the author's words at the end of today's update. Instead of mentioning his roommate Shin Chao, he said that he had a friend who had been in a car accident, his parents had died, and he himself had become a vegetable and had been in the hospital. With tears as the centerpiece, it says that her boyfriend is on the verge of dropping out of school to work to earn her medical bills. Having Tear as the first person is two very different concepts from having Shin Chao as the main character. After all, little Tear was the one who really needed help, not Shin Chao. And by directly helping Tear, he could also preserve Shin Chao's dignity. The message went out and was known by many, with some book fans suggesting ways they wanted to build a group to donate. But Luo Yi is just a novel author, is also considered a public figure. He built a group to donate words is not quite appropriate, easy to be ulterior motives of the people to criticize. So with the help of the book fans, Lono found a platform for regular donations and then posted Little Tear's message there. He then posted a link to the donation route to his book group. With the retweets from the bookworms, Little Tear's message quickly rushed to the top of the platform and was seen by more and more people. Seeing this poor little girl, everyone made a spontaneous donation. She has been abandoned by the world, but the good people will shield her from it. With Shin Chao around, there would always be people in this world who loved her. Her name is Ai Xiaoya, and she has been unlucky since she was a child, often falling down, and when she falls down, she will say, "Ouch, mama." The first sound made at birth was yada yada yada. Because of bad luck, so she loves to cry. Being boyfriend named a few nicknames, there is a small tear, a small cry bag, and occasionally call her a small Luban, because of bad luck. And I hope that this car accident has brought her unlucky luck to a head, and that from now on, life is all about luck. This is a special introductory paragraph written by Lono on top of the donation platform. On the other hand, Su by Kanji also asked about the school, and the latter was ready to contact Ai Xiaoya's university after knowing about Shin Chao's situation. After all, Ai Xiaoya had gotten into Jiangnan University and was also in the middle of Jiangcheng. But this kind of thing had happened before she had even enrolled. After contacting her university, it should be possible to donate through the school. After all, Shin Chao had no reason to let Jiangcheng University donate. This matter could only be done by Jiangnan University. After doing so, it was already the end of the second period. Luo Yi stood at the entrance of a road and hesitated for a moment. The left leads to the men's dormitory and the right is to the faculty apartments. Can't be helped. Can't be helped having two homes. Luo Yi touched his nose in embarrassment and turned his head to see Wang de Hammer's angry face. Lono froze, puzzled. "Hammer, wild child, are you going to fool around again?" Looking at Wang's sledgehammer beside him, who had suddenly become unsuspicious, Luo Ye's heart snapped with a bad feeling. "What is it, Hammer?" Lono asked a little nervously. "No big deal. Can you kid push the green bubble of Goddess Qin for me?" Wang's sledgehammer winked at Luo Yi with a lewd face. The corners of Luo Ye's mouth twitched as he helplessly said, "I can only ask for you. It's impossible for me to push it for you directly." Okay. Big help, bro. I'm finally getting off the hook too. King Sledgehammer. Looking at Wang's sledgehammer's excited expression, Luo Yi was filled with speechlessness. He hasn't even asked yet, and you're looking like you're already talking about it. But with senior sister Qin's character, she most likely shouldn't agree. Speaking of which, he still owed academic sister Qin a meal. Thinking of this, Luo Yi took out his cell phone, opened his button, and sent a message to Qin Yuan. "Luo Yi, Sister Qin, are you free?" On the other side, the teacher's apartment. Su by Kanji and Qin Yuan had just gotten out of class, and although there were very few junior year classes, they weren't non-existent. The two of them returned to the teacher's apartment together, and when she saw the black men's slippers on top of the shoe rack at the entrance, Qin Yuan revealed a shocked expression. The expression she looked at Su Baijiao also became incomparably unfamiliar. What's with the men's slippers at Kanji's house? No, this is not the Su by Kanji she knows. Taking over. Kanji must have been taken over. Who are you? Qin Yuan took 2 steps back and hastily picked up the broom aside, asking cautiously, "How could there be men's slippers in Porge's house, and who are you?" Upon hearing this, Su by Kanji looked at this psychotic girl expressionlessly, then spoke faintly. "You guess." Hearing this familiar tone, Qin Yuan put down her broom and sighed in relief. Still, when she saw the men's slippers on the shoe rack, she said incredulously, "Porridge, you really let that elementary school boy live in, huh?" "Aha." Su by Kanji said lightly, "It can't be helped. He's my teacher's brother." Qin Yuan. "What am I to you? Stupid? Are you going to fool me with this excuse for the rest of my life? At this time, Chin Yuan noticed that a message popped up in Sue by Porridge's cell phone that was placed on the table. She looked at it curiously. Son. Sister Chin, are you free? Chin Yuan. Son? What the hell? Seeing this, Su Baijiao's expression became a bit awkward. She only remembered that the last time her elementary school brother told her that when they were close in the dormitory they would call each other son. Chapter 91. The Little Baby. Let's not talk about that for now, Porridge. This is a junior high school student. Isn't it? And what does school sister Chin mean? Why is he asking you if I'm free? Chin Yuan felt like she had discovered a new world. Porridge has changed, Porridge has really changed. But with the change in Porridge, it was surprising that she only just realized that it was really emotionally fading. Countless thoughts flashed through Chin Yuan's mind as she thought of many possibilities and finally realized something. She really couldn't guess after all. She stared at Su Baijiao like a curious baby, attempting to get an explanation from the other party. Su Baikanji slightly opened her lips, and Chin Yuan subconsciously swallowed her saliva for fear of hearing those two familiar words from the other party's mouth. But this one disappointed her. Su Baikanji didn't say those two words, but explained seriously, I gave your name when he and I met online. Hearing this, Chin Yuan's eyes widened. No wonder that, after the freshman military training that time, Kanji Porridge mysterious, but also looking for her to borrow the game number. Thanks to her, she thought she was being kind and helping her score, but she didn't realize that she was running out of numbers. You met online. Chin Yuan griped. How come I don't know? Professor Gu is very good at playing the game, so he let his brother take him. But his brother could not take him alone and pulled me. There was another position at that time, and I pulled you. Upon hearing this, Chin Yuan revealed an expression of dawning realization, as if the light bulb that had been extinguished above her head had finally lit up. Is it the gentle brother of that time? Chin Yuan finally remembered. At that time, Lono was still a high school student. I heard Professor Gu say that Luo Yi hadn't been in love at that time. Professor Gu also said he was handsome. Professor Gu also said, wait, this Professor Gu isn't a brother controller, is he? It doesn't matter. Chin Yuan was impressed because she was reading romance novels every day at the time and didn't have an ounce of resistance to the persona of an innocent male high schooler. Her gaming skills were also very poor. The reason why she wanted to follow the two masters, Luo Yi and Su Bai Porridge, wasn't to listen to the voice of the pure love male high. Porridge, you've even taken Professor Gu's brother down? Sibling love eh? Seeing Chin Yuan's fussed expression, Su Bai Porridge said lightly, I have nothing with him, we are pure. Yes, our iceberg goddess's mouth is harder than her bones. I know, it's really nothing, it's just a normal boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. It's really pure, you're all in love for the first time, of course it's pure. Su White Kanji. Nothing to say. However, from a certain perspective, in fact, Su Bai Kanji's heart still agreed with what Chin Yuan had just said. She picked up her cell phone and responded as Chin Yuan. Free. Soon after, Lono sent the message once more. Son, my roommate wants your green bubbles. Seeing this, Su Baikanji handed her cell phone to Chin Yuan, letting her chat on her own. This is also the first time that Luo Yi chatted with the real Chin Shuejia on the button. Chin Yuan. Which roommate, the freshman schoolboy?
Son, no.
Chin Yuan. I refuse. Seeing this message, Luo Yi was slightly stunned. Why does it feel like school sister Chin has suddenly changed like a different person? But when Wang's sledgehammer next to him saw the message, he immediately turned black and said with a skittish look, the male star is guilty of a great crime. Come on, people don't add up, and since you and the star are strangers to them, of course they'll pick the handsome one. Ugh. Wang's sledgehammer sighed and said helplessly, am I, Wang's sledgehammer, destined to end up alone and never meet love? At that, Lono didn't even want to talk. Is that love for you? From Lu Bingxin to Tang Enki to Chin Yuan, not looking at the character first but just looking at the face value, all of them were great beauties. You're obviously horny. I'm too embarrassed to expose you when you're craving for someone else's body. Luo Yi just thought about it in his mind, then comforted, Hammer. Love needs to be found by yourself. Maybe it's there when you turn around? Hearing this, Wang's sledgehammer looked back. Behind her, Yu Choyu passed by holding a basketball, and seeing Wang the Hammer who turned back, she walked over and said in surprise, Wang the Hammer? What a coincidence. I was just about to go play ball. Together, King Sledgehammer. Lono. He swore that he was really just saying it off the top of his head. Okay. Even if love is rough, I'm still going to be in the ballpark scenery. Wang's sledgehammer puffed out his chest and raised his head, and his entire person became confident again. Yu Choyu wrapped his arm around Wang Dahammer's shoulders. She's only 6 feet 2 inches, though, and needs to be on her tiptoes. With her personality, when she became familiar with people, no matter male or female, she could easily become a brother. So, she and Wang Dahammer were already good buddies, and they went to the field together like 2 boys. After leaving Luo Yi alone, he once again initiated a message to Senior Qin. Son. Sister Qin, I still owe you a meal. I'll treat you to dinner later? On the other hand, Qin Yuan, who saw this message, directly exploded and immediately said angrily, "Sea King, this scum, all have you, but also invite me to dinner, porridge. This person cannot, I do not agree." Hearing this, Su Bai Kanji didn't have much of a reaction, but said with a flat face, 3. Ha! Qin Yuan was confused, but Su Baito continued, 2. What? Qin Yuan was confused. How did the countdown suddenly start? 1. As soon as the words fell, a message from above the green bubble came from Su Bai Porridge's cell phone. Son. Sister, would you like to have dinner together tonight? Son. I bumped into Sister Qin in front of the cafeteria last time. I promised to treat her to dinner. Together? Sister? If you don't go, I'll wait until you're free to ask Sister Qin out again. Seeing this, Qin Yuan had nothing to say. However, she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, pointing at Su Bai Kanji's cell phone and mocking unmercifully. This note is really hilarious, ah ha 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 ha. Kanji, don't you change it? Ha 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 ha, laughed me to death. Su White Kanji. Her icy cold eyes swept over Qin Yuan, who shivered and hurriedly said, I was wrong, Kanji. But this note is really hilarious, ha 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 ha, I can't stand it, ha 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 ha. After laughing, Qin Yuan calmed down and said, Porridge, give me your cell phone. I'll reply to my elementary school brother. Su Bai Kanji handed her cell phone to Qin Yuan. After receiving the cell phone, Qin Yuan replied to Luo Yi on the button, saying that she could have dinner in the evening. Afterwards, she secretly glanced at Su Bai Kanji. While the other party was watching TV, she was quick, directly Luo Ye's note, changed to little baby. Buckle and green bubble were changed. Chapter 92. It's lucky to meet you. Luo Yi stood at the entrance of the school, waiting for Su Bai Porridge and Qin Yuan to arrive. Soon, most of the hour had passed, and Luo Yi sat across the school, his face frozen. He was bored out of his mind after waiting so long. It wasn't long before the two walked out of the school. Today's fairy school sister was wearing a Republican-style long dress with plain light blue long sleeves on the top half, and her long hair was tied into 2 twisted braids that rested on her shoulders and fell down her shoulders to her chest. It's beautiful. Lono looked dumbfounded. He's not bored anymore, unlocking another fairy school girl's style of dress. But this style was unlocked by Qin Yuan, where Su Bai Porridge would dress herself. The clothes were also Qin Yuan's, and the reason why Luo Yi had waited so long was that she was also dressing Su Baijiao. Su Baijiao without makeup is perfect for the Republican style of dress, and still more innocent student clothes. Seeing Luo Ye's eyes go straight, Qin Yuan darkened her face on the side. She was obviously dressed nicely too, so why was she being ignored? She crossed her arms, interrupting Luo Ye's gaze, and couldn't help but say, Hey, you're treating me to dinner. I'm the main character today. I'm sorry, Qin Senpai. What would you like to eat? Noticing that Qin Yuan was beside him, Luo Yi rubbed the back of his head and said with some embarrassment, Grilled fish. It's been a long time since I've had grilled fish. Qin Yuan seems to have thought about what to eat a long time ago. The grilled fish is not expensive, and it's also delicious, quenching the craving without breaking Lono's bank too much. In her eyes, Luo Yi was just an ordinary freshman student, and there was really no need to spend hundreds of dollars to treat himself to some luxurious meal. Okay, grilled fish then. Lono hailed a cab and chose the highest-rated grilled fish restaurant in the neighborhood. After getting out of the car, the 3 of them arrived in the mall, and after arriving at their destination on the 4th floor of the mall, Luo Yi was in awe for a while. Not to be outdone, there was a line for the highest-rated grilled fish restaurant in the neighborhood. Lono went and asked, and they came in at number 37. 37th place? Good lord. Why don't we go do something else first? Qin Yuan suggested. Doing what, Sister Qin? Luo Yi asked curiously. Humph. Come on, let's go to karaoke. Without waiting for Luo Yi to react, she hugged Su Baijiao's arm and walked towards a KTV. There is a KTV right in the mall, on the far right side of the second floor. Opening a small box at random, Luo Yi came into the dazzling room. KTV, he naturally came, and the whole family came together, and every time it was the sister-in-law who showed off her singing voice, and the whole family kept their mouths shut, not daring to speak or comment. And although Su Bai Kanji had come less, she had come a few times, all brought by Qin Yuan, and every time it was just the two of them, or at most her other roommates. But since the other two roommates left school to rent a room, they rarely came together. It was the first time there was more than one boy. You know that usually when there is a boys' bureau, Qin Yuan and Su Bai Porridge don't come. Get high! As soon as the door closed, Qin Yuan freed herself. She picked up the microphone and sang, Flying Free, on the spot. The noise of the voice was so loud that it was on par with Luo Ye's sister-in-law. Luo Yi and Su Bai Kanji sat on either side of Qin Yuan, their faces expressionless, without speaking. After singing, Qin Yuan stuffed the microphone into Su Bai Kanji's hand and said to Luo Yi mysteriously, Elementary school brother, I can tell you that our Kanji's throat is heavenly. I know. After all, what happened at the freshman party was still fresh in his mind. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan also remembered and said in surprise, Yes, come to think of it, you and Porridge even chorused, my God. What other unspeakable things have you two hidden from me? Neither Luo Yi nor Su Baijiao said anything. Porridge, do you want to sing a song? Upon hearing this, Su Baijiao glanced at Luo Yi and slightly shook her head. No singing. Though she did want to sing for a moment, she was afraid she wouldn't be good enough. Wouldn't it ruin your image if you really didn't sing well? You're not nervous, are you? Qin Yuan looked at Su Bai Porridge with a smile, then handed the other microphone to Luo Yi and said, It's okay. If your schoolmate sings with you, you won't be nervous. With that said, Qin Yuan stood up and helped Luo Yi and Su Baijiao order a song they had once sung together called A Little Bit Sweet, before walking to the door and saying, I'm going to go and see where the grilled fish lineup is while you guys sing. Watching her leave, Luo Yi and Su Baijiao exchanged a glance, then simultaneously averted their heads. In the box, the beautiful accompaniment of A Little Bit Sweet rang out, and with Su Bai Porridge wearing a Republican school uniform and a purely dressed look, it made Luo Ye's heart incomparably moved. There are times when the accompaniment is more charming than the song. Like right now. Without the song, they would have the lyrics in their minds, even with the music video in their heads. At this moment, Luo Ye's mind was filled with the scene of Wang De Hammer's voice, and then he went on stage to sing with the fairy school sisters. There was silence in the room and everyone was listening to them sing. And right now, they don't have an audience. But the fairy schoolmistress is still beside herself, and their relationship has been turned upside down. Soon the accompaniment was over, and they didn't sing a word or say a word. The song automatically plays the next song. This one, titled Little Luck, the song's accompaniment comes with its own picture. I'm sure everyone who hears this song thinks of something unconsciously. Some of them even have a hidden pain in their hearts. That is the beauty of the song. After the accompaniment is halfway through, the song came to the second half, and Su Baijiao silently put the microphone to her mouth. With Su Bai Kanji's slight opening, among the accompaniment, mixed with the fairy school sister's voice, the two matched without any sense of incongruity, a feeling that made Luo Ye's scalp tingle surge to his heart. What is it like to suddenly hear the person next to you sing a song that rivals the original? Luo Yi looked at Su Baijiao in surprise. The fairy schoolmate who was singing didn't have such a high and mighty look on her face as she gripped the microphone with both hands and sang rustily and cautiously, singing every lyric to perfection. Moreover, for some reason, the schoolteacher's voice seemed to contain an emotion that blended with the song and traveled into Luo Ye's heart. The girl's absolutely beautiful side face, clear jawline, and soft, sticky lips all made Luo Ye's heart flutter. Soon, the song ended, but Luo Ye's voice still echoed in his head as his schoolmate. Su Baijiao put down the microphone and realized that Luo Yi was staring at her blankly. Look what I'm doing. Look at the fairies. This is a KTV, no fairies. At those words, Luo Yi froze slightly. He then cocked his head and said seriously, Look at my fairy. Chapter 93. The Lady of Jiangnan Under the Rain. Qin Yuan broke through the door and glanced at Luo Yi and Su Baijiao with a bad smile on her face. Finding that these two people looked as normal and their clothes were intact, with no signs of crumpling, Qin Yuan was instantly disappointed. How come it's not like the drama on TV? Shouldn't something happen when a man and a woman are in the same room together? After singing for a while longer, Qin Yuan looked at the time. Come on, it's almost our turn. Back in line at the entrance to the fourth-floor grilled fish restaurant, there were 4 more tables in front of them, so they should be lined up soon. The 3 sat in the doorway seats, but Qin Yuan was the only one who was lively, chatting one thing to the left and one thing to the right. This mall is the closest mall to Jiangda, and the last time Luo Yi and Su Bai Porridge caught dolls was also here. Soon the waiter called out to them and the 3 of them got up and walked in. Is this grilled fish good? Sitting at the table, Luo Yi asked suspiciously. Even though he picked the place, he didn't eat it. Yummy, yummy, yummy. There's a lot of schools near this mall. He'd dare to make it less than delicious? Never underestimate a college student's obsession with food. The words college student have gone from being what they used to being an adjective. After the waiter brought out the grilled fish, looking at the freshly grilled fish in front of him, Luo Yi suddenly had a big appetite. In the morning into a half-a-day express factory, lunch also ate a clear soup, come back to 2 consecutive classes, Luo Yi are about to starve to death. After ordering 3 bowls of rice, Lono began to eat the rice with grilled fish. Lono never kept up appearances in front of food. Seeing him act like a starving ghost, Su Bai Porridge was already accustomed to it. And Qin Yuan was surprised. It's good to be able to eat. It's a blessing to be able to eat. And in the future, marry a wife who will cook for you. Eat, Su Bai Kanji said indifferently. Qin Yuan immediately had a weak heart and began to smother her dry rice. After eating, the 3 of them left the grilled fish restaurant. Although Luo Yi ate his heart out, the grilled fish just now was still not as good as the meal cooked by the fairy schoolmistress. Nowadays, Luo Yi has 3 levels of evaluation for food in his mind. Make your own crap. Restaurant meal. Fairy schoolgirls make good food. The 3 came from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor. It was still early, and they could wander around for a while longer. Seeing the store selling clothes beside him, Luo Yi found a very beautiful dress. I think you'll look great in this dress. Don't you? Wandering around, Lono stopped in front of the bridal store again. Looking through the glass at the wedding dress inside, Lono gave a small gasp of surprise. Fairy schoolgirls should become real fairies if they wear them, right? Lono looked down at the price. 10 million 100,000? Lono shook his head. It wasn't that he looked down on wedding dresses, but a $100,000 wedding dress wasn't good enough for the fairy schoolgirl in his heart. When he got married, he would make sure that his fairy schoolmate wore the most unique wedding dress in the world. For both of them, it was the priceless kind. Bah, he hasn't chased after his schoolmate yet. What's the point of getting married? Think far away, think far away. Luo Yi sighed and realized that a dozen meters in front of him, Su Bai Kanji and Qin Yuan were silently looking at themselves. Ahem, I was just tying my shoes. Lono quickly stepped forward to follow. Qin Yuan glanced at Luo Yi and said casually, I've heard that when boys stop at the entrance of a bridal store, they are fantasizing about their sweetheart wearing a wedding dress. Schoolboy, do you have a sweetheart? At those words, Luo Yi subconsciously glanced at the fairy school sister. Noticing his gaze, Su Baijiao gently turned her head away. This stupid schoolmate, what's he looking at her for at a time like this? Should he be so obvious? Qin Yuan snickered and whispered to Luo Yi, do you want to know porridge's circumference? Triple. That's a strange word for a green boy like you, isn't it? And let me tell you, a trimline is a waist, hips, and a bust. Hearing this, Luo Yi blushed and responded in a small voice, I know. Don't say it. Fairy schoolgirl's circumference? Luo Yi couldn't help but look at the fairy school sister's waist without an ounce of fat. The dress of the Republican school uniform, so that at this time, Su Bai Porridge is like the first love, dignified and atmospheric, as if the Republican period of the big family's young lady. After looking at the waist, Luo Yi was just about to look upwards when he met the gaze of the fairy schoolmate. What are you guys chatting about? Su Bai Kanji asked faintly. Nothing, kanji. Qin Yuan pretended like nothing. Seeing this, Su Bai Kanji decided that she would never let Qin Yuan come into contact with her elementary school brother again. She always felt that with Wen's character, sooner or later she would reveal her entire privacy to Luo Yi. After walking out of the mall, it was drizzling outside. Once again, Lono took a cab, destined for the teacher's apartment. Because of the rain, if they go to the front of the school, the cabs can't get in and they have to go back in the rain. However, cabs can enter the teacher's apartments and park in front of the units. Luo Yi took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat, allowing school sister Qin and school sister Fairy to sit in the back. He looked out the window of the car, when the rain hit it with a continuous ticking sound. The front wiper keeps moving back and forth. The rainy Jiangnan water town seems to wash away the dust in the city, giving it a new look. Even the air becomes fresh. No words on the way. The car pulled up in front of the entrance to the teacher's apartment building 5, Unit 4. The three of them got out of the car and jogged all the way to the door of the flat. At this time, Subai Kanji's hair was already a little wet, but it didn't affect her stunning face value at all, and even added a point of temptation. If senior sister Chin is also there, I'll stay back in my dormitory today, Luo Yi said. It's a different room, but it can still be inconvenient. Do you want to go back now? Subai Kanji said faintly. Yeah, it's just a rain shower, Luo Yi said indifferently as he stepped away, ready to run wildly all the way back. Later, Subai Kanji opened her mouth and then led Qin Yuan up the stairs first. Although Luo Yi didn't understand why his senior sister told him to wait, he never did what his senior sister said. It wasn't long before Subai Kanji came out of the elevator with an extra oil paper umbrella in her hand. Seeing this, Luo Yi sighed. Fairy schoolgirls, they seem to love these things. He was in the Jiangnan water town, as if he had met a genuine Jiangnan woman. Come on, I'll give you a ride. Subai Kanji left the door of the unit, then holding an oil paper umbrella, stood in the rain and looked back at Luo Yi. This scene, rooted in Luo Ye's mind, became an image he could never forget. He followed and came under his schoolmate's umbrella, while reaching out a hand and grabbing it. I'll hold the umbrella. Aha! The two stepped out into the rain together. The umbrella is not big, so the two people under the umbrella are close together. So close that Luo Yi can smell the scent of the beautiful person next to him. As close as the two unintentionally looked at each other. They were able to see each other in each other's eyes. Chapter 94, The Return Wang Sledgehammer Wants. The door to the men's dormitory. This was the first time Luo Yi had been sent back to his dormitory by a girl. Moreover, nowadays it is usually the boys who send the girls back to their dormitories, and there aren't many like Subai Porridge who are willing to send the boys back. Lono decided to reflect on himself when he got back. Obviously he was the one who liked his senior sister. He was the one who was pursuing her, so why did he always feel that she was taking care of him in every way? Hokage, be safe on your way back. Aha! Looking at Luo Yi standing at the entrance of the building of the men's dormitory, Su Baijiao nodded, then turned around and prepared to leave. Sister, remember to send me a message when you get back. At those words, Su Baijiao's movements gave a slight lurch, then nodded again. Watching his schoolmate's figure disappear into the rain, Luo Yi was still looking at the doorway. Don't look, it's all gone away. Are you boy a wife watching stone? The voice of the hostess came from his ears. Luo Yi turned around and found that the somewhat slightly fat hostess aunt was wearing a mask and standing next to herself like a ghost. Luo Yi smiled sarcastically and said with some embarrassment, Mrs. Lin, why are you here as well? I've been there, you kid can do it, to pick up a schoolgirl. Because Shin Chao repeatedly returned late to pin the bed. Most of them were Luo Yi down to shout at the hostel manager to open the door, so the hostel manager is still quite familiar with Luo Yi. Lin Mom, this is all about the Jianghu. You don't understand, by the way. How is the tea I sent you? Not bad, tasty, or you boys will come to things. Lin's mom gave Luo Yi a thumbs up. Luo Yi felt that he might be like Shin Chao in the future, often returning home late, so he chose to ingratiate himself with the hostile aunt. Even though Lin's mom had a bad temper, she was still nice, and very good at that whole playing favorites thing. Monday through Friday, JNU does not allow students to live out privately at night without applying to the university. Students who have not applied to live away from home may only live in their dormitory rooms. Luo Yi then did not apply. It is not that he does not want to apply, but the freshman year is not allowed to apply, want to leave the school at least until the sophomore year. This is also the school's protection for freshman students. After all, we are new to the city, not familiar with each other, not many friends, or live in the dormitory safer. And Luo Yi may live in the family building. So he greeted the boarding house Lin Ma in advance and gave a little bit of favor, so that it would be convenient to talk to him in the future if he made a mistake. 5th floor. Luo Yi finally stepped on the steps of this floor. Every time he went upstairs he wanted to spit out the designer of the dormitory building. It was a real dog. You can have an elevator above the 6th floor, okay, so we'll build you a 6th floor with no elevator. Every day to and from class, students living on the 5th and 6th floors spend a long time just climbing the stairs. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lono realized that the guys were silent. Especially Shin Chao, who had come back earlier today and was currently sitting on the edge of his bed, looking at himself with an indescribable expression. Lono took a step back and said nervously, Boy Star, Have you finally gone from 1 to 0? Don't talk nonsense. Xin Xiao smiled faintly, then sighed and looked at Luo Yi again before speaking. Thank you. Thanks for nothing. It's your girlfriend I'm helping, not you. Lono said with a wave of his hand. And he only posted the message on the donation platform. It was the kind people who helped AI Xiaoya. Thanks Sister Su for me again, Xin Xiao added. Huh? Luo Yi queried. Su. Su what? Sister Su Baijiu. Xin Xiao explained. I received a call from Jiangnan University. They applied for a subsidy for Little Tear and sent a specialized teacher to visit the hospital. And if Little Tear is able to wake up, tuition will be waived. Said Xin Xiao continued. I heard that it was our university to contact people. They only know that there is such a thing, our side, can talk to the university leaders. Think about it, there is only her. Lono froze slightly. He had only casually mentioned it to the fairy schoolmistress. But he didn't expect the fairy schoolmistress to help him so much. Luo Ye's heart was filled with emotion. He then looked at Wang Dehammer and Li Haoyang, always feeling that these two people were also strange. What's wrong with you guys again? Upon hearing this, Wang Dehammer hummed, and even became arrogant. On the other side, Li Haoyang stood up and said seriously, Brother Luo Yi, we are all brothers. Why do you think you are hiding such a big thing from us? With that, he looked at Xin Xiao and said angrily, If it wasn't for Brother Luo Yi, would we not have known that you dropped out of school? Exactly. Wang Dehammer glared at Xin Xiao and also said with an angry face, You didn't treat us as your own people? Wild Wazi did his best for you? Did you even hide it from him? This is still something he found out on his own. Looking at the two men, Xin Xiao opened his mouth, but said nothing. He just didn't want to bother anyone else. Wild child? What are you doing? At this time, Wang Dehammer suddenly noticed that Luo Yi was looking at his cell phone, seemingly looking for something. Nothing. Look at the platform's donation history. Found it. Luo Yi looked at the message on his cell phone and said, I'm Xin Xiao's dad. This is you right, Hammer? Donation of $1,000. I drop mom. Your monthly living expenses are only 15,000. You do not eat. That's not me. Wang Sledgehammer's face turned red and he immediately retorted. He's angry with Xin Xiao. How else can he be angry when he suddenly says this? And he'd kept his name a secret. So how was it that a glance at the wild child had revealed it? Oh, and coach. World's #1 slammer. If I'm not mistaken, this should be you. Donate $300, coach. You still have to go to the gym every month and buy protein powder and all that low-fat food. $300 is a huge amount of money for you. Li Haoyang turned his head away and didn't say anything. He was also a bit shy. We're all men, and all this tenderness is off the table. Getting on stage becomes awkward. However, since it was said and done, Wang Dehammer wasn't angry. He clasped his hands to his chest and spoke. The wild child helped you so much. The coach and I also donated a lot. The star, shouldn't we be compensated for it? Hearing this, Xin Xiao looked at him seriously. You say, women's clothing. Wang Dehammer revealed an evil expression. He looked at Xin Xiao lewdly and asked with anticipation. You're so handsome. Your female costume must be at the level of a schoolgirl as well. I'm curious about what it's like. No, you're not curious. Luo Yi said breathlessly. What ulterior motives do you kid have for having male celebrities dress up in the men's dormitory? Li Haoyang nodded, deeply impressed. Don't you guys want to see it? Wang Sledgehammer was surprised. After a moment of silence, Luo Yi and Li Haoyang still nodded. Wouldn't that be nice? The three of them looked at Xin Xiao at the same time, their eyes filled with anticipation. The latter sighed, only to feel that he had fallen into the clutches of the devil. He had never been the only one to bellyache others, and this time he was afraid that he had planted it. But who let those three do him such a great favor? It's just women's clothes. I'll wear them for you this weekend. Is this true? Wang Sledgehammer's eyes glowed. True. Ha 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 ha. Good. Wang Sledgehammer was incredibly excited. Xin Xiao women's clothing is definitely school flower level. The weekend they go out, followed by a school flower level girl. Think of the face. Chapter 95. Concert tickets. The next day, there was an early morning class. Xin Xiao had already resigned from the factory, but he was supposed to be a part-time worker on a daily basis, so he didn't have to say anything about resigning and just left directly. The four came together from the dormitory into the classroom. It's a well-known fact that not many first-period classes in college are sober, and most girls don't even wear makeup. It's a good thing there's only the first class in the morning. It is still a specialized class taught by Professor Li Ping. Luo Yi looked at the PowerPoint on it with a serious face. During this period of time under the tutelage of the fairy sister, the specialized knowledge he had acquired had already exceeded the progress of the teacher's lectures. He can answer almost all of the memorization questions, although he still can't do some of them. Science was hard for him to learn. Halfway through the lesson, Wang's sledgehammer suddenly exclaimed. Li Ping glanced at him from above and said faintly, "Don't yell." Wang's sledgehammer lowered his head and was filled with embarrassment. Lono whispered in confusion, "Hammer, what are you barking at the dog for?" "Wild child. Amazing news." Wang's sledgehammer placed his cell phone in front of Luo Yi and pointed to a message on it. "The top stream actress has returned to China." A top stream actress? Luo Yi looked at his phone and realized that the woman on the cover was extremely beautiful, and her face value was almost on par with that of the fairy schoolmates. But when he saw her face, the corner of Luo Ye's mouth twitched, as if his mind thought of some bad memories. "Top stream actress AI Wenjun Ah. These 2 years she has been abroad. I heard that this year's winter vacation she returned to her country, held her first concert back in the capital. Tomorrow is the ticket pre-sale. I guess it will be swept away." Wang's sledgehammer sighed. Even if he could grab a ticket, he doesn't have the money. This is considered to be the hottest woman in the whole of China nowadays. Almost no one who has been on the internet doesn't know her, and the posters inside the subway all have her picture. Noticing Luo Ye's not-so-normal expression, Wang the Hammer asked, "What's wrong with you, kid? You're not a fan of AI Wenjun too, are you?" "Huh? Oh yeah, I'm a fan of hers too," Lono replied absent-mindedly. "I Wenjun, that's a pretty scary woman. His sister-in-law's husband's company has dealings with other big companies and in some cases invests in smaller companies. One of them is Dynasty Gaming. This was proposed by his cousin Gu Mingxian. The owner of Dynasty Gaming was an acquaintance of his and was very capable. The potential of this company was also very high, so he let his sister-in-law's husband invest in it. The future company is all owned by my cousin, so this little thing, my sister-in-law's husband agreed straight away. When Gu Mingxian went to meet this friend of his, Luo Yi also went. The owner of Dynasty Gaming was called Yi Mingjie. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that Yi Mingjie's wife is very pretty, or actresses. It is also today's top streaming first-tier, Chinese diva level, AI Wenjun. That woman was so scary that Luo Yi didn't even dare to look at her the entire time. Just staying by her side gave him the urge to gasp for air. "I heard that Yi Mingjie and AI Wenjun have a daughter. But this matter, in the entire country of China, there would be few people who knew about it. No one even knew that Ai Wenjun was married. She had come back to the country this time to announce that she was married, but she wasn't going to reveal about her daughter." Looking at some of the crazy batch of rabid fans in the comments on Wang's sledgehammer cell phone, Luo Yi couldn't even imagine how painful it would be for the fans if AI Wenjun said he was married. Moreover, AI Wenjun could only expose the fact that she was married and would not reveal a single word about Yi Mingjie. Because Yi Mingjie is only the owner of a small company, and it is also a company that plays games. This if the fans know that their goddess is married to a person who is not doing his job, the saliva can spray Yi Mingjie to death. But Luo Yi believes that his cousin's vision will not be wrong. Dynasty Gaming will definitely be able to break the situation of the gaming industry being monopolized by other countries, and then create a gaming heyday. At this time, a message popped up in Luo Ye's cell phone. "Fairy school sister." Animated emoji death smile. Seeing this, Lono replied, "Little baby. What's wrong, sister?" Seeing the 3 words little baby, Subai Kanji, who was lying on the bed, was slightly stunned. She hadn't noticed just now, when had her note become this. She looked at Qin Yuan, who was sleeping like Paige next to her, and instantly understood everything. No one, ever, could tease her like that. So, she decided to get back at Qin Yuan. Subai Kanji found a watercolor brush from the table, then drew a pig's head on Qin Yuan's face before nodding in satisfaction. She then looked back to her phone and instead of changing the note, she continued to send messages. "Fairy sister, help me grab tickets for Ai Wenjun's concert tomorrow. Little baby, huh? Is schoolmate a fan of hers too? Fairy sister, you too? Little baby, huh? This? Yes, that's right, I am." Lono sighed. "I didn't realize that this person's fame was so great that even her schoolmates were her fans. Since her senior sister also wanted to see her concert, then tomorrow at 12 noon, Luo Yi would also have to grab a ticket with Wang the Hammer. But the concert is over winter break and it's still early. The location is in the capital. If Fairy Sister is going to see it, she'll definitely go to the capital as well, right?" Thinking about it, Lono had one more reason why he had to grab a ticket. Although he was a little afraid of this AI Wenjun, for the sake of the fairy school sister, this ticket he would grab. After class, Su Xiaojia came back to the few people, stood furtively in front of Luo Yi, and asked, Luo Yi, I'm going to grab 2 tickets to AI Wenjun's concert. Can you do me a favor? Hearing this, Luo Yi said expressionlessly, You want me to help you talk to the coach and let him accompany you at that time, right? Right? Su Xiaojia gave Luo Yi a look of approval. I'll just tell coach that you like him and it won't be over. Luo Yi walked towards Li Haoyang's direction. Don't tell him. Su Xiaojia was anxious behind her, pulling Luo Ye's clothes with a face full of anxiety. Lono turned around and said, I'm kidding. Su Xiaojia. Why did she feel that Luo Yi had become a little bit darker than before? Who did he learn that from? Chapter 96 Initiation. After Su Xiaojia left, they were ready to go back to their dormitories as well. The sky was gray and heavy at this time, and a large dark cloud was approaching the entire Jiangcheng. It rained yesterday, and I'm afraid we're going to get more rain today. I heard the weather forecast that after this heavy rain, the temperature will plummet and announce the end of the summer season once and for all. In a month or 2, it would be Luo Ye's first winter after coming to Jiangcheng. The 4 people in the 515 dormitory walked together in the direction of the dormitory, and on the way back there was a sporadic drizzle, which quickly became heavy and turned into a downpour. By the time the 4 of them got back to the dormitory, the sound of rain was already clattering outside. It's a good thing there are no more classes today. They really don't want to go to class in this weather. All 4 members of the dormitory went back to their beds, tucked in, and got ready for bed. It was obvious that all 4 of them liked to sleep in the rain. Of course, they have to play with their cell phones for a while before going to bed. Wang's sledgehammer exclaimed from his bed and spoke, Wild Wazi? I swiped to the video that said that Falling Leaves Returning to the Roots, who is number 1 on the chicken list, is an external plug-in. Ha! Luo Yi got up with a confused look on his face. Wang's sledgehammer added, It's Falling Leaves Returning to the Roots, who had previously been dominating the elimination list at number 1 and has been invisible on the list lately, so a lot of marketing numbers are saying that you've been blocked. Oh, Lono understood, which is not open and blocked. This is clearly a game affected by love. It's just the first one on the district list, so it's not a good idea to rush. Still, Fairy School Sister smelled better, and in the future he could rush the list with Fairy School Sister. Speaking of which, I had previously agreed to rush the Double Road Warlord together, and had done so some time ago. This was Luo Ye's first time playing the highest segment of a double row, and it was with a girl. After rushing the highest segment, he felt that the game was tasteless, as if it had already been cleared by him and his schoolmate. Before, he played the game because he was bored, and now that he wasn't bored, the game didn't seem so important. And after Wang de Hammer finished brushing the short video, he clicked on a 2-word game and started to play it beautifully. Seeing this, Luo Yi was puzzled. Brother Hammer, what are you playing at? Why are you happy as hell?
E play ape god.
It didn't take long for the 4 of them to sit on the edge of the bed, and under Wang's sledgehammer's leadership, they all downloaded the 2-word game. With so many tit-for-tat games between players, it seems nice to play one of these NPC fighting, character-raising games once in a while. It's not right. It's kind of addictive. Kill the choo-choo man. Lono was maneuvering a cute and cuddly character to go after an NPC. It ended up being countered by the NPC. Wang's sledgehammer tears are almost laughing out. He pointed to Luo Ye's cell phone screen and said, Laughing to death, I wild child. Even will be Cho-Cho man single kill, you little grass god. Little grass god. Seeing the game character on Luo Ye's phone, Wang's sledgehammer's eyes widened in disbelief. How did you get this character? I just saw a lottery. I don't know what it is. So I casually clicked it, and this came out. Luo Yi said with a flat face. Upon hearing this, Wang's sledgehammer fell silent. Dog trust, don't try to trick me into charging. Wang's sledgehammer is on the verge of being poor enough to eat dirt this month. The good thing is that it is now the end of October and it will soon be November, when we will be able to collect the new living wage. Come to think of it, the month school started September, he and his coach were poor for a month just to treat girls to shopping. Donated to my brother's girlfriend this month and got poor again. Next month, he must save money. Wang's sledgehammer swore in his heart, and then the in-game raffle drew his attention. Not good. There's a return character next month that I want to smoke. With a flash of golden light, another rare character appeared on Luo Ye's phone screen. King Sledgehammer. You're rich, you're awesome, kryptonite makes you happy. He already had some regrets about exposing Lono to this game. On the other side, Li Haoyang was also a bit addicted as he asked, "Brother Hammer, what is this little grass god you just mentioned?" "It's the white-haired lowly in green." "Oh." Li Haoyang looked at the character, seemed to have thought of something, and couldn't help but say, "The same size as Su Xiaojia." Hearing this, Luo Yi instantly felt like he was possessed by a moon god, and immediately asked, "Coach what do you think of Su Xiaojia?" "What do you think?" "I think she's a pretty cute girl." Li Haoyang thought seriously and gave an answer that everyone recognized. "What kind of answer is that?" Luo Yi opened the door and asked directly, "Do you like her?" In the boys' dormitory, it's never straightforward. You have something to say, you open your mouth with a question. "Like? I don't know." Li Haoyang shook his head. He didn't turn it down though, it's in play. It hadn't been long since he experienced what happened to Lu Bingxin. So naturally there was a wave of resistance to falling in love. But Su Xiaojia stuck to the side of the crowd every day, especially Li Haoyang, who was now somewhat accustomed to the girl's usual noisy voice. To say you don't like it, it doesn't seem like it. But to say I like it, there is something in my heart that resists falling in love. Seeing his entangled look, Luo Yi patiently advised, "Coach, what you're resisting is not Su Xiaojia, but falling in love. At a time like this, you can try to ask someone out and get to know them better. Maybe they're not the same as Lu Bingxin?" Hearing this, Li Haoyang said with some hesitation, "I'll give it a try." Lono laughed. He was a romance author, born to be a moon goddess. Usually people like him are masters of theory, setting up others in a set way, and when they encounter relationships themselves, they become love-struck. Someone else's feelings are always different from your own. The authorities are in the dark, the onlookers are in the dark. However, if the other party was a fairy schoolgirl, then Lono was willing to stay enamored, jumping into the trap of love and falling into the swamp of love. Suddenly, there was a loud bang outside the window. Thunder rolled and a torrential downpour ensued. "It's thundering," Shin Chao said as she looked out the window. The weather forecast was as good as fake, promised heavy rain, but it turned out to be a thunderstorm with gusty winds now. Because of the thunderstorms, even afternoon classes were cancelled, although they weren't supposed to be. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Wang's sledgehammer shut down the game and covered himself inside the quilt. Lanaroi is getting ready for bed, too. But somehow, he thought of the scene when he first met the fairy schoolmate. The schoolteacher seems to be afraid of thunder? Thinking of this, Luo Yi sat up from the bed in a flash, then jumped down and changed his clothes as fast as he could. Hearing the commotion, Wang's sledgehammer revealed a head from the quilt. "Wild child, are you sick? You want to go out now?" "I'm in a hurry." Lono put on his shoes and then ran out with his umbrella, leaving the three of them in the dormitory wide-eyed. "What's this? He's gone to look for school Sister Su?" Wang's sledgehammer was surprised. "The only one who can make him so anxious is Sister Su, right?" Shin Chao laughed. "But it's windy and rainy and thundering outside, and school Sister Su is not a fool. Surely she will be at home. What can be done at home?" said Wang to Hammer, not quite understanding. Hearing this, Shin Chao smiled slightly and said, "Indeed, when the average person knows that a girl is at home, the most they will do is to comfort her on their cell phone. So do you know why Brother Luo Yi can make the iceberg goddess fall in love with him? It's probably because the power of action will be more into the heart than words sent out casually." Li Haoyang chimed in. Chapter 97. Sister Su. Teacher's Apartment 614. Su Baikanji was sitting on the sofa, wearing a cute rabbit ear hat, and was watching TV to catch up on the drama. Her bunny ears twitched when the thunder rattled a little outside the window. When she was a child, she was not afraid of anything, but she was very afraid of thunder. Later, her uncle Fan Jian scared her with thunder, saying that the god of thunder would punish naughty little children, and every time she was naughty, Fan Jian took the god of thunder to task. So every time it thunders, Su Bai Porridge feels that the thunder god has come to arrest her and is too scared to move. Although she now knew that all of this was false, her childhood shadows were still fresh in her mind, and even though she wasn't afraid of thunder anymore, she would still instinctively freeze for a moment when she heard it. However, with these bunny ear hats on, it doesn't seem so scary. Granted, living alone and hearing a thunderstorm outside does give you quite a palpitation. After watching the drama, Su Baijiao sat up from the sofa and prepared to go to the kitchen to make herself something to eat. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Su Baikanji walked over and looked through the cat's eye to find Luo Yi standing in the doorway soaked to the skin. She opened the door and looked Lono over from head to toe, frowning. "What are you?" "I." Lono didn't know what to say for a moment, and there's something slightly awkward about the situation. Not only was he soaked to the bone, but even the umbrella he had taken out was blown. Eventually, he lowered his head and whispered, "I'm hungry." He hadn't eaten at lunch and he wanted to eat his schoolmates' cooking. Upon hearing this, Subai Kanji said faintly, "Come in, take a shower, and change your clothes." "Oh." Seeing that the fairy school sister wasn't much afraid, Luo Yi was relieved in his heart. He grabbed a set of clothes out of his room and walked into the bathroom to take a shower. By the time he came out, Subai porridge had already made lunch. It's just 2 simple bowls of noodles with 2 eggs. She didn't go grocery shopping because it was raining and all she had in the house was noodles. Lono sat down at the table and ate with gusto. Although the noodles tasted ordinary and were just casually cooked by the schoolmistress. Anything made by the schoolmistress had a schoolmistress aura, and Lono loved it. Seeing the way he was eating, Su Baijiao propped up her chin and asked in a calm voice, "Did you come over just to eat this bowl of noodles?" "That's certainly not the case." Luo Yi touched his head and muttered in a small voice, "I thought school sister was afraid of thunder." Hearing these words, Subai Kanji was slightly stunned. She had never mentioned this matter to Luo Yi, and it was unthinkable that he could still remember those few little reactions of hers when they first met. "I'm not afraid of thunder," Subai Kanji said faintly. As soon as the words left his mouth, a clap of thunder sounded outside. Subai Kanji subconsciously grabbed the strings on both sides of the rabbit ear cap, and both ears instantly stood up. The thunder ended and the ears drooped again. Thunder rumbled and his ears stood up again. What kind of magical switch is this that has a voice-activated function? Boom! Luo Yi couldn't help but mimic the sound of thunder. And sure enough, Fairy School Sister's rabbit ears stood up again. At the same time, after noticing that something was wrong, Subai Kanji's eyes also stared at Luo Yi with a hint of a questioning look. Luo Yi scrunched his neck and spoke, "Can't help it, can't help it." After dinner, Lono, as always, went to wash the dishes and then sat down on the couch. Next to her, the fairy school sister looked out the window watching the scene outside. It was just afternoon, but it was gloomy outside because of the dark clouds. Combined with the howling wind and the sound of rolling thunder, it was indeed quite frightening. Subai Kanji turned her head to look at Luo Yi. Noticing that Lono was looking at her as well, she turned her head back again and continued to look out the window. What's there to be afraid of with a guy like that next to you? And at that moment Lono was struggling with another problem. He'd been called schoolmate for so long. When would that title change? As the saying goes, if you want to take your relationship to the next level, you have to start by changing your name. Don't ask where the saying came from. Lono made it up himself. Then how should he address the fairy schoolmistress? Kanji. No, it seems a bit rude to call schoolteacher that, right? It was a term of endearment between the schoolmarm's family, and it was inappropriate for him to call it. Thinking about it, Luo Yi negated n number of ways to call it, and still didn't come to a conclusion and instantly asked, "Senior sister." Subai Kanji turned her head to look at him. The beautiful eyes didn't have the same coldness that they had met at the beginning, and even contained a hint of gentleness that was hard to catch. Lono looked away somewhat coyly. You don't say. He and his schoolmate couldn't look at each other, and when they did, one of them was bound to turn their head. Luo Yi asked, "Sister, what do your other schoolmates call you?" "Hokage." "Lono. What about the schoolmates who are better connected? Like Senior Lu Jianglai?" "He called me Sister Su," Subai Kanji said indifferently. Lono was silent. Is there really no other way to address her other than schoolmate? He was racking his brain. At this moment, Subai Kanji suddenly spoke. "If you mind the name-calling, you can also not call me senior sister." "What's that called?" "Sister." "Huh?" Lono queried. "I said, you can call me sister." Su Baijiao really wanted to see Luo Ye's reaction. Also looking forward to Lono's face when he called her sister. Hearing this, a bold idea surfaced in Luo Ye's mind. Very bold. The more he tried to get him to do something, the more he tried to do the opposite kind of thing. He's up against it and no one can stop him. At this moment, looking at the fairy school sister's absolutely beautiful face, he gathered his courage and finally shouted out those 3 words. "Sister Su. Roll." "Okay." Lono sat up from the couch and went back to his room as if running away. Looking at Luo Ye's fleeing appearance, Subai Kanji gave him a blank look. But this flavorful look was not seen by Luo Yi. She looked out into the quiet living room, wondering what had come to her mind, and suddenly laughed softly. After meeting her little brother, she even smiled more. Women's bedding. Qin Yuan curled up under the quilt, alone in her dorm room, listening to the thunder outside the window, her whole body shivering. Is no one really paying attention to me? I'm scared of thunder. There was no one in the dormitory, only a bulging comforter could be seen shivering. Chapter 98 Application approved. After the heavy rain, the bright sunshine pierced through the clouds a little and shone in the city after the rain. It rained for hours and hours and didn't stop until after 4 p.m., barely catching a little tail end of the sun going down. The large, dark clouds left Jiangqing, and at this time, the city's sky was endless and blue, and from a distance, a few clouds were slowly drifting in at the end of the sky. Against the setting sun, these clouds turned into a beautiful sheet of flaming clouds. There are hidden rainbows in the background. Lanaroi has never seen a rainbow in his life. When he woke up from his nap, he stood by the window of his room and looked out at the beauty of the scene and couldn't help but record it on his cell phone. The moment he actually saw a rainbow, he realized that rainbows were not what they were painted in elementary school art textbooks, and that the colors were not as vibrant and colorful. But it was truly beautiful, interspersed with clouds as if it were a bridge to a dreamy door. After taking a picture, Lono posted it to his author account to share it for all his readers to see. With the caption, "I hope everyone who sees a rainbow has happiness." The first person to click on this is behind the warmer row of dogs. Luo Yi now knew that this person was Shen Xiao. No wonder he'd never met this reader before college, and after college, he suddenly had a rabid fan in his readership. Shen Xiao most likely already knew that he was falling leaves returning to the roots. Feeling the temperature after the rain stopped, Lono shivered, then changed into a long-sleeved sweater. It's cooling down. He left his bedroom and went into the middle of the living room, where he found his fairy schoolmate sitting on the couch getting high. Sister is catching up with the drama again. Speaking of which, it seemed that fairy school sister had been watching TV the whole time, and Lono wasn't sure what she was watching. At this time, an urban romance drama about a domineering president falling in love with me was playing on TV. I didn't realize that fairy school sister would like to watch this kind of web series. After noticing Luo Yi coming out of the room, Su Baijiao glanced at him and said faintly, "There are fruits on the table. I saw the school marm." Luo Yi came to the table, then peeled an orange and broke half of it to Su Baijiao. "Thanks." Su Baikanji took this half orange and realized that Luo Yi helped her peel it very cleanly, and almost all of the white skin flakes on it were peeled off. "You're welcome." Luo Yi smiled, then sat down next to his schoolmate. Between the two, still separated by some distance, the couch could accommodate 3 or 4 people sitting in a row, while they sat on each side of the couch. Luo Yi had been taking the initiative to maintain a relatively normal distance between a man and a woman with Su Baikanji. Perhaps this is also some of the details of Su Bai Porridge gradually putting down her heart to Luo Yi. 1 or 2 details may be hard to find, but too many details accumulate and already, in dribs and drabs, change one person's attitude toward another. It's only in retrospect that I realize that the other guy is becoming more and more reliable. Where exactly? Because it's all about the little details, it's hard to tell when you think about it. It's the same with a lot of couples that don't know exactly what they like about each other. How can you describe a favorite that has accumulated over time in just a few words? The growth of love is supposed to be the best proof that love exists. Soon, the drama finished and a commercial played on the TV, and Luo Yi realized that his schoolmate was actually still watching it. Seeing this, Luo Yi pondered. Maybe, does it say? In fact, schoolteacher wasn't watching TV, but simply staring at it in disbelief. Luo Yi's but moved towards Su Baijiao, shrinking the distance a bit, then reached out his hand and waved it in front of her. "What for?" Su Baikanji asked softly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi moved his butt back again and opened his mouth to ask, "Senior sister, it seems like the TV in the living room is often turned on, because I'm usually the only one." Hearing this, Luo Yi froze slightly. So the schoolteacher wasn't actually watching TV, she just wanted the sound in her ears. Before meeting Luo Yi, Su Bai Porridge didn't have this habit. Later, as soon as Luo Yi left the family building, she felt that the living room was empty, as if something was missing. It was then a habit to turn on the TV, and the living room wasn't so empty with the sound of the TV. So was schoolteacher just froze? Lono asked again. Aha! Thinking about what? Su White Kanji. You're quite the curious baby. In fact, she was just wondering what this elementary school kid next to her was thinking. Of course, she wouldn't open her mouth and ask like Lono did. She stood up and walked out into the balcony, propping her hands on the edge and looking out at the already fading sunset. Lono walked out as well. He glanced at the side of his fairy schoolmate's face. He suddenly realized that the girl beside him was as if she had changed into a different person compared to the very beginning when they met. From the thunderous student president to the virtuous and demure homegirl. From being an iceberg goddess with a high-strung demeanor, she's becoming more and more like a little girl. During this recent period of time, when staying with the fairy school sister, Luo Yi always felt that the other party's face seemed to be filled with things written on her heart. Luo Yi also lay down on the edge of the balcony, looking at the sunset view while pretending to ask inadvertently, "Senior sister, what's your ideal type?" "Ideal type? Just what kind of boys would you like?" Hearing this, Su Baijiao gently glanced at the boy next to her with her afterglow. After a moment of silence, she blurted out, "Lono. Huh. I didn't call you." "Oh." Luo Yi couldn't help but start spitting in his heart. How come schoolmates like to joke about this kind of thing too? There are things that happen to other people, and Lono is like a detective who can analyze the truth with a single sentence. But once it happened to his own, he couldn't help but be skeptical even when the truth was put in front of him. However, after just a moment of freezing, Lono began to repeatedly recall the conversation he had just had. Something always feels wrong. Why did the older sister suddenly call out his name? And just after he asked that question, Luo Yi began to think. He once again looked at the side of Su Baijiao's face, and found that the other party's originally stunningly beautiful face was sprinkled with a blush that was visible to the naked eye. "Sister, your face is so red. That's because of the sunset." Su Baikanji threw her head on the other side, her long hair flowing over and falling down her back from Luo Ye's eyes. "Sister seems to be shy?" This scene touched Luo Ye's heartstrings, causing his heart to flutter madly within him. He even had an urge to rush up, hug the fairy school sister from behind, and confess his love on the spot. But he quickly calmed his heartbeat, which he was about to suppress, and then let out a deep breath to squash the thought. He can't do that, because the fairy schoolmistress needs him to go and confess his love with enough sincerity and ceremony. Thinking of this, Luo Yi made up his mind. Looking at his schoolmate's back, he revealed a serious expression and asked, "Schoolmate, are you free this weekend?" "What is it?" "I want to ask you out." Upon hearing this, Su Baikanji turned her head around and looked seriously at Luo Ye's expression, then said faintly, "I don't want to play." Hearing these words, Luo Ye's heart snapped. The first reaction to rejection is to flinch and try to run away. But looking at the serious expression of the fairy school sister, he also gradually revealed a determined look and said once more, "I'm formally requesting a date with Sister Su Baijiao." Words. The corners of Su Baikanji's mouth rose slightly as she said softly, "The application is passed, schoolmate Luo Yi." Chapter 99. The Dating Planner. In the family building, after having a dinner with the fairy schoolmates, Luo Yi returned to his dormitory. After all, he was only a freshman, and staying out all night was a point deduction. When he pleases the hostess, he can do whatever he wants from now on. After returning to the dormitory, Luo Ye's expression was all as if he had eaten honey, humming a little song beautifully. Seeing this, Xin Xiao asked curiously, "What good thing happened?" "What?" Before Luo Yi could say anything, Wang de Hammer rushed to him and asked with wide eyes, "Wild child, you wouldn't really be in love with school sister Su, would you?" "No." "Who?" "Scared your dad to death. Did not talk about your kid happy ah." Hearing this, Luo Yi was also stunned. Yeah, nothing about what he's having fun with, but then he thought about his date this weekend, and Lono's heart started to get nervous again. This was his first official date with his fairy schoolmate. And this is a date, it's already a rather ambiguous term for Lono. And he was going to confess to his schoolmate at the end of the date? Holy, with all this going on, he's got time to giggle. Thinking of this, Luo Yi pushed Wang's sledgehammer away, sat down at his desk, opened his computer, and created a document. Document name, Dating Planner. Step 1. Step 1. First step? Luo Yi looked at the 3 words he had just typed and fell into deep thought. He's stuck on the first step. Finished. The first step to do he didn't even know. At that moment, Shun Xiao's voice came from behind him. "Find the date first." That's right. Luo Yi hurriedly entered it. He then subconsciously turned around to find all three of his roommates standing behind him, looking at his computer screen with anti-smiles on their faces. Frightened, Lono pressed the laptop's screen straight down. Don't be shy, a wild child. This is a big event in your life. Brothers to help you planning? Wang Sledgehammer said lewdly. Li Haoyang said seriously, I have experience. I'll teach you. No, coach, you're inexperienced. Wang Sledgehammer hurriedly blocked Li Haoyang's mouth. This one has also only just been in a relationship once and talked about scummy women. Can you call your experience? Shin Xiao said from the side. Brother Luo Yi, everyone can teach you how to date, but the confession thing, you'll have to rely on yourself. Hearing this, Luo Yi was surprised. How did you know I was going to confess? At those words, the remaining three looked at him with smiles and laughter. Should I say no? Luo Ye's little heart is written all over his face. And if he can make Luo Yi say the word date, he must be confessing his love. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Luo Yi. It's Wednesday, a couple days before the weekend. With Luo Yi novel writer's hand speed, if it's a 9 to 6 a.m. work routine, he can knock out 20,000 words on the keyboard. But the planner in front of him gave Luo Yi a headache. He couldn't have done it alone without the help of his roommates. After all, he hadn't dated yet. Soon the four men in the dormitory were discussing it. It was clear that Luo Yi was the author of the romance novel, but at this point he was like a blank sheet of paper, and even Wang de Hammer was able to educate him a couple of times. Until late at night, Li Haoyang was still arguing with Wang de Hammer. One person thinks Lono should do this, and one person thinks Lono should do that. Only Shin Xiao could give a few pertinent and reasonable suggestions. Lono was touched. It's a good thing there's a male celebrity, or else all of them in dormitory 515 would be emotional rice bowls, including himself. For a date, you need to pick an outfit, and since confession requires rituals, clothes are the basics. When I recalled the last time I went to the ancient town of Jiangqing, the fairy schoolmate was wearing a hanbok. She is also the president of the JDH Plains Hanbok Association. Sister loves hanbok, and with her character, she will definitely wear hanbok again. Lono decided that the clothes would be hanbok, and bet on it. No, it's not a bet. This is what he knows about his favorite people. Other steps and processes were discussed for a long time in the dormitory. It's obviously Lono's confession, making it seem like every single one of them. Lono was dreaming about these things. The next morning, Thursday, what happens over the weekend won't affect Thursday's progress, because they have classes to teach. The four of them woke up with dark circles under their eyes and went to the middle of the classroom listlessly. The first row of the classroom, Su Xiaojia has also become a regular visitor. The entire class, the only friends she has are these people in 515, so the class often look for them to sit together. She looked at Luo Ye's black eyes next to her, then looked at Li Haoyang's, and finally realized that all four of them had panda eyes, and was surprised. What unseemly things did you guys do last night? At those words, Luo Yi looked toward Su Xiaojia. Next moment, a light filled his disoriented eyes as if he had seen a savior. Saved! They were both girls, and Su Xiaojia definitely knew better. Hearing this, Su Xiaojia was puzzled. What? Are you stupid? Lono was about to say something when the teacher walked in. Seeing Professor Liping's serious face, Luo Yi whispered, Say it after class. In front of this professor, he still didn't dare to make a move. After all, he was Gu Mingxuan's teacher and fairy school sister's senior. Lono felt pressurized at the sight of him. At this time, Shin Xiao, who was sitting at the other end of the room, was looking at the novel in boredom. He was the first to like Lono's post when he posted a dynamic with his author account yesterday. Shin Xiao then went to the platform's manga section and read the manga adaptation of Youth Still Goes On. After reading it, Shin Xiao felt an emptiness in his heart, and he casually clicked on the personal homepage of the manga's author, Rice with Extra Water. When he clicked on it, he froze slightly, because Rice with Extra Water also posted a dynamic yesterday. Side note, saw a rainbow today. The same photo of a sunset interspersed with a rainbow. Shin Xiao looked at it carefully and compared it with the one Luo Yi had sent, and realized that the two photos were different, and posted just a minute after Lono posted it. Lono's text is that he hopes that those who see the rainbow will have happiness. Rice with Extra Water. The text is, I saw a rainbow today. The text below seems to be in response to the above. Wait, rice with extra water? Isn't that porridge? But this was just a guess after all, and Shin Xiao didn't take it to heart. It's also hard to associate one with a talented computer science student and the other with a cartoonist, even if it really is the same person. Then if Luo Yi didn't know, it meant that Sister Su hadn't told him. Then the only person who could tell him about this matter would be Sister Su herself. Chapter 100, Pre-Date Nervousness. 11 o'clock 50 minutes past noon. Luo Yi guarded the purchase site of AI Wenjun's concert tickets, ready to grab the tickets. These days, tickets for slightly famous celebrities have to be squatted for, and some people even have to hire a proxy to grab them. But Lono's always been lucky, so all he had to do was click grab a ticket, and he would be able to grab it 100% of the time. At 12 o'clock sharp, Lono tapped grab tickets. Please fill in your real name information. Lono? When he finished filling out his real name information, he was surprised that he still needed to fill out his cell phone number and then send a verification code. Then pick your seat. It was a few minutes past 12 when a series of things were done. At that moment, Luo Yi saw that all the tickets had been snatched up. Seeing this, Luo Ye's face darkened. He lost. On top of being inexperienced, he'd never been to a concert before and didn't know there was all this red tape. At that moment, Su Xiaojia came to him to report his good news. A picture from the other side popped up in her phone, and she had managed to snag 2 tickets and a front row seat at that. Looking at Luo Yi, he was envious. But Luo Yi was only envious for a moment, because he's ready to use his connections. Lono let out a deep breath, then dialed his cousin's number. As soon as the phone was connected, Gu Mingxuan's laughter came from the other side. What made you think of calling me, old buddy? Say, what's up? Normally, without something, Lono wouldn't call him for no reason. Luo Yi said somewhat less kindly, Brother Gu, that AI Wenjun's. Huh? You want tickets to her concert? I do have a few, but didn't you say last time that you were never going to see her again? I remember you were quite scared of her. Before was before, now is now, from now on, I am Wenjun's #1 fan. Luo Yi patted his chest and said, Okay, I know. I only know that my love disciple likes AI Wenjun. You kid don't pretend. Just wait. I'll just mail you 2 tickets. I still have something to do. Hang up. People who have paper tickets to begin with are usually special guests at the concert, when they don't need to authenticate their real names and are admitted by ticket. Lono was finally relieved. He sent a message to his schoolmates to reassure them that he had gotten concert tickets with a little bit of connections. Su Baichu returned a crying emoticon, because she really didn't grab a ticket. She then transferred the cost of the concert tickets to Lono. The $800 that was turned in was the money for the tickets for the front row seats to Evan's concert. After all, a star of AI Wenjun's class had long since stopped needing tickets to make money, and for her, popularity was more important, so her concert tickets were cheap. Precisely because it's cheap, it's hard to grab. Luo Yi accepted the $800. He understood the school sister. If not, the school sister may not go directly. After all, she wasn't the kind of girl who spent other people's money generously. Luo Yi sat in his dorm room and stretched. Just now, he had also finished the date planner. After writing it, he deleted it, because he realized it didn't work at all. On the day of the date, everything was up to his freehand. What with all the planning and all, there was no need for it. Even if he prepared the planner in advance, all sorts of unexpected things would happen when the time came, so it would be better to show himself in his truest form. Of course, he still picks the date locations and stuff like that. The good thing is that it's only Thursday too, and he's got a long time to get ready. Yes, for a long time. Lono's eyes closed and opened on Friday. It didn't take long. Lono didn't know what he had done, and it was already Friday night. He lay on his bed, his eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling, his whole being dumbfounded. How does time fly so fast? He doesn't even know what he's done, and this is almost Saturday? It's over. Can't sleep. Luo Yi pulled out his cell phone and started swiping through the short videos. What are the pitfalls not to step into when dating a guy? I don't know if it's being monitored by the network. Luo Yi swiped a few videos in a row, and they were all similar. It all has to do with dating. Watching the video of the guy being hated by the girl because he made a small mistake on the date, Luo Ye's heart tensed up. Until late at night, Lono was still swiping through the videos. King Sledgehammer in the next bed was still playing some kind of 2-letter game. After realizing that Luo Yi was still awake, he was surprised. You kid? Why aren't you sleeping? What time are you going tomorrow? 10. At this time, Xin Xiao had already fallen asleep, and Li Haoyang had even gone to bed early. The coach's schedule is nothing short of exemplary for humanity, usually going to bed by 11 p.m. and waking up at 7 a.m. For a college student to be able to do this kind of routine, the coach is nothing short of a wunderkind. Come on, go to sleep. It's 2 in the morning. You've got 7 hours to sleep now. Can't sleep. The cell phone was put down and you fell asleep, Wang's sledgehammer said breathlessly. Lono placed his cell phone next to the bed and fell asleep in less than a minute. Wild child. When do you think I'll meet love? Wild child. 6 seconds to sleep. As soon as the words fell, Wang de Hammer's legs stirred. His eyes closed, and he also fell asleep. Never underestimate the speed at which contemporary young people go to bed. They can stay up and go to sleep, in and out. The main thing is an irregular routine. Early the next morning, Luo Yi woke up and the time was already 8 in the morning. Because of the cooling, several other people in the dormitory were curled up in the quilt like chrysalises, with only one head exposed, and their faces were wearing a peaceful expression, sleeping beautifully. The coach should have gotten back from his morning run and taken a nap. Lono got out of bed and shuffled around, ready to change. After being nervous for so long, today finally came the day of the date. Lono was rather less nervous. Nervousness was replaced by excitement, and as soon as he opened his eyes, his heart had been beating rapidly. Luo Yi changed into a black hanbok. This was the second hanbok he had bought. He thought black was more handsome. And on top of the black hanbok, there is a golden dragon pattern, which makes you feel confident when you wear it. Today, Lono has the ability to wear hanbok alone. The hanbok was just halfway on when Luo Yi took it off again and hurriedly left the dormitory to the barber store across the street from the school. Hair is a man's second face. He couldn't blow dry his hair, so he needed the help of a barber. After blow drying a handsome hairstyle, Luo Yi went back to the dormitory and put the hanbok back on. Looking at the handsome man in the mirror, Luo Yi showed a narcissistic expression and even posed for a selfie. Looking at the time, it was 9 o'clock out. Luo Yi hurriedly left the dormitory and walked in the direction of the teacher's apartment. He was sneaky all the way, afraid of being discovered. After all, he was going to do something amazing. Chapter 101 Peachland Town. Teacher's apartment 614. Lono knocked gently on the door. Soon, the sound of slippers came from inside the house, and after the door was opened, Subai Porridge looked at him with dismay while brushing her teeth. Subai Kanji's eyes had a little bit of dark circles, and it looked as if she hadn't slept much either, not knowing if it was because of nervousness or what. But nervous? How could it be? How could a fairy schoolgirl be as nervous as she was that she couldn't sleep because she had a date tomorrow? Only to see Subai Kanji pointing at the breakfast on the table, before returning to the bathroom and continuing to wash up. I can see that sister got up late today. Soon, Su Baijiao walked out of the bathroom. She glanced at Luo Yi and murmured, dressed quite formally. She thought her elementary school brother would just come over in some random clothes. I didn't realize that he had even considered the dress hanbok. Subai Kanji wore her pajamas and returned to her room, ready to put on her makeup and change her clothes. Luo Yi wolfed down his breakfast, then sat down at the table and became a little restless. Looking at him, if you didn't know, you'd think it was his first time here. Subai Kanji didn't let Luo Yi wait too long, and soon the door to her room opened. At this moment, a girl wearing a green-colored Chinese dress, like a small family girl, came out from it, holding an oil paper umbrella for shading the sun. In Luo Ye's gradually infatuated expression, Subai Porridge turned around in place and faintly asked, does it look good? Good looking. Luo Yi replied subconsciously. Let's go then. Su Baijiao took a step and walked in front of Luo Yi. Luono didn't know exactly how many hanboks her schoolmate had, but it was obvious that she loved these types of clothes. The green hanbok and the black hanbok stood together, kind of like the son of a general in ancient times, who fell in love with a talented woman of literature. Two very different styles, worn by two people who inexplicably match. Of course, it's not the clothes that match, it's the people. As long as the people match, whatever you wear will match. At this time, Subai Kanji was holding an oil paper parasol, walking on the roadside, right in front of Luo Yi. And Luo Yi followed behind her and said softly, sister, go to the subway entrance. It was a short walk to the subway entrance, and he hadn't chosen to drive because the distance was a bit far. For dating, it's not where you go that matters, but who you go with. Even though it was a weekend, the subway wasn't full of people, commuters on weekdays and students out on the weekends. Seeing that there were no seats around, Subai Porridge stood in the corner by the subway door, her hands hanging down at her waist, her long hair falling behind her, her back leaning against the inner wall, looking like a weak woman. Lono stood in front of her, shielding her. The schoolteacher was so beautiful that everyone around her was already looking at her in awe. Luo Yi could feel that the eyes of many people around were on the fairy school sister. Of course, there were a lot of eyes on him. Traveling in Chinese clothes is not a rare thing in big cities, but it is indeed rare to see people like Luo Yi and Su Bai Porridge walking out as if they were from ancient times. Some people even couldn't help but raise their cell phones and take a shot towards the two. Lono didn't stop it. If it was a normal day, he might even go up and theorize about it if someone was secretly filming a fairy schoolmate. But the fact that they were photographed today only means that the clothes they wore were liked as well as respected by passersby. Even children can't help but look twice. The subway arrives at the high-speed train station. At this time, it was already almost 11 o'clock. The sun was high and blazing. At this time, the fairy schoolmistress's parasol played a role. Subai Kanji looked at the scene and faintly asked, "Where to?" "Peachland Town," Luo Yi said. It was a date spot he'd been researching for a long time. This is a large old town preserved as a paradise. There are hills and mountains. Unlike the ancient town of Jiangqing, Taoyuan Town is a real town, which still has many people living in it and covers a large area, and is considered to be a well-known scenic area in Jiangnan. It's just a bit far, 150 kilometers, no longer within the river city, and you need to take a high-speed train to get there. Yesterday, Luo Yi mysteriously looked for Su Bai Porridge to ask for the other party's ID number and booked 2 tickets. But it's less than an hour's ride by high-speed rail, so it's not too much of a hassle. After getting off the bus, Luo Yi realized that the high-speed train stations in Taoyuan Town were all different, a more natural-style kind. Handsome ladies and gentlemen, first time in Taoyuan Town, right? Do you want me to take pictures for you guys to punch in? A bearded uncle stepped out crisply. "How much is it?" Lono asked. No money, no money. I like your clothes. I'll take a picture of you for free." "Thank you so much then." Luo Yi gave a thank you, then walked over to Su Baijiao and asked, "Sister, do you want to punch in?" "It's my first time too," Su Bai Kanji said. The implication was also a promise to Luo Yi. The two of them stood together and did not make any extra movements. Just simply standing there was already a beautiful sight to behold. Behind the two of them was the Taoyuan Town high-speed railway station, with the 4 big words Taoyuan Town Station written above it. This high-speed train station is the place where everyone who comes here for the first time hits to take pictures. Lanaroi received a picture of Uncle Beard. Looking at himself and his schoolmate in the photo, Luo Yi felt as if the photo was a priceless treasure. The bearded uncle waved his hand and said, "Young man, Taoyuan Town is fun. Take your girlfriend for a good stroll." At those words, Luo Yi blushed and said somewhat coyly, "Okay." After saying that, the two left the high-speed train station together. Strolling along the streets of Peach Blossom Town, Luo Yi looked at the figure of the fairy school sister beside him, and a hint of a magical mood surfaced in his heart. He knew it was strange to describe the mood as magical, but he couldn't think of another adjective. They had been through a lot from their first encounter in the rain until today. Liking someone and being liked by someone are 2 very different things. Having both at the same time is one of the luckiest things in the world. So, is he ready to be liked by someone else? Liking someone else is its own mood. But to be liked by someone else means that one has to live in someone else's heart. Be that person who can influence the other person, who can hurt the other person. To barge into someone's mind without being fully prepared is in itself a rude thing to do. But Lono, from the moment he fell in love with his fairy schoolmate, was always ready. "Sister, do you know what the most famous thing in Taoyuan Town is?" "Peach cake." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi slightly froze, then nodded and said, "That's right, senior sister. It's the peach blossom cake. Let's go eat the peach blossom cake." "Aha!" Seeing his senior sister's promise, Lono calmed himself. There's no rush on the confession, today's date, it's just getting started. Chapter 102, You're Spying on Me. Bought a bit of peach blossom cake, which Luo Yi could only say was average. I don't know why, but no matter where you go to eat local signatures, Lono doesn't feel good. Local signboards, usually not in the kind of opulent stores, usually some small unassuming facade, is the real signboard. Luo Yi had bought it in the largest pastry store in Taoyuan Town, so the flavor tasted like it wasn't that bad, but it wasn't much different from other places' pastries. Luckily, he tasted it first and didn't let his schoolmate have it. Luo Yi glanced at the fairy schoolmate who was sitting in front of the coffee shop waiting for him not far away, and then glanced at the street across from the store. There was a very small pastry store there that looked like your usual breakfast place, and there wasn't much to go around. The only few buyers, too, looked very pristine, local at first glance, with no sense of curiosity on their faces as if they were first-timers. It's a real signature when you can get a local to choose a store. Luo Yi walked over, bought some, and then bumbled over to the fairy school sister. Sister, I just ate one. It's quite tasty. Luo Yi handed the peach blossom cake in his hand to Su Baijiao. Unlike the first time I bought it, this piece doesn't even come in a package, it's like a random bag. Su Baikanji reached out her hand and took the piece of peach blossom cake and took a small bite, then revealed a somewhat surprised expression. It looks like schoolteacher thinks this is delicious too. The two sat at the entrance of the coffee shop. Su Bai Porridge bought Luo Yi his favorite vanilla-flavored latte in advance. Lono doesn't like coffee, but is not averse to vanilla-flavored lattes. Because this flavor of full sugar is so good, he can't drink sugar-free coffee. Su Baijiao's eyes glanced at the pastry store that Luo Yi had first visited, and then at the small storefront on the opposite side of the street. She propped her chin up with both hands, the sleeves of her hanbok sliding downward, revealing two small, white, tender arms. She also had beautiful, long, slender, green fingers. Hokage Luo Yi, why did you choose the second store? Hearing this, Luo Yi was puzzled for a moment, not understanding why the fairy school sister would suddenly ask such a fumbling question. But he said truthfully, because I tasted both and the second one was better. Then why do you care if this stuff tastes good? Su Baikanji looked at the first pastry store. Many tourists lined up in front of the entrance. It looked like this store seemed to be very popular. Coupled with its exquisite decoration, it is one of the landmarks of Taoyuan town, as well as one of the hit spots. I think that since I'm here, I should at least have an authentic pastry once. If it's a regular pastry, you can get it anywhere. Luo Yi said, and suddenly, he noticed the gaze of the fairy schoolmate. The other party still had her chin propped up with her hands, and her beautiful eyes were staring at her. He suddenly realized that this was not the answer that the fairy schoolmate wanted. He scratched his hair and said once again, for wanting to make schoolmates eat better. Upon hearing this, Su Baikanji's face gave a slight lurch, and then, she went from the movement of her hands propping up her chin to overlapping her two arms on the table, just like an elementary school student listening attentively to a lecture. She tilted her head sideways, seemingly shy, and didn't continue the conversation. She had wanted to tease her little brother, but she didn't realize that what the other person said instead made her fall first. Sincerity is a must. Then, Luo Yi added with a serious face, Senior sister, other people may come here just to clock in and take pictures, so they don't care if the food is good or not. They just want to taste it and prove that they've been here. But I'm different. Lono continued, I came here to be with my senior sister. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Baijiao's face turned slightly red. This was also the first time Luo Yi had bluntly seen a fairy schoolmate blush. The latter stood up, the blush on her face quickly receding, and said faintly, Let's go. Good. The two of them hadn't eaten lunch yet, but Luo Yi had already done his homework, and took Su Baikanji directly to the restaurant that had been booked in advance. In the middle of a pedestrian street in Peach Blossom Town, there is a low-key but cozy hot pot restaurant. At that moment, a young waitress was standing at the door to receive customers. Seeing two young men and women dressed in hanbok walking this way, she froze slightly and then couldn't help but be surprised. This is too good looking. She quickly stepped forward and said enthusiastically, Are you two coming to our store to enter the restaurant? I have an appointment. My last name is Lo. Luo Yi signaled this waiter with his eyes, revealing a mysterious expression. The waitress froze for a moment, then snapped to attention and responded to Luo Yi with the same mysterious expression. The look on his face seemed to say, I got it. I got it. The eye contact between the two was silent, but it was watched by Su Baijiao the entire time. She didn't break it down but let Lono have free rein. The waitress stretched out her hand and said with a smile, Mr. Luo, the theme box you reserved has been reserved in advance. Please follow me. Led by the waitress, Luo Yi and Su Baikanji walked into the restaurant and came inside a small room. Before entering the door, Su Bai Porridge thought about what it was like inside. But the moment she opened the door, her eyes twitched slightly, revealing a somewhat surprised expression. In the room, it was completely decorated in the ancient style, and there were many murals of Chinese costumes on the walls all around. When you think about it, this store is decorated in a rather old-fashioned style. At this moment, the waitress introduced, This is our special hanbok-themed box, and the main course that Mr. Luo has reserved is a hanbok-like dish put together with ingredients. The waiter left and soon walked back with the ingredients. Lunch was hot pot, and that entree was a dish made of pork as well as beef, plus greens and so on that were combined with each other and put together to resemble old-fashioned clothing. After the waitress left, Su Bai Porridge faintly asked, Is it expensive? Good value for money. Speaking of this, Luo Yi couldn't help but praise himself as he said in a rousing manner, "Senior sister, I admire myself for being able to find this kind of treasure restaurant." Su Baikanji has just checked the per capita consumption of this store as well. 200 per capita. Not cheap, but something the average person can afford. After all, while the food may look good, none of the ingredients are of the particularly expensive variety, just a couple $dozen more for the handiwork. More than the price, Lono picked the taste flavor, and the restaurant that better suited the style of the fairy school girl. For people who know each other, heart is far more impressive than money. Lanaroi started shabu shabu. The cooked items were then placed in the bowl of the fairy school mistress. In return, Su Baikanji also chucked a piece into his bowl. Courtesy. The two looked at each other and, as before, turned their heads at the same time. But after this turn of the head, both men simultaneously stole another glance at each other. The collision of sight made Su Baijiao turn her head again, but Luo Yi did not. As if he had discovered a new world, he said in surprise, "Sister, are you peeking at me?" "No. Yes, I saw it. You're looking at it wrong. I'm not mistaken." Humph. Narcissism. Chapter 103. A New Beginning. After lunch, the waitress at the beginning took out 2 small gift boxes and handed them to Luo Yi and Su Baikanji, saying, "This is a small gift from our store for every new customer. Open it when you two go home. There will be a surprise," said the waiter, gave Luo Yi a arranged look. Luo Yi also revealed a look of recognition. What a great store. 5 stars and coming back next time. The color of the gift boxes for both of them matched their clothes as well, one teal and one black, like little satchels. And Luo Yi was holding 2 bags. One was the gift box from the hot pot restaurant just now, and the other was the bag that the fairy schoolmistress carried with her. Senior sister, the most famous place in Taoyuan town is a peach blossom forest. Luo Yi walked side by side with Su Baikanji and said in a somewhat expectant tone, "Let's go take a look?" Su Baikanji nodded, then got into the cab with Luo Yi. They had a late lunch, so by the time they arrived at the peach blossom forest, it was already afternoon. Nowadays it wasn't the peach blossom season, so Su Bai Porridge didn't understand why Luo Yi wanted to take her to see the peach blossom forest. But Luo Yi had asked her at the very beginning what the most famous thing about Taoyuan town was, and the answer to that question was probably the peach blossom forest. Because it is not the peach blossom season, there are not many tourists in the peach blossom forest. Instead, some cameramen can be seen looking around for something. The two of them got out of the car at the entrance of the peach blossom forest. Luo Yi opened the car door and habitually held the hand of the fairy school sister. When the fairy schoolmarm came down, he let go, walked into the peach blossom forest, where almost all of the peach blossom trees were down to their trunks, and there wasn't much to look at. But Luo Yi still took Su Baijiao for a walk around the place. Lono was still looking around, seemingly searching for something as well. There should be such a big peach blossom forest. Luo Yi felt that he was able to find that thing he wanted to see. Soon, Luo Yi found a peach blossom tree in full bloom not far away, standing out from the rest, as if it was born out of life in a withered land. Su Baikanji said faintly, "October peach blossom? Well, it's rare, but it's still found, and I've heard that the weather in October is similar to spring, and that there will be peach blossom trees that mistake the arrival of spring for the arrival of spring, and thus bloom peach blossoms that aren't supposed to be open at this time of year." Luo Yi walked forward and looked at the peach blossom, revealing an unspeakable expression. Nearby videographers also spotted this peach blossom blooming in October and rushed over, lifting their cameras and filming. Soon they noticed something more worthy of filming. Behind them stood 2 figures dressed in ancient style, in the middle of a peach blossom forest, attracting the attention of all camera lovers. "Sister, get ready to go." Seeing this, Luo Yi took the fairy school sister's hand and then trotted away from this place. He didn't want to be caught by a cameraman taking pictures of him in place for an hour or 2. For videographers, they won't let go until they get a satisfactory shot. Seeing them running away together, hand in hand, a cameraman turned his camera on them and snapped a shot of the two's backs. They left together as if they were laughing and joking around. The photo of the 2 men's backs was posted on a short video platform by this videographer, which has gained hundreds of thousands of likes. There are times when what catches people's attention may be the photo that comes out of a casual snapshot. After leaving the peach blossom forest, Luo Yi let go of the fairy schoolgirl's hand, then turned to look at the other party, and his face became serious. The original plan was that this was where he was going to confess his love. He looked at the face of the fairy school sister, let out a deep breath, and was just about to say something when he realized that his mind went blank. What's he gonna do, right? Confession. But what to say? I like you. For words that appeared in Lono's blank mind. He opened his mouth and spoke. I. One word came out of his mouth, but the three that followed stuck in his throat. Things you've been preparing for a long time, and then suddenly the moment comes to do it, and instead you're too nervous to say anything. At this time, Su Baikanji was also looking at the somewhat nervous Luo Yi. Lono was looking at her too. The two stared at each other, and for once, neither one looked away. For some reason, Luo Ye's nervousness gradually eased, and the words that he originally couldn't say were hidden in his gaze, exchanging their feelings for each other in the collision of their eyes. Sister. The October peach blossom has a moral. I know. Although Su Baikanji didn't show any expression, but her eyes couldn't fool anyone, she said softly. It signifies longing. It signifies marriage. It signifies the right person. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi took over his senior sister's words and continued. It is said that the beginning of a relationship starts with a flower, and what I'm sending my senior sister is the October peach blossom. The flowers will wilt, but the flowers of memory will always take root in memory and never fade. The peach blossom that just grew on a tree and bloomed in October was more impressive than 1,000 roses. So, what feelings are you going to let start? Su Baikanji stared at Luo Ye's face. The corners of her mouth gently rose, seemingly smiling as she asked. Luo Ye's face brushed red as he stammered a bit. When? Of course. Of course. What is it? I like you. Lono closed his eyes and steeled himself for a brainstorm. A breeze accompanied it, blowing up Su Baijiao's long hair. She gave a stunning smile. Luo Ye's mood was incredibly tense, but he hadn't waited for the fairy schoolmate's answer. He slowly opened his eyes and saw only the other man's back. Su Baikanji turned his head and said, What are you waiting for? We should go. At those words, Luo Yi froze. Xuejie. Couldn't have missed it. Could it? Do you want him to say it again? But the mood and atmosphere are gone. Looking at his senior sister's back as she gradually left, Luo Yi was confused for a moment and could only follow. This is an opportunity that may have just been missed. Instead of getting discouraged, Lono calmed down. Sad. But he has a next time. If not next time, there will be a next time. One setback won't make him give up, and the fairy schoolmistress deserves all his heart. In the evening, they boarded the high-speed train for the return trip. There were no words along the way, both were silent. Su Baiporridge could see that his elementary school brother's mood seemed to be very low, until he returned to Jiangcheng and escorted his schoolmate to the door of the teacher's apartments unit building. Luo Yi waved his hand and revealed a far-fetched smile. See you tomorrow, sister. Su Baikanji didn't say anything, but instead clasped her hands on her chest and silently looked at her elementary school brother who was already on the verge of crying out. Soon, she stepped forward and handed Luo Yi the gift box in her hand, saying, I think your color looks better. Hearing this, Luo Yi showed a dumbfounded expression and subconsciously said, Then, let us change it. Aha! Luo Yi got the green-colored gift box, while the black one was taken back by Su Baikanji. This is what Luo Yi purposely explained to that hot pot restaurant. He was afraid that he couldn't say it, so he prepared a plan B and wrote the words of confession in the gift box. Lono looked down. Sure enough, the gift box already showed signs of having been opened, and sister must have secretly opened it when she was on the high-speed train. To give it back to him now would be to reject him, wouldn't it? Thinking of this, Luo Yi lost his mind and returned to his dorm room. Dropping the gift box on the table, Lono got into bed and smothered himself under the covers. Wild child? What? Fall out of love? Wang de Hammer got curious. He saw the gift box on Luo Ye's table and got excited. Good boy. A date and you know to bring your dad a gift. That's nice, know your stuff. Oh. Saying that, Wang de Hammer opened the gift box, only to find that there was only a note inside. Nothing else. What the hell? Wang's sledgehammer pulled out the note and found 3 sentences written on it. The first sentence is, I like you, and the second and third sentences, in different handwriting than the first, were written on by another person. Thanks for the like. I like you too. Chapter 104 Demented Children. Wild child, kill me. Wang's sledgehammer pointed at the silkworm chrysalis on the bed and accused. Lono showed a head. His hanbok hadn't even been taken off yet, and looked at him somewhat blankly. The eyes were even filled with a little bit of sadness. Seeing Wang's sledgehammer's appearance, Luo Yi held back his grief and pretended that nothing had happened as he asked, "What's wrong with you?" "What's wrong with me? I was going to ask you what's wrong with you. Why do you kid look like you ate poop when the confession worked?" Hearing this, Luo Yi sat up from the bed, tilted his head, and looked at Wang the Hammer with a face full of puzzlement. "Pretend, you keep pretending." Wang's sledgehammer threw the small note in his hand onto Luo Ye's bed and pointed at his nose. "The evidence is all here. You don't still want me to comfort you, do you?" Lono lowered his head to the small note that had landed on his bed. He flinched slightly. Wasn't this his plan B? Hammer found out about it. With that thought, Lono grasped the note in his hand and sighed, ready to take one last look at his plan B. Then his eyes froze. He stared at the 2 extra words on the note, and for a moment his mind went blank. What followed was an uncontrollable surge of emotion, a sense of surprise that was about to overflow all over his body. Hammer! Luo Yi looked at Wang the Hammer and asked a question that even he wanted to laugh at. "You didn't write this, did you?" Hearing this, Wang the Hammer's eyes widened in anger, feeling that his dignity was being insulted. But Luo Yi was also just hit by this huge surprise and had trouble believing the truth, so he asked an idiotic question. After all, how could he not recognize the handwriting of a fairy schoolmate? Letting the Wang the Hammer beside him get furious, Luo Ye's mind recalled the little bits and pieces of the day he had spent with his schoolmate. In fact, the answer has been hidden in every detail for a long time, just too much importance to each other and too much like each other, so it is not 100% sure, cannot believe that last answer. The last words on the note were, "I like you too." It was as if Luo Ye's mind had already conjured up the expression of the fairy school sister, her haughty, with a little bit of a belly, but still as beautiful as ever. This was the girl he couldn't help falling in love with. The corners of Luo Ye's mouth rose as he grasped the small note as if it were a treasure. In Wang the Hammer's unbelievable expression, Luo Yi actually laughed on the bed. He leapt up from it and then quickly got out of bed, his entire body filled with carnal joy. Luo Yi wanted to shout at the top of his lungs and let out his emotions that were going nowhere. He felt like he was about to explode, with a wave of that feeling that he was going to pass out at any moment. But he didn't know what he should say at this point. Wang's sledgehammer revealed a helpless expression. At this time, Luo Ye's appearance should also be the reflection of most boys when they fall in love for the first time. This kid, it feels like the whole thing has turned into a demented child who can only giggle. At this time, Xin Xiao and Li Haoyang, who went out to bring food, also returned to the dormitory, and seeing Luo Ye's excited face, Xin Xiao laughed. "Looks like it was a success?" At those words, Luo Yi turned his head, snatched the rice from Xin Xiao's hand, put it on the table, and dried it violently. After a couple bites, he looked at the little note again and suddenly let out a joyful sigh before going back to his dry meal. The 3 people behind them watched this scene, and Wang the Hammer whispered to Li Haoyang and asked, "Coach, are you like this when you first fall in love?" Li Haoyang shook his head and said, "I was quite happy the first time I talked about it, but I didn't turn into a fool. Can that be the same?" Xin Xiao said, "You still don't understand that Lu Bingxin directly together. What else can you feel other than that she has a good body and looks pretty?" Li Haoyang. He lowered his head in shame and became embarrassed. "Next time, don't get ghosted by the damn beauty." But, as the conversation turned, Xin Xiao looked at Wang the Hammer and reminded, "It's about time for you to be in a hurry, isn't it?" "What's my hurry?" Wang's sledgehammer was instantly anxious, his face red like a monkey's, but then he clasped his hands to his chest and said in a feigned indifferent manner, "I haven't been in love. That's because I don't want to talk about it." "No, I mean that." Xin Xiao glanced with her eyes at the meal Luo Yi was eating. Wang's sledgehammer also looked over. After a few moments of silence, his eyes widened and he said angrily, "Dig it. That's my chicken leg rice. Wild child, save some for me." After eating and drinking, Luo Yi was still in a state of excitement. He carefully tucked the small note inside his cell phone case, portable and secretive, and not easy to lose. When you want to, you can pull it out again whenever you want and start giggling. Like right now, he just shoved it in and took it out and kept giggling. Wang's sledgehammer said speechlessly, "Okay, are you as far as it goes? It's not just digging a trough with Sue. Wait, your kid fell in love with the school flower." Wang's sledgehammer finally realized the crux of the matter. It wasn't as simple as Lono's confession being responded to. The person who responded to him was still the only school flower of Jiangcheng University, known as the iceberg goddess Su Baijiao. He was so focused on Lono's reaction that he almost missed this most crucial thing. Looking at Luo Yi once more, Wang the Hammer took a step forward, grabbed his shoulders, shook them violently, and said through gritted teeth, "You really deserve to die, a wild child. You're in love with the school girl. On the subject, what is it like for a good buddy who has been spending time together to suddenly have a goddess-level girlfriend?" King Sledgehammer Online Showcase. Looking at Luo Ye's goofy appearance in front of him, as if he was a single-celled creature immersed in joy, Wang Sledgehammer couldn't help but say, "Are you worthy? Are you worthy? Are you worthy? Are you worthy?" Not to mention Lono himself, he didn't think it was real. That high and mighty schoolgirl who claimed to have never had a man around her had fallen in love with his good oldest son just like that? Lono was left to sway like a seaweed, keeping a goofy look on his face. It's hopeless. The boy is hopeless. Wang's sledgehammer slapped his forehead. Lono is going to the mental hospital. The kid's brain is dead now. Suddenly, a message beep came from Luo Ye's cell phone. In the next moment, Luo Ye quickly pulled out his cell phone, and his entire internet speed turned from red to green. In his cell phone, a message sent to him by his fairy schoolmate popped up. "Fairy sister, good night." Seeing this, Luo Yi was as if he had seen some small animal that was cute to the extreme, revealing an incomparably heartwarming expression as he began to reply. "Little baby, good night, I'll see you tomorrow." Chapter 105. The Internship Couple. The next day was Sunday. After 7 o'clock in the morning, Luo Yi went to the playground with Li Haoyang. He couldn't wait to see his longed-for schoolmate. One night gone, Lono seemed to have waited a long time. However, in the playground, Luo Yi didn't find the fairy schoolgirl. Sister might not be here yet. He sat in the playground for a while, and after realizing that his senior sister hadn't come yet, he was ready to go to the teacher's apartment. Sister may have been delayed for something. He also stopped to pick up 2 breakfasts on the way. Standing in the doorway of teacher's apartment 614, Luo Yi let out a deep breath. He had obviously been here many times and lived here himself, but he felt incredibly nervous about coming today, because his relationship with the fairy schoolmistress had changed. How was he going to face his fairy schoolmate at this moment? Without waiting for him to think about it much, the door had opened, only to see Su by Kanji standing inside sleepily, somewhat listlessly saying, "There's no breakfast today." She wore the rabbit ears hat that she had now come to call the signature of her home, and the moment she saw Lono, a flicker of overwhelm flickered in her eyes. But it was only a flash, and the cool expression soon returned. "It's okay, sister, I'll take it." Saying that, Luo Yi noticed the other party's dark circles under her eyes and said suspiciously, "Did you stay up late, senior sister?" "I didn't sleep." Su by Kanji returned to the living room and sat down at the dining table. Although he was a bit nervous before coming, the moment he saw the fairy schoolmate, he realized that he hadn't changed much with the other party. Of course, it's not completely absent, it just hasn't happened yet. Luo Yi placed the breakfast on the table and then ate it together with the fairy schoolmates. Hokage looked sleepy and went to lie down on the sofa after eating. There was a fluffy couch cover on the couch, plus the schoolteacher was wearing pajamas, so she went straight to sleep on the couch with a blanket. Lono cleared the table and made his way to the couch. "Sister, do you want some water?" Looking at the way the fairy school sister closed her eyes, Lono asked in a small voice. However, Subai Kanji didn't respond. Her eyes were closed, her beautiful eyelashes fluttering slightly, and she looked very sleepy indeed. Fairy sister had an all-nighter yesterday, but he slept quite well, dreaming of his schoolmate. Luo Yi found a small plastic stool and sat in front of the sofa, seriously scrutinizing the fairy schoolmate's face. What about the fairy schoolgirl who is not so high and mighty when she sleeps? It looks like a sleeping beauty, so pretty that you can't help but want to keep looking at it. Stare at. Lono is a mediocre staring stone for a wife. Looking at his fairy schoolmate's face, Luo Yi remembered the scene when he went to the countryside with his schoolmate during the 7-day vacation. That time riding the bus, his schoolmate fell asleep leaning on him, and he secretly poked her in the face. Don't look at the fairy schoolmistress as being high and cold, but her face felt the complete opposite when she touched it, soft and sticky and very comfortable. Luo Yi reached out and gently touched Su Baijiao's face again. He then blushed, his heart fluttering. This was the second time he had encountered the face of a fairy schoolmate, but the 2 times felt very different. After all, their relationship changed. Hokage's face is not only soft, it's also warm. Luo Yi opened his cell phone, and his cell phone wallpaper had been set to a picture of his fairy schoolmate. It wasn't set up yesterday, but a long time ago. In the wallpaper, Subai Kanji's mouth was spiced up with a red circle, the same one that was inadvertently photographed by herself last time. Lono thought it was cute and used it as wallpaper. Of course, it's not a lock screen wallpaper. He was afraid of being seen by his schoolmates, so he made it a desktop. And his lock screen wallpaper is a group photo taken by a cameraman when he was in the old town of Jiangcheng. And at this time, Luo Yi took another picture of the sleeping face of the fairy schoolgirl and replaced the lock screen wallpaper down. This way, when you open your phone, it's the sleeping face of your schoolmate, and when you unlock the lock screen, it's a picture of your schoolmate getting hot. Two one-of-a-kind photos that he alone in the world has. Lono looked up beautifully. It didn't take long for Su Bai Porridge to open her eyes and sit up from the sofa. Seeing this, Luo Yi asked, "Senior sister? Aren't you going to sleep?" Su Bai Kanji silently glanced at Luo Yi, then looked at the empty seat next to him and faintly said, "Sit here." At that, Luo Yi obediently got up from the small bench, then sat on the far left side of the sofa. Afterwards, Su Bai Kanji laid down again, resting her head on Luo Ye's leg. Hokage is using his leg as a pillow. Lono panicked for a moment, but he gave a heartfelt expression as he watched his fairy schoolmate lying peacefully asleep on his lap, as if it was some super cute kitty lying in his lap. Of course, schoolmarms are cuter. Lono placed his hand on top of his schoolmate's rabbit ear hat, but he couldn't move if his senior sister was going to sleep. Lono simply leaned back on the couch and fell asleep as well. The good thing is that the couch is soft enough to be quite comfortable if you sleep. Originally, Luo Yi would have gone back to bed even after his morning run. After all, college students who are alive at 7 o'clock, not to mention that today is the weekend. Soon, Luo Yi had both of his hands on his fairy schoolmate's body, and occasionally subconsciously rubbed his schoolmate's rabbit ear hat, and fell asleep like that. He also woke up a bit earlier than Su Baijiao. Lono woke up just after 10 in the morning, and Su Bai Kanji was still lying on his lap, only the posture had changed, from lying on the side with her head facing outward, to lying on her back with her face facing upwards. As soon as Luo Yi lowered his head, he could see the fairy schoolmate's stunning face. The schoolmate's lips were thin and looked like they gave off a very sweet and soft feeling that made people want to take a bite. Lono looked away, his face red. He felt that his senior sister didn't have to do anything. Just a simple sleeping face could seduce him. "Damn it, it's your girlfriend, have some ambition, why are you so shy?" Luo Yi looked down again, then couldn't help but touch his schoolmate's face once more. With one hand cupping one side of his fairy schoolmate's pretty face, he pulled out his cell phone with the other to see if any messages had been posted in the dormitory group. Sure enough, Wang Sledgehammer was already bombarding the dormitory group with messages. Today is the day Shen Chao promised them women's clothing. Even Lono is very excited to see what male celebrities look like in women's clothing. However, he had to accompany his senior sister now, so he would most likely not be able to see it with his own eyes. He also didn't notice that at some point, Su Bai Kanji had already woken up, with a pair of beautiful eyes that were silently looking at him. Feeling the left side of her face being gently pinched and squeezed, she asked faintly, "Was it fun?" "Fun," Luo Yi replied subconsciously. Then a jolt of nervousness arose in him, instinctively as it were. Sure enough, as soon as he lowered his head, he met the gaze of the fairy schoolmate. "Hak! Sis, you're awake, ah? Well, the hand." At those words, Luo Yi hurriedly raised his hand up and scratched his face in embarrassment. Su Bai Kanji got up and sat next to Luo Yi, and this time the distance between the two on the sofa shrunk a bit more. Only 20 centimeters to go. Luo Yi stole a glance at Su Bai Kanji next to him, then summoned up the courage to ask a question he really wanted to ask. "Senior sister, what is our relationship now?" "Internship." "An internship?" Lono queried. "Aha." Su Bai Kanji nodded and continued. "Internship couple." Hearing this, Luo Ye's face flushed. "I didn't realize that he and his schoolmate were already a couple. It's just an internship though. But after all, the senior sister is a high cool goddess, and it's normal to have a thin skin. And it's an intern couple, not an intern boyfriend. It also means that the schoolteacher wants to work with him to turn the internship around." Chapter 106, The Birth of the Female Clothing Big Brother. "Sister, are there any activities today?" Luo Yi asked. "No." Su Bai Kanji still had a tired look on her face, although she had taken a nap. She had only slept from 8 in the morning to 10 in the morning, and at this time, her body revealed a lazy posture. She sat on the sofa and closed her eyes. Luo Yi looked at her face and said, "Senior sister, why don't you go back to your room and sleep first?" Hearing this, Su Baijiao nodded. "Okay, then you play by yourself." With that, She stood up and walked back into her room in her slippers. Lono then realized that the schoolteacher didn't go back to her room just because she thought she might be bored. As the door to the room closed, Lono noticed a change in his schoolmate. He used to be able to hear the sound of locking the door when the fairy schoolmate went to her room. But you can't hear it now. The schoolteacher just closed the door and didn't lock it. Lono felt a rush of trusting fullness. However, since the fairy schoolmate had gone to bed, he could go back to his dormitory to watch the male celebrities in female costumes. After returning to the dormitory, Luo Yi found Wang De Hammer and Li Haoyang lying on the door of the toilet, while the door of the toilet was tightly closed. How? Lono approached with interest. Wang's sledgehammer pulled him to his side and said with great vigor, "The actress is inside, wild child. He is embarrassed and does not come out." Lono's eyes widened. An actress? He also leaned over the door with a bad expression and said, "Male star." "Oh no, female star. Come out and let me take a look?" "Yes, Shin Xiao, the wild child hasn't seen it yet. Come out." It wasn't long before Shin Xiao's somewhat off-key voice came from inside. "You guys don't block the door." The three froze. This was the first time they had heard Shin Xiao's shy voice. They took a step back at the same time, waiting for the other to come out of it. Soon, the door of the toilet opened, and an extremely beautiful beauty girl came out from inside. Luo Yi, Li Haoyang, and Wang De Hammer revealed surprised expressions. The overwhelmingly beautiful woman in front of her, with a tall figure, possessed a face that I could not see, and if an uninformed person saw it, I'm afraid that they would instantly be shot by Cupid's arrow, stirring up a strong desire for protection. Shen Xiao was wearing women's clothing, lipstick, veil cream, and other makeup, and because she was a little uncomfortable with her first women's clothing, she had a very pitiful expression. Other than being a little tall for a girl, it's simply impeccable. Snap! Wang's sledgehammer suddenly slapped himself and said, "This is my brother. What is an old man blushing for?" Li Haoyang also took a few steps back and pulled away, not daring to touch Shin Xiao. It had to be said that Shin Xiao's face value like that of a young fresh meat, after dressing up as a girl, even if it wasn't as good as Subai porridges, at the very least it was comparable to Tang Enki's. But Tang Enki was innocent looking, and Shin Xiao was pathetic, killing more than the former. "Wild child, let's get together today," Wang's sledgehammer proposed. "Seconded," Li Haoyang said. Lono thought for a moment, then nodded as well. The three of them looked at Shin Xiao wistfully. The latter's face was red and she gritted her teeth, and although she was very reluctant, she still said, "Good." He'd promised his roommate that he'd go out in women's clothes for once, so no matter how much he didn't want to, he was going to go out with everyone else. After all, his roommate had done him such a great favor, and in women's clothing, he didn't resist much other than shyness. On the contrary, seeing the way Wang De Hammer and Li Haoyang were mesmerized by themselves, a magical feeling also arose in Shin Xiao's heart. As the saying goes, there are only 0 and countless times for women's clothing. The four of them were fully loaded. Luo Yi and the others surrounded Shin Xiao in the center, and left the boys' dormitory under the stunned gaze of the hostile ants on the first floor. Shin Xiao was more than 5 meters tall, and at this time, she was wearing a long Lolita dress and a big wavy wig, walking behind Luo Yi, while Wang De Hammer and Li Haoyang walked on both sides of Shin Xiao on the left and right, especially the former, who revealed an expression full of pride. Who wouldn't be proud to be surrounded by such a great beauty? Wang De Hammer hated to let everyone know that he was accompanied by a beautiful woman. It's Sunday, plus it's only 10 o'clock, so there are a lot of men and women in front of the school taking cabs to go out. And the appearance of Luo Ye's 4 people attracted everyone's attention. Dozens of gazes gathered on Shin Xiao's body, revealing expressions of surprise. The long-legged Lolita beauty of more than 1 meter 8 seemed a little too tall, but when they saw Shin Xiao's face, the boys around them began to stir. "What a good sister. I want to take him in my arms and pamper him so badly." Wang's sledgehammer, the one who was in the know, almost couldn't hold back his knowledge of men, not to mention the others who were uninformed. Not long after, a small and cute figure walked out from the school and shouted, "Li Haoyang, I'm coming." The 4 of them sniffed and looked, and when they saw the person who came, Luo Yi was surprised. "Coach, you made an appointment? Right?" Li Haoyang laughed. "You said, try to contact each other." Luo Yi was surprised for a moment. "Coach, this kid finally got the hang of it, contact my ass." Wang's sledgehammer wrapped his arm around Li Haoyang and whispered, "Coach, you know, the only women who can show up at a get-together between our brothers are family members." Ha! Li Haoyang revealed a puzzled expression. Luo Yi said breathlessly, Brother Hammer, you don't have to be jealous of others just because you can't find a family member. Jealous? What are you talking about? I'm jealous? Who would I be jealous of? Jealous of you? How could I? Wang's sledgehammer revealed a disdainful expression. Solid, he was the most arrogant person Lono had ever met. However, if the men's dormitory is allowed to bring so-called family members to the dinner, in Luo Ye's mind, the face of the fairy school sister appeared. This time the schoolmarm is sleeping because she's had an all-nighter. The next dormitory gathering, he must bring his schoolmate along. Yes, that's right, as a family member. At this time, Su Xiaojia also discovered Xin Xiao, a great beauty. Her height was only 1.5 meters, and at this moment, she was raising her head and looking up at the 1.8 meter Xin Xiao. She stretched out her hand, pointed at Xin Xiao, and said dully, Beauty. This is a beauty. By the looks of it, her head seemed to have jammed. The feeling of a 1.8 meter beauty standing in front of her was full of visual impact for her, a 1.5 meter girl. All right, Su Xiaojia. This is my roommate Xin Xiao, Li Haoyang explained. At those words, Su Xiaojia tilted her head. Her head was thinking. Soon, her face changed and she said in shock, What? This is Xin Xiao, the freshman schoolboy? Su Xiaojia looked incredulously at the tall beauty in front of her. She then took 2 steps back and swept her gaze back and forth around the crowd in dormitory 515, revealing a puzzled expression as she questioned, You guys wouldn't be in the dormitory. How? Without waiting for Su Xiaojia to finish, Wang de Hammer sophomorically said, I'm a proper 8-book pure man. How could I possibly have feelings for this Shan Xiao kid? Su Xiaojia. Don't beat yourself up, Wang sledgehammer you pervert. Chapter 107. Everyone's gone mad. Since there were 5 of them, they took 2 cabs. Luo Yi, Li Haoyang, Su Xiaojia for one. One for Wang sledgehammer and Xin Xiao. Don't ask why Luo Yi went to be a light bulb. He was dragged in by Li Haoyang and Su Xiaojia at the same time. After all, if the 2 were alone, they'd be too shy to speak. And Su Xiaojia wasn't as calculating as Lu Bingxin, and couldn't even navigate around facing a favorite boy alone. That's why Luo Yi, the Moon Elder, is needed to mediate and act as a buffer zone. This was a bitter experience for Wang de Hammer, who had to ride in a car alone with Xin Xiao. They set off together to have a lunch and then went back into the school. They didn't drink because the girls were there. Without alcohol, this would have been just a regular lunch and it was over quickly. But from today onwards, a hot search term for Lolita Beauty has appeared in Jiangnan University, and even Shan Xiao's photo has appeared on the confession wall. A lot of people are looking for this beauty and want to get her contact information. But no one could have imagined that he would be a guy. After returning to his dorm room, Luo Yi was kicked out by his 3 roommates. Wang Sledgehammer stood in the doorway and said with a serious face, Tomorrow will be Monday. Accompany your high-flying schoolgirl. When he finished speaking, he slammed the door as if he were kicking an unfaithful and unfilial rebellious son out of the house. Luo Yi lowered his head, pitifully, and traveled to the teacher's apartment alone. After walking through the door of 614, he wasn't alone. Lono knocked gently on the door, and after realizing that no one had opened the door for him, he unlocked the door himself with the key. Luo Yi looked at the living room and didn't find the fairy school sister's figure. He made his way to the door of the master bedroom, quietly opened the door a little, and then poked his head in and glanced inside, only to see Su Baikanji lying on her side on the bed, hugging a pillow, her eyes slightly closed, still asleep. Lono carefully closed the door behind him, then looked at the time. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and after she had left herself, her senior sister had already slept for about 5 hours. It wasn't very long, but Lono couldn't help but comment on it. Hokage is such a sleepy little piggy. Luo Yi sat down on the sofa, thinking that in a while his schoolmate might be hungry when she woke up, and thoughtfully ordered a takeaway. He then started playing with his cell phone. It wasn't long before Lono heard a sharp knock on the door. That's odd. He just ordered takeout and it's here so fast? And why are you knocking so hard? Aren't you afraid of a bad review? He walked over and opened the door to the room, realizing that it wasn't the delivery man at the door, but a girl with an angry face. Sister Qin. Seeing that the person who opened the door was Luo Yi, Qin Yuan first froze, then raised her leg. Luo Yi reacted quickly and dodged sideways, asking in a confused manner, Senior Sister Qin, what are you kicking me for? The kick is you scum. We kanji love have not even talked. You scum don't want to get close to her. Qin Yuan yelled and ran after Luo Yi all over the living room. However, the games have not been over for long. Luo Yi at least has been working out for most of the month. At this time, agile, dodging back and forth, Qin Yuan simply cannot catch. Misunderstanding. Senior Qin, you must have misunderstood. Luo Yi wanted to explain, but simply didn't know what to explain, because he didn't know why he was suddenly labeled a scumbag. Misunderstanding your ass. The human and material evidence are all there. You tell me it's a misunderstanding? Qin Yuan was still ready to make a move, but the commotion in the living room had already woken up Su Baijiao in the master bedroom. She opened the door to her room, and with one eye fixed on the two men who were fighting in the living room, she asked faintly, "Wen, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Qin Yuan pulled out her cell phone and tapped the photos on the confession wall, pointing to her cell phone screen and said, "Kanji, look. This scummy guy is hooking up with other girls behind your back, and he's still so pretty." Su Baijiao's eyes were on the cell phone screen in front of her. Only in the photo, a girl who was wearing a lolita and looked a little taller than Luo Yi was hiding behind him, showing a pitiful look. The two seemed to be very close and clearly not normal. But what kind of person was Su Baikanji? A glance revealed details that ordinary people could not notice. In the photo, besides Luo Yi, there were his other two roommates, Wang Dehammer and Li Haoyang. One person is missing, but one more girl this tall. She realized that the missing one had turned out to be a girl. Su Baikanji looked at Qin Yuan's righteous indignation in front of her and revealed a helpless gaze as she slowly said, "You've misunderstood." Hearing this, Qin Yuan's eyes widened in shock. "Kanji, have you been bewitched? The evidence is in your hands, and you're still speaking for him." As soon as the words fell, Luo Yi had already arrived next to Su Baikanji and similarly saw Qin Yuan's cell phone screen. It dawned on him, and then his heart snapped, and he tensed up a bit. Fairy schoolmistresses aren't going to get the wrong idea too, are they? Thinking of this, Luo Yi hurriedly explained, "This is my roommate." "Ha!" Qin Yuan was filled with confusion. "This is my roommate, Shen Xiao," Luo Yi emphasized again. Hearing this, Qin Yuan fell silent. Who Shen Xiao was, of course she knew very well. It was the freshman schoolboy that she thought was very handsome. She looked down and realized that the beautiful woman in the photo did resemble Shen Xiao by 8 points. But who in their right mind would think this was a man? Knowing that she misunderstood, Qin Yuan's face flushed, instantly turning from a cranky girl to a good girl. She sat down on the sofa and looked at Luo Yi with a face full of embarrassment. "It's fine, Senior Qin. It's all a misunderstanding." Luo Yi touched the back of his head. Anyway, he didn't get hit for a second. Instead, he just fell on his ass when Qin Shuejie chased him. "Hey, Luo Yi's schoolmate is quite nice." Qin Yuan revealed an innocent smile. Luo Yi and Su Baijiao sat on either side of her on the left and right. At this time, Su Baikanji had just woken up from a nap and looked a bit dazed. However, in terms of her temperament, she was still a bit high and cold, and the fairy schoolmistress was still the same fairy schoolmistress. Qin Yuan sat in the center without saying a word, her toes in her shoes picking at the soles. She always felt that there was something strange about the atmosphere. Sitting in the middle of these two, there seemed to be a vague sense of guilt in her heart, as if she were blocking something. Something is wrong. A million times wrong. There was a distinctly different feeling from the last time Luo Yi had invited her and Kanji to dinner. It didn't take long for the takeout that Luo Yi ordered to arrive. He got up and went to the door to get takeout, then put it on the table and said to Su Bai Porridge, "School sister, it's time to eat." Su Baikanji looked at it with a flat expression and didn't go over to eat. Instead, he said something that caused Qin Yuan to be dismayed. "Lono senpai, help me over." As soon as the words fell, Qin Yuan turned her head violently and looked at Su Baijiao as if she was looking at a stranger. Porridge's expression was clearly still that familiar. But what the hell was that just now? She could understand Porridge being a bit drained after an all-nighter, but what the hell? Luo Yi walked over and put his hand in front of Su Baijiao's face. In Qin Yuan's incredulous gaze, Su Bai Porridge actually did put her hand on Luo Ye's hand. Crazy, all crazy. She must be dreaming. Chapter 108 Qin Yuan's shock. When Su Baikanji was eating, Luo Yi sat across from her and gawked. Your own girlfriend, how to look beautiful, the more you look at it, the more you like it. And on the couch, Qin Yuan had been stunned. That Luo Yi kid, staring at Kanji Porridge in such an undisguised manner. How could the latter still eat calmly? If this is placed in the past, Su Baikanji where still eat the meal usually there is a man on the table, no matter whether it is a cafeteria or a restaurant, she is directly away. Qin Yuan revealed a skeptical gaze, and a bold idea arose in her mind. The state of these two people today, coupled with the fact that she had previously suspected that Kanji's attitude toward her elementary school brother was off, could it be that they have now? Qin Yuan slowly stood up from the sofa, then walked over to the dining table and sat next to Su Baijiao. She didn't do anything, but just stared at Su Baijiao with Luo Yi, showing an ambiguous expression. The latter froze slightly, turned his head to look at her and asked, "What are you looking at me for?" Hearing this, Qin Yuan said indignantly, "Porridge, why are you elbowing your way out? Why don't you say something if he looks at you?" "He looks at me because I'm good looking, don't you?" When he said this, Su Baikanji's face was flat, as if he was recounting something that was no longer commonplace. When Qin Yuan thought about it, this was indeed the case. Porridge is pretty and it's normal for boys to like looking at pretty girls. Normal my ass. Su white porridge. Qin Yuan wanted to ask a question, but she didn't dare to, so she could only place her gaze on Luo Yi with a questioning expression. "Senior Qin, what are you looking at me for?" The same question was asked again by Luo Yi. The corner of Qin Yuan's mouth twitched, finally still unable to endure, opened her mouth and asked, "Are you guys hiding something from me?" "Sister Qin, which aspect are you talking about?" Luo Yi was puzzled. He thought about it. He shouldn't have hidden anything from Qin Yuan from the time he knew her until now, right? Qin Yuan placed her gaze on Su Baikanji again and asked, "Kanji, are you guys hiding something from me?" "You guess." Qin Yuan. There it was again, she was really taken by this one. After eating, Qin Yuan began to fidget again. She felt as if she was an extra when she stayed in the house. The lights in the living room were bright, but it wasn't dark yet, and the lights weren't turned on at this time. But because of Qin Yuan's presence, there was a surprisingly dazzling illusion here. There is no one in her female dormitory, and she originally thought of moving over to live with Su Baijiao in a while as well. There was a lono, but the set had 3 rooms after all. But the scene made her recite a poem. "Nah, I'm not well educated. I can't chant." Qin Yuan could only sit on the sofa, a pair of big, dark eyes staring blankly at the other two, her brain racing. In fact, she had already vaguely guessed the answer between her heart. But if Su Bai Porridge didn't admit it herself, she wouldn't believe it at all. After all, she was the person who knew Su Baijiao the most in the entire Jiangda University. I also don't know what kind of magic soup Luo Yi, this elementary school brother, has given to Kanji, so that he can live under the same roof with her. Inside the bathroom were Luo Ye's and Su Baijiao's toiletries, which looked like a couple's model. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Qin Yuan would never have believed it in her life. Not to mention her, even they themselves were a bit unresponsive to the fact that Luo Yi and Su Baikanji were already together. 5:15 In addition to Shin Chao, Wang Sledgehammer is incredulous until now. After Su Baikanji finished eating, she sat on the sofa and played with her cell phone. And Lono picked up a broom and started sweeping and mopping the floor, just like a house husband. Luo Ye's housework was done very skillfully, and it was thought that it was not the first time he had done it. After finishing his chores, Luo Yi saw that there were already 2 people sitting on the sofa, so he picked up the book on the coffee table, Basic Computer Theory, and went to the dining table to memorize it. Seeing this, Qin Yuan was surprised. "I can't imagine that schoolmate Luo Yi is so good at learning." "Yeah, after all, senior sister is going to inspect it later," Luo Yi casually replied. Qin Yuan choked on her tone. But now she wouldn't feel surprised anymore, seeing the scene just now where Su Bai Porridge didn't resent being touched by Luo Ye's hand. Nothing in this world could surprise her anymore. "You guessed it, we talked," Su Baikanji suddenly said with a flat face, as if he had caught Qin Yuan's change in demeanor and intentionally said it at this moment. But the person who reacted the most to hearing that was Luo Yi. What about the fact that Fairy Sister was willing to reveal their relationship to Qin Sister? It was also an acknowledgement and recognition of him. And Qin Yuan's first reaction was, "Nobody asked you. You shut up." And even though Su Baikanji's tone was flat, there seemed to be a hint of pride and bragging mixed in between his words. "What the hell are you showing off for?" However, after receiving the other party's answer, although Qin Yuan was shocked, her heart was still happy for her good sister. She felt that schoolmate Luo Yi was really nice. When she hadn't met Luo Yi yet, she felt that this schoolmate was quite nice on the game. Tisk, tsk, tsk. If other people knew that the high and cold school beauty was even in love, I guess there would be a lot of heartbreak. Qin Yuan said, shaking her head. After all, what kind of person is Su Baikanji? She had earned the title of school flower right after her freshman year, and it wasn't the same as Tang Enki's freshman school flower. When Su Baikanji came to this school, she was noticed by a lot of people, and her face value directly overpowered the original school flower, becoming the #1 beauty of Jiang University. But she didn't fall in love her freshman year. Plus, her character was icy cold, revealing an air of unapproachability everywhere, and she never saw the presence of the opposite sex around her. That's why she earned the title of Iceberg Goddess her sophomore year. In everyone's eyes, she had nothing to do with the word relationship. Now, something so unbelievable was tangibly happening in front of Qin Yuan's eyes. Thinking of the series of perverse actions of Su by Porridge after the new students started school, Qin Yuan revealed a somewhat pleased expression. It was unexpected, but when you think about it, it seems to make sense. Nowadays, only the people in dormitory 515 and her knew about the high-cooled schoolgirl being in love. I'm afraid if this news is revealed, it will become an explosive news in Jiangda. Thinking of this, Qin Yuan was just about to say something when she realized that Su Baikanji was staring at her. So, when are you going to fall in love? Hearing this, Qin Yuan's face darkened, because this was a question that she had never asked Su by Porridge. Unexpectedly, the latter had jumped ahead of her and was now walking in front of her in turn. The first reaction of this dark woman, who saw her after falling in love, was to taunt her. You wait. I'll fall in love tomorrow. I'm not like you. I'm handy with little things like falling in love in the district. Qin Yuan stood up, then used this excuse to leave the place directly. Seeing the door to the room being closed, Su Baijiao smiled slightly. Then, she realized that Luo Yi was also giggling and looking at the door with a melon-eating expression, and her face suddenly flattened again. Are you wandering off? No. How dare you, sister? Chapter 109. After memorizing 20 pages of knowledge, it was already evening. Luo Yi stood on the balcony, ready to put away the sun-dried clothes. On top of the fairy schoolmate's clothes, there was the smell of laundry detergent, which was a bit different from the smell of the schoolmate's body. That's why the scent on Fairy School Sister is her own unique body odor. I've heard that when you like someone, you can't help but indulge in them no matter what they smell like. What's more, schoolteacher's body was fragrant and soft. While putting away the clothes, Lono saw a couple pairs of cute socks and something indescribable next to them. He lowered his head and began to blush. This kind of thing, it's better for schoolmates to collect it themselves. But wouldn't it be even more embarrassing if he took all the clothes and just left these flattering ones? Thinking of this, Luo Yi closed his eyes and collected these tiny clothes as well, then sent them together onto the bed in his schoolmate's room. Even though Fairy Sister had only finished eating in the afternoon, she had made some dinner. After all, she wasn't hungry, but Lono was. The so-called dinner was just an ordinary egg fried rice. But with the aura of the schoolmarm, even egg fried rice became the best thing in the world. Looking at the way Luo Yi was eating in front of himself, Su Baijiao's heart suddenly surged with an unspeakable mood. The feeling that someone is eating their own cooking every day and eating it well is a blessing that can't be described. After eating, Lono froze at the table. Seeing his dumbfounded appearance, Su Baijiao faintly asked, "What are you thinking about?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yi looked at the fairy school sister and said with a face full of happiness, "School sister and I have been in love for a whole day. Su White Kanji." She looked away from her head, a little hard to look directly at the feelings in Luo Ye's eyes that were all but overflowing, and murmured, "Silly. Hey!" Hearing his senior sister call him a fool, Luo Yi smiled even more happily. Classes don't start until tomorrow, so Lono will be staying overnight at the family building today. This was the first time he had lived in a family building since he had been with his schoolmate. I don't know why, but when you're together, you always like to keep track of the weird stuff. The day we got together, the day we held hands for the first time, the day we hugged for the first time, but they'd only gotten as far as holding hands now, and it hadn't been intimate, just a simple touch. At this time, Subai Kanji suddenly said very seriously, "Schoolmate Luo Yi, I have something to tell you." At those words, Luo Ye's expression also went serious. "Hokage Yusei, I hate relationships and don't like men." Hearing this, Luo Yi froze, and as he looked at his schoolmate's serious expression, he didn't say anything, but continued to listen. He knew that his senior sister wouldn't say those words for no reason. Only to see Subai Kanji open her mouth slightly and continue. "When I graduated from high school, there was a man who confessed to me, I rejected him, and then he went around saying that I had talked about many social boyfriends, and was a girl who was not a good person, but just pretended to be noble in school." Seeing the downturn in his schoolmate's eyes, a wave of anger rose in Luo Ye's heart. Then his heart began to ache again. Why did he not know the school sister earlier? Why is he not the high school classmate of the school sister? Why is he not a childhood friend who was born with the school sister? In that case, he would have liked the other person in advance and would not have let the other person suffer a single bit of aggravation. Seeing the sadness that flashed through Luo Ye's eyes, Su Baijiao's heartbeat increased by 1 more point. Although her younger brother was angry, more than that, he was heartbroken for her. So, I'm the iceberg of the crowd. Su Baikanji added. My family isn't harmonious either. As you can see, my parents are divorced, and I'm not the perfect schoolgirl that everyone describes me as. Senior sister, the person I like is you, not the person other people say you are. Luo Yi said softly. Liking is going to go away, Su Baijiao said somewhat silently. But the love will always be there. Luo Yi looked at the other party's face and said seriously, I grew up without parents. Didn't senior sister also like me like this? Upon hearing this, Su Baikanji's eyes revealed a surprised look as she opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Her uncle Fan Jian knew about it and so did her mother, and because of that, Luo Yi also felt that her schoolmate knew about it. But none of them told her. School sister. Noticing Su Baijiao's gaze, Luo Yi revealed a puzzled expression. Nothing. Su Baikanji gently shook her head, and her gaze towards Luo Yi became softer. She remembered that in Luo Ye's novel, the first chapter stated that the protagonist was an orphan. The elementary school brother that Professor Gu praised so much, exuding positive emotions everywhere and treating those around him with gentleness, had actually lost his parents at a young age. Lono Hokage. Sister, I'm in. I do hate relationships and am not attracted to men. With a twist of words, Su Bai Porridge added, but I don't hate being in a relationship with you. Because it's you, you understand? I understand. Luo Yi responded to the fairy schoolmate's gaze. He knew that to say anything at this moment would be to paint a picture for his schoolmate. Relationships are never spoken for either, and every step of the road ahead will require the two of them to walk together. Sister, our first love. Let's cheer together. Aha! After that, the two remained seated opposite each other at the table for a while in silence. After all, how a relationship should work, they don't even know. Sitting there, both of them looked up at each other at the same time, then both moved away again. In the end, it was Luo Yi who broke the silence. He asked in a small voice, Sister, do we want to hug? Hearing this, Su Baijiao did not say anything. But there was no denial. After all, when you like someone, you're supposed to want to stick it to them. After a few moments, she slowly stood up from her chair, then gently opened her hands. Lono came to her. Being in a relationship justifies holding her in your arms. However, looking at the fairy schoolmate in front of him, who had already become his girlfriend, Luo Ye's heartbeat was still unable to suppress its accelerated beating. He took a step forward and slid his hands across Su Baijiao's waist, then hugged the stunningly beautiful girl in front of him in his arms. In this moment, the sound of their heartbeats overlapped, meaning neither side is in a calm mood. Feeling the delicate body in his arms, Luo Yi felt that if he continued any longer, he might be so happy that he would faint. Shortly afterward, they parted at the same time, then gazed at each other. Good night, schoolmarm. Good night, schoolboy. Chapter 110. Called to the office. At the end of the day's classes, most of the computer science majors looked tired as the bell rang for the last class. This Hell Monday is going to last an entire semester, and it's a good thing it's only 1 day a week. Hopefully, there won't be a full class next semester. During this period of time, Luo Ye's grades in his major classes were already one of the best in the class under the tutoring of his fairy sister. After all, freshman year is not at all difficult, and you can almost always learn it if you are willing to put in the effort to study. If Luo Yi couldn't get this grade under the tutelage of the talented computer girl, then he would simply be a disgrace to his senior sister. So Luo Yi himself worked very hard. Even Professor Li Ping often looked at Luo Yi with satisfaction. Graduate students in their lineage are almost single generation. From Li Ping to Gu Mingxian, and when Gu Mingxian became a professor, he chose Su Baijiao to become a graduate student. But when it comes to Su Baijiao, there might be a disconnect. After all, how she doesn't look like she would take on an apprentice, and she might not be willing to continue to delve into the field of computers. Professor Li Ping's lineage, after all, we still need to rely on our cousin to develop. After all, cousin is still young, can still teach a few more students. Luo Yi was just about to leave with his roommates when he was stopped by Li Ping, who was holding a thermos on the podium. Lono-san and Tang Enki-san, you two stay for a while. Upon hearing this, the remaining 3 people in dormitory 515 glanced at each other and quickly guessed what Professor Li Ping wanted to do. Luo Yi and Tang Enki both have top grades, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to talk to them about professionalism. The 3 of them, Wang Sledgehammer, went back to the dormitory first, while Luo Yi and Tang Enki, one on the left and one on the right, followed Professor Li Ping out of the classroom and walked in the direction of the office building. Professor Li Ping is the vice dean of Jiang University, Jiangqing computer industry, well-known big man, can be his fancy, can say that after graduation in the field of computer future is bright. Tang Enki's grades in high school were very good, and Subai Kanji had commented before that she was a girl who wanted to be first in everything, so she worked harder than anyone else, and naturally, she was also seen by Li Ping. As for Luo Yi, although his grades are good now, he knows his own ability very well and knows how much he has, and when he learns more sophisticated and difficult knowledge in the future, he may not have the grades. His goal was just to not fail his classes, and he had little desire to be in the computer field. After all, he prefers to write, recording story after story and then presenting more beautiful stories to his readers. In the office, Li Ping placed the thermos on the table and said to the 2, "Sit." Luo Yi and Tang Enki sat on separate stools across the desk. Luo Yi was Li Ping's class representative, so he came here often and was familiar with it, while Tang Enki was here for the first time. She glanced at Luo Yi, a little surprised in her mind. After all, the Luo Yi in her eyes, who was extremely reluctant to even get into Jiang Dudu, was now able to sit next to her and run neck and neck with her. Li Ping laughed. "Don't be nervous. Both of you are students that I am more optimistic about. I called you here today mainly to ask if you have any plans for the future." After saying that, he looked at Tang Enki, wanting the girl to answer first. In his eyes, this girl is motivated, hardworking, intelligent, and a good seedling. "Professor, I want to be like senior sister Su Baijiao," Tang Enki said without hesitation. Luo Yi lowered his head, and for some reason, he became a little embarrassed. The fairy school sister was so crunchy and awesome that even a girl as outstanding as Tang Enki was modeling herself after her. Lono felt proud of himself from the bottom of his heart. He had always felt that Tang Enki was quite outstanding, and even though something unpleasant had happened after high school graduation, he had never felt that Tang Enki had done anything wrong. After all, we are all young people who all have times when they don't know any better, and what Tang Enki did didn't actually hurt Luo Yi in any way. It was true that she had disliked Luo Yi because he was an orphan, but no one had ruled that she, a person with a sound family, couldn't dislike Luo Yi, and she had always kept her dislike in her heart, never really bothering to say anything to Luo Yi. If dislike is unavoidable, then the ability to respect it is a reflection of one's most basic qualities. Having received Tang Enki's answer, Li Ping nodded and said with relief, "Little Su is indeed outstanding, and many people take her as an example. But student Tang, are you studying because you aspire to her? Or do you aspire to her because you want to study?" These words caused Tang Enki to fall silent, and it was a little difficult to answer for a while. Li Ping looked at Luo Yi again, signaling him to answer. Luo Yi smiled. His relationship with Professor Li Ping was quite familiar, so he didn't get nervous and said directly and truthfully, "Mr. Li, it's fine if I don't flunk out. Computers really don't suit me, and I don't have that talent." "Humph, let's see, you're using your talent elsewhere." Li Ping feigned anger and blew his beard and eyes out. But he didn't really get angry. After all, after watching Luo Ye's performance during this period of time, the other party's answer at this time was also within his expectations. "Lo," Li Ping asked curiously, "you couldn't answer any questions in the beginning. In a short period of time, how did you progress so fast?" Mentioning this, Luo Yi said mysteriously, "Teacher, of course there is a high-ranking person to help." "Tall man." Li Ping smiled. In front of him, who else dared to say that they were a high-ranking person? In front of the office, Counselor Chen Xiongjian is listening to the wall. Learning that 2 students from their class had been called away by the vice dean, he scurried out of his office and hoofed it to the door to eavesdrop. "All right, there will be a guaranteed spot for graduate school in the computer science department for your class. And there are quite a few good performers in the department these days. I'm more optimistic about you 2 in your class." With that, he added seriously, "There's only 1 spot available. And although the selection process doesn't begin until junior year of guaranteed study, if you want to fight for it, you have to start working hard now." "I know, Professor." Tang Enki's eyes showed a strong sense of goodwill. At this time, a knock sounded at the office. "Enter," Li Ping said. Then, the doorknob turned, and a stunningly beautiful figure walked in from outside, and she opened her mouth faintly, with a lot of respect mixed in between her cool tone. "Teacher, you asked for me." It's so big porridge. Seeing her, Tang Enki showed an envious expression. And Lono gave a look of adoration. All right, you guys go on back. Li Ping waved his hand at the two Luo Yi. The two got up and left the office, running into the counselor at the door. Mr. Chun. Lono was surprised. What are you doing? Passing through. After saying that, Chun Xiongjin leaned over towards Luo Yi and asked in a whisper as if he were a thief. Luo Yi, what did Professor Li say? Huh? Nothing. Just reminded us that there's a guaranteed spot. So, I thought you guys had committed something. Chun Xiongjin breathed a sigh of relief and put on the appearance of a counselor again, with a bemused expression, and left the doorway of Li Ping's office. Luo Yi didn't leave, and when Tang Enki beside her saw this, she hesitated for a while, and finally, as if she had made up her mind, she came next to Luo Yi and opened her mouth to ask, "Going to dinner together?" Huh. Hearing the voice, Luo Yi was dumbfounded, but still subconsciously refused. No, I'll wait for someone. Waiting for someone? Tang Enki looked towards the office and couldn't help but be puzzled. Who's he waiting for? This is an office building. Is it hard to believe that it's Su Baijiu? Lono. Tang Enki didn't leave, but continued. You said last time that you liked school sister Su Baijiu, right? Lono nodded. Seeing his serious look, an incredible thought surfaced in Tang Enki's mind. It's hard to believe. He's serious, but that's Su White Porridge. Chapter 111. Boyfriends. During this period of time, Tang Enki had been recalling some of the things that had happened, and had also finally decided what she wanted. She likes Lono. Loved being in high school, that feeling of having someone behind you every time you turned around. After coming to the university, she met her roommate Lu Bingxin, and then her whole worldview was refreshed. Because she was close to Lu Bingxin, she had seen a lot of things that were hard to accept. The matter between Lu Bingxin and Li Haoyang is one thing, and the fact that she took advantage of Gao Yuming liking herself and kept letting Gao Yuming treat her to dinner is another. In her own words, she's just having fun in time and takes pride in it when she plays with other people's feelings. Tang Enki had also heard her talk about her own past. She used to be an innocent little girl, but the summer after she graduated from high school, when she was working part-time, she was emotionally toyed with by her seniors who were 3 years older than her. Because of this, Lu Bingxin didn't believe in the so-called feelings, not only scoffing at them, but also toying with other people. The more outstanding men indulged in her, the more she felt powerful. But Tang Enki was different. Her high school had seen what that innocent relationship looked like because of Luo Ye's presence. When she came to college, she realized how rare that relationship was in the fast food era. Not only is it rare, it's hard to find. Because of her good looks, those close to her would hide themselves in various ways, pretending to be warm, pretending to be affectionate, and creating all kinds of personas just like when Jishu, the vice president of the last student council. The ultimate goal is nothing more than lust, and the enjoyment of the superiority of having a popular goddess as a girlfriend. In her eyes, that rich second-generation Gao Yuming was this kind of person. She also didn't dare to let random boys approach her, knowing full well how many jackals and tigers her face and body could actually attract. Looking back, only Luo Yi could make her trust completely. To be able to stay behind her for 3 years and accompany her to a strange city would have been the biggest reason to make her trust. Thinking of this, Tang Enki's pace that had already left stopped in place. Then she turned slightly, her long hair tossing, revealing an innocent side face. Looking at the boy whose appearance hadn't changed from what it once was, she opened her mouth and asked, Luo Yi, do you think I still have a chance if I pursue you? Hearing this, Luo Yi was silent for a moment. Nothing more, he just thought it was a little strange for the other to say those things at this moment in an office building. But since the other asked, he had to respond seriously. Luo Yi shook his head and said, What if I say no? Hearing this, Tang Enki's eyes dimmed for a minute, and then she smiled gently, only her smile was a bit far-fetched. That means, I missed you. After saying this, she left the place, her figure a bit forlorn. In front of the office building, Lu Bingxin and Gao Yuming were waiting for her to go to dinner together. Seeing Tang Enki looking sad, Lu Bingxin asked curiously, What's wrong, schoolgirl Tang? Who bullied you? Nobody bullies me. Tang Enki let out a bitter smile as she looked back at Gao Yuming, then said expressionlessly, You guys go eat by yourselves, I'm not going. At those words, Lu Bingxin stepped forward and hugged her arm. After all, Gao Yuming had invited Tang Enki, not her. Kiki, what's wrong? Is it because of Luo Yi again? If you like Luo Yi, why don't you go after him? With your face value, it's easy to chase anyone. He should. Have a girlfriend, Danchi murmured. Previously, she didn't believe Luo Yi liked Su by kanji, but all the signs indicated that this should be true. Of course, she was even less convinced that Su by kanji would like Luo Yi. Even becoming friends was impossible in her eyes. But, as she realized her feelings for Luo Yi, all those merits that she had once ignored came to her mind. Luo Yi was becoming more and more dazzling in her memories, and at a certain moment, she even suspected that maybe even Su Baijiao would be sensitized by that little sun-like boy. At this time, Lu Bingxin said indifferently, "So what if he has a girlfriend? Isn't he not married? Even if you get married, you can still get divorced, Chi-Chi. If you like it, go after it. Who cares if he has a date?" At these words, Tang Enki's brows frowned slightly. She looked up and thought back to what she had done since coming to college. Join student government, study hard, and desire to meet a relationship of your own. But she neglected the one good thing she already had. That being the case, how could she possibly ruin the perfect boy she remembered with her own hands? Tang Enki's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as she looked at Lu Bingxin. She said lightly, "I'm not lowly enough to that point. If he doesn't have a girlfriend, I'll go after him. But if he does, then I'll give him my blessing. I admit that I am proud, and I admit that I am not willing, but the underhanded thing I will not do." With that, she left the place without looking back. The girl's handsome and dashing back made the two people behind her freeze in place. Gao Yuming let out a laugh without a trace. That was the person who had mesmerized him, the reason why he had fallen in love with this girl. And Lu Bingxin opened her mouth, not knowing what to say. After Tang Enki walked away, she looked at Gao Yuming and smiled. "You can invite me, huh? I won't be like her, giving you a face every day and making you lose face." Most importantly, although her face value wasn't as good as Tang Enki's, her body was better, her legs were long and her waist was thin, and her looks were only slightly inferior to the other parties, so she was completely described as a great beauty. Hearing this, Gao Yuming took out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, then drew out one and lit it up, took a deep breath, and spat out handsome smoke rings. In Tang Enki's absence, Lu Bingxin suddenly felt some extra distance from this dog-licking rich second generation. Gao Yuming sighed and said, "Since you know that I have money, then you should understand as well. The so-called rich second generation, whether it is the education received or the quality of life, are ahead of most people in this innate advantage. If I am a dude who has lost all three views, then this rich second generation identity is not as good as giving a beggar. I've seen all the stars. Do you think I'd go after someone just for their so-called face and body?" With that, he walked over to the trash can, put out his cigarette and dropped it in and left the place as well. Office building. Lono waited for a while before the office door finally opened. Seeing the fairy school sister walk out from inside wearing a long light blue dress, Luo Yi hurriedly greeted her. "Hokage." Obviously, he woke up in the morning and just ate breakfast with his fairy schoolmate. But after not seeing her for a day, Lono started to miss her. Subai Kanji looked at Luo Yi, her hands clasping her chest, her face flat, and said, "No hugs." "Huh." Lono was confused. "Do I look like the kind of guy who wants to cuddle in an office building? It seems like... Is that obvious?" The door to the office was still open, and Professor Li Ping heard the two men talking, looked curiously, and queried, "You guys know each other well?" "Aha." Subai Kanji turned around and smiled slightly. "Teacher, this is Professor Gu's brother. Also my boyfriend, Lono." Chapter 112-100. Professor Li Ping glanced at Luo Yi in surprise, then placed his gaze on Su Baijiao's body, and instantly understood what was going on. "The tall man you're talking about, that's Su, isn't it?" "Yes, Professor." Lono scratched his hair, as if he had been discovered by his elders, and became a little embarrassed. "Then Professor, we'll leave first," Su Bai Kanji said. "Okay." Professor Li Ping turned around and waved his hand, not bothering with Luo Yi and Su Bai Kanji anymore, as if he wanted to rush off to do something. Luo Yi went up and closed the door behind him before leaving the office building with the fairy school sister. After the two left, Li Ping sat down on his chair. He picked up his thermos and took a sip of the tea inside. Afterward, he placed the thermos back on the table, gazed out the window, couldn't help but let out a laugh, and murmured, "Young people are so energetic. Being so old, I always think of my own youth when I see young people bonding with each other." He teaches at the university and usually sees a lot of young couples at school. It just didn't occur to him that that student Gu would be with his brother. As a recent high-profile rising star in the computer industry, he knew this apprentice grandson of his, and knew that this girl was a very good person. That Gu Mingxian kid, he's really fertilizing the water. Thinking of this, Li Ping took out his cell phone and directly made a call to Gu Mingxian abroad. After the call was answered, Gu Mingxian said suspiciously, "Teacher, why did you think of calling me?" "Gu, I remember you're going to be 3 next year, right?" "Teacher, you're misremembering. Post-year." On the other side of the phone, a bad feeling surfaced in Gu Mingxuan's heart. "The year after next." "Yes, it's the year after next. Xiao Gu, you're not young anymore. You should find a girlfriend, that daughter of mine. She's been pining for you for a long time. When are you coming back?" "Huh? Sensei? What did you say?" "Oh yeah. Back home soon, not long now." What? The cafeteria's Chinese food is almost gone." "That's great. Teacher, I'm good at this. I'm going to grab the food." Dodo, dodo, dodo. Gu Mingxuan's obsession with dry rice was no less than Luo Ye's. Li Ping shook his head helplessly and let out a light laugh. Why wouldn't he want to fertilize the water? But what happens to young people is up to them young people themselves. It was dark by the end of the second afternoon session. Coupled with the fact that Luo Yi stayed in the office for a while longer, it was already completely dark after he finished eating with his fairy schoolmate. Luo Yi walked side by side with Su Bai Porridge as they strolled along the playground. The playground was dimly lit, with only the warm headlights on the podium to keep the view from being covered in darkness. Speaking of which, Luo Yi recalled the time during military training when many freshmen who had a crush on each other would wear their military uniforms and stroll around the playground in a circle. In the beginning, there were endless words, endless conversations, and curiosity about new acquaintances. Luo Yi glanced at the side of the fairy schoolmate's face, and under the warm light, she seemed like an angel, which was deeply mesmerizing. "Sister, did anything funny happen during your military training?" At those words, Su Bai Kanji glanced at him, then looked around the playground as if she was recalling something. "Don't remember." Su Baijiao's memory didn't have anything unforgettable during military training. "But after military training, my roommate gave me a tally." Hearing this, Luo Yi was puzzled. "Statistics what?" 15 days of military training, the number of people who confessed to me." Su Bai Kanji glanced at Luo Yi and couldn't help but rise up to tease the other party. Sure enough, Luo Yi lowered his head and his face went down in meaty frustration. The sense of substitution was so strong that Luo Yi had already thought of the scene when the fairy school sister was first enrolled in school and was confessed to by many people. But he was only sad for a few seconds. Luo Yi raised his head and whispered, "But now the schoolmate's boyfriend is Mie. What's going on?" Su Bai Kanji grunted lightly and didn't bother with Luo Yi. The playground of JNU is always filled with people setting up stalls and various club activities. Luo Yi saw a lot of people gathered not far away. It seemed to be very lively. Luo Yi and Su Bai Kanji also glanced at the edge of the crowd and realized that it seemed like someone was confessing their love. At that moment, Luo Ye's melon-eating attribute exploded and stood at the edge of the crowd with Su Bai Kanji, and the two of them together curiously looked at the male and female protagonists of this confession. In the middle of the crowd at this point, small lights of different colors were placed around a pattern of love hearts, with some rose petals laid around them. Next to the love pattern is a pathway pieced together by lights. The hero is at the end of the path, blindfolding the heroine with his hands and walking a little bit towards the love. Amidst the uproar of the eating crowd, the heroine walked to the center of the love pattern. The hero then let go of his hand and gave an innocent laugh as he took the flowers from his friend and got down on one knee in front of his girlfriend, handing them to the girl. Looking at the surprise in front of her, the heroine was also very happy. She covered her mouth and showed a touched expression. She then sheepishly took the flowers, gazing nervously and expectantly at the boy in front of her. Behind Luo Yi came a new crowd of eaters. A girl said, "It's so embarrassing. If I were this girl, I would die of embarrassment." Yeah. Cheap lights, cheap flowers, and making such a big deal out of it. It's so embarrassing. The voices of the people behind him murmured, causing Luo Yi to faintly stare. He always felt the thought outweighed the price. Yet there is no denying that price is part of the heart. Whether it's the thought that counts or the price, at the end of the day, the only person who can decide that is the person in question. No one else is in a position to talk about it. And the touched expression of the girl in front of her had proved that in her heart, the thought was greater than the price. This is our 6th anniversary together. We started in high school. Upon hearing the first sentence, there was a sound of astonishment among the crowd. 6 years. Some people change a dozen girlfriends in 6 years, and some people love only one person in 6 years. So how long can he have with his schoolmate? At this moment, Subai Kanji was also looking at this scene and seemed to be contemplating something in his bland demeanor. To love someone is to be timid, to be tentative, to not be able to resist fantasizing over and over again. The only antidote is the love of a loved one, for themselves. In the midst of the darkness, Luo Yi gently grabbed the fairy schoolmate's hand, also pulling the latter's thoughts back from her mind. Sister, there's no need to be envious. We're aiming for more than 6 years. I'm not envious. Subai Kanji eyed the scene in front of him. She then asked lightly, how many years was that? How many years do you want, schoolmarm? Hearing this, Subai Kanji hesitated for a moment and said with some hesitation, 100. Too long. Lono shook his head. I don't want to be in a relationship for that long. 4 or 5 years at the most. I'll marry you back. Hiss. Luo Yi suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Only his hands, which were held together with Subai porridge, were seen. The latter used 2 fingers and pinched on Luo Ye's palm. Chapter 113 Shen Qiao's Electronic Diary. On the playground, someone was jealous of someone else's true love and secretly called security. As a result, after the security guard saw that a lamp was used instead of a candle, he actually raised his cell phone and took a picture of it with an anti-smile on his face. Not far away, the presidents of the magazine and literature clubs looked at this scene with a moved face. Luo Yi still remembers them. When they first signed up for the club, these 2 living treasure schoolmates had been quarreling all the time, but they didn't realize that their private relationship was so good. After leaving the playground, Luo Yi sent his schoolmate back to the entrance of the teacher's apartment. While other young couples were clinging to the door of the women's dormitory, he was at the door of the flat. Come to think of it, he and his schoolmate had met almost every day during this period of time, but the daily parting would still be unsatisfactory. Blearily watching his schoolmate enter the building, Luo Yi also received a message from his roommate to go to the basketball court. Next week there is a basketball tournament, which is still a voluntary, departmental and faculty-based tournament. All 4 of the 515 signed up, as did the dorm room next door, and are now playing basketball on the playground. Because of the proximity of the basketball game, the basketball court are going to grab. Good thing Yu Choyu did not have class, came early and helped the crowd occupy a half court. The tall and short combinations in the next dormitory, Wang Kai and Lu Guangfu, have already fought with Yu Choyu in advance. Upon arriving at the stadium, Lono watched from the sidelines. To be honest, he's pretty much a novice at basketball. But Xin Qiao was different, and Luo Yi felt that the male star had all the strength of the varsity basketball team. Even if there were more than 200 people in the computer department, Xin Qiao could stand out. Look out! A basketball suddenly slammed towards Luo Yi, who subconsciously turned his head, then dodged it in time. Are you okay? Some familiar voice rang out. Luo Yi looked at the person who came and realized that it was Gao Yuming, that rich second generation. It's fine, Lono said. I'm glad it's okay. Do you want to play ball too? Let's do it together. I hit the dish. It's okay, I dish too. Gao Yuming extended an invitation. Luo Yi looked at his side of the dormitory. With the addition of Yu Choyu, the 8 of them were just right, so he simply came to Gao Yuming's team. In spite of this, Luo Yi only knows Gao Yuming's name and is not familiar with the other party, and the others are even more so, not recognizing any of them. At this time, a miss, the basketball was stolen. Luo Yi's face changed, began to get serious. He felt that he was a dish, and the reference was Xin Qiao, not that he was really a dish. In high school, because Danj liked boys who played basketball, he studied for a long time, going from not knowing to knowing, and from knowing to being good at it. And Gao Yuming was just being polite. The real caliber was at the very least comparable to Xin Qiao. The 2 joined forces and quickly fought back, crushing the opposite side. After the fight, the 2 of them sat on a bench aside to rest, and Gao Yuming handed Luo Yi an unused disposable towel. After wiping off his sweat, Lono asked, "Still fighting? No more fighting." Gao Yuming sipped his water and said, "I don't know them either. They were all improvised on the pitch." "Are you signing up for basketball?" Lono asked. He remembered that Gao Yuming was also from the computer department, just not the same major as them. No go, no fun. Gao Yuming got up, picked up his bag, and left while practicing dribbling. Seeing this, Luo Yi reminded, "I remember that Tang Enki likes to watch Dunker." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gao Yuming's eyes lit up, and he walked back again, asking after him, "Really? Really?" Luo Yi glanced at him and said, How did you fall for her? People like you don't go after people just because of their face value, right? At those words, Gao Yumming froze. Then he sighed and began to explain. My family set me up with a fiancé, which I didn't like and wanted to muddle through with a random girlfriend. And then you sought out Danchi? Yes, originally at first I wanted to find Subai Kanji, but that school sister, I can feel that she and I are people from two worlds. I'm not talking about identity, but character. Lono. Gao Yumming didn't notice Luo Ye's suddenly shocked expression as he added. Then I noticed the freshman school beauty Tang Enki. What I didn't expect was that, after confessing my love to her, I was actually rejected. So you flaunted your wealth in the freshman group to attract her. Well, isn't that what girls like? At those words, the corner of Luo Ye's mouth twitched. What's it got to do with men and women? Boys like your set too. That's not the point. The point is that there are exceptions for both men and women. After being rejected, it's like finding gold in the dust. And that's how Gao Yumming fell for Tang Enki. Luo Yi pondered for a moment and said softly, Brother Gao, you won't be able to chase her like this. I felt it myself. Gao Yumming sighed, then said, I haven't chased anyone else either. It's always others who chase me. Luo Yi thought of what Tang Enki had said to him today, and he advised, Brother Gao, if you want to pursue someone who is serious about their feelings, you can only exchange sincerity for sincerity. Truly. Gao Yumming fell silent. Wild child, go back. Wang's sledgehammer shouted from the other side. I'll go first. Lono got up and left the place. After returning to the dormitory, the four of them took separate showers, and Wang's sledgehammer was showing off his newly purchased pajamas. A yellow and white alpaca dress. Luo Yi looked at his cell phone, and on it was the sleeping face of his fairy schoolmate. After unlocking the screen, the phone's desktop is the fairy schoolgirl's lips being spicy red. Luo Yi smiled prettily, and although he had been playing with his phone, he hadn't opened any software, just repeating back and forth between locking and unlocking the screen. It's Monday. Yesterday was Sunday. He confessed on Saturday afternoon and the relationship was finalized on Sunday morning. Full stop, today was already his second day with his schoolmate. Lono sat up on the bed clutching his cell phone and lay back down again, turning over from side to side. Eventually, the uncontrollable excitement still made him giggle. Seeing this, Wang the Hammer in his alpaca pajamas pooh-poohed and said angrily, Wild child, I think you're showing off. Hehehe. Luo Yi didn't hear Wang the Hammer's voice, and his mind was full of immersion in the fairy schoolgirl's stunning face in his cell phone. Angry, Wang's sledgehammer opened up a certain two-character game and played it, taking out his anger on the chuchis, and he was like a hungry wolf, searching all over the map for innocent neutral monsters. Xin Qiao let out a laugh as well. But today the manga for Youth is Still Alive was updated to the third story. The manga has progressed to the episode of the Hanbatsu Club Party. The hanbok designs of the male and female leads were simply stunning to all eyes. The moment the heroine's atmospheric and dignified red hanbok and the hero's laid-back and elegant blue hanbok appeared in the manga, the two of them turned up the heat of the manga by a notch. Newcomer cartoonist Rice and Water is also getting noticed. It's extremely hard to know that it's possible to follow the author from the work, whether it's a novel or a comic, a movie or a TV show. Thinking of this, Shun Qiao began to write an electronic diary in his cell phone. Su by Kanji school sister also in their own way a little bit towards Luo Yi close, their feelings never a person in the effort. October 27th. Clear. From the beginning of the school year until now, Xin Qiao used her cell phone to record everything that happened around her. The day Terre wakes up, tell her all about it. Chapter 114. There is only one truth. Ha! Ha! The four members of Dormitory 515 looked at the members of their department who were participating in the basketball tournament. 5 players and 7 replacements out of over 200 is actually pretty good odds, to be honest. Shen Qiao took the lead and became a starter with Gao Yumming with an excellent score. Luo Yi was the replacement, while Li Haoyang and Wang de Hammer fell out. Both men looked at the list in their cell phones at this point and simultaneously sent out soul tortures. On what grounds? Your Sledgehammer Brothers ball skills are clearly the best in the world. Hearing this, Luo Yi couldn't help but spit out, Hammer, shooting 5 you didn't score a single one. I'm just unlucky. Wang's Sledgehammer pinched his nose, a little embarrassed. Since things had come to this, there was nothing Wang's Sledgehammer could do. He jumped down from the bed, looked at Xin Xiao and Luo Yi with solemn eyes and said solemnly, As the only dad of 515, it is necessary for me to say, You guys are representing the dormitory in the battle this time, and you must return triumphantly to fight for the glory of the dormitory. That gaze, that tone of voice, as if an old father was looking at his son going off to war. Shun Xiao said breathlessly, "Why don't you go represent the dormitory?" When these words came out, Wang Dehammer's eyes glared, and he immediately said angrily, "Adverse son, do you want your old father to go personally? Other than that, storming the Film and Television Academy next door, I just don't see eye to eye with that Lu Guangfu." Wang's sledgehammer made a request. "They don't seem to have been selected, do they?" Luo Yi looked at the list of the other faculties and realized that there was no one from the next dormitory at all. Upon hearing this, Wang Dehammer suddenly felt that it wasn't so hard for him to lose the election. That! Wang's sledgehammer made his second request. "Beat up the Foreign Language Institute. Let the girls in the Foreign Language Institute know how powerful our computer men are. Brother Hammer, we have nothing to do with foreign languages. Why are you targeting them so much?" Luo Yi was puzzled. "Hey, wild child. This you don't understand it. Foreign language college male to female ratio of 2/8. All big beautiful women. As long as in their teaching building door wait for them to get off the class. You can see rows of white flower thighs out. Spicy and obscene." Luo Yi gave his assessment. "I 1 didn't corrupt morals, 2 didn't break the law. I just like looking at beautiful women, what's wrong with me?" Wang's sledgehammer retorted. He then sat down in his chair and turned on his computer, seemingly ready to play a game. His computer desktop wallpaper, a secondary imperial sister, long purple hair, purple eyes, a cold face, and pulled out a knife from his chest. Lono knew that this was a popular character from a certain 2-character game, General Thunderbolt. "Hammer, what do you think is the point of squatting on beautiful women all day, when you can just go and ask for green bubbles?" Luo Yi asked. Wang's sledgehammer skimmed his mouth and said indifferently, "Your hammer brother is still self-aware of his own looks, without the face value like a male star, who dares to ask for it." Saying that, Wang Dehammer suddenly had a flash of light and turned his head to look at Luo Yi and Xin Xiao, revealing a hopeful expression. Seeing this, Luo Yi's goosebumps fell out of his bed, and he couldn't help but say, "Brother Hammer, don't be like this, it's disgusting. Wild child, my father treats you well on weekdays, and Wang Qiao, I treat you like my own son." Xin Xiao raised her eyebrows and frowned. "Xin Sledgehammer, if you have something to say, just say it. If you have a fart, just let it go. Ask for a green bubble for me." Wang's sledgehammer bowed and spoke, "Two fathers, this is my lifelong request." When these words came out, Luo Yi and Xin Xiao exchanged glances and revealed meaningful expressions. Since they were called dad, they must be obligated in this matter. And it's just going to be green bubbles. What happens after that is up to Hammer himself. "Say, Hammer, who do you have your eye on? I'll help you with the male stars," Lono said with a pat on the back. At this time, Li Haoyang also came to join in the fun, his fierce man-like figure, at this time wearing cute and lovely pink pajamas, full of eating melon to watch this scene. That's it. Wang's sledgehammer took out his cell phone, opened the photo album, and found a photo he had taken. The girl in the photo, with her long blonde hair and sensational rimless glasses, looks gentle, the type of passionate big sister that boys can't resist. Is really pretty to look at, and the kid, Wang Sledgehammer, is the best thing that ever happened to him. "Who's this?" Xin Xiao asked. "I don't know. It's strange to say that such a good-looking girl should also be the department flower. I can't believe I haven't heard of it." Wang Dehammer revealed a puzzled expression. Luo Yi asked Wang Dehammer to send the picture to him, and then he sent it to the fairy schoolgirl. This girl was so beautiful, and with Wang Dehammer's gossip about beautiful women, he could even get the list of beautiful women in Jiangda, but he didn't even know who this girl was. Lono wanted to ask the fairy schoolmistress if she knew. "Little baby, sister, do you recognize this girl?" Soon, the other party replied to Luo Yi. "Fairy scholar. Cheating?" Seeing those two words, Luo Yi almost choked on his saliva. "Little baby, sister, unjustly is Wang Dehammer like? I help him ask." Teacher's apartment. Su Bai Porridge looked at this photo and fell into deep contemplation. Qin Yuan, who was next to her, also saw it and wondered, "Ms. Li Na? Porridge, what are you doing looking at Ms. Li Na's picture?" A beautiful teacher at Jiangnan University, the only daughter of the vice dean, Professor Li Ping, though she didn't follow in her father's field and chose to study foreign languages instead. Thinking of this, Su Bai Kanji laughed softly and began to reply to Luo Yi. "Fairy sister, I know you very well. Can I help you?" "Little baby, No need. Which major sister is this? Let's ask for a green bubble for Wong Sledgehammer. Fairy sister. You can see her in the English program. Little baby. Okay, schoolmarm. Thank you, schoolmarm. Schoolmarm kisses. Fairy schoolgirl. The other person rejects your kiss and leaves you with a beautiful back. Fairy school sister. Number 394 Lock Night. Baby kiss, 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 kiss. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi revealed a puzzled expression. What's the deal? What's this bunch of gibberish? But even though it was a ghostly symbol, Luo Yi could see the words in it. Such words were bound to be impossible for the fairy schoolmistress to say to him. In that case, there is only one truth. The murderer must be Qin Yuan. Sister Qin, thank you. Behind every success, there is a Sister Qin who supports you. As Luo Yi expected, the teacher's apartment, Qin Yuan snatched Su Bai Porge's cell phone, and with the fastest speed, vaguely returned Luo Yi. Noticing Su Bai Kanji's murderous gaze, Qin Yuan shivered and laughed awkwardly. Kanji, would you believe me when I say that my hand slipped and accidentally snatched your cell phone, and then accidentally sent a message? Letter, Su Bai Kanji said faintly. Without waiting for Qin Yuan to breathe a sigh of relief, Su Bai Porridge got up and walked into the kitchen. Qin Yuan's face changed as she followed her to the kitchen door and found Su Bai Kanji picking up a kitchen knife. Porridge, don't kill me. Su Bai Kanji turned her head to look at her, then pulled out a piece of garlic, placed it on the chopping board, and slapped it down with a knife. The garlic slices were slapped to smithereens, and Su Baijiao said with a flat face, "Next time you do this, you'll eat the garlic." Chapter 115 Blonde Big Sister. After knowing that the blonde big sister was an English major, Wang Dehammer soon had to arrive at the English major's class schedule. But he didn't know what year it was, so he asked for 3 class schedules. He asked for all of freshman, sophomore, and junior year except for senior year when he didn't have classes. Subsequently, along with Li Haoyang, the 4 of them were furtively observing at the entrance of the teaching building of the College of Foreign Languages. Soon, the freshman English majors were out of class. As Wang Sledgehammer said, a whole bunch of long white legs came out from inside the building with only a few scattered boys. Looking at it this way, it was indeed quite surprising that Fairy Sister was able to become the university flower of Jiang University in the computer science department where there were so many men and so few women. Soon, all the freshman English majors left, and the 4 of them didn't see Wang Dehammer's sweetheart. Isn't it a freshman? Wang Sledgehammer wondered. If you're not a freshman, then you'll have to wait until tomorrow, since sophomores and juniors don't have classes today. Hammer, look! Suddenly, Luo Yi pointed not far away. Inside the building, an older sister with long blonde hair and white skin was walking out towards the outside. At once, the 4 men tensed. It's not right. How does this feel? A little off. Why did they instinctively tense up? This girl didn't look like a freshman in any way. But since they had already promised Wang Dehammer, Xin Xiao and Luo Yi looked at each other, gathered their courage, and still decided to go up and tough it out. Of course, Luo Yi was only accompanying Xin Xiao, and if he really wanted green bubbles, he had to let the freshman schoolmaster come. Only Xin Xiao came to the front of the big blonde sister and politely said, "That young lady, excuse me." Hearing the unfamiliar voice, the blonde looked over at Xin Xiao and Luo Yi. Especially when she saw Luo Yi, she froze slightly and revealed a meaningful expression. Then she smiled and asked, "Classmate, is there something wrong?" "I have a friend." Xin Xiao looked back at Wang Dehammer, then continued to ask, "Can you add a V? My friend is very nice. You can get to know a little bit first, and then see if it is suitable." "Oh." The big blonde sister didn't answer, but glanced at Luo Yi with a smile and said with great interest, "Porridge greeted me and said that someone would come to me. It's you guys, right?" Luo Yi froze for a moment, and after reacting, he spoke, "It should be us." The big blonde sister ignored Xin Xiao, and under the latter's dumbfounded expression, she came to Luo Ye's face and carefully examined it. Luo Yi subconsciously took a few steps back and pulled away. Being stared at by such a beautiful big sister, he was genuinely a bit uncomfortable. Seeing the coy look of the boy in front of her, the big blonde sister laughed. "I'm curious as to what kind of relationship you have with Porridge, that you were able to get her to say hello to me in advance. If not for that, she wouldn't have been able to give these people a good face at all, even if Xin Xiao was the freshman school bully." This? Luo Yi scratched his hair. The thought of him and his schoolmate being a couple made him feel a little happy. "Introduce yourself." The big blonde sister said, "I'm Lena, a teacher of specialized courses in the Foreign Languages College." "Teacher, ah." Wait, teacher. Luo Yi and Shen Qiao were shocked at the same time. No wonder with Wang Dehammer's information network, he hadn't even heard of this person among the students. The feeling was that she wasn't a student at all. A few students came to the teacher for green bubbles. Luo Yi and Shen Qiao lowered their heads, full of embarrassment. The two of them could not wait in their hearts to grab Wang Dehammer and give him a fat beating. Forget about adding V. Sister me, but I have a man of my dreams. Lena skirted around a few people and left the area. After she walked away, Luo Yi and Shen Qiao returned to Wang Dehammer with black faces. The way the two looked made Wang Dehammer's heart flutter, and he asked nervously, "How is it? It's not going to be a screw-up, is it?" Hearing this, Shen Qiao said breathlessly, "Screwed up. Alas, am I, Wang's sledgehammer, destined to die alone? Lono. Hammer, if you just think the other person is good-looking, it's not love, even the best-looking face will get tired of looking at it later." Luo Yi said, "Doesn't matter, I still have my secondary wives." Wang's sledgehammer turned to be revitalized in a flash, and turned back in a beautiful way. Lono. Shen Qiao. Wang's sledgehammer with a dog's conscience. Next to him, Li Haoyang revealed a gossipy expression and asked, "What's going on?" "That man is a teacher." "Teacher?" Ha 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 ha. Li Haoyang really couldn't hold it in and actually laughed out a pig's squeal. After returning to the dormitory, this matter even Wang Dehammer himself was happy, pointing at Luo Yi and Shen Qiao as the two of them kept mocking. Shen Qiao glanced at him and said, "If it wasn't for you, how could we be so humiliated?" "Ha ha 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 ha," laughed my ass off. "I can't believe it's a teacher. Good thing I'm smart and didn't ask for it myself." "Shameless, you're shameless," Luo Yi charged. But with his little bit of cursing, he couldn't even hurt Wang's sledgehammer in the slightest. After burying each other for a while in their bedrooms, the four of them grabbed their textbooks and headed off to their second class of the afternoon. There was only one class this afternoon, so it was still pretty easy. It's worth noting that this class is a physical education class. Just after class, the gym teacher made the class run 2 laps. The physical education teacher was a muscular man just like Li Haoyang, but Li Haoyang still had a little bit of face value on him like a war veteran. And the gym teacher looks like a chimpanzee. After the run, everyone was free to follow along with the radio gymnastics twice on the playground. Basketball for basketball, badminton for badminton, walks for walks, relationships for relationships. There were also a few bold ones who sneaked straight back to their dorm rooms. At this time on the basketball court, Su Xiaojia was holding a large basketball, looking at the basketball rim above her head in some confusion. "So high." She then threw herself at it. The basketball brushed against the rim and fell to the floor. Li Haoyang took the basketball, stood on his tiptoes, threw it handsomely and hit it accurately. Not far away, Wang's sledgehammer watched this scene with great resentment. Coach got lucky when that goal went in. After class, Lono was ready to go to the teacher's apartment for dinner. Speaking of which, there's a small basketball court inside the teacher's apartment, only it's not usually used much. At this moment, hearing the sound of a basketball in the basketball court, Luo Yi curiously looked over and found a stunningly beautiful figure, alone, shooting baskets there. The posture is off and the alignment is so raw that it's a wonder it's ever thrown in. Huh? If it isn't fairy schoolgirl. That's a great pitch, sister. Lono walked into the stadium, sat on a bench, and watched in silence. Noticing that he was behind him, Su Baijiao turned around and looked at Luo Yi. She knew that Luo Yi had participated in a basketball game inside the school and became a substitute. So on a whim, she took the basketball left behind by Gu Mingxian and came down to see if it was any good. At this time, Su Bai Porridge stood at the court, rustily holding the basketball, and Lono sat on a bench outside the court, watching her with patience. The two didn't speak, but the moment their eyes met, their hearts fluttered and festered in this quiet place. Chapter 116, Ice Cold. "See what?" Su Bai Kanji's voice was light, and although it wasn't big, Luo Yi could hear it clearly. He stood up from his chair and walked in the direction of Su Baijiao. Standing in front of Su Baijiao, Luo Yi smiled slightly and said, "Senior sister, that's not how basketball is played." At those words, Su Baijiao ignored him and turned around to face the ball frame. The moment she turned, her long hair flung over Lono before falling back over her shoulders and back. She raised her hands and tossed the basketball to the hoop. Seeing this, Luo Yi raised his head and realized that the basketball didn't even touch the frame board and landed on the ground, bouncing off the court guardrail and bouncing back again, rolling slowly on the ground. Looking at this scene, Subai Kanji was slightly stunned, his face slightly lost in thought. She had never played basketball and knew she wouldn't be able to, but she hadn't expected the gap between reality and fantasy to be so wide. Not waiting for her to say anything, suddenly, the young man behind her stepped forward and approached her, their bodies almost pressed together. Subai Kanji was slightly stunned, and a bit of overwhelm appeared in his bland face, only to see Luo Ye's hands, grabbing her wrists from behind. Sister, it wouldn't have been easy to throw it with your hands raised flat. Let me teach you the correct position. He grabbed his schoolmate's wrist, then lifted it up, and when he saw that her small hand was soft and at her mercy, he grabbed her hand in a smooth manner. Maybe it's cooler and Fairy Sister's hands are icy, but his hands were warm, making Su Baijiao feel comfortable. After adjusting the correct movement, Luo Yi ran to pick up the basketball, handed it to the fairy schoolmate, and said, "What about trying it with this movement?" Su Baikanji took the basketball and froze for a while, then tried it with the moves Luo Yi had just taught her. The movement is right, but it's still a little stiff. And the point of force is wrong. The shot should be made by pushing the basketball out with your hand, which saves the most energy and is also good for aiming. Luo Yi picked the basketball back up again and handed it to the fairy schoolmate. He once again came behind the fairy schoolmate and handily lifted her hands along with the basketball. Lono propelled the fairy schoolgirl's hand, aimed at the ball frame, and pushed again. The basketball flew in a parabola out of the hands of both men, hit the rim, bounced off and didn't go in. But compared to those shots just now, the results at this point had been many times better. The sound of a basketball bouncing resounded all around, and Lono hadn't let go of his fairy schoolmate's hand yet. Standing behind the fairy school sister, Luo Yi could easily smell the scent of the other's hair as well as the body odor of her body. "How long will you hold it?" Su Baikanji asked softly. Luo Ye's hands, still grasping her hands, never let go. Hearing this, Lono slowly placed his chin on his schoolmate's shoulder while releasing his hands. He then wrapped his arms around the fairy schoolmate's waist and encircled his sweetheart from behind. Su Baikanji did not resist, and 2 blushes rose on her face. There was little expression, but she seemed more attractive like this. The girl in his arms was fragrant and soft, and Lono closed his eyes, feeling her scent on his schoolmate's shoulder. "Why are schoolteachers' hands cold?" The voice almost rang from Su Baikanji's ears. She didn't say anything but covered her hand over Luo Ye's. Her body also gradually lost its center of gravity and leaned towards the back. Although Luo Yi was a schoolmate 2 years younger than her, such a security-inducing bosom was something she had never felt before. After the first official date with her elementary school brother ended, Su Bai Porridge stayed up all night without sleeping. She studied for a long time how exactly a first-time couple should have a good relationship. The ultimate conclusion is that if the other person loves you enough, you can do whatever you want to be good. Of course, everything is mutual. So even though she was rusty and nervous, she wanted to respond awkwardly to each other when Lono needed her. It wasn't long before an elementary school student passed by outside the basketball court, presumably the child of whichever teacher in the family building had gotten out of school. Hearing the commotion, Luo Yi and Su Baikanji quickly separated like a reflex, and the 2 of them fell silent, with no one speaking. The young student gave a puzzled look with a blank expression and left the place without much thought. After he walked away, Luo Yi came next to Su Baijiao and whispered, "Senior sister, let's go back." "Aha!" Su Baichou looked toward the basketball not far away. Luo Yi understood what the fairy schoolmate meant. He walked over and picked up the basketball, and the 2 of them returned to the 5th building, Unit 4, 614 together. After going upstairs, Su Bai Porridge opened the door and changed into slippers and walked in. In the living room, 2 other people were sitting on the couch talking. That's right, 2 of them. Luo Yi entered and changed into his own slippers as well, and when he looked up, he spotted Qin Yuan sitting on the sofa, as well as next to Qin Yuan, a pretty older sister with blonde hair. At once, he revealed an awkward expression and said, Li teacher." Li Na smiled faintly. Once she thought of Luo Yi being Gu Mingxuan's cousin, her gaze towards Luo Yi would always be unconsciously much more affectionate. Qin Yuan, who was beside her, said curiously, "Porridge, why did you bring a basketball with you when you went downstairs to buy salt? And why did it take you so long to buy it? By the way, where's the salt?" Su White Kanji. She looked back behind her at a somewhat bewildered Lono and opened her mouth to ask, "Where's the salt?" "Salt?" Lono was filled with confusion. But thinking about what had just happened, Luo Yi instantly understood. Right? Salt. Look at my memory. I forgot. I'll go down and get it right away. The slippers Lono had just changed into were hastily taken off. Needless to say, go downstairs and buy salt. After he left, Subai Kanji sat alone at the dining table and looked at the two people on the sofa. Noticing her gaze, Lina asked curiously, Porridge, little Luo Yi is indeed quite cute. So, should you tell me what your relationship is? Lina looked at her with a wry smile, and though she could guess it herself, she wanted to hear it from the other woman herself. After all, Subai Kanji is the iceberg goddess of Jiangnan University, and to hear the word boyfriend from her mouth, Lina can be considered to have made a worthwhile trip, although she lives next door. In the beginning, it was also because Gu Mingxian lived here that she chose to rent a house next door. But since Gu Mingxian left the country, she didn't live here either. Today, she just knew that Gu Mingxuan's brother lived here, and coupled with her curiosity about Su Baijiao and Luo Yi, that's why she came over to take a look. Subai Kanji propped up the side of her face with one hand and said expressionlessly, Teacher Li, you'd better worry about yourself. Hearing this, the corner of Lina's mouth twitched, revealing a leathery expression. Qin Yuan also whispered, Sister Nana, don't be angry, Porridge is this way, looking down on us when they fall in love themselves. All right, Gu Mingxian really taught a good disciple. His brother looks so well behaved, he'll be bullied in the future. With that, Lina stood up, smiled softly, and said, I'll cook today. What do you guys want to eat? Hearing this, Qin Yuan's face changed. Even Su Bai Kanji frowned slightly without any trace. Obviously, both thought of something terrible at the same time. Chapter 117. I don't know why, but as long as there was some blood relationship with Luo Yi, a strange phenomenon would occur. One side can't cook, and one side is bound to be a great cook. Sister-in-law Qin Xiaoman knew nothing about cooking, and her sister, Luo Ye's mother, was equally incapable of cooking. And Luo Ye's father would cook, and his sister-in-law Gu Ranqing was also a home cook. When it came to Luo Yi, it seemed to be the same. He couldn't conquer cooking no matter what, but found Subai Kanji, who cooked everything deliciously, as his girlfriend. Of course, today's dinner was still made by Su Baijiao. However, Lina also made a dish that was beautifully named as a meeting gift for Gu Mingxuan's brother. After Luo Yi bought the salt, he was asked curious questions by Lina. Afterwards, Luo Yi was also puzzled and asked, Teacher Li, are you familiar with my cousin? It's okay, average. Lina bristled, seemingly angry about something. Qin Yuan whispered, Your cousin didn't even tell anyone that he was going abroad, and he usually avoids her all the time, so of course she's angry. Hearing this, Luo Yi came to a sudden realization. A woman who can make her cousin hide is really something. Luo Yi had always felt that the only person in the world who could frighten his cousin was his sister-in-law, and he had never thought that a second one would appear before his eyes. Dinner was a good one after all. It was a 4-person dinner today. Luo Yi sat on one side with Su Bai Kanji while Lina and Qin Yuan sat on the other side. I'm still satisfied with the rice made by Porridge. Lina ate it nonchalantly. Qin Yuan was even more nonchalant, and her biggest reason for coming over so often was to dilly-dally. There was only one dish on the table that was made by Lina, and hearing that it was a meet and greet gift for himself, Luo Yi hurriedly said, Thank you, Ms. Li. No need to be polite. Just call me Sister Nana. You're much more pleasant to look at than that Gu Mingxian guy. Saying that, Luo Yi took a chopstick of Lina's cooking and asked with an expectant face, What is this? It's a little dark. Is it an eggplant? Coke chicken wings. Lina said with a grin. Luo Ye's movements lurched, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Is this Coke chicken wings? Did he hear right? But it was a meeting gift from the other party, and he couldn't help but eat it. Hesitating for a moment, Luo Yi clamped something to his lips, and just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he suddenly felt a stabbing pain in his leg. The chicken wing came off the chopsticks and fell on the table. Luo Yi looked at the fairy school sister in dismay, not understanding why the other party was pinching herself a little. But Subai Kanji didn't react much, instead pretending that nothing happened as she picked up a shrimp and started peeling it. Looking at the cola chicken wings on the table, Luo Yi realized that his schoolmate was saving his dog's life. Pity. Luo Yi shook his head and said, I didn't get to eat anything this delicious. That's okay. I made 4 pieces, you can have mine. Lina reached out her arm and picked up the other chicken wing on her plate. But Su Bai Porridge is faster. She placed the already peeled shrimp in Lono's bowl and then continued to act as if nothing had happened. Lina's chopsticks stopped in midair. She looked at Su Bai Kanji with surprise. Surprised. Kanji ah. When did your heart become so heavy? Mind tricks. Su by Kanji cocked his head, his expressionless face carrying a hint of disbelief. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi was stunned. You're so cute. He ate the shrimp his schoolmate peeled for him with relish, and then prepared to peel one for his sister to try as well. Seeing this, Li Na sighed and said helplessly, porridge can really make my heart ache. With these words, Luo Yi could sort of understand why her cousin was avoiding her. Li Na's character is a little bit like her sister-in-law, so Gu Mingxian does not dare to contact her. He handed the peeled shrimp to the fairy schoolmate. The shrimp, poorly colored and tattered, was nothing compared to the one peeled by my schoolmate. Still, Su by Kanji didn't mind eating it. After dinner, Luo Yi and Li Na are both leaving while Qin Yuan is staying here. The kind that shares a bed with a fairy schoolgirl. Thinking of this, Luo Yi revealed an expression of envy and jealousy. After leaving 614, Lono watched Lena walk into the house next door with a surprised expression. What's up, little Lono? Lena smiled wryly and asked, want to come over to your sister's house for a while? No, 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 no. Luo Yi shook off his head and hurriedly said, Nana-san, I'm going back to my dorm room. He pressed the elevator and left the place without looking back. Seeing this, Lena smiled. This younger brother of Gu Mingxuan's was really interesting, to the extent that he was able to make Su Baijiao favor him. She had previously thought, like everyone else, that it might be hard for Su Baijiao to find a boyfriend, and had even been curious about what a person who could make Su Baijiao fall in love with would be like. Now that she had seen Luo Yi, she also knew why Su by Kanji liked him. Unexpected and reasonable. After going downstairs, Luo Yi didn't go back the first time, but went to the small basketball court in the family building. He sat down on the bench again and began to freeze. Lono couldn't even keep the corners of his own mouth down at the thought of teaching his sister to play here before dinner. Having a girlfriend like fairy school sister, he had practically cultivated 8 lifetimes of good fortune. In his last life, he must have saved the universe. Lono pulled out his cell phone and looked at the calendar. It's almost November. Fairy Scholar's birthday is coming up. When he went to Taoyuan Town last time, he asked for his schoolmate's ID number because he needed to take the high-speed train. That's how he found out about Fairy Sister's birthday. November 10th. Scorpio's high-strung older sister. Luo Yi had thought about what to give his schoolmate back when she gave him his birthday present. After spending some more time in the playground, Luo Yi returned to his dormitory. He sat down at his table and sent a message to the fairy scholar. Little baby, I'm in the dormitory, sister. Fairy SHOLMAID. Aha. Afterward, Luo Yi opened the short video software and began to brush it. What does it feel like for a boy or girl to kiss for the first time? Hearing the voice in the video, Luo Ye's expression was serious and he watched it carefully. And the words from his cell phone caught the attention of the other 3. Wang de Hammer smelled the flavor and came. He was surprised. Wild child. You wouldn't have even kissed your mouth, would you? No. You kissed. No. Have you ever kissed one, coach? No. I held hands with Lu Bingxin before at most. Have you ever kissed a male celebrity? The topic passed to Shen Xiao, who revealed a superior smile and said, no. Tears and I didn't get together until we graduated from high school, and then Then what are you superior at? Wang's sledgehammer said angrily. A moment of silence ensued as the 4 men lowered their heads. For guys, not a single kiss on the lips, all gone. For Luo Yi, just being able to hold fairy school sister's white and smooth delicate hand made him feel that he was already happy. As for kissing or anything else, he couldn't even think about it. Chapter 118 Maple Leaf Book Fair. The subject was so sad that the 4 unconsciously skipped over it. For the men's dormitory, there was nothing to do but either sleep, discuss beautiful women, or play games. Since Luo Yi didn't play games much, the others gradually went to play other games. After all, during the time of military training, the feeling of having Luo Yi to take them flying was just too good. Without Luo Yi, they played on their own instead of having a gaming experience. It was after that that Wang's sledgehammer got hooked on a certain 2-letter game. And Li Haoyang also liked the game for some reason, especially the lowly characters in the game which were loved by him. Luo Yi could sort of see that the coach was clearly a lolicon. But he was clearly not a lowly control in the past. This kid won't really like Su Xiaojia, right? Luo Yi revealed a contemplative expression, and his gaze towards Li Haoyang became somewhat ambiguous. It's a game, in that case he may have to unleash the skills of the Moon Lord. Coach! Luo Yi opened his mouth and asked, what character are you playing? Why haven't I seen it before? Li Haoyang subconsciously raised his head and explained, Bomb lowly. It's this white hair. It's quite cute. It's indeed quite cute. Just how does it feel a bit like Su Xiaojia? Luo Yi said with a wry smile. Hearing this, Shen Xiao and Wang Dehammer's attention was also drawn over. The latter looked at Li Haoyang, surprised. Kocha, you kid bored to death ah. Last time with Lu Bingxin is also sneaky. This time with Su Xiaojia what progress also do not report with us? In case you meet the slag woman again how to do? Su Xiaojia is not that kind of person, Li Haoyang suddenly retorted. King Sledgehammer. For some reason, he felt like he'd been struck again. Don't pretend, you just like her. Wang Sledgehammer said. No, we're just friends. Li Haoyang lowered his head and showed an embarrassed look. Is this the legendary slugger petulance? By the way, I remember that Su Xiaojia and brother Luo Yi are from the same hometown, right? Xin Xiao spoke out the blind spot. When these words came out, Li Haoyang looked at Luo Yi with a surprised look in his eyes. He seemed to have something he wanted to say to Luo Yi, but couldn't say it out of respect. A failed relationship experience has made him afraid to approach relationships or tell his roommate about his feelings. Luo Yi smiled faintly and said, Coach, there's no class tomorrow afternoon? Let's go eat together? Of course, he's gonna call on Su Xiaojia. It doesn't say it, but those who understand understand. But Wang Dehammer did not understand, directly came to the eat what I also go. At those words, Xin Xiao glanced at him and said breathlessly, Do you know why you don't have a girlfriend? For what? The heart is too thick. If you want to chase a girl, you need to have a delicate heart. Wang Sledgehammer listened in and began to think. He then looked at Xin Xiao with a skeptical gaze and queried, You're not scolding me for being a single-celled organism, are you? Xin Xiao. Then you are indeed a single-celled organism. What did you say? D. Wang Sledgehammer rushed up and pressed Xin Xiao on the bed to paste. The latter had a look of shame on his face, but there was not the slightest way to do anything about it, so he could only bear it silently. Luo Yi didn't say anything. He was afraid that if he spoke now, Wang Sledgehammer would be beastly and clean up even him. Brother Xin Xiao, it's not that brother won't help you. There's nothing brother can do. At this moment, a call came through Luo Ye's cell phone. He froze slightly when he saw the person's note, because the man rarely interacted with him, and they'd only talked a few times since they'd met each other. But that was normal, after all, they had only known each other for a few months. Falling back to the Roots' editor, Watermelon. After the phone was connected, the other party was the first to ask, Mr. Falling Leaves, are you in Jiangcheng? Right? Watermelon was a woman with a mature voice, the kind that sounded oppressive, so Lono would unconsciously get a little nervous every time he talked to her. After getting Luo Ye's answer, Watermelon continued, It's like this. There is a large book fair in Mordor. Many famous authors will be there to share their insights and give lectures, as well as a large fan meeting and book signing. There is also a quota for us to participate on our side. Jiangcheng isn't far away from Mordor, so if you want to go, I'll give you a quota. Upon hearing this, Luo Yi was surprised for a moment, then said with some hesitation, I'm just a newbie author. How can I compare myself to those seniors? It's okay. Every great author has gone over from a newcomer, and you're just going to visit and learn. I don't think you've interacted with any other authors since you wrote your book, as I recall. No. Lono thought about it for a moment, and decided that this book fair would be interesting to attend. He gets to see more awesome people and learn more. I'm in Mordor. The time will be sent to you in a while. If you want to go, contact me when you get to Mordor, and you can ask me any questions you have. That? Luo Yi asked with some embarrassment. Can I bring someone along? Bring someone? Bring who? Bringing friends might be a little difficult. Family members are something to consider. A puzzled voice came from the Watermelon on the phone. Bring a girlfriend. Oh, girlfriend, that's fine. I'd like to see what kind of girl could make Mr. Rakaba write such a sweet book. Hearing this, Luo Yi lowered his head, some anticipation rising in his heart for the book fair in a few days. The other person was an editor and theoretically counted as the person in charge of Lono, almost like the relationship between a star and an agent. After the phone hung up, Wang Dehammer was puzzled. Wild child? Who is calling you? Why is it a woman? Is it good looking? Lono, you just know to ask if it looks good. My editor. An editor? You have an editor, ha 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 ha, wild child. Is it possible that you're a great author with deep pockets? Upon hearing this, Luo Yi smiled and humbly said, Nope, not even close. Wang Sledgehammer didn't care and continued to play his game. It didn't take long for Watermelon to send over the time the book fair would be held. Lono took a look at it and was surprised that it was being held this weekend, the 1st and 2nd day of November. The timing is simply tailor-made for student parties. The theme of the book fair is Maple Leaf Book Fair, which is located at the Maple Leaf Convention Center in Magic City. Speaking of which, it seemed that their school had places available, put out of the magazine and literature clubs, and would be on a long bus ride to the Magic City when the time came. But there were only 30 spots, and of those 30, 20 were internalized by the magazine and literature clubs, leaving only 10 spots outside of the clubs to be snatched up. Of course, again, it's all about places, and Lono's places aren't on the same scale as the school's. The difference was that Luo Yi could talk to those hefty big authors as juniors, while others could only watch. Thinking of this, Luo Yi opened the chat interface with Fairy School Sister and asked her if she wanted to go to Magic City to participate in the book fair on the weekend. Speaking of which, schoolteacher doesn't know he's gone back to his roots. Does she? Lono thought, just taking this opportunity to tell her. Su Bai Kanji didn't ask much and directly agreed. She also loves to read and is interested in book fairs. However, since finishing the Sherlock Holmes mysteries, she's only been interested in The Young and the Restless. Chapter 119. Dabbling in Class. After the afternoon session the next day, Luo Yi had already made an appointment with Su Xiaojia and Li Haoyang to go to the mall for dinner together. Of course, he had a date with the fairy school marm. He was bound to be impossible to be a light bulb. But sister has a class this afternoon too. It's junior year, but junior year is just less classes, not no classes. After class, Luo Yi didn't leave the classroom. Although he and fairy sister weren't in the same grade, since they were in the same major, the teaching building and classrooms were basically the same, just at a staggered time. The junior majors will be coming to this room soon after first period in the afternoon. Lono sat in the back corner with some trepidation. His 3 roommates were also nearby and didn't leave. As for their reasons for not leaving, curiosity about junior year classes is one thing, wanting to see junior year beauties is another. Especially Wang's sledgehammer, the anticipation in his heart had been pulled full. The university doesn't have a rule that only students in this class can take classes in this class, so you can go to any class in any major if you want to and if you have plenty of time. It didn't take long for the junior majors to walk in one after another. Wang Dehammer's mood slowly turned from anticipation at the beginning to disappointment. He wants women. Why are all the men coming in? Where are all the lesbian computer science majors? Although there weren't many girls in their freshman computer department either, having Tang Enki, the freshman school beauty, had always given them the illusion that there was no shortage of beautiful women in computing. Soon, there were 2 or 3 minutes before class started. In the classroom, 2 stunning figures appeared. Su Baigui and Qin Yuan. The moment the 2 walked into the classroom, the situation of more men than women was instantly changed. The 4 were in the back row, and actually felt what it meant to be 1 against 100. After class, Wang Dehammer lost interest. He skimmed his mouth and whispered, "I'll leave first." Shen Xiao followed him out. "Brother Luo Yi, I'll go back first. Let's gather at the school entrance later." Li Haoyang said, "Okay." After the 3 left, Luo Yi was the only one left in the corner of the last row. While Su Bai Kanji and Qin Yuan sat in the second row. Although the classroom was large, Su Bai Kanji spotted him the moment she walked into the classroom. After class, a late senior sneaked in through the back door and sat next to Luo Yi. After realizing that Luo Yi wasn't from his own class, this senior revealed a suspicious expression and asked, "Brother, you wouldn't be here for Su Bai Kanji, would you? How do you know?" Luo Yi was surprised. What's the point? Who would come to a computer science program that's a bird's eye view if not to see a pretty girl? The senior whispered. In the past, when Su Bai Porridge was a freshman, the seats in our class were full every day, and her suitors could line up from the classroom to the downstairs, and then more and more people ate the door, and very few people came over to dabble in the class. However, every year when the freshmen started, there would be freshmen who would come over to get a glimpse of the school flowers, the true face of the school flower. Saying that, he looked at Luo Yi and said suspiciously, "But it's also been 2 months since the start of the school year, and you're still able to come over and dabble in classes can be really persistent." Hearing this, Luo Yi said flatly, "It's my first time here." First time. The boy was about to say something else, but was cut off by the teacher who was lecturing from the podium. "Back there, what's all the muttering about? Come answer the question I just asked." When these words came out, Luo Yi was filled with confusion, and he looked at the senior beside him, realizing that he had already flopped down on the table and pretended to be asleep. Seeing this, Luo Ye's eyes widened and his heart cried out for a nest. In full view of the crowd, he slowly rose from his seat. At this time, Subai Kanji was wearing large black eyeglass frames, looking at Luo Yi in the back row with a calm face. Qin Yuan laughed in a small voice. Miserable porridge, your little lover is going to suffer. Seeing that the person who stood up was Luo Yi, the teacher nodded and spoke. This student is not from our class, is he? It's been 2 months since the start of the school year, and he still comes to dabble in the class. So I guess he must like computers very much. Say, how do you solve the problem just now? Lono stared blankly at the multimedia screen on the blackboard. To be honest, he had no idea what the teacher had just asked. Seeing this, the teacher shook his head, thinking that it was another one who came over to see Subai porridge. But in the next moment, Luo Yi actually said the answer to the question. The whole class looked at Luo Yi in surprise. It's hard to believe that this kid is really into computers. Qin Yuan looked at Subai Jiao just now. The latter had already sent the answer to the question to Luo Yi. Luo Yi also read out the answer directly after seeing it. Not bad. That wasn't an easy question just now. What's your name? Which major? I'm Lono, freshman computer science major. Hearing this, the teacher gave Luo Yi a high look, then swept around the faces of the others and said, Students, freshmen are also studious. You should take this as an example. Don't wait until you flunk at the end of the semester and then regret it. At these words, Luo Ye's head bowed even lower. Shame on you. What a shame. When he sat down, the senior pretending to sleep next to him snapped his head up and looked at him in shock. You're a freshman? I throw a deep hide. I couldn't even answer that question just now. Just a fluke. Lono scratched his hair, a little embarrassed. It wasn't a fluke. Say, schoolmate, are you really not interested in Subai porridge? How could it be? Luo Yi said, I'm just running to the senior sister. I told you if it wasn't because of Subai Ji, how could someone come to computer to dabble in the class? But senior, Subai Ji, that person just can't be interested in men. Senior advise you to give up as soon as possible. With that, the senior slumped down on the table and went back to sleep. Luo Yi sat in his seat, propped his chin up and looked at the figure in the second row. Sister is so pretty. Sister's back is so beautiful. In the second row, noticing Luo Ye's line of sight, Subai Porridge raised her cell phone up and took a selfie of herself. Even in a casual photo, her face is stunningly beautiful with no dead angles. And in the unobtrusive corner of the photo, that elementary schooler's eyes are looking at the camera. Of course, she knew that it wasn't the camera he was looking at, but her. Subai Jiao sent this photo to Luo Yi. The latter's cell phone vibrated a bit, and he opened it to see that it was his senior sister who had sent him a picture. What's it like to have a girl you like send you a selfie? Lono didn't know how to describe it and would just giggle into his cell phone. After laughing, his first reaction was to save the photo. No matter what the photo was, as long as it had something to do with the fairy school sister, Luo Yi would save it, and he even built an album that belonged exclusively to the fairy school sister. Just as Luo Yi was giggling into his cell phone, the senior next to him woke up. He glanced suspiciously at Luo Ye's cell phone and said in surprise, I lost it. Even Subai Porridge's selfies can be gotten. Are you a hacker? Just a fluke. Luo Yi said modestly. Seniors. Chapter 120, The Schoolgirls' Scandal. After class, one by one, the class got up and left the classroom. And the senior next to Lono was still sleeping. Does this guy have no friends? He's late for class and he's still sleeping after class. Soon, in Luo Ye's line of sight, only Subai Kanji was left sitting in front of him, and even Qin Yuan had left the place. When she left, Qin Yuan still wanted to take a picture at the classroom door, but after seeing the still sleeping boy beside Luo Yi, the corner of her mouth twitched and she could only helplessly take back her cell phone. A man and a woman in the front and back of the classroom. The breeze burrowing in through the windows and blowing the curtains. What a romantic scene. Only to be spoiled by a sleepyhead. Porridge, bye-bye. She waved her hand. And Subaijo said softly, bye. Soon there were only 3 people left in the classroom. Luo Yi tapped the shoulder of the senior next to him and said, Senior, class is over. The senior raised his head in bewilderment. His face was covered in large and small lines from sleep, and he did look like he had just slept quite well. Seeing that the senior woke up, Luo Yi got up and walked towards the fairy schoolmate. Sister, let's go. Upon hearing this, Subai Kanji got up and left her seat. Her textbook had already been taken back by Qin Yuan, who had accompanied her to class and hadn't brought a textbook per se. Now Qin Yuan is bored every day. There are 4 people in a dormitory. 3 of them have moved out and she is the only one left. So she'll go along for the ride if she can. and act like a heartless happy-go-lucky person all day long. The senior in the back row rubbed his eyes and watched Luo Yi and Su Baikanji leave the classroom one after the other. His face was full of dullness, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Was that just Su White Porridge? Why is she leaving class so late? Who's the other boy? Oh, it's the schoolboy from just now. Ha! The senior's eyes widened as he rushed out of the classroom and looked at the pair in the corridor who were leaving the building side by side. He looked away, then withdrew his gaze and returned to his seat, smiling softly. He's really not awake, so he'll sleep some more. The classroom was on the 4th floor, and the two walked down the stairs one step at a time. Come to think of it, how long have they been together? Almost a week, half a week. Luo Yi still had a bit of an unreal feeling until now. After leaving the school building, the two walked left and right on either side of the school path. Su Baikanji walked slower and slower, while Luo Yi also unconsciously dropped his pace, until the former stopped dead in its tracks. Luo Yi was puzzled. What's wrong, senior sister? Su Baikanji turned his head slightly, fixed his gaze on Luo Ye's body, and spoke in a flat tone that surprised Luo Yi. You don't love me anymore. At those words, Luo Yi froze, looking at the contrasting appearance of the fairy school sister at that moment. He couldn't help but say, Nope, how come? You are so far away from me. Su Baikanji said faintly. Hearing this, Luo Yi hurriedly moved a few steps in the direction of his senior sister and came to the latter's side. He had just thought about how he had spent so many days with his fairy schoolmate that his entire body was floating without noticing it. Seeing this, Su Baikanji then took a step away and continued to walk in the direction of the family building. But her heart was not at peace. She herself could not imagine that the words that just came out of her mouth. It had to be said that the fairy school sister's face value was very striking, and just simply walking around the school made the people passing by around her unable to help but take a second look. Unlike other couples, the two didn't walk together smooching, let alone anything intimate. But to be able to walk alone with the high-cooled schoolgirl was already something that was enough to surprise everyone. The students passing by had their mouths wide open as they looked at the youth next to Su Baikanji, curious about their relationship. Looking at the actions, the two didn't look like a couple. There wasn't anything overly intimate after all, but it definitely wasn't simple either. Can't be Su Baiji's relative who got into JNU, right? This is the first thought of everyone who saw this scene, after all, to say that the iceberg goddess is in love, or who the iceberg goddess likes. Unless they see their intimate moves with their own eyes, no one will believe it at all. And intimate gestures, they were even more unable to imagine what boy that rumored high-cool schoolgirl would have intimate gestures with. Just fantasizing about that image in my head was incredible, let alone having it happen in reality. Su Baiji will fall in love? No way. Absolutely not. Feeling the sights around him, Luo Ye's face burned a little, only feeling that a great honor had befallen him. He's too happy to have a girlfriend like fairy schoolmate. Without realizing it, the two had arrived at the teacher's apartment. Because it was the first time she went out with Luo Ye's roommate, Su Baijiu would seriously dress up. She went back into her room and got ready to go change. And Lono sat on the couch and messaged his coach, telling him he might have to wait a little longer. The coach returned a crying face to him, saying that Su Xiaojia hadn't come out yet either, and that he was still waiting at the entrance to the women's dormitory. Seeing this message, Luo Yi slightly froze, thinking that girls turned out to be the same. But the fairy school sister didn't make him wait much longer, and after a few minutes, she walked out of the room. She wore light lipstick and a long black dress, and under the feet were black marten boots, and between the shoes and the long skirt, 20 centimeters of calves were revealed, looking white and delicate. Outside of its high coldness, there was an extra hint of gentle temperament, directly leaving Luo Yi looking dumbfounded in place. Of course, the only one who could see tenderness from Su Baijiu was Luo Yi. Seeing Luo Ye's appearance, Su Baikanji turned her back and the corner of her mouth gently curled. She used to rarely dress up, and at most she would just wear lipstick. But since meeting her little brother, she found that seeing the other person mesmerized by her filled her heart with a sense of satisfaction. Go! Good! The two of them went downstairs together and headed for the entrance of the school. And at this moment, an additional post appeared on the Jiang de confession wall, which was instantly topped. Shocked. Who is the man next to the high-flying schoolgirl? The comments section has also fallen over, with people taking pictures of the two walking side by side together in the school, and everyone is talking about Lono's identity. This was the first time there had been a scandal since Su Bai Porridge had enrolled in school. The previous vice president of the student union, Wen Jishu, had been courting Su Baijiao though, and even the others thought they were a match made in heaven. But he was rejected so hard that there wasn't much CP at all. And this photo is different. In the photo, the boy is a bit green, looks sunny and cheerful, and exudes a strong sense of juvenility. The girl, on the other hand, was calm, dignified and elegant, and seemed to have been infected by the boy beside her, her high and cold temperament being offset a bit. The blend of sunny cheerfulness and high spirits creates a stream of unexpected pairings. Even so, no one suspected that Su Bai Porridge was in love, and everyone was investigating Luo Ye's identity, suspecting that they were some kind of relatives. It didn't take long for Lono's basic information to appear inside the comment section. Freshman computer science major Lono. It's the same specialty as Su White Porridge. What exactly is the relationship between the two is still being discussed in the comments section, but it has never come to fruition. After all, the correct answer is eliminated at the very beginning. Soon, however, someone in the know, a certain Qin woman, reveals that Luo Yi is the younger brother of Mr. Su Bai Porridge, and that's when everyone comes to their senses. I told you, how can a high school girl fall in love? In the women's dormitory, Qin Yuan watched her like skyrocket and was instantly happy. Yeah, that's it, wait until you guys bump into them necking and shocking the hell out of you sometime. Just when you thought it was impossible for the high-flying schoolgirl to fall for someone else has already taken her in hand and pampered her. Qin Yuan's heart was very satisfied. It was that feeling of superiority that no one else knew, but she did. When the iceberg melts, there will be no more high cool schoolflower Su Bai Porridge in Jiangnan University. It is the moment when private romance is made public. And now the romance is their own. Chapter 121. A sister who belongs to him. At the entrance of the school, Li Haoyang walked out of the school with Su Xiaojia. Seeing Su Baijiao once again, Li Haoyang still couldn't help but get nervous and politely greeted, "Senior Sister Su." The last time they met, the other party was still the student president of Jiang University, and at that time, he couldn't imagine in any way that this stunningly beautiful and cold iceberg beauty would become his sister-in-law. Oh no, it's a younger sibling. He wasn't as shameless as Wang de Hammer, who dared to say that Su Bai Porridge was a daughter-in-law in the dormitory. And the moment Su Xiaojia saw Su Baijiao, she also revealed a surprised expression. After all, there are times when girls like girls more than boys. A true beauty is one that even a girl can't help but gasp in awe when she sees it. Su Xiaojia stepped forward and hugged Su Baijiao's arm. She was a bit shorter than the latter and looked like a little sister. And Luo Yi and Li Haoyang looked at each other and simultaneously revealed helpless smiles. The two men carried a bag each and followed the two women. Su Xiaojia sneaked a glance at Su Baijiao and said happily, "Sister, the last time I saw you, I knew that you would become Luo Ye's girlfriend." "Oh? Why?" Su Baikanji asked softly. "Because even though my sister looks cold, she's actually very nice, and so is Lono, so you guys are a good match." This reason left Su Baijiao somewhat speechless. This answer is a bit childlike, but it's precisely because it's childlike that it seems all the more true. Su Xiaojia does not have much heart, dare to love and hate, straight to the point. Su Bai Porridge also like. The mall wasn't far away, and the four of them were just going for a simple meal. On the 4th floor of the mall, there is a new grilled fish restaurant which was opened from Rongqing and is said to be very famous. I heard that in Rongqing, this grilled fish restaurant is publicized everywhere. Even the subway is hard to escape, echoing the same 8 words like magic everywhere. Instead of fondue, we'll have barbecue sauce. Today 4 people came together to see long. This can rely on 8 words fire to the city of Jiangqing grilled fish in the end how delicious. For people sit in pairs on either side. Luo Yi had originally thought that with Su Xiaojia as a chatterbox around, at least they wouldn't be cold. But I didn't expect this journey. Until now, Su Xiaojia was like a different person, not saying a word. Luo Yi hated it in his heart. Su Xiaojia, how to fall off the chain at the critical moment. The coach did the same, turning into the same goofy personality he had when he first met him. Luo Yi was really speechless. Since breaking up with Lu Bingxin, the coach's character, if not turned into a king sledgehammer like that, has been almost the same. This moment how to still end up. But since this was the case, at times like this, it was Luo Ye's turn for this moon elder to step in. He coughed lightly and spoke. "Coach, do you remember when we first started school? You lent your umbrella to a little girl in front of the school? You also helped the person carry their luggage all the way." Upon hearing this, Li Haoyang revealed a puzzled expression. Soon, he thought of it and said, "Remember, my family is local in Jiangqing. thinking of coming to the dormitory early, but I ended up seeing a girl in front of the school in the rain, so I lent her my umbrella, who knew she was from our school. Hearing this, Luo Yi froze slightly. Listen to the coach, this tone of voice. Wouldn't still not know that the little girl is Su Xiaojia, right? Noticing Luo Ye's eyes, Li Haoyang glanced blankly at Su Xiaojia. At this moment, Su Xiaojia looked at him with an expression of utter speechlessness. It was only then that Li Haoyang reacted to the fact that the little girl who was alone at the school gate on the first day of school, carrying 2 large suitcases, was Su Xiaojia. At that time, Su Xiaojia thought he was a senior, but it turned out that on the first day of the class meeting, Li Haoyang became the temporary class president of their class, and the two of them were kind of destined to be together. With a common topic, the two men's conversation box was finally opened, and they began to talk incessantly. Have a good start and it won't be awkward later. Lono breathed a sigh of relief, then realized that the fairy schoolmate sitting next to him was playing with her hair in boredom. A strand of hair was wrapped around her fingertips and twirled in a circle. Seeing this scene, Luo Yi cursed himself angrily in his heart. I'll be damned. I can't believe I'm boring my schoolmate by bringing her out. Thinking of this, he pretended to be casual and said, It was also raining the first time I met with my senior sister. Speaking of which, it seems like it was the same rain as what you guys encountered. With one sentence, Su Baijiao was pulled into the conversation as well, no longer allowing her to be an outsider. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaojia was surprised. Really? Jiangnan is worthy of being a water town. A rain can make us meet. Well, Su Baikanji nodded gently. Luo Yi added, Now that I'm already a senior sister's person, how come certain people haven't made any progress at all, alas? When these words came out, Li Haoyang and Su Xiaojia lowered their heads at the same time, both of them feeling that Luo Yi was talking about them. It does, in fact, speak of them. In the next moment, Luo Ye's face changed, only to see Su Baijiao's 2 fingers pinching on his leg. Luo Yi subconsciously grabbed her hand and said in pain, Senior sister, be gentle. Loosen up. Su Baikanji said faintly. Not loose. Luo Yi grabbed the fairy schoolmate's hand and didn't let go, afraid that if he let go he would be pinched again. Watching the other 2 froze. It was obvious that the meal was formed to set them up, and for some reason the 2 of them became the light bulb instead. Onoko, you're already together. Why are you still calling each other schoolmates? Su Xiaojia asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Luo Yi thought for a moment and revealed a contemplative expression. To be honest, he didn't know. He thought about calling it something else, but nothing seemed to sound as good as sister. Every couple is called differently. Some people call their husbands and wives every day, but others call each other by their first names. For Luo Yi, he actually quite liked to call Su Baijiao his senior sister. That's what they're exclusively called. Come to think of it, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, even 50 years from now, the gray-haired man, holding a fairy who no longer looks like she did, softly called out sister. It's as if it substitutes them for their youth, evoking bits and pieces of their first acquaintance. At this moment, Luo Yi was still holding onto fairy schoolgirl's hand. Not seeing it with their own eyes, no one would believe that that high-cool schoolgirl was, at that moment, being held by the hand of her favorite boy. Su Xiaojia tilted her head, revealing a puzzled expression, then looked at Li Haoyang next to her. Squad leader, what are you thinking? The girl's voice reached Li Haoyang's ears. As far as I can remember, she seems to have always referred to herself as the class president. With every class president that rang in his head, Su Xiaojia's innocent smile followed. Li Haoyang was just about to say something when he was interrupted by an unfamiliar voice next to him. Here comes the fish. The waiter placed the grilled fish on the table. Looking at the colorful and fragrant roasted fish in front of her, Su Xiaojia craved. It smells so good. It's time to say no. Grilled fish with this much publicity doesn't taste bad. After eating, the 4 didn't leave together. Luo Yi felt that the coach and Su Xiaojia needed to be alone, so he went back with the fairy schoolmate first. The night was quiet and the campus paths were not well lit. There was silence all around, and the fairy schoolmistress was walking right next to herself. Luo Yi gathered his courage and stretched out an arm, gently wrapping it around his schoolmate's waist. Su Baikanji didn't say anything, just followed the other's arm and leaned her body towards him. The pace of the 2 men also unconsciously slowed down. That doesn't extend the road, but it could extend the time they go back together. Chapter 122. Everyone else was getting mushy at the door of the women's dormitory, but not Luo Yi, who was clinging to the door of the teacher's apartment's unit building with his fairy sister. But occasionally some old people who were walking would pass by in the neighborhood, making Luo Yi oddly embarrassed that he couldn't stick it to his fairy schoolmate. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, schoolmarm. The fairy schoolmistress returned to the building. Lono was ready to return to his dormitory as well. In the dormitory, Li Haoyang hadn't come back yet and didn't know where he had gone to fool around. Xin Xiao glanced at Luo Yi and said, I just snagged a spot in the literature club for some kind of Magic City Maple Leaf Book Fair. Hearing this, Luo Yi was surprised. I'll go. 10 places in the whole school. You managed to grab them. It's just luck. Xin Xiao waved her hand, revealing a look of indifference. Although the literature club and the magazine club compete with each other for resources inside the school, the two clubs have always been of one mind if they participate in off-campus activities. The literature club is the oldest club in the school, established with the support of the school, and is considered a basic club along with the athletics club, the basketball club, and so on. President Tian is a sophomore majoring in Chinese language. The magazine club is a new type of club like the Hanbok Club, the Fitness Enthusiasts Association, and the Anime Club, which is established by students who share a common hobby. President Chun and sophomore journalism major. This time JNU participated in the book fair, which was also hosted by the two of them, along with a lead teacher. Luo Yi was not a member of the magazine or the literary club, so naturally he did not know who was on the entry list. Unsurprisingly, he and his schoolmate would also hitch a ride over with the school bus. The school bus seats over 50 people, and with a quota of 30, there is obviously still room for them. It wasn't that they wanted to take the bus, but the schoolmarm's pink chopped fish head might not run to Mordor. At 11:30 in the evening, a message from Li Haoyang popped up in the dormitory group. 2 words. Door opens. Luo Yi showed a speechless expression before walking downstairs to open the door for Li Haoyang. He went to great lengths to please his hostess aunt, Mrs. Lin, but it turned out to be a benefit to the entire dormitory. Wang sledgehammer. It can't be helped, who makes these people his good oldest children. After going downstairs, as soon as she saw that it was Luo Yi, Lin Ma directly opened the door and let Li Haoyang in. Seeing that it wasn't Xin Xiao outside, she frowned and immediately asked, And who is this? Lin's mom. Is this my other roommate? What? The other one? What's going on in your dormitory? One after the other. Is the last one going to be late and late after a while? The last one? Luo Yi thought of Wang Dehammer's face, then smiled confidently and said, Don't worry, Lin Ma. The remaining one won't be able to return late no matter what. Lin's mom nodded at this. All right, get in there. For the last billionth time. Thank you, Mrs. Lin. Luo Yi brought Li Haoyang back into the dormitory. As soon as they entered the door, Xin Xiao and Wang Dehammer's gazes looked over, and the latter's eyes widened as he exclaimed, How's it going? What progress? Li Haoyang smiled sarcastically and sat down on his seat. His character became naive again and didn't speak. He had already experienced a failed relationship once, and the last time Wang Dehammer had asked him with such agitation. And this time, Li Haoyang was a lot more cautious, wanting to wait for the results before telling everyone. In the evening, Luo Yi sat at his desk, using the pink keyboard given to him by his schoolmate to code, his fingers skipping so fast on the keyboard that he could only barely see the remnants. Lono is a fiction writer. That's one aspect. When he came to college, he spent 2 more months furthering his education in the computer science program, and his mastery of the keyboard improved by another point. Nowadays, his strength could be described as terrifying as hell, and Wang's sledgehammer even felt that he was fighting blindly. Before his roommates went to bed, Lono had to finish writing tomorrow's update. How could he not interfere with his roommate's rest? Of course, every night, except for Li Haoyang, no one sleeps at all. Wang Dehammer stays up late to play games, and Xin Xiao stays up late to read novels. After finishing writing tomorrow's update, Luo Yi realized that someone had sent him a message. Su Xiaojia. Onoko. Huxiaojia. Seeing this, Luo Yi revealed a puzzled expression. Lono, are you crazy? Su Xiaojia. I'm excited. I love Li Haoyang so much. Lono. Then I'll tell him for you. Su Xiaojia. No, I can't. Keep it a secret for me. I'm shy. Lono. You're shy. Not long after, Luo Yi received another message from Li Haoyang. He was surprised to look at the coach who was smothered in the quilt. Thinking that we are in the same dormitory, you even sent a message. Li Haoyang. What does Su Xiaojia like to eat? Lono. I don't know. Li Haoyang. Aren't you guys from the same hometown? Lono. It's an old hometown, but I didn't know her when I wasn't in college. Li Haoyang didn't speak anymore. Seeing this, Luo Yi pursued the question. Lono, you like her? Li Haoyang, I think so. Lono, then I'll tell her for you. Li Haoyang, don't ever keep it a secret for me. Lono, he was truly speechless. Lono didn't think that he would ever be caught in the middle of two people chatting back and forth. And these two like each other, all of them letting him keep it a secret. Luo Yi immediately felt that he was under a lot of pressure, and vaguely, he could feel that whether or not this couple could be together was entirely at his whim. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yi directly tells Su Xiaojia that Li Haoyang likes her. Betraying your brother? No, it's a big favor to a brother. As expected, Su Xiaojia knew this message, asked 3 times in a row, Zundu fake do. After getting a positive answer from Luo Yi, she was so excited that she was about to explode. Finally, Luo Yi tells Su Xiaojia again that Li Haoyang won't let him say anything. Su Xiaojia returned an I see expression. Luo Yi then opened the chat interface with the coach and told him about Su Xiaojia also liking him. The same was said to him at the end that Su Shuka would not allow him to speak of it. Soon Lono saw the coach tossing and turning under the covers, unable to sleep. LOL. Gentlemen, I've done all I can as a moonbat. The rest is up to you. November 1st, Saturday. At 8:30 a.m., the 30 students attending the book fair met in front of the school for a special bus ride. Xin Xiao woke up early in the morning with Luo Yi. Li Haoyang is not in the dormitory, and Wang De Hammer is still huffing and puffing. I wonder how lonely the boy must have felt when he woke up and realized that his dorm room was empty. Brother Luo Yi, what are you doing up so early? Xin Xiao looked at him suspiciously. The book fair. I'll be there. Hearing this, Xin Xiao was surprised. You're going too, but I didn't see your name in the quota. I was invited to attend. Luo Yi touched his nose and became a little embarrassed. Upon hearing this, Xin Xiao froze slightly, then let out a laugh and said, So that's how it is. The two of them traveled together in a group, so they had something to look out for. However, Luo Yi didn't go with him to the school gate, but first came to the teacher's apartment to pick up Fairy Schoolgirl. Chapter 123, Going to the Book Fair. At this time in the family building 614, Su Bai Porridge has already finished washing. After hearing the knock on the door, she went in her slippers and opened the door for Lono. Seeing the fairy schoolmate in front of him, Luo Ye's expression was filled with astonishment. Today's fairy school sister wore a black formal uniform. She accompanied Luo Yi to the book fair, so naturally she had to dress up a bit more formally. So she put on this set of clothes that she hardly ever wore. The skirt of the uniform was neither too long nor too short, revealing 10 centimeters above the knee and the full calf. One had to admit that fairy schoolgirl's legs were simply the most exquisite works of art in this world. One could never appreciate them enough. However, schoolteacher usually wears long skirts every day, but today she actually wore a short skirt. Although it wasn't very short, no one in Jiangdazhong, except for her roommate in the female dormitory, had ever seen her show anything above her knees. Luo Yi looked at the fairy school sister, and after thinking about it, he spoke. School sister, if you don't like wearing short skirts, why don't you change your clothes? Upon hearing this, Su Baijiu glanced at Luo Yi and said faintly, Don't you like it? Hi. Like it, but if you don't want to, schoolteacher. Who says I don't? Su Bai Kanji looked at him expressionlessly and said softly, I don't mind wearing short skirts when you're around. When these words came out, Luo Yi froze in place. His own girlfriend personally said such words to him. Ask what boy is not heartbroken. Su Bai Kanji returned to her room. Now that it was stepping into fall, it was impossible for her to go out with bare legs. She wore either a long skirt or baggy pants every day, indeed because she didn't like the sight of other people. But when Lono was around, she found herself suddenly becoming unconcerned about such things. The sight of other people would make her uneasy, but not when Lono was around. Su Bai Kanji pulled out a black one-piece stocking from the cabinet and put it on her legs. As the saying goes, when it's cold, add an extra pair of black silk. Su Bai Kanji stood in front of the full-body mirror. Looking at herself in the mirror, she nodded with satisfaction. Whoever gets her as a girlfriend will surely die of happiness, right? In her mind, Luo Ye's appearance appeared. She smiled slightly and sighed in her heart. It's a bargain for you, Linaroi. Uniforms, short skirts, black silk. The attribute of a high and cold school sister was pulled full by Su Bai Porridge. Luo Yi froze in place when he saw the fairy school sister who came out of the room. Even if he had the literary talent of a novel author, he didn't know how to describe how beautiful the fairy schoolmate was at this moment. The schoolteacher's legs were incredibly slender, and the uniform wrapped around her upper body, showing off her figure perfectly. The black uniform was already slimmer, and on the body of the fairy schoolgirl, it was as if the outfit had been created specifically for her. Stupid. Su Baikanji gently stroked her hair with her hand and asked with some curiosity. Nope. Schoolteacher is so beautiful that I accidentally looked away. Hearing this, Su Baikanji's face was flat, but in his eyes, a hint of arrogance was revealed. Go. Aha. The two left the family building, ready to head to the school gates. The entrance to JNU. After Tian and Chun Chun named all the students who had signed up for the book fair, they led everyone onto the bus. Behind the bus, there was a small sedan. It was the car of the teacher leading this event, and she would follow the bus and drive her own car. That's right, it's Lena. First place among JNU faculty for fooling around. Upon hearing that she could travel to the Magic City on business, plus it was a weekend, Lena decided to apply to be the lead teacher. Among the teachers of professional courses, there were very few who were less than 30 years old. There was an age gap, and usually Lena was dying of boredom in the office, so she wouldn't let go of the opportunity to get together. After sending everyone to the bus, Tian, and in June came to Lena's car. Ms. Lena, we're leaving, are you following us? At those words, Lena shook her head and said, You guys go ahead. I'll wait for someone. Okay. The two returned to the bus. Afterward, the bus slowly started and left the entrance of JNU. Lena looked at the time and wondered why those two guys hadn't arrived yet. Although she liked to join in the fun, she wouldn't have applied to be the lead teacher for this one if it wasn't for Porge's comment about going to the book fair. After all, it was close to a 3-hour drive, and she had nothing better to do than to go to some magic city. It wasn't long before Su Baijiao and Luo Ye's figures appeared in her line of sight. Seeing Su Baikanji's appearance at this moment, Lena was slightly stunned. Was this still the Su Baijiao she knew? The once cold student becomes more and more like a little girl when she meets a boy she likes. No! Maybe she was originally a little girl, and only released this heart in front of Luo Yi. Putting on beautiful clothes in front of the person he liked, this was surprisingly something Su Bai Porridge would do. They say falling in love changes a person, and now she believed it. Su Baikanji recognized Lena's car and directly led Luo Yi over. After getting into the car, Luo Yi was surprised. Nana-chan? Are you going too? Yes. I'm the lead teacher for this one. With that, she started the engine, then kicked the gas and chased after the bus in the direction it had left. First things first, one person drives for an hour. I can't handle a 3-hour drive. As soon as the words left her mouth, she suddenly blushed, because she saw the scene in the back through the rearview mirror. At this moment, Su Baikanji actually leaned her head on Luo Ye's shoulder and closed her eyes to rest. Seeing this, Luo Yi sighed. On a big weekend, and with schoolmates waking up so early, it's normal to be sleepy. Feeling his schoolmate's soft body, he stretched out an arm, wrapped it around his schoolmate's back, and wrapped it around her other arm. He then leaned one side of his face against the top of his schoolmate's head and closed his eyes as well. I don't know why, but I'm always sleepy when I'm with my sister. 3 hours, just enough for a nap. By the way, did Nana-chan just say something? I didn't hear it clearly, so I guess it wasn't anything important, or Nana-san would have repeated it. At this point, Lena drove with extreme resentment. She would repeat herself, but looking at the two men, she simply couldn't speak. These two guys, immersed in the world of two, just ignored her, didn't they? Good, very good. When she took down Gu Mingxian, that even more infuriating man, let's see how she would clean up this family. In Lena's mind, she was already plotting a plan for revenge later. It was on her mind until she got on the highway. Looking once more to the back row, the two young men had fallen asleep. Seeing this scene, Lena sighed and gave a helpless smile. When you look at it like that, they're kind of a good match. She withdrew one hand, picked up her cell phone, and snapped a picture toward the back. Prepare to send it to Gu Mingxian.